Legion prepares to march down. It begins to assemble in GTO headquarters, Las Vegas, Nevada. We are here. We are live. It is a special day. 50 million. Lock it in right now from the headquarters. Doug Polk's fired up. Look at this fucking guy, Doug Polk. He's fired up right now. Haralabob Vulgaris, that's right. Lead Detective Vulgaris went on location. Mr. Potter himself went on location last night at Hustler Casino Live, getting reinvigorated with the poker spirit. He decided that he will return to live stream poker after taking away 10 years. That's right, he took away 10 years from the live stream. He took away 10 years from playing poker. He came back, and listen, they welcomed Haralabob in style by this beautiful hand. Check it out. Pocket aces, the old LA chip shuffle. Ay. Who was it against? None other than the end boss of the show, DGEF. We'll talk more about him later in the show as we prepare to lock in. The fans are going wild on social media. They said, Poppy, you got to lock in tonight. We need you. We need you here. You know what I told him? I said, if I can lock in, you can lock in. I spent all day today getting my information correct, getting on track. I got all the updates on everybody involved. Spoke with Feldman, spoke with the Charles Lucamp, spoke with Robbi. Robbi just texted me, guys. She said she wants to call in. Stay tuned for that. Robbi, Jade, Lou, speaking to her, seeing where it is. Brian Vasal, the employee who was fired, he was spotted on 2+2 posting. What is this guy doing? Posting on 2+2. What did he say about G-Man? He said G-Man is a fugazi and he's full of shit. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. We're going to talk about that post as well, too. I saw Matt Berkey. That's right. Matt Berkey called for the shutdown of Hustler Casino Live. He said that they should close down the shop while they're operating the investigation. And you know what? I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? You know, maybe we take a deep look at the deep look. I see both sides, but what side do we see? We'll talk about it more. Look at that hand, guys. Haralabob, welcome to Hustler Casino, my friend. You wanted to come out and play. We appreciate you bringing your $30,000. We're going to give you aces at the end of the night, and we're going to have DJF get the top set. Welcome to Max Payne Monday. Welcome to the first poker reality show. That's right. What fucking world are we living in? Haralabob, lead detective, gone poker player in the Max Payne Monday show. Whew. I mean, guys, can you believe what's going on here? Haralabob Vulgaris, lead detective, ain't played poker in 10 years, shows up at Hustler Casino Live. He gets aces versus the guy who they're saying might be doing something out of lines, queens, the guy with the queens flops top set. Haralabob in that great orange hoodie with that beautiful tropical shirt underneath, and his great dog, Oscar, unfortunately, are going to have a bad experience at Hustler Casino Live. We're going to hopefully call in Bob today, see what the hell he's got going on. But what's up, YouTube? What's up, chat? What's happening right here?
Make crazier calls than this.
So this was last night. Haralabob decided he'd been watching how soft the games were, and he went over to Hustler Casino Live.
It's going to be the biggest pot of the night. He knows it. He knows he has outs against everything.
6,400 more. What a surprise. These guys call? Oh.
Haralabob's letting out a little bit of information there. He was a little over antsy about seeing if he called.
Yeah.
All right, the graphics are fixed now. They were a little broken for a second. So now the numbers are accurate at 6,380.
This guy's thinking about call. I never seen this guy before, DK. I mean, any man wearing a great suit like that with that great vest. He got a real clean white button-up shirt. He got these real nice pattern glasses. You see the green, you see the gold around it. I mean, real nice haircut, like very cleanly shaved. I like the watch placement. I like the posture. I like his style. I don't know who this guy was before last night, but this guy, I like this guy right here, DK. Shout out to DK.
And of course, he knows DJF's money is always going in also. The pot odds here are a little weird to calculate, but it's going to be in the neighborhood. Wow. An 8 would be max pain for DK.
Did you fold?
We need an ace.
look like
Bob
an
needs
ace.
an ace. 20K pot. He probably
I
think he's
missed.
good right now. Diamonds
he's
miss.
trying
Look
to
at her
slow.
all above. If you're her all above right now, you got aces. Diamonds miss. You probably think maybe you got king queen, maybe you got nut flush draw, maybe you got 10 jack or something like that. But unfortunately, Bob. This is when Bob knew. Bob was thinking, is he going to be Garrett, or did he want to take the beat? Did he want to take the beat like a man, or did he want to go Garrett right now? You can see it in his eyes. Watch his eyes. You can see when he sees the hand. Watch this, guys.
Slow roll out.
Watch this. He gave him it. Watch. You can see it in Roll Bob's eyes right now. Does he want to go Garrett right now, or does he want to just say, "Oh yeah"? This is when he's thinking. Look, you can see in his mind. He's like, "Huh, what am I gonna do right here?" And he goes, "Ah,
I had aces.
unlucky." Poor Bob.
Welcome to Max Payne Monday.
I mean, I didn't think I thought he had a 9 or like a good hand.
Had you.
Congratulations.
Welcome to the show, Bob.
Feel better. What'd you
Ay,
fold?
ay, ay, poor Bob. Poor her all, Bob.
Okay.
43 turns.
People saying good fold about
Nice hand.
DK's
Thank you.
7-6.
So yeah, we'll watch some of the show. You guys can see how soft this play is. I mean, listen, the play on here, DJF, he up like $188,000, $160 some $100,000 in this game, and you're gonna be able to see why. We're gonna watch some of this game today. Robbi shot to Robbi, played the man. Yeah, Robbi brought his dog too. I mean, basically, it really seemed like my takeaway from this was they were really trying to soften up Haralabab. They let him bring his dog Oscar with him. I mean, I really never seen the dog at the table before like that. I gotta find out there. I gotta see this dog. Like the dog was there with the dog collar. I mean, somebody said the dog collar was vibrating or something like that. I don't know. I don't know if they scanned the dog for. I mean, somebody on Twitter definitely thought the dog was like a vibrating dog. I think like Eric Person was saying the dog was putting off like hidden frequencies or something like that. I don't know, man. I never really.
It's like Gladiator. You must win the
I'm
crown.
trying to find the dog. I literally can't see the dog. He's in here somewhere. I'm trying to scan the tape. I can't find the dog.
Y'all ridiculous.
Whatever. We gotta trust that the dog was there. So I'll show you the dog right over here. Here's the dog, right? Look. This is Oscar. Look at this beautiful dog. I mean, you know what I really learned too late in my life was that having a dog is basically a cheat code for women. And what I mean by that is that when you have a dog, for some reason, women just want to talk to you 100 times more. They want to talk about how great your dog is. They want to talk about how cute your dog is. They want to talk about how fluffy your dog is. They want to talk about how they want to hang out with your dog. They want to talk about how they want to spend more time with your dog. And I just realized really, really late in my life that the dog is like, it's like a open door sign, right? You know, like, come on in. And then it's like makes your building look a lot nicer when the customer, I never seen anything like it in my life. The women, the men, I mean, and as you can see, obviously, our guy playing very GTO and with this great dog, Oscar. Shout out to Oscar right here. I'm not sure if I like the whole, we got Mark Cuban over here. Mark Cuban was actually there last night, guys. Dallas Maverick owner, Mark Cuban, as you can see right here in that great purple sequence jacket. He used to be Haralabab's boss over at the Dallas Mavericks. You can see he kind of got into poker last night. So we're going to watch more about that as well. So also there was, we hadn't really heard much from Robbi, really one of the stars of the investigation so far. She kind of went cold after her last post, which discussed potentially filing a lawsuit. Or no, actually, no, this is not a lawsuit. This is about sending Brian in jail. Okay, sorry. Easy to get those two mixed up. So basically, Brian, the guy who took the $15,000 off her chip stack, I mean, listen, the whole story, I feel like maybe we should recant the story. I feel like most people are caught up on the investigation, but if you're not caught up on the investigation, basically, right, you had the two guys, the two main stars, Garrett Adelstein and Robbi J. Lou, played this poker hand on Hustler Casino Live. Very weird hand. The hand went viral. Garrett accuses her of cheating, says that you were cheating me somehow. He doesn't know how. He doesn't know where. He doesn't know why. The investigation begins. Everybody on every side says they're innocent. Everybody on every side said they did nothing wrong. A couple other characters came forward. You got Beans. You got Nick Airball. You got Cowboy Rip. You got fucking Charles Lou, our guy Charles, who shot Charles Lou, is going to be calling in here very soon as well, too. And then you got Garrett on one side saying that the cheating went on. You got the other cast of characters who people are saying, well, if there was this cheating, maybe these guys would be involved. And then you got the production, Ryan Feldman, Nick Vertucci, Raver, the DJF kind of hidden staff too, I feel like. And then you got, commentators getting a pass and all that stuff. I like that. And then you got this guy, Brian, in the back. And Brian does the graphics, does the sound. Brian ends up taking $15,000 off of the lady, Robbi, off of her chip stack at the end of the game. After she wins, she crushes the game, star of the show. And then Robbi goes to LA Chip Shuffle, takes the $15,000 off the chip stack. Then the people are like, okay, well, are you going to press charges? You're not going to press charges. Like, we don't really understand the protocol for that. We had a lawyer on last week. We had a prosecutor on. We're trying to learn more about what exactly the answer is. But she said, after saying no, initially she wasn't. And then Brian wrote her a very heartfelt letter. I mean, listen, we all read the letter. Do I really got to read the fucking letter again? I mean, we all read the love letter. We all read the dossier. Like, we all read Brian's message. I mean, a lot of people think this wasn't Brian writing it. It sounded like him writing it, right? He could write her. I mean, he definitely know how to write. So you know how to talk. I feel like if he realigned his intention with the skills he has of the gift of gab and maybe got out of the LA Chip Shuffle life and got into the, like, let me just find anything valuable to sell. Like, maybe he didn't get a job for fucking Manscaped. Because Manscaped, listen, we got rid of him as a sponsor for temporarily because the guy was trying to fucking fool me. So I feel like they should hire Brian in there. This guy would sell things. I can just tell by the way he speaks. Like, he got a convincing aura about him. So, yeah, whatever. I mean, listen, there's so much happening. I don't even know where to fucking begin at this point in time. So, okay, so we got the lawsuit here, okay? So, and then Brian starts posting on the 2+2 poker forums, which, that's where I got my home start at. And he starts posting on the 2+2 forums. Let me find this. And he said that Garrett Adelstein is wrong about the poker cheating scandals. This guy, he didn't come on my show last week. He was advised by the lawyer not to speak. Basically goes on a public forum and starts spilling all the secrets, I guess, or spilling messages. I mean, we can go through the messages, a lot of messages on there, but he basically talks about how wide open in the state of the actual Hustler Casino live production room is, because he's in the production room. He says, anybody could have done this. Not just me, like anyone could have access to that, which then opened up this like Pandora's box where, people were like, hey, wow, like maybe they're not taking this very seriously. Like, maybe they just got in a big open fucking room and really anybody could do anything they want to do up there. And of course, that's going to make some people upset. And then you had a guy like a Matt Berkey who went on he doing his show. He turned into like Doug Polk now or something like that. He basically came out with a World Economic Forum type Great Reset agenda where he said that he said he wanted to shut the stream down or something like that. He said, let me see what he said. He said, what did this guy say? I mean, you gotta appreciate the agenda. Where's the agenda at here? It's like a fucking video. I don't know where the fuck it went. Did he delete it? Maybe he deleted it. I don't know where it went. Maybe it was yesterday. But yeah, he basically said that, yeah, right here, okay. He said, I have to put this message out there. I feel responsibility to the community, specifically those tied to streaming industry. Hustler Casino's stream integrity has been breached and they cannot responsibly operate any longer. We need to uphold a higher standard. So Berkey came out and that got a lot of support. And I mean, when you think about it, it's a pretty good question because on one hand, they're saying that they basically want, like, all we want is just this Hustler. They're the big stream, everybody watching it. Like, let's put the cards behind a curtain or something, right? Like, I feel like people aren't let's close a door, like, let's put a door there. Maybe we got the cards and then we get a door or something instead of a big open room where, anyone can come in, anybody can see. Look, there's a little hidden camera right there, right? I mean, maybe we put it behind a curtain. Just a curtain. We're not asking for a lot. Poker Go got like a vault for theirs, right? I've been the Poker Go. I've seen that their room is like a vault. I really took for granted how great Poker Go security was because they got like a vault back there. Not to say it ain't a breachable vault. I'm just saying they got a vault. So Berkey is basically just, really put himself out there in a way because obviously going to get pushed back. You know what I'm saying? It's a position that's going to be polarizing. On the side. So he puts himself out there. He says, we need to uphold a higher standard. Listen, I'm happy he's doing it. doing all these kind of agendas. I've done a lot of these in the past, and they're not necessarily fun because you take a lot of shit from the owners of Hustler Casino Poker. Anytime you speak out against a poker operator and you say that you guys should be doing your business this way and you feel like you are providing a service to the community, the people that you're telling what to do are not going to be fucking happy with you. So obviously Feldman and Bertucci got upset. Bertucci said a hit piece for star. I don't know. I still don't know what that means. I'm kidding. I do know what it means, but it means live at the bike. So basically Bertucci, this guy responds and he's like, hey, live at the bike paid. And now get this. So Berkey is going to play on live at the bike the same day. You can't make it up. It's crazy. So live at the bike is like the competitor in LA, right? I mean, live at the bike, listen, they struggling right now. Shout out to Houston Curtis. They said they got a vision. He told me about the vision. I'm wishing these guys luck, but they struggling right now on YouTube. I went in there earlier and I feel like I got to maybe go there, just do them a game just to help these fucking guys out. Maybe get a little jump start or something like that. So, but basically, right, with the, okay, live at the bike, that used to be with Feldman. So he basically helped grow live at the bike. He was like the visionary of live at the bike, but then they had a falling out, which, that kind of story is coming out a little more public. We'll discuss that related to the way he was handling the game, basically. So he then took one of the players, Nick Bertucci, over to the Hustler Casino Poker, the Hustler Casino. Took it over there. They work out a deal where they get to build a poker room in there. They basically rebuild live at the bike. They call it Hustler Casino Live. So Hustler Casino Live and live at the bike, they got like a rivalry. Even though live at the bike right now, they kind of getting crushed in the rivalry, but they got a shot. They just started off, right? We're gonna give them some time. I'm giving them time. Everybody else ain't giving them time. I'm giving them some time, okay? So now Hustler Casino Live is basically saying that Berkey is calling for a shutdown because of his affiliation with live at the bike, which seems like a valuable criticism that Bertucci can have because he's literally playing on the bike that day. You know what I'm saying? Even done poker on the bike. So, I mean, anytime you could understand if I got a show and I don't want to shut down because I don't want the viewers to go to that guy. I mean, that's how these guys think about it, right? They got their own vision for this, right? They think they're in a war or something like that. And be honest with you, I think these guys just shut down the fucking show for a few weeks and really just figure this out. Figure out the investigation, say, we're going to take a few weeks off. Like, we'll be back. They got a huge community. They got a lot of support. Everyone is still going to be there. Nobody's going to go away. It'll come back better than before because people are going to look at it and be like, all right, like these guys are taking this seriously, right? They're trying to make it better. They're trying to figure out the issue. They're trying to put a proper investigation into it. And kind of right now, it really don't look that's going on to a lot of people out there. So if Hustler cares about that, which to me is just a really easy thing to care about, to say that, maybe we just shut it down for a couple weeks. 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Let's do a proper investigation. Let's bring a proper team in here. Let's show that we're going to try to improve our security. Let's show we're going to put the cards maybe behind that curtain, right? Let's pick up a curtain from the fucking fabric store. Let's just hang it up there. Let's block the cards off so maybe only one person can see it. Let's try something different. Let's think of a new way we can innovate. Let's get the experts on the line. We're going to speak with some of the experts for gaming security today. So I think that's a very understandable position. And also, if they want to keep it moving, it's their fucking show. They can do whatever they want to do. So if Nick and Ryan want to keep it moving, like, they don't got to listen to Berkey at all. Like, Berkey can get shut down. They can be like, all right, well, how about we just fucking keep doing our show and we don't listen to you. So it's kind of on them in terms of, in the social media world and in the, as Nick Bertucci said on my call-in show when he called in multiple times, talked about being a perception-based game. And the perception-based game of what's going on right now, if they care about the way that they're being represented in the community and out there on social media when they're not around, then they got to decide, do they want to work together with people who have an issue against them, or do they want to go against them, or do they want to say, fuck you? So I think any strategy these guys take here could be kind of interesting. I'm very curious to see what they do. Obviously, right now, Nick Bertucci said we got a hit piece, so you can see he's all fired up. He getting attacked in all different directions as well, and I can't imagine being in that guy's position right now. So, but yeah, whatever. A little update, guys. Kind of just catching up where we're at. So right now, we got no lawsuit. We don't know what's up with that. I spoke with Charles Liu. He said they're going to prevail. He said there's no evidence. I said that's true. I've seen no evidence yet. I talked with Ryan Feldman for a while. He told me all the right things, said a lot of good things about what was going on. pretty in line with the character that I've known him for over the years in terms of how he might be approaching the, kind of the I wouldn't say like the vision, right? But just the general like character that he has and the way that I think about him when he gets into these games. And I feel like when he talks, I got a lot more trust for the word he says because I've known him a long time, had a better relationship with him versus some other people that are involved at Hustle Casino, which I just don't know that well. So obviously you're going to be skeptical, and especially in the poker world, the high stakes world, and the LA world, it's real easy for me to just assume that everybody is being full of shit and lying in my face, but probably a little bit too negative of an attitude to take about that. So. Whew. I'm done talking. I want to play some of this game, guys. Listen, I want to see some of this game. You guys can see the Hustler Casino live. You can see her all about Mark Cuban right there once again from Shark Tank. You might know him from Shark Tank. Oh, I'm sorry, Drew. Professional auctioneer, my bad.
Professional auctioneer. Loves his auctioneer jackets. Have we seen this one before? I like this one.
Someone said, I'm a shell for myself right now. Okay. Yeah, shout out to all the chat. What's going on, chat? Welcome here. Here, you guys see her all about Vulgaris rocking that great. Listen, guys, what do you guys think about this shirt? I mean, it's an aggressively floral pattern. Obviously, he's been spending a lot of time in Spanish seas on the Mediterranean on his great yacht with his great dog with a bunch of beautiful ladies over there. So I feel like this shirt is not the look I would have expected. I would have expected more of a Harry Potter kind of look, as I said on Twitter, but it is what it is. I think it looks good. It's a good shirt. So Haralabab, we ain't seen this guy in so long. Listen, true legend of the game. He like one of the best sports bettors of all time. Like, listen, people don't know. Like, you guys know Haralabab kinda. By the way, slow poker. Like, this guy, get him out of the fucking game. He didn't play any hands. I mean, come on, buddy. You don't go to Max Payne Monday and play 10% VPIP. Should be out of line. Sashimi, don't know much about her, but she seemed like basically a gangster. She's like a legend here. So shout out to Sashimi Poker. She pretty sick. She got a lot of style. She got like she kind of reminded me of my ex-girlfriend who played PLO. Like, they got like a real big, they got attitude. They aggressive. They never think you're gonna beat them. Like, they kind of scary. I don't know. So my ex-girl could be kind of scary sometimes in poker. DK. Now, once again, I don't know much about this guy, but this guy seemed like, I don't know about that guy. I gotta figure out my thoughts. We got Margot. Shout out to Margot. Margot is a model. She's an actress. She does a lot of great work in acting. We did a couple coaching sessions together when she got into poker from the Creator Game. She does a lot of golf. She does a lot of great content on IG. A lot of cool content on Twitter. So she got in the game about 2 months ago, and she actually has a pretty good understanding of pre-flop, which is the most important thing. She just doesn't play too many hands. So she comes here, plays tight. They let her play tight. And she basically can win because she gets to play 15% VPIP. But she's Margot, and they said that she's allowed to stay because she's Margot. So, listen, I can't really argue with that. Pretty Boy P, no idea who the fuck this guy is, but I love his look. I mean, look at this great chain. Kind of like an entrepreneur. Got the chain, got the watch, got these great circular glasses right there. A little bit of touch, not the regular rectangle glasses, Well done hair, nice fitting shirt. Like this guy like the legend of the game. I never seen him play really before this show. He's now being accused of cheating. People are doing they calling him Mike Postle. Everybody, but a bunch of people that know him are like, this guy's the greatest guy. He's been doing his podcast for like 10 years. He is a great guy. He's a fucking nice guy. He would never cheat. Like, I don't know. I honestly don't know what to make. The story's evolving. We'll kind of talk more about it. But this is DJAF, and yeah, I mean, like I said, he like the god of the show. He been crushing it.
Host the Sessions podcast.
So he hosts the podcast. Got a lot of fans. I feel like it's been kind of like underground for a while. I never really interact with him, but I've always seen him on 2+2 and heard about his show, and he got a real good support community. So then we got this girl Ruby. Shout out to Rubies. I don't know much about her, but look like she does Twitch streaming. So probably play some games. Yeah, WPT Global, they sponsor the shot, WPT. Also, I'm working at the meetup game, guys. So I think the meetup game is going to be in early November, my first ever meetup game at the Win. And then I'm also working out a partnership with the Win and the World Poker Tour for their championship event, which is going to be in December. And I'm just going to give you guys some early alpha. You are 100% going to want to play the championship event because what they're doing is basically like the PokerStars PCSP event that we did a few years back where they gave out packages to fish. So a bunch of fish are winning 10K, 12K packages to go play in the championship event. So the value that's going to be there, basically I'm just saying book your trip early, right? Because eventually tickets going to go up, and most people that play tournament are going to want to play that event. So that's going to be near the end of the event series, which is going to be the 20th. They're doing a brand new production in the Wynn Ballroom. Never been done before for a WPT event. Not ever seen anything like it before, which is why I'm interested in working with them, because I wanted to work with World Series of Poker. They don't really want to work with anybody. I'm like, whatever. So these guys, WPT, I like what they do. We've been talking about ideas and stuff like that for ways we could work together on the event and maybe do some content together, maybe do a podcast together, do some type of collaboration with both properties or both brands. So they're going to have like a Triton Poker, you saw Triton Poker, that beautiful production with the fucking gold and everything like that. They're going to have a sick production in the Wynn Ballroom for the first time ever. I'm like, damn, this is going to be sick. So they're talking about doing a bunch of live stream games, not just tournament, but we're going to do a lot of cash games. There's going to be a big Poppy PLO game. So that's just basically going to be sick. I'm super excited about that. And then at the beginning of the month, they're going to be, this is really early alpha, right? There's going to be like a special meetup game where it'll be pretty sick. I think fans will love it. And then a lot of content around that. So that's basically 1st of December to the 20th of December. I'm going to try to do a meetup game in there as well too, whether it's with the Wynn or probably with the Wynn in some capacity, maybe a small one, something like that. So basically I'm channeling this energy that we have now. We can keep looking at scandals and everything like that, which, maybe we will, but we can also, I really got to play poker with y'all, because I see how you guys talk about poker, and you guys basically just, y'all are real fish, right? Like the guys on Twitter are I saw their takes and my mind was like, I got to get them to it. We got to all play together. Let's have a great time. Let's hang out. Let's have some drinks. So Poppy becomes Trooper. Take it easy, buddy. I'm not the Trooper. But we love Trooper, though. He can come, too. All right, Caitlin dropped another video. Let's see what Caitlin did. All right, Caitlin Komisky dropped a new video. We watched her last video. It was basically one of the greatest videos of all time. All right, so her first video, this was it. Her first video, as a reminder.
I got an 8-ball, a 6-pack Coors Light, and a deep dish pie. We're ready to go. We got Robbi J. Lou on the line at the center of this controversy.
I was on a lot of medication for ADHD. I was born with a golden spoon in my mouth, and money just really doesn't matter to me. I'm like, sorry, get pressed about it.
What?
I thought I had a 3, and I had the Jack of Clubs blocker.
I think what we have to be careful about when we examine these kinds of things, for all intents and purposes, is what the desired outcome will be for each and every scenario, and can we get through it with a modicum of self-respect, And I, for one, think that we can. Yinzer.
I've reviewed a lot of footage, and I've decided that the verdict is corn.
Hey, it's your boy Poppy. We're coming in for a conservative 10 to 12 hours today. I hope you brought recreational drugs.
Some people are just never going to be in the game.
And
Bro, this Marley clip was... People don't talk about the Marley appearance on my show when she came in blacked out. It was one of the funniest fucking thing. I mean, listen, Let Out of Line is what it is. Shout out to Marley. But basically, like a low-key moment for a lot of people during the legendary investigations that we did. I mean, anybody that watched the Marley thing know how sick that was out of line.
we need to be honest about that, or it's predatory.
All right, I got my boy Nick Vertucci on the line. How you doing, Nicky?
I want you to know I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I got a history in law enforcement. The show is my life. Whoever fucked with this is going to incur the wrath of me. I'll tell you that much. I don't care if it's someone who works for me. I'm going to tear him down. Sorry. I need some sleep chocolate.
Oh, whoa, relax. My chat is so negative. You just told me you hope my mom dies in a fire. Y'all, that's too graphic. I'm going to have to get some more moderators. Yo, what is going on?
Hey guys, Doug Polk here. In this well-structured and concise video, I am going to outline the reasons why I agree with Garrett Adelstein that on Hustler Casino Live, Robbi J. Lou and her alleged co-conspirators were cheating. I will implicate no less than 2 people in extramarital affairs.
Like, you guys are just...
Because it's true. She kind of nailed it, right? Because his videos, like, think of my video, I wouldn't say it as concise. Like, Doug Polk can really make a concise point. Me, not always. Sometimes I think I can do a good job. Not always, unless I really think about it. And then he literally basically outed these two as having some type of extramarital relationship, as he said. I mean, that was a pretty savage video that this guy put out. I don't know, pretty out of line, but, you know, Jesus, dude.
Destroying my life. Like, so I was acting a little erratic. And like, so some of my stories change. Well, guess what? The story of life changes often. Sorry, I can't hide my perfect tits for you, Harry Potter.
How dare you? Mark Cuban's my friend. So again, we're crossing some lines here, people. It's your boy Joey. What's good, Poppy?
All right, okay, so she made a new video. She said, I drop when Joey drops. See y'all soon. Fresh new cast incoming. And she got these great glasses. She looked like, oh my God, you're kidding me. All right, let's see the new video. Are you guys ready for the new video? Let's check it out here and see. Our first time watching the video. Guys, we do the 2,000 like edible. Yeah, I replaced the Manscaped. Listen, guys, I don't want a company disrespecting me, so I replaced Manscaped with my own Venmo. Someone suggested that. It seemed like it make more sense. I actually don't even know if that's my Venmo. Let me just check. But Manscaped, I feel like yeah, it is. Manscaped, I feel like they were out of line with the way they treated me. So I'm gonna figure out if I told them I want to work with someone else. I feel like this guy was really trying to like fuck with my representative. You know what I'm saying? Like I got a rep handling for me. Like this guy won't hop on a phone call. I'm like, yo, like we going viral over here. We got 4,000 people watching. I'm trying. Then let's do something. Let's figure out something we can do. Let's make this promotion special. Let's make this campaign special. Let's give away some ball trimmers, right? Let's get a hot air balloon with the Manscaped logo on it in Vegas. Like let's do something, right? I'm ready. And we couldn't even get a call with this guy. Kept ignoring us. I think he tried to like fool us on the payment. And I'm like, bro, what is this guy doing? Does this guy know I'm making videos right now about investigating things like this? Like what's going on? So eventually I was like, all right, like, you know, let's figure what the fuck is this guy's up to. Because then after I gave him a few bonus extra streams, just because I was like, oh, I really love Manscaped. I like the product, you know, it really did well for me. You know, then they find, you know what I'm saying? Like then I gave him a few extra. I feel like I did a good job in the partnership with these guys and, you know, had him on the screen for all this time. And then they treated me that way. I was pretty shocked. So I was like, all right, whatever, you know. Didn't know how to handle it. One of my first times really working with a company like that, having that happen. So, you know, whatever is what it is. But let's watch this thing. Let's get it.
I got a DiGiorno pie in the oven. I got a bag of the finest THC edibles and an 8-ball. That's right. No bill. I got a DiGiorno pie in the oven. I got a bag of the finest THC edibles and an 8-ball. That's right. No bills and powders for Poppy. I am going to do enough of these edibles to tranquilize a small horse, though. So, you know, semantics.
Take on the situation, and she thought she had a pair of threes. Maybe Jack thought Jack High was good. I mean, I don't know, man. I got casinos to run. I play with her any day. Do I have to have an opinion?
Okay, so suddenly I'm the bad guy because I don't want to sue a broke person over 15 grand. Smoking gun.
Okay, yeah, the edibles are kicking in.
Joey, you know, I knew you were gonna go there. Listen, yeah, okay, so there was a loan. And the person who loaned me the money isn't worried about it. I'm not worried about it. So why are you worried? I gotta get going, Joey. It's my kid. It's my wife. Now I gotta fill the piñata. There's no candy in it yet, Joey. It's my kid's birthday.
I mean, I'm just saying, 10 grand's a lot of money, Beans. You wanna tell me what you know? Hey, Beansy baby, look at me. Do I look like a man who would hurt you, or do I look like a guy who has your best interest at heart?
Who'd you hear that from? Not telling us everything you know, bro. You tell us everything you know, and then we can move on. Poker's safe. I'm not being aggressive. I'm applying consistent pressure. It's like you've never seen Law and Order, bro.
Yo, without mash.
I mean, it's definitely coming off a little sauce.
Would now be an appropriate time to bring up my bust out hand from the mixed game circuit event I was playing earlier?
Jesus Christ. You know, Kessler, it's all gonna come out eventually. Everybody's gonna know. I'm gonna let you look up my skirt, you're gonna look underneath, and you're gonna like what you see because there's nothing there. I follow back.
Bro, should I sue her? So she seemed like she basically alleging that I do cocaine here with the 8-ball. I don't do cocaine. So I feel like she's basically saying I'm a cocaine addict here. She's holding the 8 ball the entire time. Like I feel she's trying to insinuate that I'm basically doing cocaine all the time. What do you guys think? Should we get fucking Charles Lou on the... I'm going to text Charles Lou right now. Actually, we got a lawyer coming on. Never mind. I got my friend coming on, Claudia. She coming on. She a lawyer. I'm going to ask her about it. She misrepresented me as a cokehead. This guy's problem, bro. Yeah, Charles, yeah. Hey, it's Big Poppy here. Yeah, I know you're wrapped up with the poker case right now, but yeah. I got a girl with it holding the 8 ball in her hand, alleging I'm a cocaine addict on a video, and a lot of people are watching it. What can I do here?
Because there's nothing there.
I follow back a lot of sad poker people.
I don't understand why it's so weird that I spent 7 hours at Javier's. Have you had their queso? At any given time, 3/4 of my liquid net worth is not with me. It's normal. It's fine.
Quit acting brand new.
Ask again later. Well, it was worth a shot.
What'd you guys think? I like it. I like it if I wasn't holding the cocaine magic 8 ball. But it's pretty good. I can't share it out of the 8 ball though. All right, fuck it. I can do it. Shout out to Caitlin. I can't think of a comment right now. I'm just kidding. You guys are stupid, dude. Ay. 6 to 10. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? W or L? W or L? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Hold on a second. Vote on the video, guys. Vote on the video. What do you guys think? Caitlin video. W or L? I go W for sure. Shout out Conrad in the chat. What's up, Conrad? I got Melissa out there. What's up, Melissa? What's happening? Tom McCarthy. Thank you for the 5 out of line with the 8 ball. That's true. W's in the Twitch chat. W's all around. A lot of W's. Easy W. Easy W. Easy W. Another great video. Keep up the good work. No, I won't say that. Does it sound too nice? What do you guys think? Another great video. Keep up the good work. Or should I make a video about her? What if I make a video about her? Where I do a parody of her. Doing a parody of me. Where I just take a bunch of edibles and I pretend to be her being me. Love how locked in you are. You are. Bro, listen, when I'm on Twitter, guys, I'm basically memeing all the time. So I know a lot of people out there take Twitter real seriously, but it's a pretty funny place. What's up, Ad Victoria? What's up? What's up? All right, W in the video. All right, good. Easy W. Shout out to Caitlin for the video. We got to get Caitlin on here. We got to get her on the call-in show. Okay, we're going to have a couple RFID experts on the show tonight, guys. They're going to talk about game security as well, too. I kind of want to go over what Brian said to G-Man, but the thing is, I just don't really, believe it. So basically, the guy, Brian Salgpazal, who came out and he ended up taking money off the great Robbi's chip stack. Let's see what time we get at Robbi here, actually. Let me see. What time? Want to call in. All right, I'm hit up Robbi. I think Robbi's going to join. Let's get it. And then we got a couple RFID security experts. We got my man Tony. We got my man, what's his name? Manit or something? Manit, I think is his name. Yeah, we got Manit, who's an expert as well, too. We got my girl Claudia. She's a lawyer for the Innocence Project in LA. Jersey Joe want to come on too. We got Run Good Russ. Run Good Russ been doing a DJ AF investigation that he want to talk about. So yeah, basically this guy came out and said that Robbi is innocent. And Yeah, I did hit up Andrea Chang. She said that she's going to come on the show next week. She said that she went to go find Brian. She basically accosted Brian. I mean, it's kind of like, seems kind of invasive to do that, but I'll show you guys what happened. Hold on a second. I saw it and I was like, yeah, I mean, if this lady came up to me and I don't know if I'd fucking say a thing to her too. So she basically said, Andrea Chang, shout out to Andrea. I found Brian Sogpasal, the fired Hustler Casino Live production employee, yesterday in Long Beach, where he's been living with his girlfriend's family. He said he wasn't answering questions about his role in the poker cheating scandal. There have been a lot of speculation in the poker world about whether online comments and texts purporting to be Brian in the last few days came from him. So I actually texted with Brian and confirmed that it was the number and it was him posting on 2+2. So he said I basically laid it all on 2+2. I told my side of the story on 2+2. I got out what I wanted to get out. But yeah, she said when I approached him, he was sitting in the passenger seat of a green Subaru wearing a maroon Arctic Monkey sweatshirt, black baseball hat, sunglasses, and gray pants. He and his girlfriend, who was driving, had just arrived home. Her dad was on the sidewalk with me. As I left, Sogbasal got out and stood in the street taking photos of my car and of me. When I rolled down my internet, asked why and if he knew Robbi, he said, "We're going to be following you if you don't leave now. So you better leave before I follow you wherever you're going." I'm going to follow you, buddy. She's like, probably like, okay, come on. Like, you want to hang out? Let's hang out, right? I'm trying to learn more. Like, can I ask some questions along the way? You know what I mean? So, so basically she wrote the original case. This guy said, thank you. Someone's on the case. Poppy's been slacking. I mean, is this out of line? This poor lady is running up to... This lady's running up to the guy's car. Like, what are you doing? Get the fuck away from my car. Can you imagine if you're just chilling in your car and this woman you never seen before runs up like, I'm with the LA Times. Like, speak to me. I mean, it's a good strategy by her. I'm just like, I wouldn't even consider like going to Nick Vertucci's like house on the beach or something and being like, Nick, like, tell me what happened. You know what I just wouldn't have thought about that. So whatever is what it is. This is comedy. I mean, come on. This is comedy, guys, like at this point in time. I'm a part of the story and it doesn't even feel real what's going on out there. So, she going to pursue? Yeah, she's pursuing. Listen, we appreciate good journalism. I agree. I mean, I just never even thought about doing that. So, I just never thought about going to the guy's home and going outside of his car. Never thought about it. Someone said that's what journalists do. I didn't know. Online journalists don't do that. Listen, guys, we activated on my YouTube channel. We just put this membership up there. After Manscaped gave us the LA Chip Shuffle, I decided that I got to figure out something else to do because instead of working with some of these companies that are trying to basically fugazi me and the Legion, so we added memberships on here as well, and basically for the Legion membership, I don't really know how it works, honestly. I'm trying to figure it out, but you get to have the emojis, so we're doing the emojis, you know, people love that kind of stuff on Twitch. You get to do the badges, you get to do community only posts. I'll be the community only post on my YouTube channel, and then you get to get like, I mean, basically to stand out and chat with some of your questions, stuff like that, in terms of, it's like a badge as well, too. I don't know. It's going to be sick. So I think people are really going to enjoy it, and it's going to be a popular thing. So I'm pretty excited about that. Yeah, you guys have watched this game. Very soft. You know, DJ play a lot of hands. He played like 80% of his hands or something like that. So, what up, Jeff Boski? What's happening? Shout out to Jeff Boski. Always working hard. Welcome, Adam, the Legion of GTO. Welcome, guys. But yeah, I feel like the subscriptions, they're going to be able to do custom. They're going to have custom. Names for your community. So right now it says like Stuart Segan. You're going to be able to change your identity for each new community. So basically, if you don't want to be known as Stuart Segan, you can change your name to fucking Jerry Jones or Tommy Coffrin or whatever you want. So I ever talk about Ivy coming on the show? That's right. So I'm in talks with the World Poker Tour about doing a podcast with Phil Ivey. So, you know, basically, right, I don't really know Phil Ivey, so I got to go through World Poker Tour to deal with him because he's a representative for the World Poker Tour Global. So they got their big event coming up. So, you know, it's a good time for us to do a podcast together, get Phil Ivey's opinion on what took place, and then just talk about what the GOAT's been up to as well. And yeah, I think everybody's excited to hear from him and hear more of what he's got to say. And, you know, obviously he represents the company, so he got, you know, he wanted to promote the company. They're doing right by him. He wants to do right by them, and they do right by him. So that's sort of how business works. Yeah, you can see Sashimi launches in with a 7 deuce. So this is the kind of crazy things you see on the show because they get a 7 deuce bounty. So they just fucking... Welcome, guys. Athena, Ragnar, Samuel, Rob Huxley. What's up, Rob? Shadow, and Adam to the Legion. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Marco. And with 2 players,
yeah, guys, basically today kind of topics we're covering a little bit more. We'll go over into some call-ins with some security experts. I just hit up Robbi to see if she want to come on right now.
First rule, we only run it once tonight. No running it twice. Second rule,
all right, let's get Caitlin. We're gonna get Caitlin in here, guys. Let me get our first call-in. So we got a couple RFID experts, like I said. We got Robbi J. Lou calling in. We got lawyer Claudia calling in. You guys are gonna love her. She's real great. I love her. She's
our pleasure.
Yeah, she's awesome. You guys will definitely love her. And then we got Jersey Joe. I think Jersey Joe want to tap in. Harala Bob, I'm going to basically make this fucking guy. He got to come on. He basically went to investigate. He got to come on and tell us about it. So, Harala Bob Vulgaris, true legend himself. So I'm going to hit up Caitlin. She just did that great parody. I'm going to kind of get her thoughts. About what the hell she was thinking of how many drugs she was on when she did that. Mike Mattisau, yeah, guys. I mean, I think you're seeing on Twitter, right? You're seeing a lot of people on Twitter, like they're terrible detectives, right? Like they make a verdict right away. One day someone's 90% guilty. One day they're 90% innocent. One day they're this, they're that. I think we've realized the big takeaway is like maybe we hold off on judgment after day 5 of when things like this happen because we don't know what went on. And right now there really is no evidence that Hustler Casino has found that proves that Robbi was doing the EMS whatever's going on there. So it's really still speculation. There is no proof. There is no evidence. Garrett came out and said she thought she was cheating, but there is no proof. There is no smoking gun right now. So, you know, people kind of flip back and forth depending on who said the last word. You know, who said this, who said that. And obviously with Robbi, there's a lot of weird shit. She basically lies and contradicts herself in some of the messages. On the Poker News interview, she said she was out with her sister. Then everyone else said it was out with Nick Airball and Jacob. So, you know, there are things like that. You know, I agree that is strange to me too. So, but besides that, with the actual game itself, like I go back and forth too in terms of what I might think, but I just ain't there ain't no evidence. So we got to wait for the great Hustler Casino to do their investigation, and I don't know what the fuck these guys are doing, right? It's like I don't know what their investigation is. Like, you know, Nick Vertucci talked about it a little bit. They said about a law firm and an investigation team. They're out there searching for the team, I guess. They're scouting the team, and then you know Berkey saying, okay, well you guys should shut down and do a proper investigation. These guys don't want to shut down. They got 5,000 people watching their show. They get 100 some thousand views. They're getting millions of views on their content. They're content creators. They want to keep making content.
It's interesting how
they got Alan Keating coming up. They got the All In Bros coming up. It's a good collaboration opportunity for them to even reach the whole tech bro world and the fucking, you know, Silicon Valley world and that sort of world of people who are going to be able to see the All In Bros. They got a big podcast. They real popping right now. You know, they do like a version of what like I guess there's really nothing like that. They basically like 4 guys who think they know what they're talking about and then just fucking talk a lot, and then a bunch of people seem to like it, and then there really isn't a lot of content like that I've seen in that world, and they all got their own personality. They've had a lot of success in business world, so that podcast's sick. I really like it. But they're going to play on the show. Alan Keating going to be on the show. You guys know Alan Keating, that guy. Everybody loved that guy, Alan Keating. And then Phil Hellmuth's going to be on there, and everybody loved to hate Phil Hellmuth. So that show is basically going to be huge. So, of course, they don't want to shut down their fucking show when Matt Berkey makes a YouTube video talking about how they should shut down their show when they got Alan Keating and the All In Bros coming up to play on the show. So, right? Even though we can agree, maybe they just shut the show down for a few weeks and maybe take a look at things. We can agree at that, maybe, but we can also agree the other way. So, yeah, and people are willing to play, right, Timo? They willing to play. So if people are willing to play, then, you know, if people are willing to play, do you let them play or not let them play? I see Berkey argument as well. I think it make a lot of sense what he's saying. Carol W., welcome to the Legion. Doug Brown, welcome to the Legion as well. Thomas Peak. Athena. Welcome, guys. Yeah, Adam22 going to do a show as well. Adam22, he doing real well right now on his YouTube channel. And it's crushing it right now. He does No Jumper Show. He does a lot of interviews with a lot of people in the hip-hop world, entertainment world, kind of like that whole culture. Loves poker as well too. Did some stuff with ACR. Been playing a lot on Twitch, and yeah, I've been on the stream a few times as well too. He does a podcast with his girlfriend where they fuck porn stars. God bless. I mean, honestly, that's like a true LA relationship, as I've been getting you guys to know. Like a true LA relationship. They do a podcast where they have the girl on. It's Adam22. His girlfriend or his wife, Lena, and then they bring in a porn star, they interview her, and then they all have sex. I don't know if it's on content or not, but like I've never heard of anything like this in my life. And apparently it just goes on weekly. Like, I'm like, what's going on? Bro, LA's different. Yo, LA is different. Seriously, these people are LA different.
How is that going to work with the 1,000 likes thing? Well, I'll tell you exactly how it's going to work. When we get to 1,000 likes, which should be very
So what are you guys
soon,
thinking
right?
about the case with Robbi right now? You guys feel like she did it or not? Like, as the case develops, as you guys learn more about Nick Bertucci, as you learn more about Ryan Feldman, as you learn more about Beans, Nick Airball,
an hour later.
the cast of characters around the show, you know, what are you guys leaning towards out there? So Saul for Y, welcome to the Legion. Thanks, guys. Big shout to Saul for Y. They're doing great work. Even though Berkey's so fun, bro. Berkey's like Doug Poe. Look at what Berkey said earlier. He's like on edge right now. He's so funny. He's taking it real intense. He's taking this shit more intense than I took Postle, I think. Like, this guy's locked in on another level. He basically said, oh my God, this is so funny. Where is it at? I said, I've taken 2 days off to recharge. And then somebody responded, different Tucci stuff. I don't know about this real estate stuff, guys. I got to go over the real estate stuff. I never asked them about that. I'd love to have a conversation with them first before I get into whatever these guys are talking about with the real estate stuff. But yeah, basically, this guy said, Berkey and Feldman, can you get them on together? And then I said, sounds pretty spicy, but a nice neutral ground for both. Because these guys are arguing. I'm like, hey, you know, I don't really understand the subject, but like, I'd love for you guys to have on. I can moderate the discussion. I've been moderating a lot of debates recently. Like, let's have you guys both on. We can learn. Like, we don't know about the fucking, we don't know as much as Berkey been grinding. He been learning a lot, you know, we don't know. And he said, no offense to Joey, but no. He isn't familiar enough with the in and outs of the software. Stress test hustler's setup. If Feldman wants to do an interview, I'll happily have him on and give him the chance to explain how to proceed weak with structure. It's so funny. I was like, I think that was also a good idea. I definitely don't know enough about it because I really don't know fucking about it, right? I feel like I can ask a good question, right? Like, you guys can talk, but, you know, I agree. I don't know much about it. So he fired up. He like real fired up right now. But they do a lot of great work, man, over at Software White. Make sure you guys go check out their channel. They do a lot of good stuff. They do a daily show. A lot of people are loving it. I mean, listen, we need guys like that saying shit. You know, you need a guy like a Doug Polk. You need a guy like a Matt Berkey. You need a guy like a fucking me to be willing to say something and that's unpopular. Like, Berkey got to say shit like this, right? Like, somebody got to say it. You know, we've been thinking it. Somebody got to say it, okay? We all thinking this. We all know about this, and now more people are learning about how this stuff works and how this world works. So, you know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, shout out to Berkey. Make sure y'all check out his channel. I actually think they're doing a pretty good job. They're doing a good job covering this. They got a good where the link? He got his guy, Pat McAfee. It's pretty sick. This guy, follow him on Twitter too. Let me see what he's doing real quick. Yeah, they doing a good thing. I mean, if they just keep doing this, right? Basically, they just need shit to talk about. So if they're talking about it and I'm talking about it, then it's gonna be a good idea. So as long as things happen in poker for anything to talk about, ideally we find some good games to cover. You know, we find some gameplay. We have some sick hands to talk about. We have a sick match to talk about. We got a big winner to talk about. You know, Dan Negreanu won the Super High Roller Bowl, but Poker Go don't seem to like working with me. So you know, I don't know if we're gonna work together and some stuff with those guys, but you know, maybe we talk about more with the Poker Go stuff, or we talk about with the upcoming WPT Championship stuff or the Triton Poker stuff. So maybe not as much of a focus on the drama and the shit talking that goes on in poker. You know, all the negative things and the cheating and the scamming and the sussing and
Yeah, 14.
so.
Well, I have chips behind, you know that, right? Oh, you have more.
Shout out to Thomas with the sub. Joey, can you roast my brother Timmy never winning a hand with Jack 4 in his life? I could. Will J, after day 10, I believe electronical collusion happened with Rip and Robbi, most likely Brian. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really seeing it. Bro, I don't think this guy Jacob was a part of whatever's going on, bro. This guy literally doesn't know how to play poker. Like, why would this guy go on there and start cheating on the show? It just really don't make sense to me. Like, the guy really doesn't know how to play poker, and he didn't win on the show. So if this was some like big plot for Robbi to win, you know, I mean maybe, but I don't think so, man. I don't see that. You know, is this crazy guy in the back working with Brian? You know, whatever, Brian, right? This guy got a different kind of life. You know, he seemed like he got a life of, you know, looking for opportunity like that. He saw a score. He took the score. Was he taking more scores? You know, we don't really know. It would seem hard to believe that was coincidental, but
all right, so we have now officially
I don't know. Fuck, man.
the
That's what I'm
message
saying. It's
to the
confusing,
dealer.
guys.
So let's look at what time it is, chat. It's
Lukava with the 5
5:19.
subs gifted on
So
Twitch.
it's
Thank you,
6:19
Lukava.
in an hour.
Matt
DK is
said
going
a
to be
Sunday
shoving all
PLO
in.
game. You're kidding me. What are you thinking?
Let's go.
What are you thinking, Matt? A PLO with Poppy.
Let's
That
see
could be
him work
interesting.
up a stack.
Weekend's a good time to take off. Let's talk more about it, Matt. I want to get Matt on here because I want to talk more with Berkey. Because this guy doing a lot of research, so he basically like knows what's going on. So I just need to hear directly from him, right? I need to tap in and get the Berkey wisdom, right? Get his perspective on things, figure out what the fuck this guy's thinking, and
Unlucky flop for slow poker, but he has outs.
because I feel like he's one of the only guys real thinking right now in poker out there. So shout out to Banana Dan. What's up, Banana Dan? What's going on? Can we start referring to Robbie's hand as Jack 4 off? Yeah, of course. I mean, that's obviously what it's going to be. Oh, y'all going to do games. Oh, that's going to be cool. Perfect. Yeah, basically, listen, dude. We just need someone to do some games because you want to have games to talk about. We want to talk about hands. We want to talk about players that are playing the game. We need people to put on games. So I think more games are better. More hands are better. More things people are talking about is going to be good. Those are good things to promote. Cool hands to watch. You know, we want to give the people in the chat somewhere to play. In my mind, that's where I want to do. So
it's a good price. Geraldo takes it.
All right, let me do my first call in here real quick.
Another blank. Everything misses. There's no flush. Geraldo's 10 has got to feel pretty good.
Look at Geraldo. Ay, ay,
That's an easy
ay.
call.
Ay, 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 papi. Geraldo folds the 10.
What do I know?
What a tight player.
Wow. Geraldo is going to want that one back. You're calling that turn, and then that.
Yeah,
river
Geraldo
house,
Vulgaris,
and he
look at
bets
him.
half pot. I feel like you just got to put it in.
Tightest guy in town.
Dead money.
Hockenberg Turchi don't come on no more. I think he would come on if I asked him to. Even though in his podcast he said he didn't want to or something. He said he don't like the shout outs, you know, because like we're talking and then I'm gonna give maybe like a firework go off or like I give a shout out or like I shout out the Legion. I guess that maybe not everybody liked the shout out. So
I'm looking for it myself.
So it's all good. Yeah, Slow Poker. Listen, buddy, he's out. He even messaged me today on Discord. Buddy, you can't go play 10% on a Monday show. What are you doing? It's like against the spirit of the game. You don't go. You can't fold 8-6 suited to a raise. Are you kidding me? What the fuck is this guy doing, bro? You basically either 3-bet 8-6 suited or you get out of the game, right? You don't fold 8-6 suited in the Max Payne Monday game in the hijack versus Geraldo Vulgaris, who plays 5K 10K. All right, you take your 6-8 suited, you put it in your 3-bet range. All right, if you want to get invited back to the show. Slow Poker, buddy, I love this guy, right? Shout out to Slow Poker. He's in the Content Creator Discord, so I got a lot of love for all the guys in there. But you don't fold 8-6 suited to the professional sports bettors open, okay? Come on. Come on, Slow Poker. All right, guys, we're about to get our first guest in here. We got Caitlin Komisky. Hold on, Caitlin. Let me get her in here. We got the beautiful Caitlin. Ay, mamacita. Hello.
Komisky. Yeah, you got it.
Komisky. Listen, guys, welcome our great friend Caitlin Komisky to the chat. She just put out that great parody video that we were rated overall W according to the chat. Shout out to Caitlin. So she came on here with the parody. And the first parody basically got like 280,000 views on Twitch. Like everybody was, or on Twitter, everybody was loving that video. So Caitlin, tell the people a little bit more about you on Twitch and on YouTube.
Okay, well, first off, Joey, if I wanted to call you a cokehead, I'd have you railing literal coke in the video. I went my butt to Target all the way to get you a literal toy to make it clear you just like candy. So get out of my butt with that.
I'm trolling. I'm trolling you. I love trolling, so I'm just fucking with you when I say.
Okay, well, I had a daggum heart attack. I don't want Charles Lewis. You leave him alone. He's busy with the metaverse.
No. Charles, no. Listen, Charles Lew's watching right now. If I say Charles Lew, listen, this lady is saying I'm a cocaine guy with the 8-ball in a video. Can we send? I feel like he's gonna find out for me, right? I don't know, man. So. I just trust the guy. I trust the guy's going to be able to get it done. That's all I can say. So
you don't get a woman as magnificent and magnetic as Robbi Jade if you don't got something.
That's what I'm saying, bro. People underrating this guy, Charles Lew. You don't date Robbi Jade Lew without having something crazy going on. I mean, that's like an intense side on both sides right there for both of those.
I have no idea whether or not she cheated, but I have faith that he is a wonderful man to bag her.
Did I spell your name right? No, I didn't. Okay.
I don't know, though.
Komisky, not Komsky. Okay, Komisky. How do you say your last name? Komisky?
Komesky. It's actually Irish, of all things.
Komesky. Okay, Komesky. Okay, so Caitlin, you play in Texas. I know you do comedy. You've been making a few. I mean, these videos are fucking hilarious. Obviously, everybody's been loving the videos. So tell people a little bit about just your background a little bit and how your relationship to poker.
Sure. Well, I went to NYU for drama. I have my BFA. I was there from 2008 to like the end of 2011. And I worked in a traveling burlesque troupe. I wrote for a couple of like web series and stuff. I was briefly employed by Scary Mommy. It was like one of the bigger comedy gigs I got in Blue. I blew a lot of comedy writing gigs because I didn't know what I was doing. I got into a couple of comedy festivals. I was in the Women in Comedy Festival in Boston. I performed with Sashir Zameda and Nicole Byer. And then I moved back to Texas in 2018 and I became a poker player after I was making more money playing poker than I was at my hotel job. So I've been pursuing poker for the last 2 years, and I honestly wish that my content had blown up like a year ago because I wouldn't have gone to the trouble to get better at poker. Seems like a real waste of time now if I knew y'all were just going to watch my videos the whole time.
No, I don't think so. I think that being good at poker and being in poker is always a good thing. Like your competitive edge is like in poker world is just being good at poker. So I think being good at poker is very valuable, especially if you're doing content. You get a lot of opportunities to go places and playing games, and it's just good opportunities for you to take advantage of. And it's basically so easy to get better at poker these days with all the great trainers out there. So W to be good at poker. So yeah, that's cool. I'm glad.
No, I definitely don't regret it. That was totally a joke, but I'm the happiest I have been in my whole life. I love poker. I love the game. I love competition. I like playing on the live streams. I've tried on a lot of different hats in the poker community locally. I was organizing games for one of the smaller clubs in town for like 6 months of my poker career and decided that wasn't really necessarily where I wanted to go, and I wanted to make content. So I started my own blog. I also have a podcast, The Texas Poker Experience, that I do with an Austin dealer named Craig, who's also a table fabricator. And I'm a regular on the Lodge and TCH Live. Shout out to Skull Mike. He definitely wanted a shout out. So there's a shout out, Skull Mike.
Yeah, shout out to Skull Mike out there. Yeah, so you're regular at Lodge at Doug Polk. Obviously, we all know Doug Polk. So yeah, shout out to Doug
He
Polk.
finally followed me. We'd met several times and played together a couple times. And we had that whole thing about, the plus size comments or whatnot, but he finally followed me after I impersonated him. Then I was like tickled pink. I was so happy.
That made you happy, Doug Polk, the Supreme Leader, giving you the follow. 6-pack.
Oh, 100%. I fell to my knees quaking.
Six pack Polk. Press that follow button. Finally. He couldn't even support a regular player at his lodge.
Oh no, I'm not saying that.
This guy Doug Polk. What's this guy? No, okay, shout Doug Polk. Listen, Doug Polk once again, commendable on-scene investigation last week. Doug Polk always pop up in a nice investigation. He went on scene, went to Hustler Casino, toured the room.
He's straight to the point, that one. He's straight to the point, Joey. He gets the job done in 15 minutes. He's ready to go.
He won $300,000 or whatever he did on there. So I get this chat, and I gotta hire some new moderators, guys. Let me get some moderators in these chats.
I can't see it. Let him talk.
I gotta get some moderators. I might chat
Who your worst?
Chat out of the line. But yeah, I give you the worst, whatever. But yeah, so what do you think about the case? What do you think about what's going on right now, with Robbi Jade? And she's going to be on the show. Robbi Jade said she's going to come on about 9, so she'll be on here about an hour. And we're going to be hearing from her. So what do you think about the case so far? And, what do you make of what's going on, how it's developed?
So I think I've had a similar path to a lot of people where I became obsessed with the case right away. I took in all the info and I flip-flopped several times. Like when I first, saw the hand and saw her, I was very sus and I thought she was cheating. And then when I heard some of her post interviews and I thought about how nervous I was when I was on The Hustler and I thought about all the different sides of it and I was like, okay, now, maybe I'm pretty sure she didn't cheat. And then I've gone back and after the whole Brian piece came out, then I was like, oh no, maybe she cheated. But now it's just like, we keep looking and nothing's coming up. So where I'm currently at is like, prove it, man. I don't see the proof that's there. And I like Robbi. I like everyone at The Hustler. So I'm definitely rooting for them. But I'm not an investigator. I don't have the footage. I don't have the clues. But yeah, it's quite a mess they've made. A lot of them.
Listen, shout out to Benjamin Feingold on Twitch for the raid. He's I think a grandmaster. I think it's what it is, right? Grandmaster at chess, one a great chess player, make a lot of great chess content, does a lot of great funny stuff on Twitter as well too. So thank you to him for. I think he was looking at the chess cheating scandal. I haven't been keeping up with the chess cheating scandal, but yeah, Caitlin. So you made this video now. Are you going to be making more parody videos for everyone out there as the investigation develops? There's a lot of characters out there. I think people loved your Nick Vertucci. I've let Garrett off the hook so far. I definitely can't let that stand. So I have to work on my Garrett and get that right. He's next on the chopping block, so to speak. I didn't get a lot of you in the last video, so I need to write some new Joey material. But yeah, of course, as long as you're going, I'm going, Joey. Listen, if you, I'll make you a deal. You keep making parody videos, I'll keep playing them on my show. So, that you're gonna get at least how many people are watching now? I don't even know. Let me see. We got 4,500 people watching on YouTube. We got about 600 on Twitch. So, and then everybody watching on replay. So. At least they all going to see it. You make parody videos. We all going to watch it. I'm going to share it on my social media. If anybody out there, listen, anybody makes parody videos, anybody makes clips, anybody takes these streams, makes clips out of it, they post it, tag me in it, make a YouTube channel out of it. Like, you can, if you guys want to build your channels through some of the content I'm creating, then more encouragement. I will share this stuff. I got a big audience now. I almost got 80,000 followers on Twitter. and it's a lot of new followers, so they'll be paying attention, right? So if you guys make something, you put together a cool edit, a cool video, whatever, tag me on IG, tag me on Twitter, let me know. I'll play it during the show, and just get in touch with me. So that's kind of what my exchange to other people who are going to put their time into content. I know I'll help with that kind of shit is. So, I think that kind of stuff's cool. So Caitlin, what you said you play at the lodge, right? You play in that lodge live stream as well. So are you scared to play on? Has this changed your perception of poker? Like, what's your perception of poker before you saw how maybe like how scandalous some of this world is? Like, did you already know that, or is this like a new thing that you kind of are aware of through the investigation?
No, I've definitely run into certain things. I mean, everybody learns the lesson really quick about loaning out money. And, when you're the player that usually has the cash because you're the reg or you're the pro, like a lot of people come. So like I think a lot of us end up learning that lesson the hard way. So that's like an early taste that people that aren't even really that deep in the underbelly, I know, get a sample of really early on. And, interpersonal relationships are really hard. And then, just being the only woman in a male-dominated area, most of the time I'm playing, there aren't other ladies at the table. There are other ladies in town that play, but not so much in the stream games or 1025 games. That's changing, and I hope to see more women. But yeah, there definitely challenges. And in terms of the security of the live stream, it's hard because I'm coming from Texas, right, where we don't have a gaming, institution that's going to be regulating us. Mm-hmm. In the same way. So it really is the Wild West.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. I mean,
it's not fun to be faced with that reality that there's a good, chance that somebody could use some pretty rudimentary technology and come after your livelihood. Because it's like, that's my income right now. I mean, I'm not making money from my content yet. So if somebody came in and cheated me, they could ruin me. So absolutely, It is scary.
Yeah, I mean, well, you're in a position now with your content where, especially if you start getting some attention now, people are going to want to have you, invite you to play on their streams. The stream wars are about to start up now with all these streams competing for people to come on their streams, which mean they got to give you an offer, they got to make you a deal, they might put you in a game, they might pay you some money to make an appearance, you're able to make content on your Twitter and your Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, whatever. So I think for a lot of people, that is scary. To me, it is scary too, and that's a big reason why I've taken a big step back from poker over the past couple of years. I've been investigating this for 5 years. Most of the stuff I know, I don't even get into how deep it goes and how deep it can go and how deep it might be going right now, to the point where it's like, it's so kind of, it can be a very terrifying thing. So you really want to diversify what you're doing in poker, in my opinion, if you want to play cash games or if you want to potentially be a professional now and you're not playing tournaments and you're not playing a ton online. So I think for what you're saying, it sounds like a great option for you specifically, because you always love content. You went to school for it. You obviously got a talent for it, with this ability to create character and make shit up. And no one can do 20 impressions. It's pretty hard to do, right? It ain't easy to do 20 impressions of people kind of like that. So, I feel like you got a, good future with that kind of stuff. So that'd be cool to see how you can do with that. And, I don't know, pretty fun. Robbi J. Lou, I think she probably loved her impression of her with the lipstick and,
I'm obsessed with you, Robbi. You're so fabulous, and if I woke up tomorrow and looked like you, I would know what to do with it. I promise.
It'd be a superpower, huh? The Robbi J. Lou effect.
I wouldn't waste it. Not a moment.
Robbi just made this tweet. She said, "How many glasses of wine are appropriate before I go on the Joey-Ingram podcast tonight? All guests is welcome." She got a great outfit. I mean, listen, we ain't seen Robbi in this kind of outfit. Got this great pants on. Nice. I mean, listen, Robbi bringing it in that photo. You normally see her. I've only seen Robbi look one way, which is the way she looked at Hustler in that one show with the peacock, the glasses and the earrings and the necklaces and the rings and stuff like that. So I ain't seen her outside of a casino, so she looked good. But yeah. Give me a question.
That's how she always looks. She sleeps like that in her bed. That's what she wakes up. She rolls out of bed. She pulls off like a satin sleep mask and her satin pillowcase, and she's good to go. She's ready. That's who Robbi is to me. I'm pretty sure.
Vernon D-Beck said, "Can you ask Caitlin what her favorite character to play in the parody video is?"
Marley. I mean, I was obsessed with Marley. I'm so glad she didn't get mad at me for doing her a little slurry, because that was my favorite moment of the whole thing. And I've been obsessed with Marley for, a couple of years now. And I remember the day she followed me, I think I cried to my friend Anna.
So like it was a big deal. Like she was one of my big early fall, and Jamie Kerstetter too, and Veronica and Veronica was fun because I like to get my tits out. So always Veronica and Jade doing Robbi Jade too were fun. But yeah, I gotta give my love to my girl Marley who let me poke fun at her because I've been laughing at her content for years, and it's so surreal to me that she's
you like Marley? Yeah, Marley's cool. I remember Marley. I first had her on the podcast. Jay Farber, listen, we got Haralbab Vulgaris coming up. Basically going to talk about the Haralbab beatdown he got last night at Hustler. The big whale. They invited the whale. I don't know how to make the whale. Look, he brought his dog. Look, guys. He got his dog Oscar right there. Oscar looked like he had some sort of vibration device in the collar, but he brought his dog. They buttered up my lead detective so much that they let him bring his fucking dog to the poker game. And you guys know some people get triggered about dogs at a poker game, but yeah, basically, Jay, listen, we got Robbi coming up, we got Haralbab coming up, I got a couple RFID experts coming up. Right now, we're talking to Caitlin. Caitlin made those hilarious parody videos that, I mean, basically that went viral. Like I ain't never seen anything like that. You basically took me with a fake mustache and then made a bunch of characters up, and it got 250,000 people saw it. Like I never seen anything like that with a poker video like that. I mean, that's like some crazy stuff right there. Marley make a lot of great videos too. She make a lot of funny stuff as well. And it sounds like you're inspired by Marley with that video too.
Oh, 100% inspired by Marley's content, inspired by Jamie's razor sharp wit, inspired by Ebony's boldness, inspired by I love women. Jen Shahade's fucking fiery presence. There's so many women in poker that I've been honored to meet and be in the presence of, and I bow down.
Well, listen, we're happy to have you around making content, being a part of things. Always good to get some new energy in the world. I've been in this world 15 years, long time since I was a kid. Now I'm getting to be an old man. I feel young, but I'm obviously getting to be a little older than everybody else now, so it is what it is. So it's always good to see new people come in, new energy, preaching some, positivity. I wouldn't say positive. Maybe it ain't that positive message. It's kind of out of line, but it's positive. It's pretty funny though. But yeah, listen, guys, I'm gonna put Caitlin's. Yeah, there's two poppies. You just kind of sound like me too. Yeah, listen, follow Caitlin on Twitter. She does a lot of great stuff. And yeah, Caitlin, thanks for coming in. We're gonna hit up our next caller. But yeah, always good to hear from you. And good work on the vids.
Thank you, Joey. Have a good night. I'll be watching.
All right, talk to you soon. All right, guys, big shout out to Caitlin Komisky. All right, we're going to tap in my RFID expert. But yeah, big shout out to Caitlin. What do you guys think about her? I'm not used to funny people in poker. That's why this is why I like working with this crazy guy, Doug Polk, is because the guy, Doug Polk, is actually funny. So when I talk, he takes it he likes to troll, right? He be always trolling me. So you got to be on your toes. Talk to Doug Polk. He's going to give you a troll and you might get offended. So you got to fucking troll him back sometimes, right? Just to make sure you guys are both on the same page in the conversation. But I feel like with Doug Polk, he is he like a real funny. That's why I like doing podcasts with him. He don't take everything seriously, which is great. Most people in poker are just so serious. All right, let me get my guy Madden in here. Hold on a second, guys. I'm gonna tap him in. Madden. RFID expert. I gotta figure out a new way to fucking do this. I gotta make like a new tab for my guest here, guys. I gotta figure this out. One man show. It is what it is. I never know who's gonna call in. I can't really prepare anything beforehand. Love Kaylin, make her a regular. Yeah, I think we gotta put her Jersey Joe. We're meeting a lot of really great personalities around here, so I like that. We gotta keep those people in mind. Manit, you here?
Oh, hey Joey.
Hey, what's up, guys? Listen, welcome Madden to the podcast or to the call-in show to lock in late night lock in. Manit is a Manit. So how would you describe? Because I kind of understand, but I don't really understand. So maybe you just explain to the chat on YouTube, to the chat on Twitch, to the Legion about what it is that you're an expert at.
Yeah, sure. So My name is Manit Madan. I work at a company or run a company called RF Labs. I've been kind of building this for a few years now, and we essentially have been building RFID tables, kind of what you've seen on all these live streams, but our goal is to build these RFID tables with RFID chips, which has never been done before, and that's kind of how I became an expert in all this technology. I studied it for years during college, coming out of college, years of kind of development, working with poker systems that are used for live streaming. That's kind of how I realized all the security flaws there are, all the opportunities to use RFID to provide data to players so they can get better, kind of what you see in online poker, but bringing that to a live setting and then taking the game just to another level in terms of security and in terms of live streaming in general. Yeah.
So, you know, if you've got a chance to look at Hustler, I know you were on with Berkey at the Software Y guys. I know that you know, you're dropping some knowledge over there. So if you got a chance to really kind of review or learn more about the details about maybe what their setup is, and then like why it would be so, you know, why it might be so vulnerable to potentially being attacked, or you know what the issues are with that.
Yeah, I mean, I had actually talked with Hustler a couple of days before the whole situation happened, talking about kind of doing something with them with our system. And we've worked with a lot of people who use the same system as them. Now, obviously, I think this is something I mentioned with Berkey, and he's kind of been bringing up over and over again, is the fact that this is like a plug-and-play system, right? This is a system that's been used for about 15 years. They kind of blew up the way poker is being played just through live streaming, and I think places like Hustler and Live Bike and all these streams have done a great job to take that that concept and use that technology. But obviously, that one system has a lot of vulnerabilities that can happen, and that's something that Hustler also has seen, and other card rooms and live streams like that have seen in the past. Yeah.
So I guess, you know, what are the vulnerabilities, right? Like I got my cards, okay. So I mean, let me just walk through the process, right? So let's say we're at a poker table, the hands are dealt, I look down, I got aces. What's happening there when the chips in the card? Where does that data go, and then how can somebody get into that data? How can they get into that frequency or that transmission in real time?
Yeah, so let's just walk through the whole process of how this live stream works, right?
Okay.
For those of you who are watching and have no clue, essentially the way these live streams work is you have each of these cards have an RFID tag in them. These are the same tags that you'll see in your credit cards and your IDs that you scan for work. A lot of those type of things have RFID, which basically sends a signal to the table. So if you have aces, each of those ace cards have a signal that's sent to the table. There are these antennas inside the table for each player that are reading these tags. And that data is then sent into a computer in a back room somewhere, a control room. And all that data is kind of processed and shown to a team of people. Sometimes it's one person, sometimes it's a group of people, and they can all see which cards the player has. Some teams also hide those cards from the production room. So it really depends on the card room using it or the casino and what security precautions they're taking. A lot of the times they like to see the cards just so the people sitting back there don't get bored sitting there for hours. So there are people who are kind of putting security on the backside. But once you take all that information, then they kind of go in and talk to the dealer. The dealer has a headset on and in real time are saying, seat 2 bet this much, seat 3 checked, seat 4 folded. And the person is sitting there typing each of those bets in and folds and all those actions. And that's being delayed, sent to a live stream. And that's what you watch on YouTube, Twitch, or whatever. So that's basically the whole process end to end. And there are a lot of different vulnerabilities that can come on in each of these nodes.
Yeah, Vernon said, can someone bring a device to the table and transmit the cards in real time and get that same data transmitted to another computer?
Yeah,
which is actually what I asked you initially, right? That's what I said to you when I messaged you. I said, well, let's say I'm able to register the cards. Like, I guess first of all, right? What is that process? Let's say these cards are registered with whatever Hustler Casino Live uses. Can I bring a secondary device in there? And if I get access to the cards, can I put the RFID data on that device, which I can then use to potentially get that information in real time in the future through maybe some sort of hidden device? Is that possible?
Yeah, I think you did bring this up before, and everyone's been saying the whole water bottle theory, right? And I think that if you look at RFID, this is definitely possible. What you can do is you can scan these tags, not even with a device, you can use your phones. Everyone's smartphone has an RFID reader inside of it. That's how you do Apple Pay or Android Pay or whatever. You can download an app and actually scan these cards and get the data off the card. Now, what these systems do is, to be smart, they take that information and they don't directly say Ace of Spades on the card. They store it somewhere in their database. So even if you have that information, it's technically useless. Now, what they can do is they can scan the card, the player knows it's the Ace of Spades, and they store that somewhere. Next time they get another card, they store that again somewhere. So then 2 days later, when you go back on the stream, if you had access to a person sitting next to you cards and you could scan it, then you could see, okay, this is the ID from last time. I remember this is the ace of spades. So technically that could happen. Now, in this specific situation or in situations we've seen in the past, is that likely? Not really, just because you have to have a lot of power to kind of have readers reading from this distance. If you had to sit in seat 2 and read a seat 9, like the Robbi and Garrett situation, there are not many readers that can actually read that far without a massive power supply. And a lot of these cards aren't even capable of being read from that far with high accuracy. So it seems pretty unlikely. If someone were to be doing that, it would most likely just to be reading the cards on the seat right next to them. But even then, it seems pretty unlikely that happened.
Okay, so it seems as if okay, so this is something I've been wondering, right? Because like I'm watching Enemy of the State 1998, where they got the cage that block out all the signals, the Faraday cage or whatever. And it kind of seems like there's technology that can sniff out the frequency of the RFID transmitter. So theoretically, if I'm in private intelligence world and you use some of your private intelligence world contacts and you say, hey, like what kind of tech do you have that can sniff out a signal? Like things like that exist. Do they or do they not? Do you know about these kind of things? Because I just assume that there has to be some kind of technology that's been developed that might not be this like very popular technology, but if you know the right people, then there may be a way to get this kind of technology made that can steal that signal, which then translates into some sort of output through an application, whether it's on your phone or on your computer.
Yeah, no, these tools are definitely available. We use a lot of them with these tables to kind of test our systems, make sure everything's running fine, there's no noise, making sure everything's safe. But in the end, it works the same way and does the same output as what something like your phone would do, right? Maybe these can kind of give you a little more information on the strength of the signal and the direction it's coming from and how far away it could be in some cases, even though it's pretty difficult to do with the state of RFID today. Even then, you're still getting the same information from the card, which isn't really valuable to you in this situation unless you can read from distances away, which a lot of these can't do.
Got it. So I couldn't be out in the casino and being able to use my device to be able to read those cards, is what you're saying?
No, not really. I mean, there are systems and cards that you could do that with. You'll see if you're driving around, especially like if you're in Texas, for example, and you have one of those tags and you go through the toll, it'll scan it, and those are RFID as well, but those are ultra high frequency. So just to kind of get into the details, that kind of lets you read at large distances, but none of the cards used in these systems ever are at that level of frequency.
Okay. Guys, listen, we're joined by Manit. Manit's the founder of RFID Solution, which is similar to GFX Poker. His company's RF Poker. So I guess, with what you're doing now, how is what you're doing a solution to the current setup that most of these casinos seem to be using for their live streams?
Yes, so we've been developing this technology for a few years now, and it's essentially the ability to read RFID chips. So essentially, you'll see that a lot of the chips that we're using, ceramic chips or clay chips, now we can have the ability to embed RFID tags inside of those and read large stacks of them. We can read stacks up to 30 chips, 500 chips at a time, so it feels just like a normal game. You deal out the cards from the dealer, you put the chips, you throw the bets, it's right on the table, and then all that information is then sent to the computer inside the table itself. Not to a room in the back, but the table itself has a computer underneath it that you don't have access to as a player. And that basically processes the bet, updates the overlays, changes the camera, shows it to the live stream at a 15-minute delay. So from all of that, you don't have any person involved. It's a completely automated system, and we're trying to make it completely secure. And that's what we've basically done over the last few months working with card rooms, is have the ability where when you have this information sent to this computer, we just switch off the network and say this data is going to sit in here and not be accessible to anyone else. And then after 15 minutes, when you want to watch on the stream, it'll just send all of that out.
Wow, sounds pretty sick. I mean, so basically what you're doing is you're trying to cutting out the graphics guy, you're cutting out the guy typing in the bets, you're cutting out the, hey, how much did you add on? Oh, okay, let me put 200 more chips on here. So you're cutting out all that process and you're able to automate it through the usage of the RFID technology, and that'll be in the chips, and then that will also track. So you're saying that same item will track the data in the cards and in the chips, and then basically be able to just put it all out there, and then you as the producer can kind of edit if you need to. It sounds like, how would that process work like?
Sorry, say that again.
So the process, let's say all the data goes through, it's already in the overlay. Like you could still edit that to if there's changes, or is it just something that really never make a mistake, or how many people are involved in seeing the real time data? Because maybe you might need to see it to you might have an error or something like that, right? So you kind of
so that's exactly what we've been recently working on. Is we have these tablets that sits in front of the dealer, kind of like you'll see a Poker Atlas tablet or something like that. And that lets them override in real time. So you'll see on the tables, we have LED strips like you'll see on the Hustler stream. You have the green light that shows up around the table. Well, our LEDs are also connected to the table. So it'll show when action is on you. So where you're sitting in front of you, those few LED lights will turn blue. And then action moves to the next person, to the next person. When the cards are red, it'll turn green. So now the dealer can see in real time, is everything being read correctly? Are the bets being read correctly? Just by looking at the lights. And the players can see, oh, my light's not green, my cards were probably not red, let me just rub it here. And that's basically solves the issue of having anyone in the back. So it looks great for the viewers. You can kind of see whose action's on just by seeing the lights. It's great for the players and for the dealer. And we actually have a pretty high accuracy rate. And I'll kind of give some context as well. I think it's important to note when we built this technology early on, we weren't thinking of live streaming and security at all, actually. I kind of came up with this when we were talking about the ability to track data and use that data kind of like you would in online poker in a live setting, right? So this whole table and this whole technology was built so we can have an app where you can connect to that app and you can see what's my range chart, what's my VPIP, how many hands am I playing, and we took all that information and gave it to live players.
Sick.
And that completely changed the way people were playing in a live setting, right? So how can we take that and go one step further? We thought, let's add live streaming. And now with the RFID chips, not only is it more secure, now since you don't need a whole team, you can run these live streams 24/7. You can run 10 tables sitting right next to each other. You can run a full tournament where every table is live streamed, and you can take clips every hour and shoot down your channel, add commentators. So there's so much more potential for the game to grow, so much more content available. I think that's something, I mean, you definitely kind of appreciate knowing your background with this whole thing. So you can see how our goal is to take it much further, but we can only do that making sure that every single thing is secure. And I think that's kind of why I came out during this whole situation the last week or so to talk to other podcasts, talk to people, and show that there isn't the possibility of having an extremely secure solution. It just has to be built using technology made in 2022, not 10, 15 years ago.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, so a modern day way of thinking about it. And then, what are the vulnerabilities in terms of being able to, let's say Hustler puts the table in, right? They put the system in, they put the table in. What's their process got to be like for securing that and making sure no one can hack into that, or making sure there's no one to be able to exploit that real-time data in the background? Yeah. As an example, right? Let's say they hit you up and like, yo, like, come fix this, right? Let me see what you got.
So we actually do two things. So right now, for example, we're working with places like Texas Card House in Austin. Now we're kind of going to other locations, and essentially they still use our table, but with an action tracker, just because we're slowly kind of adopting the RFID chips. We're based in Atlanta, so we're starting with card rooms in Georgia and working with them. A lot of home games, people have used it because they love kind of live streaming within themselves. So it's a great way for us to test and build our product. But right now, for example, Texas Card House is using it with an action tracker. And for them, we've basically taken so many different security precautions. And we're also talking to them now on how can we bring our security experts in networking and cybersecurity who have helped us build this product and kind of pinpoint not issues with everything that's connected to the product, because at that point, we've kind of already put a lockdown between when the card is read on the table to when it's on the live stream. All of that is pretty secure already. Mm-hmm. So what card rooms like this have to be doing is making sure that their entire system behind that is still strong, right? And that means the people sitting in the back room should be surveillanced, right? Even though you trust them, you should have a camera facing them, and that's some situation we've seen here with, I think Doug Polk put a video about the whole file cabinet thing, right? So there are situations like that should just be taken care of. And in terms of your network, that's a big thing, right? Your internet line should not be the same I've walked into card rooms where their internet line for a table is the same as their Poker Atlas, which is the same as their guest Wi-Fi, right? And there's some places that do a great job who have two separate lines, and those lines are completely secure, and no one can connect to that outside of the two computers. So there are a lot of these steps that have to be made sure. We also do a lot of penetration testing, a bunch of stuff to make sure cybersecurity is safe. But I think in the end, the biggest vulnerability will be social engineering, right? The ability to go pay someone to say, hey, you can see the cards, let me see them too, right? And stuff like that, which I think that is what we saw with Postal. It's possible that that's what's happening here. I don't know, but those are the situations that are most likely for the everyday person to kind of take advantage of these systems.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of don't feel. I'm kind of thinking I wouldn't feel comfortable playing on an all poker RFID table because I don't really want. Like, I just don't trust this art. I'd rather have nothing in. You know, the one way I know that no one can see my cards is there's nothing in the cards, and you know the cards aren't marked. And obviously the whole marking thing's a whole other thing with the inks and with the, you know, marking it in there, little subtle things like that. You just got to protect your hand like that. So I'm not sure I'd feel super comfortable with that setup, but I can understand for the sake of content and for the sake of live stream security and we're still in the really early stages of all this, and more card rooms are creating YouTube channels and they're making content. They're going to have tables. There's going to be more games and home games and all this kind of stuff like that. So it sounds like you're preparing to be a big player in that market. And I guess when you're based out of Australia?
Or not Atlanta? No, Atlanta.
Oh, Atlanta. Okay, so in Atlanta. I thought it was Australia. Okay, so you're in Atlanta. So are you guys raising money, or what are you guys doing for your?
We actually just are almost completing a round. We raised our second round of investment fund last month.
How much more you need? How much more are you raising?
Just a bit more. About looking to raise about 100K more to kind of complete the round.
So how much is your product?
The table itself.
Yeah, like what? So your service that you offer, like what does that entail?
Yeah.
Like, let's say I want to start Big Poppy Poker Room here, and I want to tap in some of your table. Like what does that transaction look like?
Yeah. So for Big Poppy Poker, we'd give a big discount, but I think for everyone else, it's basically we do two different models. We have basically the whole table, which you can pay for $7,500. Our goal is to kind of keep it extremely cheap compared to other RFID tables. In today's world, it costs about $15,000 plus to get a table like this. So we actually sell it at a loss. We sell it at $7,500 at a loss for us. But we make it back through the software. So we give you a bunch of these kind of security features and software for $300 a month. And what that allows you to do is much more than that. You can also connect and send notification to players in the app, so you can tell them, hey, there's a seat open in this live stream. You can do a post-game analysis and send that over. You can do a lot of content and information with that data, and still with the approval of the players, of course, so nothing to do with their whole cards, obviously. So that's one side. And then from the players, we have an app that basically gives them all their information, and the players have been loving that. They can kind of see their hand histories of their own hands. They can see every single game, every session they've played, their VPIP. We have an RF score, which is like an ELO rating, but for poker that we've generated using variants, and we've used a lot of statisticians and data analysts to kind of figure that out. So to get all that information for the app, it's $10 a month for the players. So in the end, we're kind of trying to spread it out.
Sick. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and actually, you'll be surprised if you look at one of these decks, like the RFID decks that Hustler uses in all these places. These decks cost $100 to $150 a piece. And our goal was, we're not competing with RFID decks. We're competing with normal decks, right? Because our goal is to make these tables accessible to people in their houses and stuff like that. So we sell our RFID decks for $10 a piece. We sell RFID chips for $1.50 a piece. So a lot cheaper than anything else you'll see out there.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, let's talk more about the 100K, right? I mean, I could probably get that filled up
sure, that'd be great.
Pretty quick for the last 100, because it sounds like that's going to be a big service, and I just know that market has a lot of potential. I think the poker table market, you know, I work with my guy Gorilla Gaming, shout out my guy Glenn. You know, poker tables and home games and, you know, the state of those things, I feel like just has so much room to improve, and the solutions and the strategies for marketing and the way that they work with the content creators. So, you know, poker tables is going to be something I think going to be a great business in the future. So
and I think I kind of want to quickly touch on one of the points you made about being safe playing on a normal table and the cards and everything, right? And I think that the poker community's kind of been through a bit of a rough patch with what we've seen with technology being used in poker. But if you look at every other industry and kind of the leaders in these industries, security has evolved so much in the last 15, 20 years, right? And we're kind of working to see how we can use that. Like the way RFID technology has changed golf with Top Golf or Putt Shack, Flight Club, all these places completely revolutionizing how the game's played. And now with more technologies kind of coming in with AR, VR, you want the game of poker to continue to evolve. And we saw that with online poker. I think this is just a natural next step. And in terms of investing too, we're working with a lot of these VC funds in California, not just big poker players, but we're also working with a lot of these people who know about technology security and have built a lot of these cloud platforms. And I think that's important to note.
Yeah, let's take some questions from the chat, guys, about some of the security stuff, about the table stuff. Give me some good questions. So I guess, why do you think Berkey's been so adamant about shutting the stream down? And I guess he's sort of saying like he wants him to do a proper investigation. But is there anything on the back end that you guys or he's felt like from your communication with him that there's like a vital security flaw that they have?
I think Berkey, all of his concerns are pretty reasonable. I've been talking to him for a few months now, about kind of getting a table for him in their studio for Poker Out Loud, and kind of just talking about the logistics there. And initially we kind of went to him saying, hey, you're going to love this data because that's what your whole training institute's about. But I think he quickly just fell in love with the security side because he's seen so many different types of live streams, from Poker Go Studio to Live at the Bike, Play to Hustler. So he has this experience, and obviously when you have that big of a voice, you want to make sure that you're doing the right thing to kind of put out there. And everyone's had their own opinions on things that have been said, but I think that the fact that you're kind of at least putting out there and what you're doing, what Doug's doing, what Berkey's doing, it's crazy how many poker players have kind of awakened during the last week to kind of give their opinion. And I think that's overall a good thing for the game because now it's showing that people want to actually put out their voice. And I think he's doing the same thing. I actually spoke to him this morning again, and we were talking about the whole point of like the security and building like this Michelin star for card rooms, because I think his whole point, and I think what people should make sure is that the players should feel comfortable, right? And if you have, the players can feel comfortable if the card room just says it, but you can't trust that the card room's always just going to say the right thing, right? So you want to make sure that the card room knows what's going right, what the players are knowing, what's the right thing. And I think that's all in the duty of the manufacturers, the people building the technology, to go and say, hey, you're doing the right thing, you're doing the wrong thing. Make sure that the players know it.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's the world I'm learning about, right? Like, I'm still learning about how the security works, what exactly it all entails. And I think the companies would say that maybe they're a little naive in terms of how they're handling things. My thought process, honestly, is that if I own the stream and I want to do whatever I want to do, you're not going to stop me. So it's basically my ability to turn down free money because of my morals and ethics. That's the ultimate precaution at the end of the day. In my mind, you can't. If the owner of the show who owns the software and wants to manipulate you, then they're going to be able to do it. And it sounds like the challenge maybe is to ensure that person, maybe that's always going to be a risk, but then no one else outside of that is going to be able to potentially infiltrate the system and to
And I think that kind of way of thinking is where the problem is. Like, here's kind of an example, right? Imagine if your Dropbox or Google Drive required you to host those files in your own house, right? Imagine Google one day said, hey, if you want to run YouTube or run Google Drive, you need to set up in your computer in your house to run all this, right? Most of the houses would easily be hacked just because I can go and type in password 123 as your Wi-Fi password and get in, right? So I think that's a huge vulnerability, and I don't think a system should be designed like that. Our goal is to make it completely integrated end-to-end. That's why we do this like monthly subscription thing. We want to make sure it's built into our business model too, right? The minute that you don't want the table anymore, you can't take care of the technology, we can take it back or we can give it to someone else and we can keep it running. But the goal is we should be the ones in charge of security. We should be worrying about that, not the card rooms, because this is a case of Hustler or Poker Go where these are large corporations, right? They can afford to kind of take these steps. But imagine if the same thing happened in some small card room in a random village in Texas, right? They don't have to be taking care of those security steps. And I think those are the places that are most vulnerable, because the minute they start playing a game past 1, 2, or 2, 5, they're going to have a lot of people who can easily take advantage of that. And I don't think that's the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's what people are trying to stop, right? It's a very big risk, and I mean, really, I'll probably I'm like in talks right now with people to do a game as well too, just because it seems like the only way to ensure that you're not getting taken advantage of here is to have your own game, have your own table, have your own setup. Whether that, however you want to make content out of that, whether it even is content, it's another story together. But you basically got to be in charge of the game, whether you're working with the casino or you are working with the production company or you have a home game like that. So I'll definitely look into more about your information with the table. We'll be more in touch about that. Matt Baird says, ask him how he defends against screen crab. This is a huge attack vector no one ever looks at.
Yeah, I'm going to assume you mean screen grab of like a computer that's
maybe like a team viewer kind of thing like that or something like that.
Yeah. So I think, for us, there is no screens involved in the first place, right? The computer on board doesn't even have a screen. You can't log into it in any way. Even we have to be like hardwired now to kind of get access to these. So there's really no information you can get. The only stream overlay is actually output after the 15 minutes. So it's after the hand already ends. Yeah.
Whew. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm learning. I'm ready. Okay. Guys,
Yeah.
listen, we actually got one of my other buddies, he RFID guy too. He'll be on here later, but we're going to let Manic go. We're going to have Robbi and Harala Bob come on here just a little bit. And yeah, we'll tap back in with you a little bit, man. I'm going to kind of let some of that information process, think a little bit more about it. I'm going to get some more questions as well too, because I'm pretty novice on the topic as well, but I intend to become an expert because obviously this is a pretty big area of the poker world that has been overlooked for a very long time. So we appreciate you for coming on here. We appreciate you for giving us more information as well. I mean, we could ask you a million questions, right? So, but yeah, thanks everybody in the chat. Give Madden a big thank you. If you want to follow him on Twitter, go check out his Twitter. I'll put it right here. And if you want to ask him any questions, hit him up, and we'll check back with him later. So, thanks, man. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right, see you, man. All right, guys, Manic came on there, the founder of RFID Solutions. So it looks like he got systems, he got tables. I really like the idea of being able to track as a player. You can track your VPIP, you can track your stats, you can track all that kind of stuff. So I think that's pretty sick. It sounds like it would make things more secure in terms of like the guy just seeing the computer screen or seeing those kind of things like that. I just got learn a little bit more about, you know, like when the data is in the device, how can I get into the device outside of the normal way? You know, that sort of things I'm thinking about, and what that process is like and how to protect against that. And then when the data is in the room, wherever the producer is, you know, if I'm running my show, I got to see my data because I want to put it on my screen, right? I want to say, okay, well, the game's got to play. Then what's that process like and who sees that? And if I got the transmission device, can I, you know, hit the buzzer, you know what I'm saying? So just kind of some things I'm thinking about. But yeah, the tracking is huge. But yeah, guys, we're watching the Max Money. Jason made a donation set about the Hustler. So basically, like I said, I've known these guys for a long time. Hustler Casino, Feldman. We always talked about this, right? They do a stream, then I help them share the content. I help talk about the content, talk about the game, talk about the hands, go over the players. So, you know, they love that. I'm sure I got 5,000 people watching, 6,000 people watching right now on YouTube and Twitch. So, you know, there's one strategy that's like they don't want you to do it. My strategy is I want people to see my shit. So this is like a new way. This is 2022. So that's the way I think about it. And I think a lot of the best companies out there, like UFC, you go on TikTok, everybody breaking down a UFC fight. That's a ton of free eyeballs that are seeing your brand, seeing your event series, seeing your content. Why would you not want users to create content around your content? It doesn't make any fucking sense why you wouldn't. Obviously, some companies choose that strategy. That's their prerogative. That's fine. They want to work it out a more of a traditional sort of way. Whereas, like, I feel like this approach is a more modern internet strategy that some companies are okay with, right? I'm okay with people using my content. I like people that if they want to share my stuff and make channels and create something fun from that, I'm happy to work together with them, and I'm happy to be able to let them use that. And if there's some sort of issue, then there becomes an issue. So I think they also think about that as well too. But yeah, guys, we got Robbi coming back in soon. The great Robbi J. Lou, and Harala Vulgaris will come back in. So like I said, the update with the case, guys, is basically the guy, Brian, came out of the woodwork and started making a bunch of posts on here, which I'll probably get into a little bit later. He basically just said, why would he pick the Jack 4? And this is kind of my Grinders with the subscription, or he got the dono for 100. He says, we'll sponsor your show. What do you guys do? Grinders? Are you guys is that the app? Or is your website Grinders? So yeah, I don't think I'm not sure I probably only want to work with like a company I really like for a sponsor. So I'll probably just do partnerships with like, you know, the events, I guess, basically. Let's see. So yeah, he basically made this post. He said he's not dumb. I play poker. I know that. I have card removal. I mean, listen, there's no fucking way I think this guy would pick that hand unless the cards got mixed up, which is what is one of the allegations, is that the 4 and the 6 could have got mixed up, and maybe, but I don't think so, man. Like, I don't know. Possibility, but I'd have to see more data about that. Banana Dan said, this guy's on it too, got me timed out again. What even is this? Get a mod, missing a funny bone. Listen, the mods in here, they're aggressive. I can't help it, right? This is modern day Rome in the chat. Like, people are fired up. We're going to figure things out, so. But yeah, this guy said, that Doug Polk mysterious filing cabinet, that narrative's false. I did not move anything. By the way, like, the guy seems to just say a lot of contradictory things sometimes. So, I mean, not really. I guess he basically said he loved Hustler one week, and then he said the next week he didn't like Hustler. He said he had the most secure team in the world, but then kind of makes it sound like it's not that secure. So I'm not really sure what to believe out of Brian. You know, I don't know much about him, but he basically said that he didn't move anything. I did not move anything that would change my perspective. If I want to see the real-time hole cards, I could have seen them from anywhere. I was sitting at any time from anywhere in the room. There are 10 monitors in the room, and you can see the hole cards in the program feed, which everyone working in production can see. So he's saying there's 10 monitors in the room. Anyone can see the cards, not just him. So he doesn't need to be the one sending this. Anyone can send something like that if they really wanted to. So he said, you don't need to be in front of the computer. I don't need to be there. So if I had a hidden camera in the room, then I'm going to see what's going on. And the hidden cameras these days are real easy, right? You put something there, right, the vent. It's a big room, big space, have a couple cameras up there. Then now, or you put TeamViewer on the computer, then you're able to get God mode activated. This stuff's real easy to do, not hard to do. So you can see the vulnerability issue with the 10 monitors being open with all the real-time cards in the room. So, but he said 10 monitors. I got to double check that with Feldman. I mean, I saw a bunch of monitors when I was there. I wasn't really looking for the cards. So he said the fact you're insinuating that I moved my desk closer to the corner to get closer is absolutely wrong. So everybody got it wrong. He said reports of a yell. That is a blatant lie. Nobody saw Robbi's hand. You back up the chips. You're literally making shit up. Our cameras can't see where they were since they were by the lockers. I was directing by the show. I can only see where the cameras show. So everybody got everything wrong. He didn't do anything. He didn't yell. There's no yelling. He said, did you ever stiff an online game? He said, I've never stiffed. Many people know me. I've never stiffed a single person. He said, I've been texted by Sean Deeb, Doug Polk, and Joey-Ingram in conjunction with Haral Bob, Bill Perkins in regards to the $215,000 reward if a whistle is blown in regards to cheating. In an effort to restore the integrity of poker, that's more money I've ever had in my entire life. I really need the money, and I really need the money. The problem is I didn't cheat. I didn't assist anyone. There is no whistle to be blown because I didn't take part in any cheating ring. At this point, I wish I actually did cheat so I could collect that reward, but the honest answer from the bottom of my heart is I didn't help anyone. I'm 90% sure Robbi didn't cheat. Do I believe her when she says she's innocent? Yes. But there's this small part of me that doesn't know if where the fuck am I at here? If she is sophisticated enough to hack Hustler Casino Live's graphics server in order to gain access to the real-time hole cards. So one thing I can say for certain is I didn't help Robbi or Rip or Beans or anyone involved in this dump. If I did, I would have asked for more than $15,000. Like, seriously, the audacity. That little amount is worth it. $15K is nothing. Which is kind of true what he's saying because he plays a lot of high stakes, and to high stakes players, $15K is basically nothing. Especially in Hollywood, people got millions of dollars, $15,000. Not really worth that much money. He says, I would have picked a less suspect spot than Jack 4, and I wouldn't have chose Robbi to be my horse if that was the case. I mean, listen, it just makes sense, right? Why the fuck would he choose Robbi with the Jack 4? It doesn't make any sense at all, right? The only thing I could see is if that card mix-up happened, and I'm told that isn't. I don't think that's likely to have happened, so So yeah, he said, and everyone who believes they're cheating via someone have access to whole card and signals. Put yourself in the position where for 6 hours you're able to see whole card and send signals. Why on earth would you pick a spot to send a signal when 15 cards are winners and 17 cards are losers? Think about it. You have God mode activated for 6 hours and you decide to flip a coin for $270,000. And the thing is that I think she maybe had a buy-in left on the side, but Rip borrowed money from Nick Airball, so it isn't really like they had a ton of money left, I think, to play. Maybe they had a rebuy or two, but I don't know if they would have chose that aggressive spot early in the session to do that. Owen Bed Smith says, no, it doesn't, Joey. No, it doesn't make sense, Joey. Open your silly eyes. I mean, I see the other side too. The other side makes sense too. Like I see both the arguments here pretty well. Someone said, this sounds like Robbi. I don't think Robbi understands like this stuff that to this intricate level of understanding. So I mean, maybe they're writing it together. I don't know. I mean, that's what you're saying. I just don't think so. So, guys, listen, we're gonna do the 2,000 like edible here. So we're taking the Trike Sativa gummy, and we got Robbi and Harala Bob coming in here pretty soon. Educated chat popping. After this is over, your new investigation should be why there's no ring finger on Veronica Bill. Veronica Bill. Joey's on board with some of the worst takes. I mean, what are you talking about, dude? Jim, listen, call up. Tell me what's bad about this take, right? You guys are just saying you don't believe him. I can understand that. If you don't believe him, this is a terrible take. I agree. I'm acknowledging that. I'm acknowledging that if you disagree with that, then this is a fucking dog shit take. I can agree with you if you disagree and you think he's lying to you. What I'm saying is that I'm not sure that that's what's taking place here. I'm not saying I believe the guy's words because the guy's showing a tendency to say some words and maybe not, maybe meet him that day, right? But maybe not meet him the next day. So, I don't know. I got to just, get a little more familiar with this guy and figure out where the fuck this guy's coming from. But to me, like, a version of this makes sense. Like, some of this stuff does make sense. You can't say it all doesn't make sense. Some of it makes sense. You could say he's lying about certain things, and you can say that you're convinced he did it, but I'm not. So if you think that I'm not is a bad take, then I can understand that. But I think the investigation should play out. It's day 10. FBI don't convict somebody in 1 month. They convict them over 3 years or something like that. So. All right, guys, let me get Robbi in here. Hold on a second. Poppy, will Oscar make an appearance? Yeah. Brian should come on the air with Joey and talk about it. I mean, I talk with him honestly. I don't think I told him, that probably ain't the best idea. Let's be real. You know what I'm saying? Like, the guy was taking money. I don't know what the ramifications of that are. I'm told from my lawyer, or the lawyer, that it really ain't that big of a deal. Like, it's not a big charge. I don't know if that's true or not. I got to get a second opinion. A prosecutor came on, New York City former prosecutor came on, said maybe it is, but Homebred said a 5 donation, 15K is nothing. Why would he make an arrangement for only 15K, yet he stole 15K? Open your eyes. So, well, I don't know. He might have stole it for a number of different reasons. I don't know. It's a fair question too, right? Why would he have stole it? I agree. But to say that that's not enough for me. To say that's dumb, I think that's dumb. So I think what you're saying is fucking dumb. So you think I'm being dumb, I think you're being dumb. Now we're in a stalemate. It is what it is. We move on. Johnny Whitaker said, I think she had some kind of automatic, very rudimentary type of computer that would only tell her if she was winning or losing. If that makes sense to you. I mean, maybe, but I don't think so. I don't know about that. It's possible. Anyone can have that. True. So, Chad F., welcome to the Legion as well, my friends. So let me go to the bathroom here, guys. Put back on the Max Payne Monday show. We're back to Max Payne Monday from last day. Gerald Balvagaris, he's going to be on here in a second. He brought that great orange hoodie. The great orange hoodie. Melanie says, thank God I'm high or I couldn't follow you. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we got to be a little edible out here, so. We also got Alex Jacob coming on. Epic, legendary poker, or Jeopardy champion, Alex Jacob, and also former pretty great poker player as well, too. I think probably more known now for his time on Jeopardy. He's gonna tap in as well. He, U.S. Poker Champ 2006. He got All-Star and Tournament Champion winners. So, yeah, for Jeopardy. So, yeah, he had a big brain. We got to get him on here. Curious what he got to say. He said he was watching. I hit him up. I said, yo, let's get you in here. And then we got my girl Claudia, my lawyer friend. She's going to check in with us as well. And then we got Tony. I think Tony going to come in. Hopefully I don't get him too late. I have them on the next day. So, but yeah, I'll be back in a sec, guys. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick.
Dressed at the table. Next to Margot, I guess.
400.
Hawk Falcon Birdman says Rounders is not that good. Right, yeah, see, that's a joke. He's kidding. He's kidding, guys. He's kidding.
5,200 out of his hand after the brand new ace of diamonds. He's holding. Oh.
All you can eat.
Z's American. Got over here. Yum dim sum.
Oh, wow.
1,400 more.
Who called Z? Who called Z? I called Z.
You paid all in for 2,000.
Oh God, this is
Zed,
the
you
worst
say Zed?
fold I've ever
Yeah,
made in
that's
my life.
Where?
Yeah, Zed is also Canadian. Is Zed,
What do we
right?
got?
Oh, wow.
God. I'm dead. You're drawing dead.
Ready?
Drawing stone dead. He said, muck now.
Oh.
There's a hope.
No.
There's a hope.
You have a hope.
But I paid?
Now you have a hope.
Oh my God.
How does Ruby's run this bad? Okay.
Let's hope for
The commentator curse. She hits a king. And she holds. She needed that one.
Oh.
That is good.
Holy shit.
Got a skin. Got a T.
This was no.
I was rooting for him. No offense. He's just a college kid trying to pay out some loans.
I'll still add on.
Okay.
5,200.
Can you?
Am I allowed to add?
Count your chips real quick.
Okay.
I didn't actually.
I think I only had like 6.
Floorgasming says Rounders is second only to Raver Poker's appearance on the Joey-Ingram show. Thank you. Thank you so much.
What did he say? Did we get a shout out? You're kidding me. What did he say?
This 200 was.
Poker's appearance on the Joey-Ingram show. Thank you.
I think I only had like 6.
Floorgasming says Rounders is second only to Raver Poker's appearance on the Joey-Ingram show. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Raver Poker came on the show at 4 a.m., 3 a.m. Some people said not a strong showing. I thought he showed well. I thought he showed out well. Some people said, maybe not. I don't know. I thought he did a pretty good job.
Yeah.
He talked about Max Payne Monday being the reality show. Some people were like, they didn't know about that, so they were kind of fired up. I'm gonna get her all Bob in here.
Points out that DK did look at his jacks. It's true.
Yeah, River Poker do a good job commentary this show on Monday night. He did a lot of great video work as well too.
Hey, we hit 1,000 likes, and he just
all right, let me get Bob the link. Hold on a second, guys. We got Haral Bob Vulgaris coming in. Then we're gonna be joined by Robbi J. Lou. Right after that. See what Robbie's up to. Shout out to Robbi. Yeah, guys, thanks everybody for tuning in. We're here. We're live. GTO headquarters, once again, Las Vegas, Nevada, here on the Las Vegas Strip, home of poker. Is it the home of poker? I think it's the home of poker. You can see the beautiful Paris, home of the World Series of Poker this year. Bellagio Fountains. Look at the great Bellagio Fountains. Always a great tourist spot. Mandalay Bay. You don't really go there. It's kind of far away, but it's got a good rooftop. So, got a good rooftop bar up there. If you're ever there, check that out. As well to Luxor Esports Arena. I'm trying to do something with the Esports Arena right now, so stay tuned more for that as well. Bally's, obviously Fremont Street. Only want to go there if you're a couple edible deep. Be careful. Recommendation: if you go late at night on a weekend. Only place to play poker, Golden Nugget. Nicest casino is called Circa. Doug Polk, once again, check it in. You guys see Supreme Leader Doug Polk. That is Doug Polk at the pool. Back when he was younger, it's Doug Polk, that's me, and then it's me when I had shorter hair, and that's this guy Sean Winter. He plays poker too. You can see him. So, all right, guys, we got Haral Bob coming back in. Hold on a second. Mr. Bob, are you there? Yo, guys, listen. Welcome, Haral Bob, back to the room, back to the game. Haral Bob, obviously been a lead detective in investigation so far, and he decided to go play in the damn game in the 2-seat, and unfortunately they gave you the old Hustle Casino shuffle, and you ended up losing about 30,000. So, Bob, welcome officially to the show. What'd you learn on your investigation?
Yeah, they said come play. We'll give you the 2-seat. It'll be fun. You can bring your dog, they said. What did I learn? I learned that the Hustler Casino is in a very dodgy area of town. That's what I learned primarily.
Yeah.
Aside from that, not a whole hell of a lot. DJ, was it DGAF? Is that how he goes by?
Yeah, DGAF, yeah.
DGAF sure puts together a pretty good 5-10 game. I'll tell you that. If I was a grinder, I'd want to be sitting in that game.
Yeah, you thought the players were? You thought it was a soft game?
I mean, they're not pros or anything, obviously, and they're fun people. They're fun to play with. But yeah, it wasn't your regular 5-10 game. I can bet you that much. That's for sure. Not in a casino, anyways.
Yeah. Did you see any vibration devices, or did DJF hit his glasses? I know DJF was pushing his glasses a little bit. You were kind of giving him stuff. Did you?
I didn't see. I'll be honest. I was watching. I was watching DGAF to see how often he pushed his glasses up, like the way he did in that supercut video. He did it once the whole night, and that was it. He never did it again. So I don't know if it was maybe the glasses didn't need adjustment. Maybe he was a little nervous. Maybe he wasn't super using anymore. I don't know. I'm just kidding. No, I didn't see him push the glasses up. That was probably the most. I'll tell you what. It was hard to tell. I think what they did was they had the temperature. I mean, it had to have been like 15 degrees Celsius, or like close to below zero, actually, maybe in that room. It was so cold. So, and I was shaking the entire time, and all I could think was, well, maybe Robbi was just cold, because my chest was shaking. I was like, it was so cold. Oscar was, people thought I brought Oscar kind of as like a prop, or like, some kind of GTO pickup technique, like you said. While everyone was focused.
Stop it! You definitely did. What are you
while everyone was focused on the poker game.
I can't let you lie. I can't let you lie on here.
Oh no! Listen.
You definitely brought the dog. Stop it.
Listen. Well. Okay. First of all, he's a PTSD support animal. Okay, let's just get that out of the way. I've been gambling my whole life. I've suffered a lot of post-traumatic stress from bad beats on the river, from half-court shots at the buzzer.
Okay.
They, engaged. Have broken engagements, a lot of post-traumatic stress. So Oscar is a very soothing, comforting dog. Okay. But anyways, while the eyes of the table were focused on the pretty people and the poker action, and DGAF pushing up his glasses or not pushing up his glasses, Oscar was walking around. He was sniffing, and he was moving. He was collecting evidence. He had the Hermes scarf on. People, that's mostly to distract. It's like almost like a magician's distraction technique. I'll be releasing some findings. Let me just tell you, I'll be releasing some findings. And if I'm Nick Bertucci, I'm nervous. That's all I got to say about
you're
that.
saying that your findings, Nick Bertucci should be nervous.
I'm just saying that when Oscar's done compiling his report and submitting his evidence to me, his evidentiary findings, people at the Hustler Casino are going to be a little nervous.
Yeah, so
I'm just like, no, I don't know what, he hasn't done anything yet. He's sleeping right now. He's tired, so I don't know. He isn't, but he looked like something was afoot. Let me just put it that way.
He looked like something was afoot. Okay. So Raul Bubbager is joining us. We're gonna have Robbi, Jade, Lou come on here just a little bit, guys. She's gonna be getting in the mix here as well. So, Bob, why'd you go play? What were you doing? Why you hadn't played televised poker since high stakes poker? You played 5K, 10K. Bob, be honest. Why'd you go play?
I was just curious. I was, I'd never been to Gardenia before. I heard it's lovely this time of year.
Oh, okay. Yeah, great area. Go to the mall, stop in the mall. Did you the dog make any friends while the dog was there? What happened? I saw a dog after. Dog was hanging out with
Joey, first of all, he's a working dog, okay? He was working that night.
Oh.
He's a PTSD support animal. He's got papers and everything.
Uh-huh.
No, honestly, I want to see the operation. Want to know what Ryan and what kind of show Ryan and where I wanted to take a good look. I said, look, if I'm going to play, I want to make sure of two things: DGAF's in the game, and I want to be able to focus on him the entire time.
Uh-huh.
That was basically what was happening.
Yeah, you had a real good eyesight.
I was going to follow the white rabbit, to be perfectly honest, and I think he knows what that means. So we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, you really had like a straight-on view of DGAF. I'm sure you were real excited about that all night. I mean, how excited were you when he put the Hustler Casino Live Shuffle on you? With when you made, I'm gonna scoot ahead real quick and I'm gonna go back. So you made the great 4-bet with it, or you had aces. You made the cold 4-bet. He had queens, and then the flop came queen high. The chat was going crazy. I was in the chat. They were losing their minds when that hand happened. Everyone was like, "It's rigged. They set this guy up." To me,
there was some weird stuff that happened before that hand. There was like, they came in, they changed a couple of the cards, a couple of the RFID things weren't moving. And I think I even said this after the hand was over. I asked the dealer if she learned that hand, where did she learn to deal that one, in prison? because it was it was a pretty specific cooler. No, well, I was worried. I wasn't worried about decaf. I was worried about DK because DK is a very tight, solid player, and he was in the hand also.
Yeah, he was real tight.
He if he's in the hand, you got to be worried. Now, look, everyone there was really nice. Just to be, I'm fucking around, but everyone there was really nice. All the players were great. Decaf was a good host. He actually loaned me the money to play in the game, so I didn't. People think I lost 30,000, but guess what? I haven't paid the marker yet, so we'll see about that.
Are you not going to pay him?
Oh, of course I'm going to pay him.
Oh, okay.
Unless
you're not going to wait 10 years, like
subject to Oscar's evidentiary findings. He'll receive payment.
So are you planning to be a regular on the show? I kind of feel like you fit right in. That great green tropical shirt you wore.
First of all, that's a people need to talk about where that's not just your run of the mill Hawaiian shirt. Okay, that's a very special print.
What does that mean?
It's a Prada shirt. It's nice.
Oh, okay. I mean, look good. You sent me a link to buy one. You said I should get one too. So I mean, you're trying
I was in Italy in the summer and it was like 108 degrees and super humid. And so the person I was with was like, you should wear silk. I'm not feel hot at all. So I was like, all right, let's go buy some silk. And Capri Prada, shout out, hook me up. Some silk.
Shout out to Prada. Listen, give Bob a discount on that shirt. So okay, so you played the game. You play with DK. Obviously, DK played a lot of hands. You got the Hustler Casino Shuffle done to you. Will you go play back again? Will you return to the Monday show?
Possibly. I don't know. It just depends on. I got a lot of stuff going on. Look, I'm running a football club, and that's not a joke. I really am. But if I'm around, I got nothing to do, and it's a Monday. Yeah, I'll probably go. It'll be fun.
Yeah,
well, I have a good time. I mean, despite losing, I want to go back and actually try and play poker to win this time. I'm not going to try to that might be actually because you have to play pretty specific to win in that game. I think. You certainly can't be splashing around as much as I was, that's for sure.
Right.
There's no folding. I even told the guy, I was like, look, you're the last guy I want to bluff here, so if I'm raising you, it's got to mean something, and he just beat me in the pot anyway, so anyways.
Mm-hmm. Did you meet any of the players in the game you like more than others?
I thought that Sashimi was a really interesting young lady. I didn't understand a lot of what she said, but I felt like when I did understand what she said, I felt like we made a connection. I thought Margot obviously was great. They were all great. The dude sitting next to me in the bedazzled suit jacket, he was
he kind of looked like Mark Cuban. He was giving. Yeah,
I saw that. That was funny. Your bit was funny. He did look a little bit like Mark Cuban. How about them putting Dallas Mavericks executive on the bottom instead of like the name of my football club? That really irritated me. I'm blaming Raver Poker for that, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I know they kind of
Feldman or a Raver Poker thing.
They're not up on the Spanish soccer league, I guess, right now. They don't know that you're recently living on the yacht and managing the Spanish soccer team over there. So you got to educate them, man. Now when Alan Keating's on the show, maybe he can make up for it.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Look at this hand. Look at Bob. Bob, I feel like there was a split second in your eyes where you thought about going Garrett Adelstein right here. I feel like once you saw the queens, you thought like, do I want it? Do I want to turn this like?
Most definitely not.
I felt like I see the eyes right here, and you're like, oh, you got to be fucking kidding me. That kind of Garrett Adelstein look he had when he saw the Jack 4. But then you took it in stride. Yeah, okay, I like it.
That's what this is. When you lose as much as I do, you're used to it at this point. Guess the problem, Garrett's not used to losing. That's really what we should be talking about. This guy never loses, so when he loses, he's got to automatically assume something bad happens. If I lost as infrequently as that guy did, I'd be like upset too.
Oh man. So what's your thoughts on the case so far? So there ain't been no charges pressed. We're gonna have Robbi on here talking more about that. You kind of saw the guy Brian went on 2+2. He basically broke down the room in there. Said anybody has access to the cards. Anybody could have got out of line potentially if they really wanted to. So what are kind of your thoughts on where things stand right now and where both sides have maybe talked about from the Hustler Casino management side and then maybe from the Garrett side and maybe from the other side as well too?
Well, I pulled my bounty because I didn't want to get wrapped up in this nonsense for too much longer. But every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in. What did I think about Brian's statement? I mean, Brian said some interesting things. I thought, like if you, I mean, he doesn't come across as a guy who seems that trustworthy in his statement. Like he says stuff. At this point, I wish I did cheat. It's like, who says I wish? Anyone who says, oh, I wish I did cheat. Those people, nobody who's innocent says, "Oh boy, I really wish I cheated." They're like, "Why did people suspect me?" And then he's like, "If I did, I'd ask for more than $15K." which is like, first of all, no one said you only got 15K. That's the first bit of business there. And then he's like, I would have picked a less suspect spot, and I wouldn't have picked, I wouldn't have picked it with Robbi. I certainly would have went with Robbi. I would have went with someone else. All those are great points. But it doesn't make me think he didn't cheat. When I read that, I think this guy's like, and then the other thing is like, if he really did wish he cheated, why wouldn't he just like make up some story and take the 250K? Right? I mean, the guy wishes he actually cheated. So why not just
I actually think, okay, so I got a few whistleblower things, and I think one of them was something like that. Because it was allegedly fake text messages that seemed pretty realistic, and they was trying to get some of the bounty, and I'm like, you know what, I'm not gonna send any of the bounty until, because I got the 40K in the crypto account, I'm not gonna send any of the bounty until I can verify some of this evidence.
Yeah, these guys are as shifty as can be. I mean, between Brian and Beans with a Z, I mean, those two guys should have a reality show where they just go around town trying to rob people. What? I mean, who wouldn't watch that?
What are you talking about?
I mean, they're like about the shadiest people I've ever encountered.
Bro, listen, Beans told me today, he said he'll come on here and go heads up with anybody. If anybody wants to debate him, they can ask him any question. He'll talk about anything. And I mean, listen.
I'd like to ask him a few questions. Like I'm mostly curious as to hear how the rest of his kid's birthday party went. That's what I'm most interested in.
Did he have a good day? I mean,
was it a good day? Did the kid have a good time? What time did that party finally wind up? Was it 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m.? I don't know. I mean, that sounded like a hell of a 2-year-old's birthday party. I'll tell you that. What was that? What was the morning like? Did the kid wake up and say, "Yo, give me 2 fingers of milk with some Lucky Charms. I'm having a hangover." Like, what exactly is going on here? But yeah, no. Look, these guys are. I said this before, and I think maybe it was offensive to Robbi because I don't necessarily direct this, but this is just too entertaining. Like it's just like, I mean, the cast of characters. This is like right out of a Mammoth play. It's like these guys are just not even really. This can't be real. Like Brian steals 15K off a stack, but then is like aghast at the thought that someone would think he would cheat. Like, what? I would do it for more than 15K. Well, okay, does that mean that when you stole the 15K, you also stole more because 15K is not that significant to you? Like the whole thing is just, yeah, it's just peak entertainment. It's just good. It's entertaining. So,
yeah. Vehe with the Ospin with the 4 on YouTube. Shout out to Vehe. He said, Joey, did you check out Garrett's tweets from earlier today? Most hypocritical thing I've ever read. Thoughts? I actually don't think Garrett tweeted today, so I don't know what exactly you're talking about. But can you be more specific, Vehe, with which tweet you're referring to? Because I can respond to that if you want to. So
take a look at the Garrett Adelstein Twitter account. I'm on the job right now.
Yeah, you and Tom Dwan are my two. You're like, it's like True Detective. It's me, you, Tom Dwan.
Season 3 of True Detective, Tom Dwan and Sean Deeb.
Sean Deeb, yeah, exactly. It's so funny. I mean, listen, can you imagine if you're outside observer, you see her all Bob on here grilling Robbi Jade, and then all of a sudden you're in the fucking 2 seat on Hustler Casino Live playing in the game on Monday? Like, it just, you can't. It's like, it's just.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's like, it just seemed kind of scripted.
I'm just here for the lulls. I mean, look, I don't want someone life to be turned upside. I mean, it looks to me like from an outside dispassionate observer that Robbi's not really. Maybe we can ask her this. It looks like she's not really suffering that much in this whole thing. I mean, she's kind of, she's like posting. She posted a picture of herself at the bar, like going on Chicago Joey's pod, like she's promoting her appearance.
Bro, Robbi, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if this is like how a guilty person, ladies moving. I don't see it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't really see it either. Like, that's what I've been saying. I'm talking. Like I said, I'm still open to it, and it's a long investigation. A lot of things got to uncover, and if it came out, then I'm sure none of us would be surprised. Obviously, right could go either way here, but
how about the thought that these cast of characters are going to outsmart us? That's when I really get humbled. Like, if these guys really did cheat and get away with it, they got. I mean, that's when you're just like mid 100 IQ or lower, because if these guys are outfoxing you, you're not like might be time to hang up the detective cap.
You think so? I don't think so. Really only so much you can do. At the end of the day, it's the Hustler Casino Live who's on they got to do it all.
That's true. We got Bertucci on the case, so I'm sure everything will. By the way, I saw something funny posted on Twitter. Someone posted this on Twitter. or it might have been Reddit, where I was like, I'm gonna start a new poker podcast. It's like, oh yeah, oh yeah, what are you gonna call it? Ante Up, the Nick and Veronica, blah blah blah. Nope, I want to call it the Nick Bertucci Poker Show.
I saw that. I mean, it makes sense to name the podcast after yourself. It does make sense.
Yeah, really.
So, I gave the link to Robbi. Robbi said she's gonna get in here. She seemed fired up.
Can we make sure Robbi puts the camera on?
Yeah. She got to put the camera on.
Jeez, I was like,
more cameras better. Listen, we don't want to see me or Robbi. Who do people want to see? Want to see me, Haralabab, or Robbi? I think they probably want to see Robbi. So we ain't really got to see much from Robbi as well too. So Vehe said tweet from October 9th where Garrett said it's not okay to ruin someone's reputation without clear evidence. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, we can talk about that later. But we got Robbi coming in. Hold on a second. Let's see where
she's sideways.
Where's she at?
Connecting to audio sideways.
All right, chat. Please welcome.
Oh wow! Look at here she is, Robbi.
Is she here?
That?
Oh.
Here.
Hello.
How about the cam?
It's a little bit of a lag.
Let me make sure I'm connected.
Uh-oh.
Who's that in the background? You got someone there with a notepad and paper. What you got a team there prepping you? Is that your publicist back there? What's going on?
No. What are you guys looking at? I love that though.
Guys, listen. Welcome.
Oh, there we go. All right, we're good.
Welcome, Robbi, back to the chat, guys. Everybody on YouTube, everybody on Twitch. We're joined by Robbi J. Lou. Robbi Jade said that she wasn't really talking much, and she said she'd hit me up if she was interested in talking. And then she hit me up today, and she said, I'm interested in talking. We don't know if she has a couple of wine. Robbi, what's going on? What have you been drinking? The wine? I mean, I've had a couple edible. I wish I had wine. I'd have a glass of wine with you right now, out of respect. But what's going on, Robbi? How's things going?
Well, thanks for pointing it out, Harry Potter. I told you guys this. Like, I never asked for this to happen to me, so I do have like a PR team that I had to like hire at the top of the world. Thank goodness. And yeah, they've been helping me get through this and like twisted. I will say that they've limited who I can speak to. So Joey, you're very lucky because they think that everybody in the world of the podcast is not to be spoken with. And everyone's full of shit. So you're like the least full of shit off the totem pole. So you just like barely hit the mark. And so you slid right in. So here I am.
Oh, thank you. Shout out to the PR team over there at Robbi J. Lou, the PR squad, for letting me qualify. So what's going on, Robbi? So last we heard of you were taking the mental health break, even though I saw you on Twitter all weekend. You didn't take a break.
I switched that writing because it was supposed to be I'm taking a mental health break, and then it was like I'm going to attempt to take one. So I don't think I posted anything, and I didn't follow a lot of things. It's hard because the Twitterverse is difficult if you're not caught up on it. Like I was trying to find an old tweet that you had asking if I was done with my mental health break. Couldn't find it because it was like lost in the abyss and the darkness of the web. But yeah, I did take a day or two off. It was nice. I tried to get a massage, but I think I had nightmares with the entire process. I will say that I'm just trying to deal with this and cope with this. I'm in Vegas right now. So the background is MGM Skyloft.
Pretty nice suite you got there.
Yeah, I'm just hanging tight and getting ready for a lie detector tomorrow morning. I was actually going to take it back in California. I heard those are really not the most reputable lie detector.
Uh-oh. Is that for the same for you, Bob?
No, what's that?
No, it just froze just a little bit for us, Robbi. So sorry, kind of cut you off. So basically, you were saying that you're here to take a lie detector test tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
PR group, other meetings and such. Also, the lie detector thing. I'm going to take that tomorrow morning. So if you don't hear from me, I guess I can pass.
Did your advisors tell you to put a thumbtack in your shoe?
So you know what's so funny? He was like, "What are the ways that you've heard about beating the test?" I was like, "Well, I heard that you pull your leg hair, but I have no hair on my body." He's like, "You can't do that because your hand."
Yeah, you got to put a thumbtack in your shoe, and then anytime you answer a question honestly, you push your foot into the tack. I don't know if you lost her.
Did you know this? Well, the guy I'm going to is the most reputable guy because he has a full government clearance and he like works for Area 51 and shit. Like this guy's legit. And I was waiting on Eric Person to get back to me. No harm on him. I haven't heard from him.
Or the best.
I also did tell him that I did tell him I was going to be back in California today. I ended up not being able to do that, and I'm here. I'm not going to be back until Thursday morning. But I also heard that Nevada has a better license for the lie detecting test, and when I actually agreed to it, my management team already had one in place, and then I asked for them to get me an even better one. So that's where I'm going tomorrow morning. So you guys will hear from me tomorrow morning. I guess they will release the report as far as what the results are. But even a bigger development that I think you'd be excited about hearing, Joey, that I was kind of going with Chad Holloway about today, is that I did press charges yesterday. It was a holiday for the police department or like the detective department. But I got in touch with the head detective. I asked him if I could release his name, and he's like, look, I don't speak to the press, but it's the biggest talk in our office right now in Gardenia, California. And he's like, it's all over the news, and I don't want to make it any more of a circus that it has been for you. But if you feel that you need to release my name, you're more than willing to do so, which I'm going to say first and foremost to you right now, and it's Hugo Luna. That was my publicist over there, PR.
This is who?
He's the lead detective on the case. Two things. You're going to press charges. There's two ways to go about it. I can go right now and make an arrest. In order for me to do that, you have to give me proof of admission of guilt. Number two is that we can go through like the judge or whatever, but it would have to be through a warrant. It would take longer and it's more tedious. In speaking to Charles Liu, my husband, he said, just have him go make the arrest. Give him the messages that you received on Twitter from this person, obviously the admission of guilt through 2x2. And he said, in order for it to be reputable, let's do it in public. So on Thursday morning at Hustler Casino, where my car has been since the incident, I kid you not, Ryan Feldman wrote me today and he said, hey, Robbi, so your car has been here, your BMW has been here since the day that you left. I was like, yeah, because when that happened, I took a freaking Uber home and I left my car there. I have other cars, so what does it matter? And then I'm kind of like, oh shit, my BMW is still at Hustler Casino. It's been there since.
So this is Brian. You're going to press charges against Brian.
Yeah. And I did talk to the detective about it, and I said, hey, and he's like, so I wanted to talk to you about that. I was like, look, when I asked you, and I said, does this man have any priors? You and Nick both said no. And he's like, well, I think there's confusion. Maybe you misunderstood. I was like, no, maybe there was a little confusion. I don't want to blame anybody. It is what it is. And he's like, well, I also told you could always change your mind, and you're changing your mind now, and that's okay. He's like, what would make it easier for me is if you provided me proof. I was like, well, I have messages from Twitter that everyone thinks that I wrote to myself. And he's like, well, easiest way to square that away is if you hand me the messages directly from your phone, and then my entire whatever detective team can deal with the accuracy of those. I was like, fantastic, because I would love for this conspiracy world to at least dismiss the fact that I didn't write those to myself. I didn't.
Come on, Robbi, you wrote the one message on Instagram. You didn't write that to yourself? You didn't coach him on what to write?
I don't know who he is. And so then I said, Parabolobulus, I said, listen, there's this man named Harry Potter and he doesn't believe me. So can I submit my phone records? And he's like, if you want to submit your phone records, we'd be happy to go through that and make it public record.
So you're doing everything to clear your name. This is fantastic.
I'm going to submit all of my Twitter messages. And this is like the Gardenia department or Gardenia Police Department's lead detective on the case. If you think I paid him off, you've got a bigger fucking problem under your belt. Like, I did not write those messages to myself. Did I find it kind of suspect that he uses the same ellipsis as me, ellipses, whatever you want to call it? I mean, I don't know. I don't sit here and evaluate those things.
That was nothing. But are you saying you wouldn't not write a message to yourself?
What's funny is that Alan Kessler has been on my side for most of this.
The wouldn't not thing was a little suspicious. I'm just going to say, as a dispassionate observer, it looked a little suspicious.
Okay, well, would you like his number? I will give you.
Oh no, I don't. Look, I'm just here to get to the bottom of it. So
trying to jeopardize their job, and I'm not trying to pay anybody off. No, I said, you know that the world doesn't believe me. He's like, oh no, we know about it. We've been talking about it in the office. He's like, to help you out, why don't you hand me directly? And like my PR team's like, we'll have press and everybody there. Thursday at 1 p.m. at Hustler Casino. And if you guys want to be there to observe it, you will see me giving them my phone. Giving them my phone.
Does that mean our messages are going to be subject to the police scrutiny as well?
Oh, I'm sorry. They're going to be subjected to some.
Oh man, I would have.
What'd you say, Bob? What'd you say in the messages? You're kidding me. Bob, what'd you say in the messages?
I mean, I'm not comfortable with that, Robbie. I wish you would have told me that ahead of time.
You're the of their problems. They just wanted guilt through text from him. And I got that level of admission of guilt. And Joey has been like the most wonderful person in all of this, because I handed him the phone number given from that Twitter messaging. And I never, thank goodness, called him from my phone. So I did that on purpose. I wasn't.
You never called him.
I kept saying, the only thing I kept saying is like, if you want to share a story, go on Joey-Ingram. Share your story, go on Joey-Ingram. And he agreed to it up until the last minute. And he lawyered up and decided that he wasn't going to go on, which is probably the right thing to do for him. He unfortunately had an admission of guilt. And what really broke my heart was, and this is where people are going to be like, she's such a liar, but this is just who I am. Like, I'm not trying to ruin someone's life. This guy has 2 kids. And I got a call from Hustler Casino saying, hey, Robbi, we can't tell you what to do, but we have extra evidence, new information that this particular person that you forgave on Thursday has committed what looks like additional levels of theft with Hustler Casino staff, Hustler Casino live staff, as well as potentially other people in the casino at the time while he was working. And it was then where I was just like, what? And then I got, my husband sent me what looked like the most insane prior records rap sheet, so to speak. I mean, I feel bad for this guy, but I was like, whoa. I mean, I don't think that the lead detective at that point was making a purpose to not tell me the truth. He just didn't know. And he did warn me. He's like, we can't really know until you press charges, but we think he doesn't have a record. And that
he said earlier, I don't know, look, I don't want to go all Sean Deeb on you, because don't take, but I'm just curious. Do you think that it was the detective that said he didn't have a prior record, or you said earlier that it might have been Nick who said he didn't have a prior record? Which was it, the detective?
I said, Nick said it, but you have to understand one thing, and my husband owns a bunch of restaurants and bars around LA, and he says, if you don't have a high level job, why would we spend the extra amount of money to see if you have any level of record? It's not something that's commonly done. So for somebody,
at the police station was when they said he didn't have a record.
We were never at the police station. It was a call made casino, very immediate call at 1 p.m. on October 6th on Thursday. I got a call from Nick Vertucci, and funny enough, when I picked it up, I said, "Hey Nick, what's up? Butt dial?" And he's like, "No, Robbi, not a butt dial." I was like, "Oh shit," because I thought, somebody that I'm involved in like this investigation. I didn't expect Nick Vertucci to be calling me. He was also a little afraid of like the threats my husband had made out of anger a few days prior. And he was like, this is a complete like separate situation that we uncovered during the investigation. And that is that one of our employees stole from you $15,000 during the live stream, post live stream. And he's like, and you have to decide now what you need to do with it.
Why would they need your phone? Why would they need his confessions that he confessed to it? Why would they need that as evidence when they have the video? That's what's weird. It's like,
Thursday, the lead detective is going in, and it's weird. I could have actually gone through the court system. My husband said that takes way longer to get a warrant. And he said, I need the video. I need, I don't know. He was like, it would really help. I was like, well, I have a confession through Twitter that no one believes that's him. He's like, oh, we can verify and validate that it's him if you just give me the Twitter. He's like, but you can't send it to me because I don't know if that's altered. So you need to hand me your phone so that I can take your Twitter, and I never deleted it. He's like, and then that way we can validate and verify that it really not coming from him, which Joey has already validated. The first person I called actually was Nick Vertucci, and I said, hey, I have a phone number here from this guy that claims to be, because I didn't believe him, claims to be Brian. And I said, Nick, can you give me the phone number? And he's like, oh, wait, hold on. I have his number. And I'm like, do you go first or I go first? He's like, I'm going to say the number and you tell me if it's right. He said the number. I was like, oh, shit, that's a number.
Yeah, so I basically texted that number and I asked him something only he would know, because we had an exchange on Twitter where he was kind of pissed off at me because the first video I was like, well, you know, the team, if someone was in on it, the team's doing something. He was like, yo, you're disrespecting me, and I'm like, bro, what are you talking? Like, we got to talk about the theories. This is what we're doing here. We're talking about the theories. So we had a conversation. I brought that up in the message, and he knew exactly what I was saying right away. You know, there wasn't a delay. It wasn't like I got to check. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody else could have known what this guy knew when we had that exchange. So other things we said in the conversation, it led me to believe that it was him. He talked about a little bit about the stuff he posted on the poker forums as well, in a fashion that I believe was that person. And the way he was speaking about poker on the forums leads me to believe it's someone that's more experienced about poker, that understands what they're talking about on a deeper level. So it would lead me to believe that that person who was posting on the forums is that same person that I was texting with the number that you gave me, that I confirmed with Nick Vertucci, and Hustler confirmed that it was him. So yeah, I spent some
You're
time
doing a lie
talking to him.
detector test in Las Vegas tomorrow. Then you're flying back home to do a press conference, a press event at the Hustler Casino.
It's not even a press conference. I have to actually hand over my phone to the detective so we can validate that that's really Brian.
But the people will be taking photos of it.
If they want to, maybe now that he did say that he's not speaking to the press, but it is the biggest talk in Gardenia Police Department right now. I imagine. As you
What other
can,
cases you think they're working on at the Gardenia Police Department? That's what I'm curious about.
department doesn't have that much excitement.
Probably not.
I mean,
Not that anyone. Wait till they find out your BMW's been there for 4 days.
It's not 4 days. It's been
We could take the
like a week and a half.
A week and a half. Yeah, it's all been.
I almost forgot about it. Yeah. Ryan's like, hey, so they're about to tow yours. We're going to let you go through till Friday before we tow it. And you know what? I thought it was an opportunity to just go pick up the 15,000 chips, $15,000 of chips that were stolen from me that I never thought I'd ever get back. A big part of the reason why I never wanted to actually move forward with pressing the charges, because as soon as I found out that Brian had already utilized those chips, I was like, I mean, I can't take broke, man. And it still stands true. Like I could take this guy or this kid or whatever you want to call him away from his 2 kids. But I'm never going to get the money back. So what satisfaction does it give me? It doesn't give me satisfaction to ruin someone's life that's already potentially ruined.
Yeah, but you didn't ruin his life. To be fair, he made decisions on his own to do what he did. And so he's putting you in an unfortunate position where now you have to decide not to.
Kids? Do you have kids? Most people in poker don't. Because we're fucking degenerates, and we're sitting here fucking at the poker table, not fucking literally at the poker table.
Speak for yourself. I choose to do my fucking in different places other than the poker table. Just FYI. I don't know what kind of games you're in over there at the Hustler Casino and the other games you're in, but my games are there's none of that stuff going on.
They were like, wait, why are you asking these questions? It matters to me. Maybe I have a bigger heart than others. I don't want to mess with this kid's life that has 2 kids that are not going to understand why their dad's in jail.
Yeah, maybe he needs to learn a lesson. He needs to.
You know what? Oh, don't you enough? When I was 17 and a half years old, I stole a fucking stupid ass necklace from Macy's with all my friends. Like they got conspiracy and like we were fucking around. You stole it, and I went to a first time offenders program, and granted it was like underage. I don't know if they're going to try me as an adult, whatever. I have nothing on my record because of it, but it was like a diversion first time offenders program for people to like be good so they never fucked up again in their lives. And it was very effective. I have never stolen again. That was enough for me not to commit. Granted, I was 17 and a half, whatever.
Well, so then what changed between 17 and a half and now and you decide you're going to cheat a poker game on stream?
I haven't, and I don't need to. I don't need to cheat to have money. And guess what? Even if somebody hands me the same amount of cash, I'll give it away gladly. And if I want to hurt other people for what I was accused of, that would only make me vindictive. And it's just not who I am. I don't give a shit. And people are like, the thing is that like, if I wanted to do this for attention or fame, I would have just pulled like a Kim Kardashian sex tape situation. This is the most vulgar and awful way to put me out in the spotlight and to be recognized and realized and accepted into this very heavily dominated male industry. Yeah. And so Caitlin Komsky, I love you, girl. You just kind of made me less because of the love you have for me. I don't know what you're all about. You make me question my sexuality. You are awesome. I'm here to
sure
just
that's
like,
what made you question your sexuality? It wasn't spending 8 hours at Javier's with Rip Hairball and then Joey and me on chat. That'd make me question my sexuality too.
Harry Potter question. I'm going to answer this. We met at 5 p.m. I was picking up my ID from one of my good friends, Huey. I hope he doesn't hate me for just saying this. He is
Nobody's watching.
No one's
he lives in Orange County. Nikki
Now we've
Airball,
narrowed it down to Huey from Orange County.
for whatever reason at Javier's, because I think Nikki Airball lives in Long Beach, Jacob lives in San Juan Capistrano. It was like a middle ground for them. And I was already picking up my California ID, driver's license, from my friend Huey, whose game I was playing in the very night before, and I have multiple people. It was a private game in downtown LA that I attend once in a while. It's fun. It's kind of like a party. Lots of beautiful girls are on my team. And I went to go pick it up, and so I went to go visit them. They were already getting smashed with like rounds of tequila. I was like, good for you guys. Getting hammered. I was there for a few hours, and I was like, I have to go to my sister's because she's having a thing tonight. She just got back from 3 weeks of being in Palm Springs. Like, I wanted to go and hang out with my sister. I drove from Orange County at Javier's all the way to Pacific Palisades. If people think I drove wasted, I mean, okay.
No one said you drove wasted. Where did you come up with that one?
Well, because like, I mean, if you're gonna be at Javier's for 7 hours, you're gonna be hammered, right?
I guess, yeah. You probably
yeah, of course. You have margaritas. You're
or
never
really
staying at
into-
Javier's unless you're on something, edibles and margaritas.
or really deep into
preferably.
the queso, that's for sure.
Right. There's no 7 hours. You're not 7 hours. You'll be blacked out Javier's. You stay for 7 hours.
It was cool. But I will say there's like red flags about him because I've never heard a man talk more shit about anybody in my entire life than he did that night. I laughed it off. It's cool. People can be those type of people, those characters. I have nothing against him even to this day. And I thank him for driving Jacob home that night. But yeah, I had to call his wife to get like the code to get into his house, and because he was driving his Rolls Royce to his home. I mean, that was a fucking hot mess. The whole night was a hot mess. But I wasn't sober either. I'm wasted in my sister's hot tub at like 3 a.m, and I didn't know how to handle the situation. I'm thinking, whatever. I'm not getting on until 2 p.m. the next day.
Yeah.
And I
have a question for you.
I thought I had plenty of time to sleep. And just so you guys know, that is why you saw me the next day with sunglasses. I have never worn sunglasses on a live stream, but I didn't feel so well.
Sure.
So I'm sitting. See, that's why I'm feeling a little, and that's why I'm acting fucking off and shit. Like, I mean, how do you guys feel the day after you drink too much and don't get enough rest? Like, you're gonna kind of pretend like you have your shit together, and then pretend like you know why the fuck you made some moves that you did, but like you're like halfway not there.
Mm-hmm. I have a question for you. Joey, do you gotta go? I have a question.
Yeah, actually, it's about what you said. So on the Poker News interview with Chad, you mentioned that you'd been with twin sister the day before, but then Nick Airball said you guys were having a 7-hour dinner at Javier's. So I guess I wanted to clear that up a little bit for people.
I swear to God, unless he wants to pull out the cameras from friggin' Javier's, show me that I was with him the whole time. I can't believe he drove his car. The amount of alcohol that they were reeling in, and my buddy Huey can attest for that. Because I left
Huey from Orange County.
Yeah, no.
because you just outed him like 30 seconds ago.
Huey's my homie, and he's down. He'll be okay with that shit.
Hey, I got a question for you. I'm starting to notice a theme here. You know these lie detectors, they're yes and no type of situations. How are you ever going to be able to answer a question in a yes or no fashion? It doesn't seem to be in your wheelhouse. Like, are you worried about that at all? That the guy's going to be like, yo, can you just tell her just fucking shut up for a second and answer a yes or no question?
Are you like lie detecting my ass right now? Like,
I'm just trying to prep you. Your PR lady's too busy ordering bottles of wine over there. I'm trying to prep you.
Like, are you blobulous? Ask me if I like you, yes or no.
Ask if I what?
If I like.
I don't. Look. We don't have the. I need the stuff. Okay, Robbi J. Lou, do you like Haralabobolus, also known as Harry Potter?
Maybe.
Yeah, there you go. Let me ask you another question. So this is just, and again, I'm not going all Sean. But you said something that I thought was like really endearing, and it made me actually worry about you a little bit. But you said this like on your first call in, you were like, look, I'm just a pawn in this giant game that these men are in. What's that?
Am I not?
I don't know, but what does that mean? Like you said, a pawn in a scheme, but what's the scheme?
I have
Oh,
all
what is
of,
the scheme? What is the scheme?
I don't even know if you're considered actual like a real professional poker player here, you Velopolis, but I
I'm
will
not
say
a professional poker player. Did you see me last night? I lost 30K in the easiest game ever. How could I be a professional?
anything. And here's one thing that I will respect about people that play. That doesn't mean shit when you win 30K, and it doesn't mean anything when you win 100K. There's a part of poker that is affiliated with luck, and there's a part of life that's affiliated with luck, and there's a part of any job that you do in the industry that's affiliated with luck. One of my best friends is the top Grammy winner in her field of singing music, and she even says she was discovered at 18, and she was a good singer, but it was coupled with opportunity and where she was when she was discovered and having good looks like a lot of and the fact that her dad kind of knew people in the industry and luck. She got lucky because of that with some talent, but that doesn't mean she was the best singer in the world. So like, there's a lot of luck in every opportunity that you have, along with dedication and all that crap. With that,
Sure. Well, what about that? But what did you mean by being a pawn in the scheme? What does that mean? I'm just curious. 'Cause I do. When you say something, I assume it's true, and you're trying to like.
It was fair.
Yeah.
I mean, stop being a pawn in everyone's scheme to get them more clout and get them more visibility on their podcasts. And let's be honest, that's a real thing, right? So like when you're like, I mean, I'm not, the sad thing is this isn't like a good look for me. I'm infamous, which means that it's not like something you want to be noted for. It's something that is kind of negative that everyone is recognizing.
Until you pass the lie detector test and turn on your phone and you're vindicated, then you'll be a hero.
No, I don't think so.
I do.
You know, only was them, and he said, "Why would you take a lie detector test? When you take a lie detector test, it's like taking a Trump supporter and making them feel more validated in the fact that they voted for Trump, and it's taking like the opposite supporter like Biden and more vindicated. But you can never turn a Trump supporter into a bride and lover from a lie detector test. It's only like validating everyone's position about you. It's not changing minds."
Sure.
The
reason why I asked that question about the pawn and the scheme, whatever, because like did someone tell you to say that you misread your hand from
No. You know what? They told me not to say that I misread my hand, because when I looked at the video back again, I saw that I looked down at my hand. And I was told, "Hey, Robbi, come on, don't play that card anymore because like you looked at your hand." And I started second guessing whether I actually misread my hand or not.
So at this point, we don't even know if you misread your hand. You don't yourself don't even know if you did misread your hand.
100% misread my hand. If you look at how I acted with every single hand in any game I played, and the only way you can really evaluate me is through live stream, it's very indicative of the fact that I absolutely 100% misread my hand. And people will be like, "Well, that was the most absurd like behavior that you had." Well, the only way that it can be explained is that I was holding Jack 3, and it wouldn't be that absurd. Hold on, I have a glass of wine.
Go for it. Joey, what do you think? What's going on here?
Well, the chat, I mean, I sort of like, listen, I feel like maybe the chat and me aren't necessarily on the same page. I've thought about this so much. I've thought about this talk with Robbi a lot. I've talked with Nick Vertucci a lot. I've talked with this kid, Brian. I've talked with, every party involved, right? Been in touch with Garrett. I talked with everyone. I got all the stories. I got all the information. I'm looking at the case. I'm looking what's going on. And a lot of weird shit, obviously, right? A lot of the stories, the hand contradicted itself in some ways. There's a Jack 3, Jack 4. I'm still not even sure what you meant either. And what happened with this kid, Brian, I mean, this is the weirdest thing I've ever heard in my life. The guy went down there, took 15K.
Right.
Like,
I literally going to submit my phone.
Right.
I mean,
but that's what I'm saying. If there was a relationship, obviously there'd be some sort of track of it. You guys didn't just fucking meet.
Yeah, but the thing that, Joey, just to be fair, and this isn't had nothing to do with Robbi. I'm just saying like the obvious. Like there's a difference between submitting your phone and getting actual phone records that shows you messaged before.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
You could delete all your messages, and then like I'm hoping you'll do with our Twitter exchanges. I'm hoping you'll delete those before you send them over.
No. Negative. You can actually subpoena all of your text messages, and I'd be happy to do that for you.
But that's different than what you're saying you're doing. Are you saying you can
see he wants to see that there was a confession in place.
But they have the video. What does it matter? They have the video of them stealing.
I see then. Okay.
He wanted it. Okay. I have no idea.
I think he wants to go through your photo rolls. What I think is really happening.
You're a magician, so you should come out there and
I'm a magician? No, I'm not a magician. Listen, Hermione, just relax. Take it easy for a second here.
You relax, Harry Bablobulus.
I'm not a magician. You're the only person who called me Harry Potter. Now I got to wear it for Halloween. I got to like get an outfit for my dog that matches. You put a lot of pressure on me now. I got to live up to this wizard. I got to get glasses now.
So I guess a question about that. So basically, if he gets charges pressed against him, are they going to search him to figure out who he's associated with? I'm not sure how that works. I don't know if you know how that works, but like, let's say that, Hustler Casino is doing the investigation now. So they're trying to figure out, maybe this guy might not have been with you, but maybe it was with somebody else. So are they going to do a search themselves with him to figure out, okay, well, was the guy doing anything else to anybody else? Because like you said, if you subpoena the court records, then you can get that without the text actually being deleted. So even if you delete something, you still get access to it. So
I think they're doing it. I think, Joey, they're doing it to see if it's pertinent to the theft, not for the cheating. The police aren't interested in the cheating. That's not what we're talking about. Got it. So the cheating is more in Hustler Casino's standpoint, whereas this particular thing is going to be more just related to the theft of the 15K. And that's really all they're going to look for and search for.
Chris, I'd be happy to give them to you.
What'd you say?
I'd be happy to give you my phone records. You guys think I have something to hide? I'm so fucking
No. Listen, I'm going the chat. I'm reading the chat than people out there, right? I'm more looking about the media side. People want to know this. Like, you're saying this, and I'm listening to what you're saying, but a lot of people out there are saying, well, I don't believe her. So it's up, it's really up to you in that situation. Do you care about what these people think, and do you care about trying to get everybody on your side and get everybody to believe you? And if you don't care about that, then you don't got to do anything that you don't want to do. So to me, I just see that as well. If I wanted to convince people that I did this, and I felt like I had this proof, and I felt like I had this evidence that would say, hey, listen, like, go through my shit, like nothing's there, then maybe I would consider doing that. But obviously that's a little over the top and uncommon. So, if you didn't want to do that also, I'm sure people would understand as well.
I care about giving love back to my supporters from day one, and I think the ones that are providing a lot of hate because they're just giving more attention to the fact that I'm going to milk this into something positive. I never asked for this. I never asked for this negative attention. I never asked for my name to be dragged through the mud. I never asked for the defamation that's coming upon me, and I'm not threatening anybody with any type of lawsuit. But I will say this. The more attention you give by giving me hate, the more you're driving attention to a case that's becoming something more than it actually should be. And I'm not going to sit here and lay down on the ground and cry. I'm over that. I did that. I'm going to be honest with you. I went through a hard time in the beginning of the weekend, and I think that's a natural instinct. I have empathy and I have a heart, believe it or not, and I have emotions like a regular human being. And so of course I went through that, but you get to a point where, and I've said this on the podcast with Chad Holloway at Poker News, which is you start off and you're sad, then you get mad, and then you get numb, and then you fight. And I'm in fight mode right now, not in the most aggressive way, just in I'm going to chill for a little bit. I took a little bit of a break over the weekend, and I tried to get a massage, but I had nightmares halfway through it. And all these weird things. And it was forced.
This was you're getting nightmares halfway through it. What was it? What was that about?
I mean, I think I woke up and I was like, oh, wait, what am I doing? I'm in a massage or whatever. It was what it was, but it wasn't I'm not good at relaxing. I'm already kind of a neurotic person, as you can imagine and see. So for me to do that, relaxing is hard enough. And so I tried, and I saw somebody that said that I liked posts through the weekend. Well, yeah, maybe once in a while. I'll always like somebody that supports me, and hence the reason I follow them. It is what it is. I like people that support me, and I support people that are supportive, and I support people that are positive, and I support people that are trying to make other people better. And I never want to endorse negativity. And that is one of those things. But if somebody continues to go against me, I'm going to take that level of negativity and make it into something positive. So the haters are only building the attention, and the positive and supportive people are only making me have a reason to get on here and thank them and love them and be a part of your show, Joey. And I will say this, and I've said this to you before, I felt that you've had the most neutral stance in this all along. And I will be honest with you, I've gotten a lot of messages saying, don't trust Joey, don't trust Doug, don't trust Berkey. I definitely don't.
What about me?
Fucking cutout situation. Might be a lot because I didn't go on his podcast and he expected me to go on there. Fuck off, Berkey. You can go fuck yourself.
That Berkey.
Joey, I'm on your team. Doug, I'm neutral about. And Harry Bablobulus Potter is now somebody that's I respect to some degree only because of his dog. And no offense
I'm telling you, the dog. I said this earlier at the beginning, guys. The dog is this door cheat code to life. I'm telling you, a good dog is a cheat code to life. Robbie, Poker Girl with the 9 on YouTube she said tonight that Bertucci told her that he found proof that Brian and other employees at HCL had stolen more from the casino. Can you ask her for more details about that?
I think he's referring to the person I have pressed charges against.
Okay, all right. I haven't heard about that, so I got to learn more.
What about
details
Beans? What's your opinion of Beans?
Yeah, what's up with this guy? What's up with this guy Beans? Yeah.
What do you think about a guy like named Beans?
So Beans called me and he's like, it was really embarrassing for me to be outed for you lending me $20,000. I said, Beans, I will do this for you. When you do pay me back, I promise that I will publicly let the world know that you paid me back.
Yeah, good luck. Hold your breath there.
The one thing that people don't recognize is that he asked for $1,000 a week prior, and he paid that back within 24 hours.
$1,000, $20,000, it's all the same.
Right. But look, I lent money to people in my past. I often get paid back. At the end of the day, if they don't pay me back, it is what it is. It's not going to fucking kill me. I'm helping somebody that needed money, somebody that I think is a friend or like relatively a friend or somebody I know. This is where I'm like, people feel like they need to out people that don't pay them back. Maybe I'm just too soft in that regard. I'm not soft at the table. I am soft outside of the table. And this is going to be off maybe one way or not. As my husband says, it's just money. It's not your life.
True.
Like a world where I was dealing with people that are dying from cancer. I lost my best friend in March and watched him die. And he was the exact same age as me. And I watched him die as I held his hand. And so like, when I look at the cost of life versus the cost of money, like it's just money. It's not your life. And as another person who's very close to me says, it's just money. You can always get it back and you can find a way to make it. So like when you guys are sitting here and making it seem like I'm going to ruin someone's well-being in their life and what influence their children don't understand that they're like the only person that they look up to is going to be impacted by the fact that they were hungry for money to save them or feed them or, pay for like gambling costs. Like it's just money at the end of the day. And I'll figure it the fuck out. If I have to like hit the streets or like pull out a sex tape, I'll figure it out. That's the lowest.
I feel like you've said the word sex tape far too often for some reason.
You just go do that. If this is what this is about, if this is about me becoming famous, so to speak, you think this is the means I would have done it? This is fucking ridiculous. And I'm not famous. This is a fucking embarrassing way to come out in the world and be this infamous joke.
No one. I'm telling you, nobody thinks you're a joke. I certainly don't think you're a joke. Oscar, I'm positive, doesn't think you're a joke. And I don't speak for Joey, but I'm sure he feels the same way.
We're all about Oscar tonight.
What's that?
We're all about Oscar tonight. We love the dogs.
Oscar's the dog. Very. You know what? You said you have trouble calming down. You should get yourself a Bernedoodle. That'll help you calm down.
No, my next door neighbor has a Bernedoodle, and I helped them find him because they wanted to mix with like a poodle and a mountain Burmese dog because they wouldn't shed. But they're massive and adorable.
Wait, did you say a Bernese dog? I thought a Bernedoodle was a mix between a poodle and Bernie Sanders. I thought that's what a Bernedoodle was. Not like an older. All right. Well, all right. Poodle.
Like bumbling fools, and he's already from eating tennis balls. So let's just keep it at that. Let's not get into like dog.
I think a dog would help, but I do think a dog would help take the edge off a little bit. Maybe if you're having trouble relaxing. Huh?
They're my world.
Your dog? Where's your dogs? I've never seen. I don't trust anyone who doesn't have any pictures of their dogs on social media. That's like a red flag right there. That's probably the shadiest thing you've said in this whole interview.
What? That I'm a dog lover?
Oh, they said you had a dog.
I have 2 dogs.
Where are they? Where are these dogs?
Go to Warrior Zoos on Instagram. Those are my babies. I love dogs.
They're on Instagram. Okay.
I love dogs more than I love you. I love dogs more than humans. Like, forget all life. Dogs are number one.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna ask one more thing, Robbie, about this lady was on the show the other day, Julie Yorn. She was told a story about playing with you at a casino, the bicycle, I believe, something about you were buying in for $5K and then the chips didn't come and then you doubled up, but you didn't put the $5K on the table, and there was some sort of dispute between the two of you, and she basically brought that story up the other day on the call-in show. So just wanted to ask you about that, and if you can confirm that story, if that happened like that, or what maybe took place there.
I was sitting on seat 8 or 9, whatever you want to call it. I actually have a video of it, so I will release that to you. All I did was sit down. I didn't want to be playing at the bike that night. I told Syed that I'd come down for a game. I put $50,000 on the table. I lost it in like the worst cooler of life. Like I hit a set at the flop, but the guy hit like a full house. The flop was jacked, or I hit a trips. It was jack, ace, and I had queen jack suited on the big.
I thought you were gonna say you had jack 4. I was gonna say, here we go again.
Jack queen suited, but I just called an open, and then there was a call from Ruski. I don't know the guy at seat 2, or maybe it was seat 1.
Let me ask you another question. If you were what okay, go ahead.
There on the big blind, I have jack queen of spades. I called it, and the flop came jack ace. So I don't know if I checked it, whatever I did. I think I probably just checked, waited for that guy to raise. He raised it or a bet, and then I don't know if Ruski called or it's very whatever. Point being, guy sitting on the open raiser and the whole seat was pocket ace, so he fucking flopped like nut flush or nut boat, right?
Right. So you lost all the money, and then
he shoved. I called it, whatever. I lost 15K. When I went to go rebuy, because I had cash at that point, and I was just gonna go take it out from my bank because I only brought 15K there because I was coming from Hustler. I don't know what I was doing there. Might have been post stream. My ID is my maiden last name. Or no, my ID is my regular last name. My debit card is my maiden last name. I will take a photo and send it to you. I don't want the world to see that. So like when I went to go handle that, they're like, your maiden name has to match your married name. And I was like, that's a sign, guys, I'm out. I was also wasted. And it was a joke, whatever. I lost 15K at the table. No big deal for me. She calls that angling and shit. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Everybody knows me at that poker room. Like, I'm not angling. Like, get out of here. The hostess knew me, and I was like, I'm out. I don't need to, like, I'm good. That's all I brought for that night was maybe it was 20K. Whatever it was, I lost it all in one hand.
So.
I sent you the video because I actually took a video of that hand and Julie's in it.
So, right. So she said, that's what she said, right? You didn't put the money on the table. You basically doubled up. You played with no chips. You doubled up, and then you pulled dollars out of your pocket or some shit like that is what she was saying. She said, that's what she said, right? You're pulling dollars out of the pocket, and then the table. You didn't want to. What you're saying is you were drunk. You're turned up, right? You're not listening. Someone's yelling at you. It sounds like, and you're saying, well.
I don't give a fuck. And like, this is gonna awkward. It's just money. It's not my life. Whatever. What does she think I'm angling? Like what? Just because like.
Well, because you don't put the money on the table. If you go to a table and you say I'm buying for 5K, you double up, and then you don't put the 5K on the table. People think that's angling.
It wasn't angling.
Well, that's what they call it. That's what other people call it, though. I'm not. You cannot call. You can call whatever you want to call it. But that's what other people call it. Is they call it angling in poker.
I was waiting for the boss to come back and give me money. Whatever. Like it was at the Legends room in the bike. I'm wondering if she's talking about the second time I played with her or the first. She's got to clarify. I thought you were talking about the first time. Now I'm thinking about the second time. Johnny Chan is sitting to my left. There's somebody, I don't know, she's a woman, kind of Middle Eastern. And then there's Julie. And Julie put me out. And she had ace jack. And I had jack shitty kicker. And we both hit the jack, but she had the better kicker. Is that the one she's talking about?
Yeah.
Have her come on right now and let's talk about it. Pull her on.
Let me text her.
There's a menu at Happy Hours. You can just order whatever you want. Let's order up a Julie with a side of Sean Deeb.
You go ahead, Bob. Go ahead. Let me text Julie. Hold on a second.
No. I'm just.
I give a shit about them.
Who cares about Julie? They're just chasing clout.
And here's the thing. I would like to value money more, but when you're playing these level of stakes, you can't think of shit like this. I sat down to have fun, to support my people that were there. I think that was Vin at the time. That was a private game with Vin. It's ridiculous. It's insane. Really yeah. I don't want to play these stupid private games anyways. I like them. They're fun. They're enjoyable. But I'm not going there to win. I'm just going there to have a good time. And I think that's what you call a whale, right? I'm down for that. That's what I am. I'm going to sit down and be a whale, have a good time. And if anyone's going to like think I'm angle shooting, like, okay. Well, in order for me to be angle shooting, I'd have to go home with money. And I literally went home with nothing both times. So ask her how much money I went home with, because she's going to tell you.
All right, Bob, you got it. Bob, you talk for a bit. I gotta try to turn something on.
See if I can get a few words in here. Keep.
Stop it,
Robbi. If you were to interrogate yourself, what would you think is the most suspect thing about this whole situation and your stories and how you've kind of changed? story from here? Like just being honest, an honest assessment of your own performance here and what has happened.
The would it not comparison is really weird.
Yeah, it's a little weird. What else?
Somebody reached out to me, bless their souls, and they're like, well, when somebody wants to appease to you, they talk like you. And I was like, that's adorable. How comforting. No, it's really strange that he said, would it not? The ellipses thing is one thing.
Yeah. It is strange he said would not. You think he was mirroring you, like he was doing like a form of neuro-linguistic programming, almost like he was trying to mirror your behavior to make you feel better?
No, because I think he's actually trying to say that like this, he's actually trying to like say this is like, he's like pissed. Okay. And when, and listen, I did take 2 days off in the sense that like, I didn't know about the 2x2 interview or thing that he came.
2+2.
Whatever. I do think that he's like, what the hell is wrong with the world? But it was really weird. Those 2 words freaked me out. I was like, why? Because I wouldn't not just would. I don't even know why I said that.
Yeah, wouldn't not is not normally something someone says, so it's pretty odd. I bet you if we took your writing and his writing, we put it through some stylometry programs, I bet you there would be some hits there. But maybe, like you said, maybe he was just trying to.
Well, no. That's not what I had somebody write me and said that when somebody's trying to appeal to you. Oh, okay. And because he was kind of saying, thank you for not pressing charges. I don't know though. But that was the most confusing to me because I woke up to that and I was like, what? And I'm like, is he messing with me? Like, let's take the conspiracy theory to a whole nother thing. Like, is he purposely doing that so it looks like it was him, but it wasn't? Like, I was like, what, why? But at the end of the day, it's him. I don't know who he is at all. Although, if you guys really want to know what I remember about him, is that I remember him being the mic guy and feeling comfortable about getting the mic out of my or asking me to like reach out and pull it out myself. So I remember him in that regard. That's that. I mean, he was like the mic pack guy.
The mic pack guy. And then anything else you think that seems like now you're no longer Robbi, you're like a dispassionate observer of your behavior. I'm sure you've seen some of the things you've said and you've gone back and looked at it. Anything else that you would kind of think like, that's a little suspect. I shouldn't have said that.
You know what? You're right, Harry Potter. She's like, you said she's a kook. I'm a kook, dude. I'm like, I'm here's the thing. I'm a fucking whack job. I'm totally fine with that. Like I've known that. Like my identical twin sister was like, dude, you're a neurotic.
What's she like? Yeah, what's she like?
Oh my God. If my identical twin was in my shoes, she would have told Garrett to fuck off if he took her money, if he tried to get her money, and sued everybody by now.
Okay. What is her deal? Does she have the same post-twin come up that you had in terms of like maybe, some enhancements here and there, or is she more of like straight arrow? This is
both jobs. Yeah. Like she did say, she was like, if I was in your shoes, everyone would have been sued. But also like I would have never given the money back because I would have won fair and square. And if I called it on a whims, and she thinks this whole thing is fucking hilarious. She's private because she's still in the biopharmaceutical industry like I used to be. And she's like, I have like 2,000 friend requests from fucking randoms because of you. And she's like, this is hilarious. And she's like, can you stop being a pushover and just like man up? Like she thinks I'm a pushover and I don't blame her. She's like, oh my God, you're being such a little pussy.
I don't think you can use the words man up and then also follow it up with pussy in a negative way in this day and age of, as a PR person, I think that's something I would just advise you of.
Whatever I want, but thank you for telling me otherwise.
It's a very charged political climate, as I'm sure you've experienced yourself, Robbi.
I'm not trying to make this political. Please relax. Joey, you have something to say?
Oh, I'm just looking for your order of Julie with a side.
Oh yeah, I just had her number. Yeah, I sent her a message, put her in there, and I'm trying to hear back from her. I got everyone texting me. They're saying they want to come on with you. Beans was like, I want to come on with her. Josh Macchialo was like, I want to come on. I'm like, oh my God, calm down, guys. Like these guys are.
You guys really dragged Beans to the mud. He was going through a hard time. He was trying to borrow $20K, and whether he gives it back to me or not, like I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
The fact You guys are insane.
Well, no, no, for Beans, he's got his own thing going on. I don't know. There's things coming out about Beans related to charges and stuff like. So he's kind of going through his own thing right now. And he told me he really wants to come on the show, face his biggest detractors, and he'll answer anything because people have been accusing him of things I've seen on Twitter.
The only thing I accused him of was having a little bit of a too late of a birthday party for a 2-year-old, just to be clear.
True.
And being suspect with the name Beans with a Z at the end of it.
Okay, Harry, what the fuck are you doing on Max Payne Monday with your bankroll? Like, that's a joke. It's insulting.
Why is it insulting? Maybe I'm like you. I'm just in it for the love of the game.
And also, you're playing like scared money. Like, you've never
I had like
played.
50. How was I playing like scared money? I was like 50 VPIPing 50%. I called off everything. I got coolered by DGAF. Look, I was there. Joey knows what I was there for. I was on a reconnaissance mission more than anything. Well, I don't know what she said. What did you say? You broke up here. What did you say? What'd she say, Joey?
Oh my gosh, I don't know, man. Yeah, he was on a research mission.
Reconnaissance mission.
He had to bring his dog there to see what was hanging out around there.
See what was the situation over there. I've heard good things about Gardenia, as I mentioned.
Yeah, Robbi, we really needed you. I knew Slow Poker, shout out Slow Poker, right? I know he's out there. We needed Slow Poker out of the game. He has 10% VPIP, and we needed you back in the game. So is there a chance you're going to play on Hustler Casino Live again? Or what's the status of the investigation? What's going on with the investigation? What have you heard about that?
You know what? I try not to interfere with the investigation. I know that it'll come out and prove whatever it needs to prove. And there will be those that don't believe me. I can't fucking wait for that. I promise you. I want to play Heads Up with, I challenge anyone to Heads Up. You too, Harry Potter, for whatever amount of money you want.
Have you ever read the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People?
Yeah, that's why I'm so...
Have you read that book? That's a good book, yeah?
Yeah, that's why your fucking homie Oscar's on my team. And you know what, Harry Potter? The only reason you like me, because I'm not nice to you.
First of all, it's never been established that I like you, just to be clear.
You love me.
that's now you're getting now you're
session with me. Let's be clear. Don't let me release some messages like all dick pics that you've sent me. I'm not gonna let that.
Hey, let's not even put that. People have seen the messages. I own a soccer team, third division soccer team. I can't be having things like this even joked about.
Blah 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 blah.
I never
Joe, get on the friggin' call and let's out this.
I did get in touch with her. So big shout out to Hustler Casino Live, their YouTube channel. They think they did a redirect over here to my channel just when their game ended. So big shout out to them for pushing back over here. We're out here in the investigation, day 10, figuring out what's going on. Obviously, we're joined by Robbi J. Lou here, coming from the Sky Suite here in Las Vegas, GTO headquarters, Las Vegas, Nevada. She's taking the lie detector test tomorrow. She says some Area 15 guys putting it on. I don't really quite understand what that means, but I'm assuming that he's a legit guy.
He's the one that does. He's a security clearance guy for all of whatever's going on in government. They trust him. He's a legit source. I guess California is the absolute worst place for a lie detector test. I haven't heard from Eric Person. I was supposed to today. I didn't, and my PR team was like, let's just put on our own lie detector appointment. So I'm going to do this, and then to be honest, they told me that they would never take anybody on their PR team that would ever agree to something like that. But I didn't lie. I'm going to handle that. We're going to X that out of the way. And let me tell you something. Even if I'm negative for that, and the investigation tells me that I'm negative, and everything happens, like there will still be those that don't believe me, and I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit, but I'm going to do whatever I need to do to, to confirm to the world that I did not do anything that I'm being accused of. This is absolutely insane. And once again, I didn't sign up for this.
No. Yeah, you're just trying to play a poker game. Next thing you know, you're embroiled in some cheating conspiracy. But what about has anyone else asked you like any suspicious questions that you thought like, oh, that's a good question, I never thought of that, how am I gonna, because there's got to be like a lot of weird things that have happened.
So I'm honest with you, like the would it not thing really like was shocking to me, and I had to go through and look it up because I found that interesting. Nothing else did.
But like the changing of the story between the Jack High and the pair and the this and the that.
You want to hear it again? Do you really want?
I don't know. I was wondering if you thought that was suspicious. Not please no more retelling of the story. Just do you think that's suspicious?
I'm done with listening to myself talk as well. I will say that story changed because I knew I did not know that, like, I looked down at my hand. And when I was told that I looked down at my hand and that I cannot run with the Jack 3 story post stream, I felt like I needed to do that for production.
Why do you think they chose? Go ahead, Joy. Go ahead.
You just said you just said they told you to run with the Jack 3 story after it. You said.
No, that was my story. That was the truth.
Okay.
And then it was like, well, Rob, you can't really do that because you look down at your cards. And I started questioning everything about myself. I have a fucking head case, you guys. Haven't you noticed? Like, I sit there, fucking look at everything, and I'm like, what the fuck am I on? And what am I doing? What's going on?
That's been one of my main points of the argument, right? Is like, you know, I remember one of my girlfriends used to play poker, and she kind of was the same way. And so I'm just like used to that. So that's sort of what I don't know why, for whatever reason, right? Maybe sometimes she has too much to drink. Maybe sometimes she take, you know, she had edible. Maybe sometimes she takes whatever she's taking. I don't know what she was taking, right? But I would just see her at the poker table. Look, the same kind of thing would happen. So for me, I'm just sort of was used to that. I recognize that style, like, so I sort of see it one way. But I think a lot of people, they don't believe it. And speaking of Julie Yorn, we have Julie Yorn coming in the chat right now. So you guys ready to lock in with Julie Yorn?
Yeah, bring her in. I would love to.
All right, calm down. All right, let's be cordial, everybody, please. No, all right. Hold on a second. Oh boy. Here we go. All right, let's tap in.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Julie. Guys, we're joined by Julie Yorn. She's a regular over on in the LA poker scene for a long time. She looks like she's coming to us from a underground bunker over there with the where are you at? You got a light? Where's the light at?
Oh, I think, okay, my thing's blurred. I know I just walked in from dinner, sorry. I literally walked in my door and was getting 5,000 messages like they're talking about this, and so.
Hi, Julie.
Hi. Hold on a second, sorry. My house is dark, hold on. None, there you go. Is that less of a bunker?
It kind of looks like, yeah, it says people in the chat said you're in 240p. Yeah, it is kind of like 240p right now, quality, but it's okay. I mean, we see you. We'd like to see you more, right? But we it's a little blurry, but it's okay. We can make it work.
Julie, I'm going to ask you straight up. Where did you think I was angle shooting you?
I didn't think you were angle shooting me. I think that the story that I told about when we played at the bike.
First story, when Ling Ling was on my right, or when Johnny Chan was on my
the second story.
The one where you took me out and you literally shoved, I called, and you won. And you think I'm angle shooting? You won.
No, that wasn't the issue. I don't even really remember that I knocked. I mean, we were talking about the issue with not having chips on the table. And
yeah, they start playing and they're like, are you going to wait for your chips to come out? I gave to the floor manager and he was like, I'll bring your chips back. So you guys let me play my chips. Let me play without chips. Do you not remember? And I will bring Vin if I have to. And I will bring everybody at that table in here to validate.
Well, I think we should then, because honestly, afterwards, everybody else was saying we can't let people come and play without putting their money up first. That could,
You have to
But
work.
Robbi, listen, you and I had never met before.
I left with nothing, Julie. I won nothing that night. And I didn't leave like a sour little bitch like Garrett did either. It's 20K. And you won. You took my money. 100%. What are you fucking bitching about?
I wasn't bitching. I wasn't bitching.
What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what the hell is your argument here? You literally went all in with me and took all my stack. Congratulations, honey. You won it fair and square.
Hey, Robbi, you asked for Julie to come on, so let's.
Yeah, why am I
let's
on
ask
here?
her. Yeah,
Let's just have a little
let's let her chat and tell. You asked her to come on, so she's here. So let's treat her nicely if we can, please.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, first of all, you were in for 5,000. That was what you were in for.
20.
Huh?
20.
No, not 20. No, 5,000 total.
So Julie, you're saying she bought in for 5K or rebought for 5K is what you're saying?
Verified that it was.
She bought in for a total of 5K. She won the first 5K, plus it was probably.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay.
You know, there
So
are
just a
there
disagreement
are
in the
7
story.
other people that were at the table, or
Yeah.
6 people, and they can talk about this. I don't know if you can get one of them to talk publicly. Go for it.
How would I buy in 5K for that level of a game?
Well, I don't know. It's not a terrible buy-in for that game.
And 5K.
Actually, I was wrong. I said it was 20, 40, 80. It was 25, 50, 100. So 5K is not a terrible buy-in for that game.
Yeah, it's like 50 big blinds, right?
Big blinds, 50 bigs. I mean, I didn't think nobody's judging you for buying for 5K.
Play while my chips came out. Do you not understand that? So please continue.
Wait, what did you say, Robbi? You said that about your chips coming out?
5K
Mm-hmm.
until my full chips came out from the money I lent to the floor manager. But please continue, because I don't want to interrupt you.
So you're saying that you put the money back on the you did put the money on the table, right? Because I guess Julie's contentious with the argument is that you didn't actually put that money in play and you just kept 5K that you won. And yours sounds like you're saying is that you actually did get that chips and you did put those chips in play, and then you in fact lost those chips later on in that session.
All my money that night, Joey, and I didn't give a shit that I did. I lost 20K that night.
Mm-hmm.
And like,
Well, you didn't lose 20K in that game. You lost the total of 5K in that game.
No, I didn't.
You 100% did.
You think I only put down 5K for that entire game?
Yes.
Okay.
Are we sure we're talking about the same game, by the way? It's the same.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Out of
I
this
mean,
fucking-
maybe right. Maybe there's miscommunication on that end. I mean, I don't know. You know, maybe you guys played. It sounds like you guys played more than one time. So, it
No,
sounds
we
like,
Are we sure they're on the same
Not-
planet, Joey? Is the question I'd be asking for about
We
the
did not play more than one time. She sat down in C2. It was in that back table by the smoking room in the Legends room. And it was pretty late. And you even admitted you'd been, I guess, drinking. I don't know what. Were you drunk?
Sit down at a table of 5K. But okay, whatever you want to do, Julie. You want to play this game? That's cool.
I don't want to play a game. I was just recounting.
she was explaining her side of the story. I just wanted to get her on because you said you want to have her on here just to explain yourself.
I'm having the bike disclose cameras to see how much money you got in with. I'm cool with that.
Great. I don't have any reason. Why would I care if you came with 5K or 20K or anything? Why would I care?
Huh? Why are you talking about me?
I was asked if I had ever played with you, and I said I played with you one time, and I recounted the story. And people that were involved thought it was relevant. Are you gonna let? I don't know. I can talk. Am I?
Yeah.
being
Just
heard?
let each side talk, Robbi. I mean, if we have the conversation, at least let's let both sides have something to say. Otherwise we just wrap it up.
I'm happy to talk. I'm happy to I don't know what you want from me. I told the story. Hold on. I told this story, Robbi. I was asked to go on the record because some people felt that it spoke to an issue. Now, maybe you haven't been playing long enough to understand that you can't start playing like that. Maybe you just didn't know. Maybe you were drunk and you didn't pay attention. You wouldn't be the first person I played with that you're giving me a look like I'm crazy. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt that those are maybes. If you're either not aware that that's a bad thing to do, or you know it's a bad thing to do. You're being judged right now by the public. Is she a novice or is she doing something?
With all due respect, I don't need to be judged by you, so please stay out of it.
I'm not judging you. I'm explaining to you why people thought it mattered to tell that story. Do you think I care to tell?
Think of me though.
Oh, you don't care?
I don't know what your part in this entire story is. I'm confused.
No. Basically, right. It's just I think we got in touch with someone, right, where people are getting in touch with me. They said, "Hey, Julie has a story. She played with Robbi. She wants to come on there and talk about it." And she made it sound like you were a new player to the game, and that's a big thing that a lot of people are figuring out, right? They don't think that you're that new. They don't believe the way you're explaining hands. They don't believe that your thought process could be what it is, and you'd be buying in for $100,000 with Phil, Ivy, and Garrett. They don't believe these kind of things. So this story is a basic example of the point of poker that you're at, where maybe this did happen. Like you see it one way, maybe she saw a different way. You think it's fine, it's in line. She's saying, and other people are saying, who are experienced poker players, that maybe it would be considered something that a novice would do and would be a little bit like that. So I don't think it's anything to, I think that's just basically what the story's trying to say, what the point of it, what the data is to me, what I find interesting about that. And, that's sort of my perception of the situation.
More than anything. And I don't know, like, where the confusion is between me and you, Julie. I can't even understand why we're not seeing eye to eye as to what happened that night. It's also really confusing to me as to why, like, an external night event is now infiltrating a very active situation. I don't know where you came from, the woodworks. I thought you and me were cool, and I would never, like, supposed to happen to you. I would just never drive that story. That doesn't make sense. I'm sorry if you felt that I was, like, coming at you. I'm trying to be defensive. I think, and there's a lot of things that are right now to the point where I'm like, I can answer to most of them, and I think I can answer to you. And whether you thought I had 5,000 and I had 20,000, it seems like an irrelevant side story that's not even worth the foundation of what we're discussing here. I wanted you to come on because I actually wanted clarity as to whether it was the first night I played with you or the second night I played with you in a private game. So now that I have clarity that it was night, I think that's all we can live on, because the way I see it versus the way you see it will probably be two very different things, and the world will never know. But I will say, I don't want to fight with you about this. You're a woman.
I don't want to fight with you either. It seems like, and I don't think you should look at it as confrontational or argumentative. We played together one night. You're saying the second night. We played together one time for a very brief session.
Now I'm confused. Like, maybe we didn't play together the first night. It is what it is. The second night, I will say that you kicked my ass and you took all my money. Congratulations. You deserved it. You did. You had the fucking nuts.
I'm not even thinking about that particularly. What happened was there were various people at the table. A lot of people were talking about that situation. I was not the only one. There was a new rule instituted for that game. It's not a private game, it's an organized game. But the people who organized it were like, we can't let people play without chips. There were some people that thought you were just a little overserved. It's not the first person that's gonna.
Very confused why I was still playing.
What?
I was confused why they let me play sitting at the table. Probably just out of love for the fact that I showed up. And that's totally fine. I
don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry. I don't understand. What do you mean why they would let you play?
Okay with people establishing, like, viable rules for not playing when you have no chips in front of you. I was confused why they let me play that hand.
Oh, okay.
Okay with, I wasn't, like, insisting that I play.
No, I agree. The dealer was starting to deal. She looked at you and looked quizzically at the guy sitting, you were in the 2 seat, the guy in the 1 seat who was, like, organizing the game, who you and I both know.
Well, like I said, why don't I just reach out to somebody, guys? Why don't I reach out to someone at the table? I already, let me handle it, right? Let me talk with some other people at the table. Let me go get their story. Let me see what they got to say. How about we agree to disagree with you two here? I don't want y'all. I like both you guys. I don't want Julie on here feeling like she, you guys can't figure this out. You guys got your stories. Why don't we agree to disagree? And why don't we move past this topic and maybe we move on to something else? Because I don't feel like we're really getting anywhere with where we're at with the thing right now. So,
okay.
Thank you, Julie.
Yeah.
Pleasure meeting you.
I love that I keep rushing on.
I know. No, next time we
rushed off and not even being able to get a word in.
No. Talk. I mean, listen.
By the way, just so you know, I didn't want to, like, pile onto this story.
Yeah.
Robbi, I think you're in a shitty situation. Whatever happened. I don't know if there was wrongdoing, if you were coerced into wrongdoing, if you had any part of wrongdoing, whatever it is, it's a shitty thing. I was asked to go on the record because people thought it was relevant. And the fact that you're not acknowledging that it could be viewed as unethical / there's a very big spectrum for people from confused novice that doesn't know you have to put the thing on the table to, like, attempted theft of, like, somebody else's money. That is the way people look at it in poker. I'm sorry. I'd love you guys.
Why did you guys let me play?
I didn't even know you. I didn't know. What do you mean? It wasn't my decision to let you play.
Whose game it was, let me play.
Why wouldn't they? When you said I have 5K behind, they assumed you were good for it.
So unethical. Why did they let me play?
Okay, again, I guess we are going in circles. Nothing had happened at that point. You said you were playing 5K.
It's straightforward. If I wasn't supposed to play without chips on the table, why did they let me?
it's common practice that people play in advance of their chips coming.
Okay, so
or it might be taking too long. I know, but okay. Well,
okay. Julie, I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate you getting off.
Julie, why don't I chat with you a little bit after, and then because I do want to talk more with you as well, and overall I like talking with you last time, so I like to I like to more with you again here. Okay.
This may be my last appearance on this podcast. No, I'm asked to come on. I'm asked to talk.
No. I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind letting you. I mean, I don't mind letting you two talk. I guess I've never done this before, right? I didn't expect this to happen. So, my intention.
I was asked by several people to not go public, to acknowledge the source. And I'm not somebody who's afraid to repeat something if it's the truth. Okay, I don't need to be an anonymous source. So, Robbi, I'm sorry, I don't want to get up in your business. I don't want to get up in your whole thing here. I was asked to tell a story. I told a story. It wasn't a really positive interaction as I would have liked it to be, because I really love like a woman coming to poker, wanting to play in the big games, etc. It was not a positive interaction, and I shared that. I'm sorry that
It's unfortunate, but I appreciate you coming on.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, guys.
Bye, Julie.
Bye.
Bye, Julie.
Now when a little bit, Chloe. It's getting a little uncomfortable in here.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I never seen anything like that in my life, so I don't know.
Robbi, what's the game plan after? Forget about this stuff. Forget about the poker stuff for a minute. Forget about clearing your name. Let's assume you clear your name. All this stuff happens. What do you got coming up next? You got any ideas? What do you got coming up? How are you gonna kind of sashay into a new little?
You'll see what happens. I will keep you guys posted, and you'll be the first to know. As you know, I respect Joey, and I love his podcast. And I didn't want to put like Julie on the spot, but it was very obvious.
I felt like you were kind of being pretty out of line the way you were treating her, though. You invited her on to talk with you about it. You know what I mean?
Accused of something that I know I did not do from a third-party source, and she keeps saying people keep telling me without identifying who those people are. And then she couldn't even answer the questions. I said, if it was wrong for me to play, then why did I get asked to play?
Right.
Why was it okay? No answers.
So you're saying why was it okay for you to get dealt in if you didn't have chips at the table?
Yeah, she had no answer.
Right.
I waited.
Well, I think that's a normal thing. What she was saying is that you didn't put the money on the table afterwards that you originally bought in for, right? That's what's at the heart of this. You either didn't do that or you did do that. It sounds like you think that didn't happen, and she thinks that it did happen, and that's it.
I would know that I put the money there. So.
Right. Well, that's what I mean, right? I mean, that was basically the whole point of that interaction anyways, to figure out, what's
incidental. It's kind of incidental to, let's say, worst case scenario, she's new to poker, she's had a few drinks, does that mean she cheated at Hustler Casino Live? No. I mean, we've already established that Robbi kind of plays, things happen, she doesn't really remember exactly the specifics. Like, she's not like a machine. She forgets things. She's
don't give a shit. She
doesn't care. Money doesn't matter to her. We've established all that. It's, here one day, gone the next. So it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Right?
I can't even condescending Harry Potter will stop.
It's not condescending. It's true. I'm trying to help you out here. This isn't condescending. I feel like people expect us to be like interrogating you like I'm William Huntsler or something like that. And you're
that's definitely what they want, Bob. They want
it's just not happening.
Interrogation. They want it to be the.
Oh, that's not me. I'm not Matlock here trying to crack a case.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, ask the chat what the fuck they want to know, because this is getting annoying. Like, let's answer what people really want to know. You know what I mean?
All right, guys in chat, if you guys have some questions, let me know.
Careful.
She admitted it's out of line for arguing against Julie, is what the chat said. Yeah, I agree. Listen, we want to be nice to people we bring on here. Robbi, bring Julie on here. She's a nice woman. We want to treat her with respect, man. Bring the guest on. I remember I tell people to treat you with respect when you come on here, and then I bring someone on here, and you know what I'm saying? Like, just for future reference, right? If we're bringing someone else on here, let's just keep it respectful. Julie's right? Come on.
Something that wasn't right, and it wasn't real, and it wasn't true.
Right, but I'm saying, just like I speak out for you, I want to speak out for her as well too.
I think one of the questions I'm seeing in the chat, Joey, we said that to ask questions in the chat.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You can pick her. I'm good. I can go another. Joey?
Stop.
Oh, don't. Hey, listen. Don't threaten us. Don't hold your.
Come on, what's she doing?
Don't
This
try to
lady
like.
out of here. Go on, all right, get out of here. Fine. I'll
You gotta go on Berkey's
I'll watch
podcast
it.
tomorrow?
I'm
Is that
curious
what
what
you're trying to
questions they got too. I listen. I think maybe they got some better questions than me, right? I'm open.
Someone
for that.
asked the question if her and Rip colluded in any hands.
Nice until I get fucking talked to like this, and I will say this: stop, just stop it. There's only so much I can take. Fucking week.
But nobody's talking to you poorly here. We're being like a couple kitty cats with you.
No, it's cool. It's cool because I'm seeing messages that are coming down that are like clap signs and like you're the best and you're awesome and thank you for standing for yourself. And I'm not trying to feed it, but I will say this: there's only so much. Like when a woman or man, when they come against me and say something that is absolutely not true, I want them on any podcast I'm in, whether it's yours. And yeah, I can be kind, but the last time I was kind, I was told that it was an admission of guilt because I didn't charge with a man that was somebody that couldn't put money back anyway. And the time before that I was trying to be kind and let a very angry, sore loser have his half stack. I was told that it was an admission of guilt, and I'm fucking tired of it. It takes a lot. It takes a lot to get to where I've been. And this isn't something that's brand new. This is something that's been like feeding into me and culminating in me. And like, I'm not trying to be a bitch. Like I've already had to be a little bit more headstrong at the table. I'm trying to be a kind person, but like, even after the 2 days halfway break and a shitty massage that didn't really relax me and all this crap, it's like, I'm still back here and getting attacked by a woman. And it's not about a woman or a man. Like, it's about facts and the truth. And I'm tired of being told that like the truth may not be what I know is true. Like, yeah, we can say that a couple $1,000s is off, but at the end of the day, why are all these external incidences that have happened in my life in between the incidents that occurred suddenly like impacting the actual incident that was at question right now? This is insane. My character is being attacked constantly. I don't want to be a bitch. I've never had to be one. And I think the bitchiest person I've ever been is at the poker table, because I was told that even your friends at the poker table are not your friends. They're your friends when you step out. And when you're at the poker table, you play your game. Like the most worst thing I've ever done is stop playing my friends at the table, because like it's hard when you have a friend at the table not to like, you know, not want to raise because they're your friends. Like I think we're all kind of like suspect to that. My point is that like I'm trying to very, very hard that when everyone's coming at you from every direction, including a direction that was not part of this incident, and one that is absolutely false. So I wanted her on here, but I don't even know if that was relevant to what we're discussing here. So you guys think I'm being unkind? I'm not being unkind. I'm being real, and I'm tired of being stomped all fucking week. And I was told not to swear, but I can't help myself. So come at me. If the world wants to come at me, I'll come right back at them, because I'm tired of this shit. And I'm not going to deal with it. So come at me. I will challenge everyone to a heads up, and I'll fuck out of everybody. Not physically, but on the poker table. Let's go. I hate all of you guys. You will only be my friends when you beat my ass, and then I've gained a level of respect for you. But until then, I'm tired of pretending like I'm anyone's friend. I'm not. I am not.
When can we play?
I'm done.
Yeah. We're not friends anymore, Robbi? What's going on here? That turned real quick.
Obelisk, Potter, Oscar. Oscar's my friend, because he's a
Fair. Well, Oscar's definitely a good dog. So what I guess you kind of said that the only thing you really are guilty of is soft playing a friend at a table, that sort of thing. So like you kind of think maybe that's something that you regretted a little bit on streams, maybe soft playing.
Because guess what? You've done it. When you sit at a table at any home game, and it's complete bullshit. I would challenge any pro even to tell me that when you're at a table, and forget like an actual pro incident, when you're at a fucking home game and it's a cash game and you're with your homies and you guys both have strong hands, you're going to tell me that your game doesn't slightly get altered because that's your buddy? Like, shut the STF.
Me and my friends go harder at each other just because that's part of what we are. Huh?
That their level of play is not slightly influenced by the relationship they have with their opponent. Try me. Take that to a court of law and let's go. Let's LF.
I don't know that the courts have time to try such cases.
There's nobody. Fuck, none of this shit is admissible in the court of law. It's just admissible by what hilariously my management team calls like the four horsemen that are running this whole show. And
Who are the four horsemen? Who are the four horsemen?
What is?
I want to know who the four horsemen are now. Who are the four horsemen? Let's hear who the four horsemen are. Come on, you can't drop a nugget like that, the four horsemen, and not divulge that. You gotta hit us with the four horsemen. Who's the number one horseman? How about that?
Log on to Good Morning America and you'll find out.
Good Morning America. Wow, Robbie's got a come up coming.
All of you fuckers get outed about this. It's like it's a really big disgrace to the entire game when you guys are outing the people that win without the grounds that you think that they should be winning on. Sometimes
Who are you guys? Who are you talking about? Who are you guys? You talking about like the people who said you were guilty of cheating?
No, I'm not going to say who. And Harry Balabalis, Harry Potter man, like you just came around like 2 days ago and we didn't even know each other then. So obviously you're not one of them.
I mean, I was hoping to get a shout out on Good Morning America, but now you're telling me you're not going to give me a shout out on Good Morning America, and that's a different story. But because we both know how much I love clout. Wait, what else you got? I feel like the question. It's tough to ask a question because I don't know, sometimes, and don't take this the wrong way. Sometimes when someone asks a question of you, they don't really necessarily get an answer so much as they get like some story that, can take you down all kinds of different paths. And sometimes those paths are fun and exciting, but sometimes you're left wondering, how did I get here? Where do we start? Where does it end?
Who I am, and maybe I'll never give you a clear answer. So what you're doing is like a attack. Maybe I'm just the type of person that doesn't give concrete answers. So for you to attack me on the fact that I'm not one to give concrete answers, who my friends be, so be it. This is who I am.
To be clear, that wasn't an attack so much as it was a statement.
That I'm sitting in a court of law questions that's going to life or death. Let it go.
It's like a variety show. This isn't an interrogation. This is like Johnny Carson in the old days where they had two guests on and Joey's Johnny Carson and maybe I'm some guest and Oscar's Ed McMahon and you're, I don't know. I have no idea who you might be. Diane Cannon, maybe. I'm not sure.
Do I have to like honor the fact?
It's a variety show. We're just trying to get. But I don't know. I feel like you should drop some hints as to who the four horsemen of the apocalypse are.
There's also things I can't talk about, to be honest.
Fair enough.
I can't give answers right now. I would be getting like annihilated from my PR team, my management team, and my legal team. I cannot talk about them. Okay. And I did tell Joe, I'll come on, speak what I need to speak, but this is as clear of a. But they did tell me like, go and be you, and this is who I am. And at the end of the day, like, I'm dejected, man. You guys are harsh, and I'm trying to live. Like, I'm just trying to fucking survive through this like agony of like constant scrutinization. Like, live in my shoes for a minute. In a world that's completely dominated by men. I'm not even making this like a misogynist issue, but like, you guys are harsh, and I'm just trying to survive. And the fact of the matter is, I'm not trying to play victim because I am a bitch, but I have to be. And it is what it is. Haters, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Well, Robbi, listen, why don't we let you get out of here? We had you on here
Robbi.
for an hour. You brought the fire, you brought the intensity. I always get, now I'm like, wow, I'm on my toes every time we're talking to you. I don't know where it's going to go. My chat's always going in every direction. We appreciate you coming on. Appreciate the answers. And yeah, listen, guys, if you want to get in touch with Robbi, hit her up on Twitter, Robbi J. Lou, and feel free. She's only got about 25,000 mentions on her Twitter. I can't even imagine how crazy it is on her Twitter page right now.
Joey, I appreciate you and Harry for who you are and what I've known you to be. And
appreciate that. Good luck on Good Morning America and the lie detector test and handing over the cell records all in one day. Sounds like you got a busy day tomorrow.
Awesome.
All right.
Thanks,
Thanks,
some
Robbi.
sleep. Big day tomorrow. Don't forget the thumbtack in the shoe.
What happened? Oh,
wait.
Good night, guys.
We got faked out.
All
We
right.
got faked out there for a second, Joey.
See you later, Robbi. Guys in the
See you,
chat,
Robbi.
say goodbye to Robbi.
Wow, that was fun.
Robbi's hiding.
She's still on.
No. Okay. Bob, wow. Listen, so once again, sorry to Julie. You know, I want to get her back on here and kind of let her talk a little bit because I kind of just I never seen anything like that in my life. Maybe someone else know how to handle that stuff. You professional, great. I'm never seen anything like that in my life, so didn't necessarily know it was optimal there, but it felt like letting that conversation maybe die off because it felt like we were just kind of going back and clear misunderstanding. It seems like to me of what was being understood to take place. Like what Julie's saying makes complete sense to me, and it seems like it should be obvious to anybody. So if she's saying it didn't happen, I'm like, you know, what do we do?
Are they saying not only did she, but that she also didn't have chips in the first place when she played the first pot? Is that kind of what they're saying?
Correct. Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
That could be a problem in a poker game. I would see how that could be a little bit of a sore spot for some people.
Right. Exactly. So, but I mean, I would love Julie. Hold on a second. I'm just texting her. So I'm like, yeah, I mean, I feel like shit about that because we didn't get a chance. I'm trying to let both people talk, but when you got one person that's just yelling at the other person, putting them down, calling them names, the other person can't really get a word in there, and I feel like they're not really making, you know, they're just going back and forth for not really sure what the move is there, right? Would you just let people keep arguing until they figure it out, until they come to the agreement? I guess maybe so.
I don't know. Robbi's got a very high usage rate, to use a basketball analogy. So.
Yeah, I didn't do a very job of leading the leader of the conversation,
asking
questions.
You couldn't have done anything different.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, you know, could it have been different? Maybe, but I think that one was that was a war with that one. So, what do you think about Bob? What do you think about some of the new information she said about pressing charges as well, and sort of some of the information that she gave us that may have been new to us?
I thought the Brian stuff. I mean, that guy's he's getting charged. Just kind of, I guess, news to him. I don't know. I think her acknowledging that the wouldn't not thing was odd, was interesting. But I think like the thing that she said like, look, I can't be held to a standard of a consistent story. I'm just not a consistent person. I think that's like an honest thing. I just think, and I don't mean that in a negative way necessarily. It's just she has a certain way about herself where, you know, I've experienced this before in my personal situations, interactions with people where just like they just have like very, very strong feelings about something in that moment, and then you catch them a few minutes later or an hour later or a day later, and now those feelings are different, and any feeling that started pre this current feeling is just not relevant anymore. And so I do think there's a little bit of that, not to make excuses or anything, but I do think there's a little bit of that. But I think at the end of the day, the question still is like, we're not here to analyze her stories and her truth, your ability to tell the truth. It's like the question is like, did you cheat a poker game? That's really the only question. And I think no matter what people might believe, there really is no evidence that she did at this point.
Right.
And so I think because of that, she like, if you want to attack her method of retelling a hand and her stories, yeah, she's certainly not going to pass that fucking test. That's for sure.
Right.
But attacking her as to whether she cheated or not, I feel like that's a different situation altogether. And I think it's important to focus in on that as much as you can, because otherwise it just becomes too personal. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, it's well, you explained it well, because a lot of these comments, they just keep repeating themselves over and over and over and over and over again, because they don't really seem to agree or like whatever that she's saying for her answers. Like they just, like, clearly a lot of people don't really understand where she's coming from. Like I said, I literally used to date a girl just like her, so I got a crash course in understanding where certain people are coming from. So I'm just like very used to the personality. So for me, like what she's saying and based off feel, and, you know, it's not how a lot of people on the internet are going to maybe, you know, think is a popular way of thinking about life or thinking about things. So they're going to be pretty critical, which is kind of how they're being in the chat. We're seeing a lot of criticism, even on Twitter, right? Everybody, you know,
people are mean, bro.
Yeah,
People
they are fucking mean. They say mean things to you and me too. So it's, you know, it ain't like anybody else gets off with it. We do got Julie coming back up, by the way, guys. I just messaged her and we're just gonna get her back in. I just want to give her a chance to speak. And you know, one person said in the chat, I could have one person be quiet for 30 seconds, another person be quiet for 30 seconds, and they talk. I mean, listen, I don't know if
you need a mute button is what you need. Do you have the ability to mute?
I do, and then they have to ask for it to come back in.
And I feel like that wouldn't go over well with some guests.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, you know, I never seen. Maybe I got to host a debate show and get some practice hosting a debate show or something like that. So, you know, I'm not like a professional at getting in between a high pressured, intense conversation where you know, one side's like, you did this, the other side's like, no, I didn't. So, you know, try to fit that. But yeah, Julie, you're going to come back in here real quick as well. Yeah, chat seemed to be mixed on Robbi there a little bit. So We'll see. All right, we got Julie coming back in here. Hold on a second.
Hello.
Julie's back. Hello, hello. Welcome back.
Hi. Thanks. I don't know. I don't know why I'm back on, unless there's something else you want me to tell you. I didn't.
Well, I just want. I mean, let's just want to have back on chat with you a little bit. I want to say sorry. I mean, the chat saying, gotta have Julia back on. Say you're sorry. I mean, I already texted you. I'm definitely sorry about that. Didn't necessarily mean for that to happen. I guess I didn't know what to expect in that scenario. It felt like, if she said, oh, I want to talk to her about that story. I said, oh, well, let me message Julie, see if Julie wants to come on and talk about the story. I felt like the conversation would be like, oh, we figured it out, and oh yeah, you're right, I understand, I angle shot, maybe. That's how I thought it would go. I didn't think it was going to go the way it went, so I apologize for that. That wasn't my intent. I think a lot of people in the audience are showing a lot of love as well, and yeah, we just want to head back on here and just talk a little bit more with you anyway, because we need a palate cleanser. It's intense. Robbi on here, she's always fired up, so it's real high intensity with her.
I get it. It's just like I thought she wanted me to come on. That was the text. I don't know if I got it from you or somebody else saying, Robin.
He did say get Julie on, and I said.
Okay, so I was trying to talk, and she didn't want to hear what I had to say, and I didn't understand what she was talking about. She seemed to think we played together twice. We didn't. We played together once. She seemed to think she lost 20K in the game. She didn't. She lost 5K. I will go to my grave with that one. I remember everything about that, but it's okay. It's like, and I was looking at the chat a little bit saying oh, first you said she was an angle shooter and then you said it was an innocent mistake. I said neither. I said, this is the story that happened. And I will tell you that I have never had that happen at a poker table personally. I'm sure it's happened. Have you guys had it happen? Where somebody says what they're playing, plays a few hands. I don't know. You're looking at me.
No. I'm just trying to think. Have you seen that?
I haven't had that happen, but I've had. I mean, look, you play in a different circle where sometimes there's newer players. I mean, the responsibility is on the game runner. I guess you said someone looked at the game runner and he probably was just like. I mean, I'm imagining the situation. I'm guessing some people thought this is good action here. We need to see. If there's a chance she's got money to play, we need to let her play. We don't want to scare her off, or she's new here. Let's not embarrass her.
I don't think anybody thought she wasn't going to materialize money. She played on the Hustler stream. She played in the big game. Langley was there and has played with her and was very fond of her, from what I know, fond of her. I don't think anybody thought she wasn't going to materialize money. It did turn into a lengthy conversation afterwards where the guys who run the game said, we realized that if she didn't materialize money, it would be on us to pay this player. So they've recreated their policies around it. I will tell you that I'm pretty upset that I don't have 7 other people jumping on this call right now to corroborate, because they all talked a lot of shit. And I just recounted the story. It was odd. There were inconsistencies. What I'm seeing now, what she said was inconsistencies. I'm not trying to attack your character, Robbi. I know you're here, whatever. She's going to jump back on and interrupt me, I'm sure. But there's a lot of inconsistencies. That's all.
Right.
And I didn't rush out to share this story, but people were aware that it happened. Some people who were involved in either other podcasts or potentially close to the situation asked if I would go on the record, and I agreed to. And some people in your chat are calling me the poker police, whatever. It's not cool. If you say you're playing 5K, I'm the only one that spoke up in the game. The woman next to me was elbowing me over and over. She didn't put her money on the table. She didn't put her money on the table. She was anxious about it. I spoke up. I said, you're 5K behind. She looked at me, huh? I said, you're 5K behind, right? No. You're 5K behind, right? No, I'm not 5K behind. By the way, the part I meant to tell you last time was, at one point she got confused and she said, I borrowed it from somebody, but I don't know who I gave it back to. Listen, she was probably drunk. I don't know, but it was odd. It was odd.
Mm-hmm. On strange occurrences out there, chat. Yeah, have you seen that, Bob? I mean, I feel like I see a lot of pretty hammered people at the Wynn, blacked out. I usually try to. I mean, I want people to put their money on the table, especially if I think they're a bad player. So I would always push for someone to put the money on the table too. So I mean.
I think it's just one instance, and I think and I'm not trying to, mansplain away fucking Robbi's behavior, but I just feel like one of the things that she does, my opinion is it's less to do about the story more about the fact like, oh, you don't think I have money. I think that's more that's like the part that she takes offense to is like, of course I'm going to pay. Like, why would I not have the money? Like, this never happened. Like, why would I buy? Like for her, she was more offended at the fact that you thought that she would only buy in for 5,000 in the first place. So, but I mean, she's under a lot of, this got to be, like I said this before, if we're going under the assumption innocent until proven guilty, and there hasn't been any proof. And so, if you're an innocent person and you have all these people talking about you in this very, very incestuous, gossipy poker world, it can be tough for anyone. And so, it's just unfortunate. It's an unfortunate situation, but obviously,
But you do understand that I, like everybody else, watched that stream in real time and found the whole thing to be very confusing.
Yeah,
And
I mean, who could
when you're
not
trying
find it
to when you're trying to reconcile, was it cheating
or
I can't
not?
even call that novice behavior. I don't even know, like my drunk uncle wouldn't call with $5 there, honestly. I don't know what that call was about, but she did present herself to me as somebody who like really understood the game, really worked with coaches, really trained. And I said to her, I kind of said like, as a friendly piece of advice, are you sure you want to play that game? That's going to be a really tough game. That's a big game. And she was very confident about it. I was being kind the other day because I was just trying to be very like neutral, but she was like smug about it. She was like, I know how to play that game. I've got it. And I just thought it was odd behavior. And I also thought it was odd behavior that she was going to sit down in such a big game. She only bought him for 5,000. I'm not criticizing that. 5,000 is a lot of money to a lot
50
of
big
people.
blinds is plenty for playing a game.
It was plenty for that game. I wasn't even criticizing it here. I was just disputing it. I swear on my daughter, there was not 20,000 on the game. It doesn't matter. Am I saying she cheated in the game? I'm not saying that. I'm saying that when I saw the hand go down and I had to make an evaluation, was that a whoops? Whoops, I called. I don't know what I'm doing. Whoops, I thought I had a 3. Or was that the person I sat with 48 hours prior and had odd behavior with? That's why it was relevant.
Yeah,
And if
it
other
could
people don't-
end up exonerating her of anything, because it's like now you've added in like, okay, you have her poker range that's what you would play, and then you just have like a extraterrestrial, hey, anything goes type thing. I mean, there's certainly I've had experience playing against someone. People say I've never played the worst the worst people would never play that way. There was a guy who showed up in LA. He passed away now, but he showed up in LA, I would say about around 2012. And this guy, I mean, he would play any cards. Like he would call with nothing. He had no idea. And this guy probably dropped like $200 million playing heads up poker. And he played every day. There'd be a lineup of people to get to his house to play poker, one after the other. You go there one day and Lindsay Lohan would be dealing cards for him. So there are people like that. Now, that being said, this guy wasn't getting coached by Faraz Jaka. He wasn't talking about blockers. He wasn't doing all these other things. He wasn't pretending that he misread his hand or actually misreading his hand. He was just like there to kind of like YOLO. So there are people out there like people like, oh, that would never happen. No, it does happen. It's very rare, but it does happen. What happened here? I have no idea. I went from thinking one thing to another thing, and now I'm just kind of like at the point where I realize nobody's going to know except for the people who, she's the only person who knows. And I don't even think she knows. She said herself, she can't remember. She can't tell if things have really happened. Sometimes things change and sometimes they don't. So maybe she doesn't even know anymore. Who knows? That's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think I give her more credit. I saw her play a pretty, I think she was, wasted. And she still played a pretty solid game. I love that these people are freaking Can I tell you who's pinging me? You guys would be fascinated by the people that are popping up on my screen here.
Who is it? Give us one name. Come on. Come on.
Should I throw them under a bus? By the way, I wasn't even like trying to say like who the people were at the table, and she started telling me this. Because I was asked not to like out people. They don't really want to get involved. They don't want to go on the record whether they think, what was I saying? We were talking, I think I actually heard about exactly the guy you're talking about who played in LA and who played any 2 cards and played crazy. I don't think Robbi, I think she knows enough about poker.
Yeah, she wasn't in that situation for sure. No.
Okay, I don't think that that's fair. I don't think, that's what I can't reconcile is, I don't think if she thought she had Jack High that she thought it was good. I don't think there's a possibility that she did. Now, Maybe she did misread it. She was covered up, embarrassed. I don't know. There's a million theories. I've heard a million theories. It's not really for me to sit here, and you guys are more sophisticated about these kinds of things, these kind of investigations. Go for it. I was asked to tell this story, and frankly, there were things that a lot of people, and I mean, I can share my opinion, but there were several people at the table that were like, that was completely shady. That was completely an angle. By the way, other people called it, I said it was a free roll. Other people were like, it was going south. It wasn't going south. She didn't take money off the table. She didn't put the money on the table.
Hard to go south when you
I think that's a free roll. But in any case, listen, I'm just kind of pissed off that, like, I understood if I was going to come on and she was going to say like that offended her in some way, that I told that story and that it wasn't my business and wasn't my place, fine. But for her to like dispute the story or not even address that part of the story was frustrating.
Julie, you can't get frustrated by this kind of behavior, though. Like, I mean, it's like.
No, I'm just saying that was what was.
I know. I'm not saying you should, but I'm giving you like, it's just, you just gotta let it wash over you because there's really nothing to take personal. It's just, hey, it's just another day on.
I'm not taking it personally. I understand she's hyped up, but she should be more interested in like coming in with like a calm demeanor and saying, and by the way, I think it's what's hurting her across the board. If she didn't have so much hubris about what a great player she is. She's been playing very little. How long has she been playing?
Not that long, a year and a half or something like that. Yeah.
I mean, I've been playing almost 20 times longer than that. I still don't know shit. So I think that, you know, to not acknowledge that there's an amount of experience and information you have, and to like sort of not acknowledge your shortcomings, I think it hurts her. If she said, yeah, I sat down, they dealt to me, they put me in the game, I kind of spaced, I eventually did it, I didn't cheat the game, that would have been fair. She wouldn't have even acknowledged it. She was more interested in, like you said, what she bought in for, and this hand that I won against her because I took her out of the game, like I have some like triumph over that. You know, I mean, she did have 20K on the table, like close to it, because she ran it up, but she was only into the game for 5K. Maybe she misunderstood, I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we were drinking, right? I don't remember a lot of times I'm playing drunk, playing to win or something like that, playing PLO, or couldn't remember a thing, right? Someone told me I said this, I'd be like, maybe I did, maybe I didn't, right? And then I might sound like I don't know what I'm talking about too, and I might, if I felt like someone was attacking me and saying like you did that, I'd be like, no, I didn't, dude. So I could kind of get that. I get where you're coming from too, right? She sees a story one way, you know, you see a story how you're telling it, and you guys are both sharing your story out there with people. So what are like people saying around town? I mean, it seems like, you know, because you're in LA, like I'm in Vegas. Haralabob, you know, he went to Max Payne Monday last night to do investigation. He ended up being the biggest loser in the game, unfortunately, and got the proper Hustler Live treatment. But what are they saying over there? What are you hearing, Julie? Are you hearing anything interesting that maybe, you know, we're not hearing out here, or we haven't heard about, or whether it's an idea or a theory or a certain way maybe people are thinking about it out there?
Well, I think that I don't think it's any different than whatever people everywhere else are thinking, except that people know a lot of the players involved. And obviously there's, you know, concerns over streams and I mean, that's brought up a whole other set of issues, right? And as somebody who plays on streams frequently and have like my favorite games on streams, and Ryan's like the best game organizer of anybody I can think of, like that, we have to all protect that part of the industry. I think I'd like to protect it. I think that people feel, to be honest, I felt like a lot of people gave Robbi the benefit of the doubt early on and were like, that wasn't a cheat. And I feel like a lot of people feel differently, frankly, because a lot of the conversations that have happened and said, like, you know, a lot of inconsistencies. Obviously, the minute the Brian thing came out, that was upsetting. We all were around Brian a lot. Like I knew, you know, all the time from being on the stream. But once that came out, that created a lot more plausibility in a lot of people's minds that were like, well, how could she cheat? I mean, it's just it's a crazy story that every day gets crazier and crazier, right? I mean, yeah. But I think personally that it's less about the action of the bad call, although it's like, it's impossible to call unless you know what the other person has, and more about like the conversations after. I soloed him, I read him, I have a read on like one of the best players, hands down, live cash, that we can all acknowledge. Like that's a hard person to have a read on. I would defy a lot of other people to say. So she, as a newer player, has a read. Then it's like, I thought Jack High could be good. I thought you were full of shit. It's not about what I had. It's like the stories kept sort of changing, and I think that caused a lot of skepticism amongst people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like, are people scared to play on the show? Because some people are out here saying, you know, maybe you should shut the show down, or like, are people worried about playing on the show out there, or you know, what are you hearing about the players in terms of if they're gonna keep going on these games, or if they're gonna call for tighter security, or you know, maybe how are you feeling about that?
I think that, you know, when we played the other night, when I played with Doug Polk, he was like, oh, it feels like this would be the safest time to play. Like everybody's on full attention. I don't know. I mean, I think there's all sorts of, I saw that Live with the Bike said tonight they were not seeing any hole cards till after the hand was played, right? Production wasn't seeing it?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
That seems like probably a good idea. I've had a few people call me and just blast me and be like, you can't play in a stream game where people have access to your cards. You're crazy. I don't know.
But you personally, it sounds like you're not too worried. You'll still play if you're gonna play. Like you're not worried about playing.
I mean, I'd love to see some things change. I know Nick and Ryan are working on changing their systems. I haven't really talked to Wayne. I'll find out from him what they're doing over there. I don't want to play in a game that's compromised.
Right, yeah.
I mean, we've all been in games. I've been cheated, though, knowingly in at least 2 home games. And so I was always like, actually recently in the last few months was like, I'm not going to play home games anymore. I'm going to just play, at the casino. And now it's like, okay, if the stream games are off the table, then it's just these games at the casino. So I don't know.
So what kind of?
You find a damn good poker game these days.
I know, that's how I feel. That's how I felt from this. I'm like, damn, like I can't play on like if I play on like an app game online, you never know what's gonna happen. Especially PLO, if two or three people got 12 cards, you in a bad spot. Even if you in a good game with a couple good players that are blasting, it's like kind of dangerous. And then if you can't go to the stream games, you got to worry there. I was like, damn, okay, so basically you got to play like a private game in a casino, or you got to play higher stakes in the casino. There really isn't much higher stakes public games in Vegas, so it's like you basically got to play private game in Vegas or go travel to kind of play. LA, obviously big home game world, and I don't know what the state of the private game in the casino is. It sounds like the Bike has games in the Legends Room, and maybe you could go get some action there that you could feel safe in there. But yeah, I kind of feel the same way about it now.
I feel safe in a game in a casino, but again, there are 2 or 3 people there that, there are people there that play together all the time. You don't know what, and there's no game that's a safe game. I definitely feel like online is not for me. I feel like with everything that's come out in the last couple of years, it's like, that is not, I don't feel good about that. So.
Rightfully so. Right.
What do you do?
Right.
Yeah, it's rough out there.
Rightfully.
Are you a professional poker player, Julie? Is that what you do?
No. I'm a producer. I'm a film and television producer.
Very cool.
But
So what does that mean exactly? So if you do, by the way, Hoodie Allen in the chat, shout Hoodie Allen. He does a lot of great music. He said, "Can you say hi to Julie from me?"
I love Hoodie. He's the best.
So shout out to Hoodie. I think I saw him in NYC. I needed some music to use Hoodie for some videos. So DM me if you got music. I think you said you have copyright free music. Yeah, but Julie, what exactly does that mean? So you do producing in Hollywood. So what does a producer do exactly for the content?
I think I mean, there's so many different things a producer does, but in many cases for me, I originate a project. I either come up with an idea, I read a book, a article. I can't tell you how many people are like, this is a movie. I don't think it's a movie yet. I am working on the story about Kelly's son and Phil Ivey. That's a movie I'm developing.
You're kidding me. Stop it. No way. You're doing that movie? You're kidding me. I did like such a deep dive. I made like a 35-minute video that I never put out about that whole story about Chen Yun-sun and Phil Ivey, and about how they traveled around the world with this baccarat thing, and how they it was one of the craziest stories I heard. And I saw that they've got the rights is going to be a movie. And so you're the one that's going to produce that movie.
Yeah.
That's going to be
friend
crazy.
Of mine, A friend of mine who produced Crazy Rich Asians and also who I did Hell or High Water with, he was one of the he ran one of the financing entities, had the rights to it. So from the minute he got the rights, I was like, oh, you got to let me produce that movie. So I kind of hounded him until he agreed. Andy Bellin wrote the script, who's, you know, been a screenwriter. And
he wrote a poker book. Yeah. Andy Bellin. What was it? What was the name of the poker book that he wrote?
He wrote a book about blackjack.
Let's see.
Who's playing Phil Ivey?
I don't know yet. Kelly's son is being played by Awkwafina.
Poker Nation. He wrote.
And we're negotiating right now with the writer of Crazy Rich Asians to be involved. So we'll see what happens. But
who would make a good Phil Ivey? I mean, that's wow.
I had
that's
to
like
randomly tell Phil Ivey because I was playing like with my back to him at Bobby's room. He was like sitting right behind me, and I was like, I got to tell this guy because I'd been on conference calls all day about cast lists on that movie. So I was like, yo, so I've been talking about who's going to play.
That's so awkward. I couldn't imagine if someone came to me like, oh, this guy's going to play you in this movie. Yeah, it's kind of a strange experience. Do you have to like go with Phil Ivey? Like, do you get to talk to Phil Ivey about the story and he's going to like share info with you and then you're going to use that for the movie?
Eventually. I mean, he's worked with Andy and the producers so far on that. So they spent some time with him. And as we go into this next draft, I'm sure we will. And I'd love to see whatever you have on it. But yeah, no, that's just one project. For me, it's like, it just depends on what, you know, sometimes it's just an original idea. Sometimes it's a book, sometimes it's whatever, or true story. The next movie I'm doing before that one happens is a true story, sort of set in the opioid, you know, tragic world, from the point of view of a reporter who broke the story. And that'll star Jeremy Renner. So, yeah.
That sounds depressing.
It's terrible.
Yeah, that one is the fuck. I mean, when I make that kind of
pretty
content,
fucking terrible.
You can make any kind of content. That's the one you're choosing to make. You want to tell? Do you want to tell that story?
Okay, I'll tell you another one I'm doing that you'll like. I'm doing a show set in a casino. What it is to be, it's like sort of an homage to the movie Casino, and I'm doing it with Scorsese, and it's set in like, you know, 2023, what a casino is, and it's got like it's sort of like a Ray Donovan meets Mad Men about a young, ambitious casino executive. So that'll be really fun too. I'm giving you the ones I think you like, since you don't like the opening.
Anything like Casino would be sick, obviously. Obviously, Casino, one of the greatest movies of all time. So,
and doing it with Scorsese. He gave me some really, I had a crazy driver in Vegas a few weeks ago, and the guy was like telling me all these little tidbits, like where the term 86 came from. Do you know that?
Where'd it come from?
It came from when the mob used to hit a guy, they would drive him out 80 miles and bury him 6 feet deep. And so
that's crazy.
Anyway, this driver gave me all these tidbits. They're going right in the show. Yeah, no, it's cool. I mean, look, being a producer's fun. I do love poker. I said, but I mean, listen, it's terrible that it's like hard to find games that you can trust. We have to be in an environment we can trust games.
Right.
I think the Poker Go studio games are pretty. People don't really talk about that. Not that that's necessarily a game that's accessible for everybody, but that's like probably the one stream game that you can kind of hang your hat on as being a. But I'm with you. I don't see the need to show the cards in real time, even if the game is being streamed. Like you can just fold your hand and then show your hand, put your card on the RFID thing or a camera afterwards. Like the idea that production needs real time access to your cards to put together a show that's 1 hour delayed is absurd. And it's almost like you're justifying the fact that you need to cheat the game in order to say, yeah, we need to have that. There's no real justification for it at this point. And I think that needs to change. And then once that happens, I think people feel more comfortable playing, I think, in these environments.
Yeah. I actually liked about the Poker Go, I've played that a few times, but that they edit it. And so you don't get the whole endless game, which with all those boring hands in between.
Yeah.
Although we played a session that was like Phil Hellmuth's kind of a home game, his home app game that we were playing over pandemic. And everybody else's sessions got 4 or 5 episodes and ours got 1 because it was such an unexciting game. There was only 40 minutes worth of like hands, and Phil only bought in really short and wouldn't.
Yeah, I was going to say, did Phil min buy in that game? I'm guessing that too.
And Ryan Feldman came and he bought 100,000 and Phil bought like Now I'm going to get blasted by Phil for saying he only bought 5,000.
Yeah, careful. He's gonna start texting you and stuff like that. Yeah, Torrin said Julie'd be a good guest for the pod. She's interesting as fuck, Poppy. I would agree. Yeah, definitely. I would agree. It sounds like you got some interesting stories. You know, some interesting things. People in the chat want to know, Julie, and then we'll let you go. Do you think this could be a movie? Whatever's happening here, people seem to think this would be a hell of a movie. There's a lot of interesting characters. What do you think about it so far? Is it to be told before it could be a movie? Do we need a better ending, or what do you think about that?
I think we need the ending.
Okay.
I mean, I think, it's a really interesting cast of characters. I gotta be honest. You can't write this. I mean, in true Hollywood fashion, you can't write this stuff, right? Like seeing those texts that aligned with similar verbiage, I'm like, oh my God, this is like, I mean, that stuff makes good movie fodder. But
it reminds me of the Nancy Kerrigan, Tanya Harding thing. Like people are like, oh, there'd be no way that would be, she'd be the most person who'd benefit the most from it. And then you had like galooly, which actually became a verb afterwards. Galoolying someone. It reminds me a little bit of that, and it's where you think nobody could possibly be this absurd to do this, but hey, guess what? There's people out there that do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more interesting to watch really smart people try and figure out a way to like bringing down the house or 21.
Yeah, pulling off a caper.
And that's what I love about Phil and Kelly's story is they they in a very, I think, transparent way tried to outgame the casino, right? So I think that basically I think those are more interesting, but there is something to the sort of, if there's a criminal ring here, it is truly in the Tanya Harding vein.
Yeah,
it is a sloppy ring of people.
Jeez, yeah. In the Ivy movie, how much did they end up with? Was it 20 to 30 million they ended up winning in this thing, or is it? Because that's sort of they had to pay back all. They didn't really get away with anything in the last. I know. I thought they made a lot because they basically went to a lot of properties all around the USA, and then at London when they went there, they basically didn't get that money, and then the Borgata money. I'm not sure what happened with that, but they were other casinos they went to. Where they
Borgata money they got paid, and they had to give back.
They get back Borgata and the London.
They beat Montreal for a lot. I know the story pretty intimately because I know a bunch of friends who were doing the edge card sorting. Like very quietly for like 20 years, like, oh, the purple Gemco decks are here. And so I had a bunch of friends who were like really, really like pissed off that these guys got so, they were like breaking off 500,000 here, 100,000 there, 20. And for this guy to go and win 14.5 million pounds or whatever it was in that fashion, especially because he just beat he did that. And then he did the Borgata afterwards. And was it Crop? Was the name of the casino in Crockford's? Yeah, they didn't pay, and then they had obviously suspicion. Then he went and beat the Borgata, and it was such a weird situation. But I have a funny story. Like at 2 a.m. one night, I got this text from Phil. I used to have a house in the hills, and he was up. This is back when Phil used to party pretty hard. And he's like, "Yo, I need a place to stay. Are you up?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you can come stay at my house, no problem. I'll leave the door unlocked." So. He didn't know that I knew about the edge cheating things. I had friends like, yo, if you know Phil, can you tell him to cool it on this? Like he's gonna blow it for everybody. And so Phil comes to my house at like, I guess it was like maybe 3 or 3:30 in the morning, and he starts like telling me the entire story about how they're edge sorting and how they're making all this money. It's how it's the biggest edge ever. And he's got the cards out and he's showing me like the cards. And the next morning he wakes up and I'm like, yo, like, can we talk a little bit about that? Because maybe I think he just need to like chill. And he's just like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, I never, what are you talking about? He was so shocked that he betrayed the story, but it was probably a situation where he just had like this information. He was just looking to talk about it to anyone, just kind of to release it. But yeah, it was pretty wild. I don't know. The whole thing is going to be amazing. I'm sure it's going to be a great story and people are going to love it.
Well, they're our heroes in our movie, so they do belong. And
the casino.
Why should the only sort of person that's, if they're hurt at all, would be the casino whose whole, business is built on exploiting everybody else, their edge over everybody else. So
100%. Yeah, it's a total free roll. And like he had an edge, but it's still not infallible. Like I'm a professional gambler. You can have a 58% edge and still lose, like it happens. But he was, they certainly weren't going to give him the money back if he lost. That's for sure.
Julie, you know Tom Dwan? You friends with Tom Dwan?
Yeah, I mean, I've met him. Yeah.
He said he's.
thing with you.
He said he wanted to come on and say hi again.
Okay. I was going to tell my.
I'm gonna peace out, Joey.
You gonna take off, Hurrah, Bob?
Hurrah, hurrah, Bob.
Hurrah,
Julie, it was a pleasure meeting you. It was definitely, this is what I need
Likewise.
to cool down after the previous conversation, because I was a little, now I feel like this is like a nice little palate.
Got off topic for a minute about Jack 4 for 1 minute.
Yeah, nice. Pleasure meeting you, Joey. Thanks again. Good luck with the rest of the show. And yeah, good. Enjoy.
Yeah, Bob. Talk to you soon, buddy.
Yeah, peace out. See ya.
See ya. Guys in the chat, give Bob a big shout out for coming on here, being another great co-host, and going heads up with the great Robbi there one-on-one. Thank God Bob's here, because the conversation go a lot different.
Did that happen before or after I was on?
Before and after. We had a good talk. It was pretty spicy.
Bob, wait, don't go yet.
Tom, you here?
Yeah. Did Bob leave already?
Bob just got out of here. He probably heard you're coming. He said, "I'm get away from this guy."
No, yeah, I had texted me.
Tilted about owing money or something like that. Guys, listen, we're joined again by Tom Dwan, lead detective, disappeared from Poker World for about 10 years in China, in Asia, and now he's appeared as a regular on my stream, and he's getting me crypto wallets with money in it, and I don't know what's going on. So
I'm not talking about all that. I'm just gonna drop a little edge sorting knowledge.
Okay. Go ahead.
There was a thing at Marina Bay Sands supposedly for way more than this. That's all. Julie, sorry you got yelled at.
That's
I
okay.
thought you did great, Julie.
I can handle it. That's it?
That's the story?
Yeah,
what are you talking? You said you got a story, bro. You told me you got a fucking story. You didn't give me a story. You gave me a
edge sorting
sentence.
at Marina Bay Sands for much more
Hold
than
on, Tom. Do you have any other information relevant to things this week?
Yeah, I've texted you some of that, but
I
I'm
know.
not gonna
So
say
do
it
you
right
want to
now.
tell Joey while you're on?
Yeah, Tom, what's going on?
I
Tell
texted
me.
Joey some too. No, I'm just telling you guys some edge sorting info. That's it.
No.
Oh, but I did say I thought that she was going to beat a lie detector.
Wait, what are you texting? What are you texting Julie, Tom?
The same stuff I text you guys. You guys both just didn't look at your phone.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, I've been on the stream. Guys, what do you think about that, Tom? What do you think about that great Tom Don story? Chat, let me know. Is it a W or an L? What do you think?
Yeah, Marina Bay Sands more than I do.
Can I tell my Phil Ivey story that I heard?
Yeah, but I'm gonna hop off and listen to it on the other stream.
Why?
Because I don't know.
Doesn't want to get. Unbelievable. Have you been texting with him?
Yeah. What do you think about his text style? It's a different kind of style. Guys, L or W story in the chat. Listen, tell me what you think about that. Ay. Well, listen, Julie, I appreciate coming on here. I appreciate getting to know more about you, get to hear more about your story and what's happening out there in LA. Do people follow you on Twitter, Instagram, or something like that? You got a channel that people can go, or
I have an Instagram that's Juju Poker Face, but I don't really post on it very much. But
okay, is there a movie they can watch if they want to go watch a movie or something? Support one of your recent pieces of content.
Season 2 of Heels on Stars. Have you seen Heels, by the way?
What's that?
Oh, it's watch the first season on Stars, and then the second season is coming out. It's about set against the backdrop of wrestling. It's kind of a Friday Night Lights set in the world of wrestling.
Oh, sick! Sounds cool. Yeah, I don't watch much TV, but I'll check something like that out. I like Friday Night Lights. Friday Night Lights pretty classic. So, oh yeah, Phil Ivey story.
Oh, Phil Ivey's story is that some friends of mine were flying with him from, I think, like some game in Montenegro or something within Europe. They were on a private plane, and Phil had been playing all night. And at some point, there was some problem with the plane. Do you know this story?
No.
There was some problem with the plane, and the flight attendant comes out and says, "Okay, everybody, you have to put your oxygen masks on. We're going to get a drop in pressure." And everybody's like panicking, like, "Oh my God, my kids." And
yeah.
Phil Ivey just like wakes up, looks around, puts his oxygen mask on, and goes right back to sleep.
What are you talking about? Phil Ivey not worried about anything, huh?
I just thought, who wants to play a hand against this guy? I don't even think his pulse increased one bit. So anyway, it's a great story. It's a great story. I look forward to telling his story in that movie. But anyway.
Yeah, I'm excited for that movie. Yeah.
Sorry this turned into like a fiasco and all negative before, but this was super positive, this part. So.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, appreciate you coming back on, and once again, Thanks for coming on, talking to the people, guys on YouTube and Twitch. Please say thank you to Julie. They said they love Queen Julie. So Julie, we'll check back in with you again soon.
Okay, awesome. Thanks.
All
Bye.
right, see ya. All right, guys, Julie Yorn coming back on there. Whew. Okay. Let me take a deep breath now. Whew. It's always intense when Robbi gets on here. There's something about Robbi. She brings the fire like no one else I've ever seen. Plus, like the chat starts like going absolutely crazy when Robbi gets on here, and then they get on me if I'm like, oh, I like Robbi. They're like, oh, like this guy likes Robbi. Like he's like they say it's like a bad thing. I'm like, oh my god, just trying to be nice to Robbi. What's up with the chat? So whatever, guys. Thanks a lot for tuning in. Smash the like button if you guys are enjoying it. Next guest we're gonna have up here, I believe, is gonna be Alex Jacob here. One of the guys. Let me text him real quick, and then I'm gonna have on Russell Thomas. He's been doing some DGAF research about DGAF. DGAF had some accusations made against him, and he looked into the hands. Says that he doesn't think anything's going on with DGAF for cheating. So I'm gonna have him on here as well too. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. We are here. We are live. GTO headquarters, Las Vegas, Nevada. Where is it at? But yeah, guys, welcome everybody for who joined the new membership on YouTube. I basically turned on the membership after I had this Manscaped deal. I kind of go, I'm reevaluating it right now, just the experience I had. So I basically looked around my channel. I saw that the Solve for Why guys had the membership. I saw the Hustler Casino Live guys had membership. So I was like, oh, I put that on my page. I only got one emoticon right now. So we'll see what the membership ends up being on Twitch or on YouTube. But, I appreciate all the people who have subscribed so far on day one and have joined the Legion. Appreciate you guys very much. But yeah, we got, I'm going to get Alex Jacob on here. Like I said, he is a former Jeopardy champion. So, this guy, and he's a former poker player too, successful poker player. So he's going to have something interesting to say, I'm sure. Get Jersey Joe on there. Yeah, we got Jersey Joe coming on. Don't worry. We got Jersey Joe coming back on here eventually. So, but yeah, we're watching the Max Payne Monday show. You see Margot Brooke right there with the pocket aces. Kim Jong Joey. Yeah, guys. What did you guys think about what Haral Bob had to say? What did you guys think about what you guys think about what Julie had to say? What did you guys think about what Robbi had to say? I thought Robbi. I don't know why you guys don't believe Robbi about what she's saying. I mean, I guess at the same time she is sometimes has contradicted herself, so I could understand people's hesitancy to believe what Robbi says, but. Yeah, I guess I can see it. It makes more sense when I think about it like that, yeah. So, it's her attitude. You don't like her attitude. She fired up. That's because you don't like fired up people. I speak fired up language. A lot of you guys out there, you don't speak fired up language. So, when somebody get fired up and passionate, I speak the fired up and passionate language because I got to hold myself back to not let it get taken there. But sometimes you see, I do let it get taken there, right? I can't control myself. And then I might turn into Robbi sometimes where I'm all fucking, I'm not speaking. I'm cussing at people. I feel attacked. Stuff like that. So shout out to Samuel Ullman with the 5. Boyd Fleming as well, too. Thank you, Boyd Fleming. But yeah, guys, we got Alex Jacob. I think he's going to come in here. If not, I got another friend who is my lawyer friend. So let me put him in the waiting room. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, get some water, and we'll watch his hand.
Pretty Boy P with the Gretzky needs to find a 9 one time. Okay.
I mean, I might as well just do the rest. All in.
All in.
Fucking pocket kings. Son of a bitch. Ace king.
Ace king much more likely.
Such a fucking sucky hand. Count it out for me.
I think you're valued in.
This is 15.
Mm-hmm.
A little less than 2,100.
And this is why understanding stack depth is so important in these spots, especially pre-flop when he called with the 9s, because it's so likely you're going to be in this exact spot. She only had 2,000 behind. There's 4,500 in the pot when he calls. So calling that first bet, it almost feels like you're going to be putting the rest in all the time. And I just, it's a punt to Margot.
How many viewers?
Is that like the longest slow roll ever?
Not at all.
Okay. Well, it's hard. No, after the football game, it'll shoot.
He has 1 out. 1-9.
No,
Not today.
Not soccer. Huh?
2 pair. She got it.
Oh, shit.
2,080.
I knew she wanted to race from jump. I saw it in her face.
Okay.
Thank you.
You get aces a lot. Actually, there should, and I'm just saying overall, there should be an investigation on how many times you get aces.
I actually try not to look in those spots.
What am I changing? Sorry?
Yeah, thank you. Someone reminded me in chat of DGF's dad's name. It was POS. It was POS and his mom, DTF, got together, and this is what they made.
Yeah, exactly.
She warned you.
And I'm pretty sure he was AFK for most of
You
childhood.
said in your video you always have aces.
Yeah.
I did.
Now I'm starting to wonder about you.
Yeah.
I know, right?
When's that investigation start?
Everything was on the up and up until you started playing, if you think about it.
Yeah.
Oscar came and licked my ankle halfway through and told me I was
really?
good.
Easy,
Yeah.
easy.
Wow.
Lucky Bob didn't do it.
Never where you think it's coming from.
We were. I had a proof for you, but that would be good.
All right, guys, sorry about that.
Where do you go?
Definitely not
machine,
that's
for sure.
Once again, Maxine Money. Her all Bob went there last night.
Do you say something?
Hey, I gotta look. I can't remember what I have.
All right, we need Alex in here. Hold on a second.
I mean,
Damn, this guy looks like Hans Niemann right now. What's up, kid?
Joey, what's up, puppy?
How's it going, brother? Guys, listen, welcome. Please welcome Alex
go.
Jacob to the show right now. Alex Jacob, longtime poker player, probably more well known for his dominance of Jeopardy. I can't remember the specifics of the dominance, but I do remember that he was dominating it and he was crushing it. And he's got a little. He looks like Hans Niemann
Well,
right
thank you,
now.
man.
So, but yeah, listen, we're joined by Alex Jacob. Thank you. Thanks
It's
him for
funny
coming on.
you say that. I tweeted that when I first saw the whole Hans Niemann thing. I tweeted the YouTube thumbnail and I said I thought that was me for a second because I really did. The picture actually, he's like from the side and it just like it really looked like it could have been me. Like maybe I'll give myself a little credit. Maybe a little more overweight than me, but it looked pretty close.
Yeah, I just learned about that story. I saw you follow me on Twitter. I was like, I want to get him on my podcast, but
Oh, thank you, man.
I don't think. But yeah,
I
how's
appreciate
that?
it. You know, it's funny you bring that up because it reminds me of that a lot. Because okay, first of all, I don't think that Magnus Carlsen was cheated, and it's a lot for the same reason I don't think Robbi cheated.
Mm-hmm.
It's just very difficult to pull off. The consequences of getting caught are severe. It's just extremely bold to try to cheat the best players in the world while everyone is watching, right? So, and the thing with the Hans Niemann and Magnus Carlsen situation, okay, Magnus loses the game to Hans, and so he quits the tournament, and there's this whole thing. If he wins that game, do you think he quits the tournament? No. The whole scandal doesn't happen all because of what Magnus decided to do. Then a week later, however long it was, Garrett basically does the same thing. Now imagine he wins that run out. He just goes on playing. Nothing. This whole scandal is completely because of what Garrett did, and it's interesting. I think there are a lot of parallels because they're both kind of, revered as rightly so, as kind of the geniuses of their respective sports, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the gut reaction straight away was for a lot of people to give them credit. And I think in the case of Magnus Carlsen, a lot of that has waned at this point. I don't know how close you've been following it, but basically from what I can tell, the consensus in the chess world, at least among the top players, is that Magnus was not cheated in that game, right? And that many people think he was like way out of line for doing that. Obviously it's gone a different way in the poker world. Anyway, we don't need to keep talking about the chess thing. That's obviously not what we're here for. But I think Mike Postle and maybe Magnus Carlsen a little bit have broken people's brains a little bit. And people are way overestimating the chance of something like this happening, the chance that people would try to do this with the number of viewers, the number of eyes on this, with Phil Ivey, with Garrett at the table, it's just think about how even the number of people that are involved and how, let's say you're Brian, the inside man. Let's say he obviously had some nefarious tendencies. Let's say you want to cheat the game. How do you even broach the subject to a player? How do you do that? How do you who are you going to get to do it? Because if you ask somebody, they could easily just go to Ryan and Nick, and now you're done, right?
Yeah.
So how do you even set something up like that? If you're Brian, the same token, even if let's say Robbi wanted to cheat, she has to find co-conspirators. She has to find Brian, the inside man. I mean, this is like a sick parlay, and I think people are just not seeing past the logic of the Jack forehand.
Yeah, I like what you're saying about how Mike Postle and maybe Magnus maybe break people's brain a little bit. So now when they're looking for cheating, they can see it a little bit easier. When you're like a casual observer of the, you know what I'm saying? Like if you're just looking from the outside, say, okay, well, Mike Postle did that, or Magnus Carlsen said that. So now everybody may be cheating, and then maybe Garrett in the moment maybe overreacted to what was happening. And I've seen some interesting Garrett theories about how emotions were building up, and like that was maybe a conclusion of some of the emotion because some of the hands leading up to it and some of the outbursts maybe he had the day before. And he was in this thing with Eric Persson where Eric Persson was kind of like owning him with the table talk. So I've seen some theories where like maybe the guy, something else was going on with him where he ended up exploding, and this was the manifestation of whatever the fuck's happening. And so I've seen that, whether I believe it or not. I've talked to Garrett more about that specific theory to kind of hear his opinion, because I feel like he could judge that objectively, and he seems pretty good to be able to do that. So that would be that. I could see that as one argument where he maybe got to that point. The Magnus thing is a huge story right now, and maybe he's just saying it kind of comes to the top of the mind versus maybe in the past or in a different scenario where maybe that wouldn't come to mind too.
It's funny you bring up the theory of Garrett being tilted. I don't know about any of that at all, but in the Magnus situation, Hans Niemann, I don't know if you know this, is kind of a notorious trash talker. And, I've thought maybe that has kind of got into Magnus's head and maybe even subconsciously made him want to go after Hans Niemann. Hans Niemann even said after the game, something line of like, Magnus must be embarrassed to lose to an idiot like me, and all this kind of stuff. And then Magnus comes out and does what he did. But anyway, you guys, I feel like we had some new information for Robbi. We could go into that, or do you want to just talk generally?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, the new information basically was about her going through with charges on the kid.
Well, right. But what was now, I think you guys kind of zoomed by it, but am I wrong here? But I think she said that Hustler confirmed to her that she received another call from Hustler that Ryan had stolen multiple other times at Hustler, and that contributed to her decision to now press charges. She said that, correct?
I thought she said that he had a deeper history in terms of his past, but I thought someone else in the chat might have said that as well too.
Chat, help me out, because I'm pretty sure she said specifically she got another call that there was no new information from Hustler that the person she forgave actually has stolen at Hustler from Hustler employees and from other people at Hustler on multiple occasions.
Right.
And for that reason, she pressed start. Now, that to me, that is huge. And you guys didn't even really talk about it. But I mean, I guess for to be 100% that is a fact, I guess we need confirmation.
Yeah, I think I was understanding
it.
I was understanding it differently, where she was saying that it was about the priors. So, but I
what is the chat saying? I'm not looking, but are they
Right, because I clarified that with her. I said, "Did you say that?" And I thought her clarification was the other way. So I mean, maybe what you're saying is correct, right? We got to ask Bertucci about that and
Roll back the tape. Roll back the tape.
But Alex is like, pull the receipt out. Get the receipt. Let's see the receipt.
Well, okay, so let's assume, for the sake of argument, that I'm correct.
Oh, so you're saying the info
that.
slip out? Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Huh.
What's that? No, let's assume that I'm correct that she said that. That's a pretty big deal, right? I mean, because that is what I said to Garrett. Well, not said to Garrett. I replied to him when he tweeted that, after the Brian news came out, and he tweeted, I'm glad people are changing their opinions, and everyone who stands with me, good for you. But if you don't, that's okay too. I said my position hasn't changed because it's likely this guy just steals all the time, and this is the first time that they checked the footage, and he got caught finally.
Right, which would be a great benefit for the side of Robbi, because then if this guy going around doing this, then maybe him stealing money off her stack means that they aren't really connected with each other.
Right. I mean, potentially not. I mean, and this is the whole bombshell that has flipped the entire poker world. All these people, is kind of 50-50. And then all these people who are like, oh, I'm 90% no cheat. All of a sudden this comes out and everyone flips, all the way. Oh, I'm 80% cheat now. Mm-hmm. And I was surprised by it. I mean, another reason is, where are the other hands besides the Jack 4 hand?
Right. If there was something working together.
Okay. So assuming she, cheated and took this really obvious and bad cheating spot, potentially this marginal obvious spot, why was she not doing that with other hands? Isn't it odd that it didn't show up that any other hands that she was doing moves like that? She just decided to pull it out on this one move, on this one hand.
Right.
I mean,
good question. You're bringing up some good. That's why I say it's easy to go back and forth on this either time. It's always easy to go back one way or the other. And right, I've gone through everyone. I feel like I've gone through a fucking circular maze. I just go do back and forth through all the different scenarios and all the possibilities, and it ends up being this guy just going around taking a bunch of chips at the casino and then blasting off at the high stakes games. Then that makes a lot of sense, and maybe that's just what this is. And this hand, it actually isn't anything, and it's just this guy who ended up getting found out due to the most random circumstances that could have been.
Right. I mean, everyone, the thing I kept seeing was, there's so many, it can't be this many coincidences. There's so much smoke, and there's got to be fire, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I feel like it's one coincidence.
Yeah.
That the Brian stole on that night. Like, okay, like the one came out, but that's just one. Like, I don't think the hand is that big a deal. Like, even if she really thought she had Jack 4, okay, but it seems tonight, again, another piece of information. I don't know if this was new or if she's already confirmed this, but apparently her official story is that she misread her hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
She misread her hand, which is the most sensible, the thing that makes complete sense that could have happened.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden now the probability of a player to do that is much higher. I feel like, to be able to misread her hand in a pressure situation like that, even if she looks back. I mean, I feel like, what was it? Mike Madison said on your show that one time he looked at it and he still misread the hand. I mean, it happens. I'm guaranteed that I've misread a hand once or twice in a live poker game. I mean,
yeah. Haralbop with the donation says, with the 50, shout out to Haralbop, just was on here. He said, all it means is that the guy is a cheat and is willing to steal. Why wouldn't he also be willing to be a co-conspirator on a cheating scheme? It just means his morals are compromised, which I, agree, right?
But you can't just take a leap like that. Like, okay, it means maybe, I mean, that to me, that's a giant leap. I mean, I guess I would ask, at what would, by the way, I found it funny how Haralabab was kind of, when Robbi was on, was kind of acting like he was, didn't think she cheated, when obviously he's like 90% sure that she did, and everything he said on every other podcast has been in that direction. I just wonder, like, okay, so here's another question. Let's just say How much money do they have in the game? Do they have like 1 or 2 bullets? They have this whole cheating operation, and they only were able to get in the game because they got money from Nick Airball at the last second. And you know, if she loses the hand, was she done? Did they have more money behind? Did they have like what 1 more bullet? And she gets it on that hand. I mean, this really
it's a good question. I mean, you're bringing up some of the same points I basically kind of think about a lot too, which are, you know, not, I wouldn't say that the popular viewpoint right now from seeing the chat, but I'm considering these things as well too, right? I'm thinking about it like, you know, it just doesn't like, if you're gonna cheat, you're gonna have a bunch of money. To me, right? Not to say that maybe they wouldn't at this point too. You know, this could be they wouldn't have more optimally sure. So I go the other way. It's real easy for me to start thinking that and be like, oh, but then I go the other way and I go, well, you know, so like that's why for me I'm just let me just see the evidence and let me see the let me see Hustler. Send in the SWAT, the Hustler SWAT investigation team and let these guys do their job. And it's not my fucking decision to decide which way or is it the other. It's on Hustler Casino Live to decide and figure it out. So I'm going to see them do their job first. And then from there, if they don't do their job, then maybe we can make a decision on what we think took place, or maybe more evidence comes out too. But it seems like it's like 10 days as well. And, you know, I don't know. I feel like I don't know what the hell is going to happen. I'm excited to see what's going to happen, and hopefully it all ends up being a clear answer, because in the past we haven't had many clear answers with these things. And I just hope we get some clarity here.
So that's a good thing to talk about, because I wonder, at this point we need to start talking about what Robbi has to do for the consensus to flip that she's, you know, for the most part exonerated. I mean, you know, I understand the argument that maybe you would never be able to prove or disprove, you know, certain things, but there has to be some kind of standard that we say as a community, okay, there was nothing here. You know, they didn't find anything. Hustler tried their best. They hired all the people. They spent all the time, and they didn't find anything. And at that point, I feel like we have to say that I feel like some apologies need to be issued. And I feel like the money needs to go back from Garrett to Robbi. And at this point, I don't think that's ever going to happen. And I'll just say for a second that I'm a fan of Garrett like everybody else. I don't have a problem with Garrett. I don't know him. I'm a fan of the show Survivor, and I know he was on it, and you know I have a soft spot for him for that reason. But you know, I think he's out of line here. I think he was out of line from the beginning, and I think we need to hold Garrett's feet to the fire at a certain point. If nothing comes out, if there's no, you know, if there's no evidence that ever comes out, at a certain point, we need to say sorry. Like, this is shameful what the poker world has done to this person. It really is. I mean,
we got Bob,
assuming I'm correct and she's innocent. Let's just assume that for a second.
Right.
I don't know. Is Haralba?
Haralba tap back in here a little bit. He got fired up, I guess. I don't know what happened to him.
Okay.
Bob, you back in?
No, not fired up at all. I'm going to play devil's advocate to some of these theories.
Okay, sure.
You're not getting challenged. Sure. So you think because the guy got caught stealing, that it just means he's a thief and he was stealing all the time?
What? No, I'm saying Robbi was told new information that he stole multiple other times at Hustler.
Right.
That's what I believe.
That information's like, you haven't really been privy to something like that. Information's been out for a while now, and people have known about that. And she had claimed on our show, on Joey's show, not our show, but on Joey's show, that she was going to press charges because we goaded her into pressing charges. And then the statement came out that was the wouldn't not, you know, Instagram DM message, etc. Which, like, look, I'm giving her the benefit of all this.
I can talk about would and not if you want. I have some thoughts about that.
Well, I just want to go through what you said before we start talking about other things.
Okay, sure.
So the guy, Brian, in question was a poker player who was losing money in app games, was losing money off stream. So think about this. You're stealing from chips around the table. Would this be the night you decide to steal money? when there's
It
all
wouldn't
of
be
this.
the night in either case, okay?
No, this
It
is the
wouldn't be
night where they're going to go
either
back
way.
and do an investigation and look at all the footage. And
Right.
now you're going to steal money?
Either way, it wouldn't be. It doesn't make sense either way. It doesn't make sense either way.
Okay, but
for the same reason.
Do you think that someone who steals money off chips is more likely or less likely to want to cheat if they have access? The bottom line is this guy had
More
access.
likely, but that doesn't prove anything. Of course, they're more likely.
Right. So I think it doesn't prove anything, but I don't think it doesn't disprove anything. Like you're saying, you're like, oh, now it
certainly
shows.
is a boon for the team Robbi. You don't.
No, I don't.
Come on, Geraldo.
I think all the other stuff. No, I think the other thing is like you just automatically decided that she misread her hand. It's simple. She misread her hand. She said
Well,
she
she
misread her
said
hand.
she's saying that's what it is now. I mean, you could say she's lying, but that's what she's saying happened,
Sure.
correct?
She also said though that her version of events changes frequently, and that she doesn't have a real consistent. She did say that, and she did say earlier she didn't misread her hand. Then she came on Joey's show later and said she called him with Jack High because she had a feeling. She said that after she said she misread her hand.
I mean, I
Is that
thought
right,
you
Joey?
didn't you just say like, didn't you give her credit for saying that she's not a consistent person and that she was being honest? And hey, some people aren't consistent. You just said that like 10 minutes ago. I was watching.
I can say that she's being true to herself. It doesn't mean she's being true to the reality of right and wrong and black and white. You know, like I'm not trying to. You said like, oh, look, I don't know if she did it. Like I think one of the things I find most interesting, and I do agree with you that people have lost their mind, is that you have people that have gambled for a living. Used to gamble for a living. Have gambled for a living and now they're 100% certain. Like, how could you be 100? This is Bayesian probability. Nobody can be 100%. Only people can be 100% certain are Robbi and the other people that are being accused. Everyone else is just making educated guesses. So I'm not 100% she cheated. I don't know that she cheated. I really don't. I'm being honest. I don't know, but I do know that she's not a credible witness to what she has said has happened. That's all I'm saying. And that could be a function of her personality. It could be a function of her being under a lot of stress. It could be a function of a number of different things. It's not really for us to speculate, but that's just how I see it.
But is it fair what I said that you're about 80 to 90% sure that she cheated?
No, I'm not anywhere near 90%. No, I said I was 100%. I said I was like 99% sure.
It's more than 50. It's more than 50.
I said she was more. I said that she was 99% sure that she misread her, that she did not misread her hand. That I'm using my 30 years as a gambler and just being someone who's been around.
You're saying you're 99% sure that she did not.
I'm very certain that she didn't misread her hand. Yeah.
You're just doing the exact same thing you just said was crazy. What do you mean? Why would you
Because
say
she
that?
came on the show 2 days
99%?
later, bro, and said that she. Also, there's people who have supposed. She said today some people told her to say that she misread her hand, and so that was just an easier way of going about it. Versus, and then she went on Joey's show 2 days.
She said people said not to say.
She went on. Well, she's also said earlier in other forms of communication that people have pressured her into misreading her hand. She has said that. So there's audio recordings floating around of her saying that. Just FYI. Like it's cool that you're
How
like
about this. Like the only reason you have all this is because she's willing to talk and go on all these podcasts. Does that seem like a guilty person to you?
Does
that seem like a guilty person to come out here on Joey and let it fly?
And let me answer it, or are you gonna ask another follow-up question before?
Okay, I'm sorry. It was a continuation. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I mean it doesn't look. Nothing about this is, and I enjoy the conversation, so I just want to make sure that I listen to you and you listen to me.
Yeah, of course. I'm sorry, man.
No worries. I don't think any of this stuff seems reasonable, bro. Like I think applying like normal logic. Like here's the thing. This is my impression of you when you came on. You're like, you're obviously a brilliant dude. You're very smart. You know what's going on.
I don't know about that, but thank you, man.
But you're applying a certain level of logic to a situation that has no logic. Like, why would they do this? They didn't even have enough bullets. Like, these aren't the sharpest. No matter what you say. Now, this is about Robbi, but I'm just talking about Brian because that's the one person we know who had access to the whole cards and did something wrong. Everyone else is innocent until proven guilty. But Brian is someone whose morals are clearly under scrutiny for a good reason.
Sure.
He's a sharp guy. Like, he's on you're like, oh, why would a guilty guy? He's on 2+2 talking about making posts about all of these things. Like, bro, like you're about to get arrested for something. Like maybe just take a step back. He's a guilty guy who's willing to go on and talk about all this stuff, about how he had made one mistake. It was only one mistake. He would never do it again. And now we've just found out that he's robbed people more and more and more. So that's what I have to say about that guy. I'm curious what else you got, because I think this is interesting.
Well, I mean, in response, obviously, there's no proven connection between Brian and Robbi, right? So just going on and on about how Brian is a scumbag, like it doesn't really move the needle as far as Robbi. If you're gonna say that the fact that it's a fact that he has stolen. No, I'm sorry. That Brian has stolen at Hustler multiple other times. The whole thing that everyone said when this came out was like, "Oh, how could this be such coincidence?"
I never
so he
thought
chooses that
though.
night, the first time he steals.
I never thought that though.
Come on,
no, but I never thought that. I never thought that.
But that's the reason why a lot of people flip their opinion.
But you're not talking to a lot of people. You're talking to me. So I never thought
okay, fair enough.
Not Robbi. Robbi wants to come back in. Oh no, come on.
No.
This is gonna be crazy.
I'm enjoying this. We can't have.
Robbi gonna turn up on us all. Robbi fired up. I love her. She fired up.
Here's one more point. What about the bounties? Don't you think
bounties
Beans
a great point.
or Brian would have taken the bounties?
Bounties a great point. Yeah. I mean, well, here's so you know.
Just go. I mean, no one has anything.
No one has anything.
Like all these people come on Joey's podcast, not just Robbi, who you could say, okay, she's well spoken, like she's got it together. No, Rip came on, Nick Airball came on, Beans came on
in the middle of his 50-year-old birthday party. Yeah, they all came on.
Yeah, but all these people were compelling to me. I mean, Joey, what do you think? Do you believe these people in the moment when they're talking to you?
100%. Are you kidding me? I'm like, bro, I feel like I'm in a cuckoo world. I'm like, I mean,
Alex, you haven't dealt with enough. I'm not saying they are, but there's a lot of sociopathic people. Have you ever seen did you watch the Dahmer thing? Okay, so Dahmer gets pulled over. Like, he gets pulled over. Like, the point is like they always deny. Bill Clinton's another example. Did Bill Clinton seem persuasive to you that he did not have sexual relations with that woman?
No, he didn't. I knew
he did. There's you guys are attributing me because you're honest people. You're an honest person. The idea that someone would, when confronted with the lie, would just be like, okay, you got me. No, it doesn't work that way. They double down. Like Dahmer basically had a body under the bed, like 2 or 3 bodies, another one in a vat. And the police were asking him questions about his boyfriend. And he just stuck with it. Yeah, can we come in your room? Of course you can come in my room, no problem.
Right.
Keep going until you're fine. And I'm not saying that's what they're doing at all. I'm just saying that I don't find the fact that they're denying it compelling. That's all. I definitely thought Robbi was guilty at first, or I definitely had feelings that she was guilty. Now I just think I have no idea what to believe, and I think she is owed the benefit of the doubt. I think the fact that people are assuming she's going through all this stuff. Like I've said this many times. She's going through a lot for someone who hasn't been proven of anything, and that's got to be very stressful. These other people, though, like Beans is like getting ready to catch something right now. There's numerous lawsuits again. Like they're all like.
Sure, I'm not saying these are all Boy Scouts, but I didn't think they were lying when they were on Joey's podcast, and they didn't sound measured to me. They didn't sound guarded. They were just letting it rip and telling their truth, man. I mean, I don't know how you can watch those streams and think that these were all guilty people covering something up. I mean, they all.
You didn't think Beans is a guilty person trying to cover something up?
Not in this.
Okay, well, he was busy trying to sell. He was busy trying to sell information that was going to unravel the whole co-conspirator thing later on to people. People are firing the guy off $1,000 for this, $2,000 for that, a conversation for this, and then he's like hinting that he might have been the Bellagio guy who came in there and robbed. I mean, these are very skilled manipulators, bro. I don't know what else to tell you. Like
I don't know. I think you're being disingenuous right now because Beans came on here and he said he wasn't the Bellagio guy. I don't know. You're just grasping at straws. Beans came on here and said definitively he was not.
Really don't. You don't have all the Joey.
Joey, you rule.
About Beans? Yeah, I mean, Beans, this guy seemed real out of line. So, I don't know what the guy up to.
But he came on here and he said he wasn't the Bellagio
He's got other stuff he's got to worry about.
Yeah, I think, he told me he's not. He sent me a whole dissertation about how he's not a Bellagio bandit. He sent me a bunch of stuff. So he sent me a lot of text messages. That guy, very interesting guy. I don't know what this guy's deal is, but Beans, he interesting guy, at least at the minimum. So, but obviously the guy is up to some stuff. We just don't know what he's up
definitely.
to.
I'll send you some stuff later, Alex. I feel like I'm worried about you now, bro. I feel like you disappeared from the poker world.
No, I mean, that's why I feel like I can be more clear here because I'm like sort of like an outsider now.
I can see where you're coming. That's how I felt when I took a long break.
You know what I mean? I feel like I'm viewing this with fresh eyes. Right. And all of you guys are just so paranoid from Postle.
No, it's not Postle, dude. It's about being in these games.
And it's just like Postle was such a different situation, man. It's just like it fits the exact profile who you expect, like a longtime grinder, maybe frustrated, intimate access with production, friends with production. Like, of course, like a million samples of hands that he played like a god. Like, come on, like this is nothing like that. I mean, the fact that like everyone has jumped on this bandwagon is just absurd to me.
That's fair. But have you ever had someone owe you money that was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get it to you? Like, did you believe them in the moment? Did you end up getting paid? Is there someone who's ever like not paid you? Like, there's lots of people out there like that.
Sure, of course.
Yeah. I think I don't know. There's a little bit of wholesome. Maybe gullible isn't the right word. Wholesome is probably the right word.
But you know what? There are people who have a terrible rap and have owed me money. I'll just say Chino Ream, and he paid me back. You know, I mean, so sometimes it doesn't always work that way. You know what I mean? It doesn't. It's not always like the person is not. I don't know.
That's fair.
I am.
I'm with you though that it's definitely not likely that she cheated. It's more likely than not that she didn't, just based on all of the, like you said, the bounty hasn't been repaid, or hasn't been.
So you actually think that? I'm surprised that you're saying that.
I mean, dude, there's no evidence. It's where's the? How am I going? Who am I, God? Like, there's no evidence. I'm a factual.
Well, everyone else. Well, right, but I feel like the whole poker world is kind of doesn't need it.
Yeah, the whole poker world. I mean, look, it's hard to listen to some of the stories and take these people at face value is all I'm going to say, because they'll say something that's very convenient in the moment. Because what are they going to do? They're going to come on Joey's pod and be like, yeah, I cheated. I was, like a good example is
no, they probably wouldn't go on Joey's pod. They go radio silent.
Probably. Maybe. Yeah, it's a different world out there, bro. People love this stuff. They love coming on here. It's like
the chat's fired up. Yeah, they do.
Here's another thing, Alex. Like, okay, if you were innocent and why would you keep coming on this pod? Like, I'm not saying that, but why would you just be like, you know what, this is bullshit? Why would you give airtime to the people who are? Because it's less about this at this point now. It's less about some of these guys. I'm not speaking about Robbi, but it's less about them clearing their name and more about just like coming on and talking and I don't know. It's interesting.
I think Robbi is trying to, make the best of it. I mean, I don't think she's happy about it. I don't think she's happy about gaining notoriety in this way. At the same time, I think, might as well, she's got eyes on her right now. She might as well, keep coming on. I think she can obviously sense that the poker world has turned and believes that she's guilty, and she's, she wants to clear her name probably potentially as well. Like, it makes sense why she would keep coming on to me if she's innocent. What wouldn't make sense is if she's guilty and just keeps coming on, be subjected to be grilled by people like you and Sean Deeb and Julie.
I never grilled. First of all, you said I was being disingenuous.
Okay.
I'm not grilled. I'm not.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be inflammatory.
No,
you understand the point I'm making. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I do, but I just think it's important that we use words that are accurate when we're speaking. And
fair enough.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I would think the thing to do if you're innocent, and she's obviously going to be doing this, is you just go through it. Do the not that the latitude means anything, but submit your phone if you want to. Be willing to have your phone record subpoenaed. All these other things that you could show. Maybe that might. And I think absent of that, it's tough to say. Well, why would you I would think, okay, you could do that, or you could come on Chicago Joey's pod, right? And it's like, you don't have to do both. You can do one or the other, and you could find a different avenue to clear your name that's not filled with a bunch of people who are going to attack you. So
you could do both.
Could do both. Sure. I mean, I don't know. It's it's interesting. I like your version of it, because I do think you are, like you said, you're dispassionate about it, but I do think there's a certain you haven't been around poker to see like the shit that's been going around, or gambling for a while, I'm guessing, and there's just a lot of shady things going on, and not Postle, but stuff like.
I understand. Do you think? Okay, let's say the hand didn't happen. Do these people seem, or does Robbi specifically seem like a person that would be involved in something like this to you?
What is that? What is a person that would?
Let's say you didn't know the action of the hand or anything, and it's just like, this person is suspected. Does she fit the profile to you? Is there a profile, or you think it just?
Yeah, I don't know if there is a profile. I don't think there is a profile. I mean, I think someone who is, I don't want to speak poorly about her, because I don't know, but I don't want to attack her character, because we've already been down that, but I do think there's a certain level of like. Not with her specifically, but just with people who might, there's people who want to be like Postle. Let's talk about Postle. Okay. For Postle, it was less about winning money so much as looking like a god and looking great. And I think there is definitely an you don't think so?
I mean, Who knows?
I mean,
Maybe.
well-
I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he
I'm
would
sure
like.
you like the money too.
I watched far too much Postle content, and he would go on, and some of the things he would say, like, I mean,
I'm sure he liked both.
He
I'm
loved
sure he
it,
liked
yeah.
both.
Dude's a
Loved
god,
it,
bro.
And
I
what
miss
did he
Mike
do?
Postle, the great Mike Postle.
He went to the point of even suing people, and so do you think Postle was guilty? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Okay, so why would he go to the hassle of like suing people and like agreeing to come on podcasts and
Well,
do all
hold
things?
on.
You know,
He
because
hasn't.
the-
Oh, sorry.
He came on. He talked on podcasts. He came on.
He went on one podcast.
He went
with
on
Mike
one
Matusow.
podcast with Mike Matusow. They probably felt like was a friendly, and he didn't come on with you, Joey, right?
No, he didn't come on.
Joey
with me.
wasn't hosting podcasts back then, though. He was just doing streams.
No, but I mean, Joey.
I
wanted him
had
on,
enough
come on.
I had enough hands to go over back then.
Yeah.
But you tried to get him on, right, Joey?
What'd you say?
You tried to get him on
All
right?
the
You
time.
said
Oh,
no.
of course I try to get him on.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair point.
We're gonna
So he
we're
wasn't
gonna,
willing
we're
to
gonna do
come on
something in
with
the future.
Joey.
We're gonna do something in the future though. Me and him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know.
Look
I don't know
forward
what
to
the
that.
guy's gonna say. I don't know if he's gonna tell people what they want to hear or not. Maybe we got to have a few. I feel like we got to be two bottles of wine deep for that conversation, right? I can't just get this guy tell me we got to be 2 bottles of wine deep. So, but yeah, that
You
one.
could be right though. You could be right. The Apostle didn't he didn't do nearly as much. Yeah, no, you could be right. Look, we might be seeing this all wrong. You might have the right view of all this stuff.
Well, let me ask you this now that we've got to this point.
Sure.
What needs to happen? What in your mind is there anything that could happen that would
Clear
that we should say, listen, Garrett, you should give the money back?
I think the money. I think the money shouldn't be his. But the part you're missing is that
what it is right now.
Right, but the point you're missing is he didn't demand the money back.
Sure. No, I know.
He gave the money back. So if someone gives someone
No,
money,
I know.
so what would have to happen? She'd have to ask for the money back and say, "I want my money back," and then he'd have to give it to her. I think.
He could give it back without her asking, but I mean,
She
yeah,
doesn't care
sure,
about
fair
money
enough.
either. She said over and over again that she doesn't care about money and money means nothing to her, and so maybe she wouldn't even want it back.
From the perspective of Garrett is the biggest winner in that game, one of the biggest winners in cash poker right now, and he has dragged this person through the mud with no evidence, okay? And from that perspective, I think it was completely out of line for production to pull her aside and have this conversation and create the situation where she felt like she had to give back the money, whatever. We don't need to relitigate that. But I feel like it would. I feel like Garrett should give the money back if a certain conditions are met where we agree she's done everything she can, no evidence has been found, there's no reason to think she has done this.
Yeah,
I think he should give the money back.
Maybe,
I don't
yeah,
think he
I mean-
should have accepted the money to begin with.
I think he
it
thought
was
he got
completely out of line.
Hang on a
I'm
second.
sorry,
I think-
Garrett.
I think he thought he got cheated. I don't think she was pulled aside by production. So Garrett was. There's been a couple different versions of like she was on Joey's show the first time and she said that he demanded the money, and then Joey said, "Wait a minute, he demanded the money? What do you mean he demanded the money?" And he was like, "Well, he didn't demand. He demanded the money with his eyes. The way he was looking at me, he demanded the money, and maybe she was intimidated." I don't know,
It sounds like he asked for the money. Is that correct?
She said, "What would it do?" She said, "There's 1 million people watching this, and this is going to go viral." This I actually do believe because it's been confirmed by, her as well as a third part, as well as Ryan and Garrett as well. We're like, what can I do? Like, I'll give you the money back if you just come back on and play the show. And he was like, "Is there anything I can do? Either that, or is there anything I can do to make you want to come back and play the show?" And he said, "You can give me the money back." Either one of those two things is true. One of those two things has to be true. I'm not sure exactly which one it is, and maybe we'll never know. Maybe the mics are there, maybe they're not. I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm with you. He there's no proof that she cheated, so why is he entitled to the money? That's just plainly obvious, right?
Yeah, I mean, as from what I understand, I think Ryan Feldman at some point said that Garrett said, you could give me the money back, and that's when she did. I mean, I don't think. I mean, listen, I understand he thought he was cheated. I understand Magnus Carlsen thought he was cheated. It wasn't right what Magnus Carlsen did to fuck up those tournaments and quit over nothing, over what he perceived was something that could have happened. I don't think it was right what Garrett did either. I don't think it was right what Hustler did. I mean, you say he didn't pull her aside. I mean, I don't know. I'm like, whatever the terminology of what pulled aside means, but it sounded like there was a necessity to have a conversation.
The dealer
outside of the
said
game.
Ryan wants to speak to you, and she got up and walked over there of her own volition. You can see it on stream. It's very
Okay. Well, of course, the dealer said the floor man wants to speak to you. What are you going to do? Say, I mean, of course she walked over there. I mean, the floor, the production should not have gotten involved in that situation. Let me ask you this.
Sure.
Okay. If it wasn't Garrett in that hand, let's say Nikki Palma ran up a stack and got in the game. Nikki P.
Shout out Nikki P getting the
shout out Nikki P.
Nikki P getting the shout
let's
out.
say it's a guy who doesn't have the reputation of Garrett. Sorry, you didn't get the Nikki P reference.
Okay.
What would have happened? Do you think? Let's say it's not someone like Garrett. Let's say it's a losing player. Let's say it's or let's say it's just a random player, who's not the best player in the world, who's not friends with production. What would have happened? Nothing.
I don't know that. I mean, I think
you think they would have stopped the game because idiot whoever is saying that Robbi's cheating? No, they did it because it's Garrett.
They didn't stop the game. Yeah, but Garrett isn't Nikki P. He's someone whose word you generally would.
Okay.
He's been honorable in several situations. So you
Exactly.
do
So you
trust
agree.
people who. Yeah, I don't think that proves anything other than you trust people who are more honorable than not. Like
it proves that this whole situation is just dependent on Garrett's reputation and Garrett's actions, and maybe he made a mistake. It's not right. It's not right for him to get special treatment in the game because he's Garrett.
Any
That's
player
not
said, I
correct.
think, no, dude. If any player said, well, hold on a
It's
second.
not correct for him to get special treatment because he's friends with production and because he's the best player in the world. That's not correct.
You talked for a long time, and I think if any person said, "I think I'm cheated," I'd like to speak to the floor person, and then the floor person's like, "Oh, let's see if we can figure this out." I think anyone would be given at least. Maybe they wouldn't take Nikki P seriously, but they would at least let him speak. No, they're just like, "No, Nikki, you didn't get cheated. We're just gonna keep playing."
Exactly. That's exactly what they would say.
So you don't think so let's talk about this. You don't think the hand itself means anything? The way that way the hand played out, like you've seen the hand, the range of hand.
No, because I believe now. I mean, I didn't know what her. Now that she said officially that she misread the hand,
Yeah,
Ivy said it right at the time. Ivy had it nailed. Listen, she misread the hand, and she didn't want to say it because it's too embarrassing to say at the poker table you're playing for $100,000. You just misread your hand. She thought that was the most embarrassing thing that she can say. So instead, she said, "I read you. I knew you. I had you." And
So
that's
then
why
4 days later? Why 4 days later, or however many days later, when she went back on Chicago Joey's show, did she say, "Yeah, I had Jack High, and I wanted to call him. I thought Jack High was good. That's why I wanted to run it twice because I only had Jack High." She said, "I wanted to run it twice because I only had Jack High." So where does that fit in?
She was still embarrassed. She didn't want to admit that she misread the
After
hand.
she already said she misread her hand, then went back to saying that she called with Jack. You're missing some of the information. Like she did say, she did say she had Jack High. Then she went back and then she changed her story to misread her hand. Whether that means she admitted to it, but then later on the show, Joey can confirm this. She said, "No, I called. That's why I ran it twice. I only had Jack High. I call with Jack High. I played the man," is what she said.
She's trying to. She doesn't want to look dumb that she misread her hand. She wants to look like she made a smart play.
So even after she already said she misread her hand, she wants to go back later and say that she didn't misread her hand. Is that what you're saying? Just to be clear.
I mean, I don't have an itemized timeline of what she said at every.
But that's a
every
simple
moment.
thing. It's
I'll
not hard.
say that her changing stories doesn't weigh a lot to me. It doesn't mean a lot. I don't think it.
Okay, so you're willing to say
I don't
that
think it's a big deal. I really don't. I think
So you're just guessing
she
that
was
she misread
embarrassed
her
at certain
hand.
times.
That's the story that you believe more of the three stories, three different versions that she had. You believe that one more. In chronological order was she didn't misread her hand. She had Jack High. She misread her hand. Then later on, she said, no, I didn't. And now she's back to I misread my hand. That's just how it went down. You can shake your head and be like, I don't know this.
No,
That
I'm
is how
not
it went
saying
down.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah.
I don't. You know, I'm not gonna. I don't know, Joey. What do you think? Did she misread her hand? You're still here, right?
No, I'm loving y'all fired up. Listen, y'all making I'm listening to the debate. Y'all go back and forth. I mean, I think y'all making some pretty good points too. And I see where. I mean, I guess I'd probably lean a little bit more towards what the Alex's side of what he's saying. I think a lot of chat is going to lean towards more what Haral Bob is saying as well too. So
But you do remember her saying on your show, Joey, that I called with Jack high. I played the man.
I don't remember anything. I don't even know how she was thinking about the hand. I heard so many things she thought about the hand. Like she said today, what she said, it changes. Like, I don't know what the fuck she thought was going on in that hand. I don't know if she thought she had a 3.
It's just fun because I could be wrong. I mean, I'm definitely
right. I just don't know. Like, I have no idea. Like, I can't. It would make logical sense that she thought she had a 3 and then she missed her hand. But at the same time, she literally looked at her fucking hand. 15 seconds. She looked down at the hand. 15 seconds. So, you had to be blacking out in the 15 seconds? I don't think that's possible too. So that's what I go back to. Like, how could you ever think that you had Jack 3 when you got Jack 4, but it's 100K? But at the same time, if somebody could be in that space or they would have saw it, then I could understand that too. So obviously that's hard to believe as well, but it's not impossible. So
you bring that up. I thought it was interesting. I don't that she admitted that that she was told kind of you look back at your hand, so you shouldn't say that you misread your hand. I thought that was very honest of her that she said that. I don't think that she would have admitted that if this was wholesome lying scheme, and she said like, hey, you look back at your hand, you probably shouldn't say you misread her hand. But she said like, hey, I see at the tape, I look back at the hand, but what can I say? I misread it. It's possible to look back and not look closely. Or
I'm with you. It's a funny shot. I'm with you. I mean, I guess your thing is there's certain versions of her stories that you tend to believe more than others, and that's where you fall in. Whereas I'm believing the other versions of the story, and it's not like we're talking about something that she hasn't talked about. Like, she's given different versions, and we both just disagree on we just both have different versions we believe. That's all. That's cool.
I don't care what her version. If she said, listen, I had the Jack 4, and
so if she told you now that she called
matter.
with Jack high, you would be like, no, I don't believe you. You thought you had a 3.
Here,
if she came on again, it said I was lying the other night for whatever reason, then yeah, sure, maybe I believe her. I mean, I feel like after a certain amount of time, her story settled tonight, and she said, "Listen, I said it. I was told before not to say I misread my hand because I looked back on the tape, but listen, the fact is I misread my hand, like, and that makes the most sense as far as what she did. Like, now if you're saying like how many players out there in the world could possibly misread their hand and get it all in.
I don't care. I'm talking about one. I'm just talking about one specific player in this specific instance. Did you watch Bart's video on it? Bart Hansen's video?
No.
You should watch that. It's pretty good. He does he's very thoughtful about it, and it's a 25-minute video breaking down why he doesn't believe that she misread her hand. Like I said, I don't know anything about the cheating, but I would I would bet a lot. If there's some way to tell for sure, I would bet a lot of money. I could be wrong, but I feel like that's how I interpret the situation. I feel like it got very convenient to say that you misread your hand, and that was a more believable thing, and it's going to quell all of, just like giving the money back. This is going to quell everything. You misread your hand. You thought you had a 3. Someone asks her, and after there's no more decisions to be made. The money's already in. They're already running the board out. The first board is already at the turn. Someone asks her like if she has a pair, and she's like, "You give me that much credit? I don't have a pair." No. Do you have a 3? I don't have a 3. Fuck no. I don't have pocket 3s. Fuck no. Do you have a 3? No. So like, how does that play into anything?
This is so funny, guys. Listen, let's move
Anyways,
past it. I got some more
I
people.
mean,
I got to be getting on here anyway.
We can talk about it.
I just want before Joe kicks us off. I just want to push you on this. What needs to happen for you to say, okay, let's say obviously we can't make him do it, but for us as a community to say the right thing is for Garrett to give the money back.
No. I already answered
what was it? Oh, sorry, I missed it.
She just says she wants the money back. She gave it to him. She says, "I want the money back." He's got.
Okay, so if she asked for the money back, you think Garrett should give the money back today?
I already said that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I said that earlier. She voluntarily gave the money to him, and now she says, "Look, I I changed my mind. This is wrong. I was whatever. Give me the money back. He's got to give it back. There's no proof that she cheated, bro. Like, I'm with you there. Like, I'm not, innocent until proven guilty. It's like he doesn't have any right to this money. They ran the fucking board out and he lost. The other thing is, like, it's
right. It's a free roll for Garrett. It's like he could have won.
He could have won. Exactly. I'm with you. It's the same thing as the Ivy. Even if she was cheating, like, she still ran the board out and could have lost. And
Guys, listen, let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up, boys.
Okay,
you guys...
one last thing.
Come on, guys.
Just the way that the poker world. Okay. No, listen. If you're a whale,
Edibles
listen for a
kick it
second.
in. Come
Listen
on.
for 1 second. If you are a whale and you're thinking about playing one of these streams, why would you now?
You should.
Why would you now? Maybe I'll make a bad call and the whole world will accuse me of cheating and drag my name through the mud. Like, this is like serious damage to the poker economy that you're doing.
Are you a cat person or a dog person?
Dog, or what?
All right, I'm with you there.
Okay, it's just like, why would you come on the stream?
I'm not a whale. Bro. I don't answer questions that I'm not a whale.
No. But the poker world should be concerned about like maintaining the economy, and like the way this has been handled by all sorts of people is just so bad. The way, like, why, like, with no evidence and like all sorts of people, like this guy JR quit the stream the other day, says he's not going to be playing poker anymore. Like, who knows?
Why? Do you know why?
I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying
you know
it
why.
is.
You know why he quit the stream? Though, have you heard why he quit the stream? The reason he gave to quit the stream, it wasn't because whales lost and didn't get paid. It was something different.
Okay, I listened to what he said on the stream. Obviously, he's not going to say like, he made some, whatever. I don't have inside information, but he made some reference to dark shit going on in the poker world, and maybe it's not my scene, and blah blah blah. Who knows if it's related? I'm not saying it is, but I am saying that there may be other people looking at this and noticing what's going on, and like, why would we do this to like someone who's potentially just trying to play in like one of the biggest games as a person that everyone would want in the game, and now we're doing this to that person.
I'm with you, bro. I already said she should give the money. I already said that she should get the money, and she's innocent until proven guilty. I don't know why you keep litigating. I mean, I'm with you. I agree.
No,
it's bad.
I'm sorry. I'm not talking to you necessarily completely, because I know that what the consensus opinion is out there, and it's completely that she's guilty.
I think there's a few loud voices that think she's guilty, and they're the ones who are the loudest. And I think there's a lot. I don't know if you've seen the spreadsheet, but there's a spreadsheet going around. And there's a few loud voices that think she's guilty, but I think there's a lot of people who think she isn't. So
who is the most prominent person who thinks she isn't? Because everyone I saw who said she wasn't flipped as soon as the Bryant news came out. Every single person, or people, or like some some people
a lot of people
were silent.
That's fair.
Like Phil Galfond was like, I'm not keeping up with this anymore. I don't even have a take.
I just want to introduce new guy Russell Thomas to the show. He been doing some great research right now on the DGAF situation about people talking about DGAF. So he's supposed to come in. These guys are basically been debating back and forth on this for about 25 minutes. Very passionate debate. I think people out there are enjoying the chat as well. But we got to get Russ got to come in here as well. He got it.
Alex, hit me up all on Twitter. I'll send you. I want to talk to you about some more stuff. It'll be fun.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll have to bore everyone else with it.
It's good to see you again, by the way, man.
Right,
I didn't mean to get adversarial.
No, I'm with you. Cool. It's fun. It's fine.
I love it.
Cool.
We'll run it back again soon, boys.
Ciao.
All right, guys.
Nick, can I give a quick plug to my before I get out of here, Joey?
Of course you can, Poppy. Go ahead.
Oh, cool. Just follow me on Twitter. Who is Alex Jacob? And if you're a trivia fan, I've got running a trivia league newsletter type thing. 5 questions to your inbox every weekday. So check that out at schooloftrivia.com.
We should do like a poker trivia thing.
But yeah, remember when we played that, man?
Did we talk about this?
I think we played on it. The big blind. We played together, I think.
Oh shit, we did. Didn't I beat you?
Right? No, I beat you.
No, I don't think so, dude.
I got second in the tournament, so I think so.
All right. Trivia. Who is Alex Jacob on Twitter?
I only got Norman Chad took me down.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So tough to beat him in poker trivia. Anyway.
All right, brother. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me on, Joe.
Appreciate the fire.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, brother.
Bye.
All right, guys.
Hey, Joey.
Russ, how's it going? How's it going, brother? Nice to see you.
It's good. I think Alex made a ton of sense with everything he was saying.
Yeah. What did you think about that spirited debate we had? Obviously, those were two of the strong positions on both sides, and very very felt strongly against. And what were kind of your thoughts hearing them talk?
Yeah. So like, I don't think Robbi did it. I think it's a little far-fetched to think like she played on this live stream 3 times and somehow infiltrated production to cheat. How does she actually do that? And then I also thought, like, I agree with Aweiss. I actually thought the same thing as Aweiss, which was, I watched her play, like, maybe on her first or second high-stakes stream, and she gets 6-way to the turn on Jack 10, 9, 8, and Sean bets, like, $900, and she calls with pocket 5s on that turn, 6-way to the turn. And, like, you think about that hand, and, like, 100 out of 100 professionals would fold there. And I think, like, maybe 99 out of 100 amateurs, maybe even, like, 99.9 out of 100. So, like, clearly, like, she's a huge novice to the game. And so I think we should widen the possibility of, like, the types of things she'd be willing to do. Additionally, like, she wasn't even playing with her own money during the Jack 4 hand. Like, she's getting a full free roll in the game. So, like, she doesn't give a fuck about money, and I don't think she really gave a fuck at all. So she called off there. Also, I think did you hear her try to tell the hand history from?
Oh, I believe me. I heard him tell it. I heard her tell it a billion times at this point in time.
So she can't tell hand history straight. She doesn't like think about poker in like this like logical way. Like she was on that turn just thinking like that Garrett's bluffing. Like Garrett had been making those huge bluffs. Like she saw that like massive bluff he made against Andy with King 5 on the Jack XX board where he like 4x pot jammed. Like she was just thinking he was bullying her and he was bluffing. Mm-hmm. And so she can't tell a hand history straight. She can't tell a story straight. She can't remember whether she bought in for 20K or 5K in a game. She can't remember if she met Julie once or twice. Like the truth kind of just changes in her head, like almost like fluidly. Mm-hmm. And people are alleging she must be cheating because her story keeps changing. Like, did she about why she called or like whatever? I think she just can't keep her story straight on anything, and that's not necessarily evidence that she's cheating at all. Mm-hmm. So she also seems she's the exact type of person who would in fact misread their hand in a huge spot. Like if you think of all the poker players you know, and you had to pick one who was more likely to misread their hand, like I think Robbi's got to be number 1 for me. Like she is the most likely person in the poker world to misread her hand.
Yeah, I could see that. Okay.
I don't know anyone who I would bet on to misread it more. And like Harald is saying that he's 99% sure she didn't misread her hand. Like if you dealt her a brand new hand, I would take over 1% she misreads it during the hand. Like I have no idea how he can possibly think that. And then, so she had Jack 3 the hand before, and like she has Jack 4 this hand, and then there's like a 3 on the board. Like, I think it's completely believable that she misread her hand as Jack 3. Mm-hmm. And like once she calls and is correct, and it's revealed she has Jack high, like she kind of just fucking goes with it. Like, yeah, I called your ass with Jack high. She doesn't have the poker knowledge to know it's an impossible call on the turn with Jack. So like mm-hmm. she probably wouldn't call Jack 4, but like now that she's in the spot and she called correctly with Jack high and somehow held up on both runouts, like she kind of just like went with it. I think it's possible she thought she had Jack 4 on the flop, Jack 3 on the turn, and Jack 4 on the river. Like I think that's completely possible. Mm-hmm.
I love it. I love that life. That sounds great. It's like a great way to be. 1 minute I got Jack high, 1 minute I got a pair, 1 minute I got whatever I got. Yeah.
And just to finish up on Brian and Robbi, there's like very little connection between the two. Brian apparently didn't even like mic up the first 2 times she played on the stream. And then like the letter, like if Brian and Robbi are not working together, I think there's a very high probability Brian sends a letter to Robbi the next day. Why? Because she wasn't going to press charges, and then she came on your show at midnight and basically said, actually, oh, he does have a prior record. I'm going to press charges. You guys think I should press charges? I'll press charges, right? So if they're not working together, I mean, what is his recourse here? Like, how does he not go to jail? He has to beg her for mercy, okay? And you got to compare this the probability of, like, if they are working together, like, Robbi comes on your show, kills it. I thought she killed your interview, and I thought she had a lot of credibility. People may disagree, but like you're telling me they like put together this plan, this far-fetched plan to like fake a letter sent from Brian to Robbi? Like that's just not real life. Like and then she's gonna publish it? Like that's insane. I just think that's one of the stupidest like theories of poker Twitter, that she fucking sent the letter to herself. Like, oh my god. Like,
so you don't believe the would it not the double would it not
the
thing?
would it not is definitely weird, and like I had to like when I saw that I was like, holy shit, am I going crazy? Like, did she send it to herself? Like I definitely thought about that.
Yeah, I love how the chat, that anytime you give a very polarized take in this case, then you're going to have some part of the chat that just like doesn't want to hear it. They like don't want to hear the opinion that goes against what they believe. They probably heard it enough now. They don't want to listen to it. They don't want to believe it. They don't even want to entertain the thought or the idea. I just find that fascinating to see the people in the chat who yeah, one side's like, oh, facts, and the other side's like, this guy's the stupidest fucking guy they've ever heard. So, you know, I find the polarization quite interesting, and especially with your take, right, you're saying right now, which is that a commonly held belief is that message, because I saw it first, I said, oh my god, like, come on, this can't be real. It says wouldn't it not. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a language pro. I don't even know if that's a common thing or not a common thing. I can't speak on that, so I'm not sure. But a lot of people out there seem to think that it's kind of indicative that they are being written by the same person, and that Robbi wrote that message with Brian or in collaboration with Brian, or, you know, maybe Charles Liu's working with both of them. Maybe he helped to write the letters. You know, it could have been something like that as well. And then that would lead to believe that then they're working together in terms of with the poker game itself too. So, you know, I wonder if there's a scenario where he ends up getting in touch with Robbi, and then maybe Robbie's like, hey, you know, talk to this guy Charles Liu, who is my husband, because maybe he can give you some advice on what the hell you should be doing.
There's a scenario, but I think it's like, I just think it's incredibly far-fetched. And like, if you're gonna fake a letter, like, you're gonna need some time. Like, I just don't think they put it together between the hours of 1 a.m. and 8 a.m. and like sent it off and published it. I mean, she had no reason to do that. They have nothing on her. You know?
Yeah, it's a good point, because basically that message did come out like really early the next day, like 7:30 a.m. We already kind of saw he really deleted his Twitter account the night before, so I don't really know how he sent that message anyway. I guess maybe he just made a new account or some shit like that, and she had her DMs open and they just sent it in there. So yeah, I mean, that's a good point, right? It was kind of the next morning. It really wouldn't have been a long period of time to come up with some. Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, it was. I mean, it's taking a massive risk to fake this letter, and I just don't see the incentive to do it.
Right.
Okay, what else?
Basically, you got the DGAF investigation you're doing.
Okay,
guys, just DGAF is a regular on the show. He's a Monday show guy who was crushing in seat 2, and a bunch of people said maybe this guy's cheating. He's got some suspicious hands, and Russell Thomas here, he went on the deep dive, and I'm going to get Hit Girl on. Hit Girl, I hit you a message on Twitter, so check your Twitter. But yeah, basically, Russell, you did a research into DGAF's hands, and what did you find, and what did you see?
So what I did was I actually looked at every big pot he played when he was losing, and I wanted to see like how many like mistakes was he making. Every like medium and big pot he played. and I just to get a feel for like how often he was making mistakes when he was losing. And then I looked at the first 5 sessions, and I actually went through for 4 of them. I actually looked at every single hand he played. I didn't look at just like what the timestamped hands. I actually like scrolled through, and over those 5 sessions, he won 110K. There is a 40K session that's not even included on that Excel sheet of his results. So he's actually won 40K more than people think. And that was like maybe May 30th. And I reviewed every single hand, and I don't think he cheated. And I know that's kind of weird coming from me because of what I tweeted yesterday, but he definitely did not cheat over those 5 sessions where he won 110K, and I do not think it's likely he would start cheating after he's printing that much in the game anyway. And there were some good calls, some good folds, but like lots of incorrect folds and incorrect calls. Like there were lots of spots he could hero like believably and not draw suspicion, and like he folded like a lot of like really close spots that he definitely could have called.
Right.
So
you saw him play a lot of hands. You feel like you didn't see anything that indicated that he's using the God mode, or he's got the crotch system, or he's got the glasses, or he's got the device in the asshole, or he's got the. You didn't see anything like that with the play style in terms of decisions on later streets, and.
No.
Okay. And you were
it's clean.
You were a
It's
leading
clean.
voice. You were a leading voice on Twitter that you thought something was going on, because I haven't really looked in the hand.
I mean, listen, I thought all the ingredients were there. Like you have this guy on a podcast like saying he's won more big blinds than anyone else in history. Like it's very Postle-esque to me. When someone's claiming to be a poker god as like a defense for not like cheating, while at the same time being backed. It's just like really weird that like he would take that defense, and like it made me not trust him when he did that, because it's kind of like probably misrepresenting his results. And but I just thought that podcast clip was ridiculous, and like I thought it needed to be tweeted out. But I suppose I was too hasty. I mean, maybe too strong in some of my wording in the tweets. So I apologize. I tweeted out the video, and I think it's like, okay, perhaps I damaged his character by tweeting that I was suspicious of him. I mean, all I really said was I was suspicious of him. Because like, not only did he say he's like the biggest winner of big blinds of all time, he also like was upset that like he posted a Stake Kings package and people thought he was losing, and like that was his justification for playing well on stream now, is to prove all the haters wrong. And it's like, it's just kind of weird to be the biggest winner of big blinds of all time, do a podcast on every single one of your poker sessions, and then yet the public still doesn't think you're very good. It's just like a strange combination of factors. That kind of made me suspicious. And then there were like a couple other hands that I saw initially. Like there was this one hand where he 3-bet King 7 with the King of Diamonds against Marley, and the board came 5-5-4 2 diamonds. He bets flop, she calls, turns a deuce. He bets turn, she calls. Flop was 3-way, but like it's 2-way to the turn. And then so 5-5-4 deuce 2 diamonds, river queen of diamonds. He has half pot left, and he's got King 7 with the King of diamonds, and he thinks for 5 seconds and checks. And Marley has the nut flush, and I don't know, that hand. I don't know. I got tricked by that hand, because it's really suspicious to me that he would give up, that he wouldn't even consider bluffing there with the King of Diamonds. It's like, it's a very straightforward spot to consider jamming, and he thought for less than 5 seconds and checked. But I guess I want to apologize, and I put a video up on my Twitter. It's 23-minute video going through all the hands. I think it's like really clear that he was not cheating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense, guys. We're talking about DGAF. That's the guy you see on the screen right now. Basically, he been crushing it pretty hard at Hustler Casino Live on the Monday show, and there was some speculation people were having about whether he was cheating or not. I've kind of been focused on information around this case that's going on right now, so I haven't really had a chance to look into the hands, but a lot of people were looking into the hands. Russell being one of those people said he basically went through some of the hands from earlier sessions and just didn't see anything suspicious that stood out. The hands I've seen three hands from recently, didn't really see much there. I saw some, good plays for someone who, if they're a really good live player or really good poker player in general, playing against a fun player, like, you kind of own these guys pretty hard. So if you know what you're doing, then they made sense to me. And, I seen a couple of hands that were kind of sus for sure. Folding the top pair versus set, pretty shocking hand when I saw that. But, I'm glad you went through it and kind of did some of the research and went through the tape and
to be honest, those games are ridiculous. Like he wasn't even in that many spots where he could really like pull apostle, and when he was in those spots, he had pretty poor accuracy. He did okay, but he wasn't nailing the 50-50 spots really at all. He missed a ton of spots.
As you should.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, anybody know you want to get some wrong.
And the and that game is incredibly soft. The amount of dumping going on in that game. I saw someone call a 4-bet with ace-9 offsuit and then just lead jam on a board that you just can't be doing that on. And I saw so much shenanigans in there. So it's
it ain't like play. It ain't like the solver. It ain't like the solver, Russell. You play against GTO Wizard and you see what these guys are doing. You go, oh my god! I'm fighting for every BB versus these guys, and they're launching off with the top pair weak kicker and not even top pair sometimes. So yeah.
So if Robbi didn't do it,
and
DJF didn't do it, is there anyone left here? I mean, I feel like I'm kind of
Garrett.
Yeah.
Big winner, right? That's why I always say, whoever's cheating, look at the big winner. Whoever's winning, or the winners. So, I don't know. So, but yeah, he the god of the game. So, I don't know. Who else is left, Russell? Who do you see?
I don't know. I don't know anything about Ludacris. I don't know anything really about Feldman. I don't know anything about those people. So I won't comment. But I think you should do a Netflix documentary because the story is worth so much money. I think at this point it's you should definitely get involved with a documentary crew and just sell a story to Netflix. I think you could do really well with it.
Well, I don't know how that works, but maybe somebody will. I'm down to be involved in that. We just had Julie Yorn on the show. She said she's doing the Phil Ivey, Chen Young Sun, Baccarat edge sorting. That whole thing, what happened with that, the whole fucking crazy story. So she's making the movie about that. So that's gonna be cool. So maybe something like that could happen. Actually, during the Mike Postle thing, I got in touch with an agent who said I could do a series like that, but I just didn't really want to. So maybe now might be the time for something like that. So
this story is just so much better than the Postle story, though.
Yeah,
there's just so many layers.
Yeah, maybe. I used to, Mike Postle. I got a soft spot for Mike Postle. I looked at that guy stare into that sweaty man meat for so fucking long, so many hours. Think about it, Russell. I watch a guy stare into his man meat for hours and hours and hours, playing like a god, laughing at people's fucking face. How am I not gonna have a soft spot for the guy? You know what I'm saying? I'm staring at this guy just owning people left and right.
Yeah. The thing is, the Postle story was obvious within the first 20 minutes of watching content about it. This is a genuine modern day mystery.
Yeah.
Still to this day, and then we've been on it for I guess a week or 2 weeks almost.
That's true. You're right. I remember I watched the first Postle thing. I was like, oh my god, this is. Wait a second. And then I watched 2 more, and I was like, whoa. And I fired up my live stream, and yeah. So, let's see. This guy said Joey was Robbie's PR team because approved it because his price was right. What does that mean? Does it mean Robbi paid me to come on the show? I don't think that happened. So. I don't think so. Does she want to pay me to come on the show? If their PR team wants to give me some type of fee to have her come on the show, then I'd be more than happy to discuss the fee. But to my knowledge, no fee has been exchanged yet for Robbi to come on the show. So, but yeah, I guess Russell. So where do we go from here, man? What else are you seeing? And then I'm gonna take a couple more calls here and fucking.
I think I think I don't have anything else to say.
I feel like you're
on
seeing it.
this.
You're seeing it. You seem locked in. So I'm like, what else are you seeing?
I was locked in, but I feel like I'm about ready to let this. I'm about ready to move on from this story.
Yeah.
I'll be curious if there are any new developments.
Yeah, I mean, basically the new developments are the investigation, and then the new developments are something with Garrett. So that's about it, right? I mean, kind of what happened last time, right? Like this stuff happened, there was really no proof. Then they started filing lawsuits. We don't know if that's going to happen here, but it could be something like that where if no proof comes out, right, what's going to happen? You got a guy saying that you cheated. Well, it's up to them to decide if they want to move forward on that.
I mean, he said 100%. He saw it in her eye when in that dark hallway. Basically, is what he said. Like he's 100% sure. So I don't know if we'll ever believe it, or he'll ever think she didn't cheat. But yeah,
it's a lot of interesting things to talk about. I mean, there's a lot of, as things develops, the story goes on to what's going to happen with Hustler Casino. What's going to happen with the state of live streams. I mean, listen, it goes to show you guys, there needs to be more live streams, because if you get a live stream, you and all your buddies are making millions of dollars. So if you want all your best friends to be winning in the game, start a live stream, put them in the game, bring players, make a stream of it. Everybody win, win, win. We got to start our own live stream, right? I mean, that's the obvious thing you learn here is like, you need to get a stream. You got to get your own game. You got to fucking... You're telling me that I can get my buddy in a game, and a bunch of people are going to come there that don't know what the fuck they're doing, and have like they'll love it. Like, great, like let's put the game on. You know what I mean? Like that's my big takeaway from all this is that if you want to ensure the security of the game, you got to run the game, and then when you run the game, people just come play. They just want to play. They don't care. They
want to play on TV.
They want to play on TV. Exactly.
You give them that opportunity. There's only 9 seats at the table. And like, there's plenty of fish who want to play on TV, so you just make a ton of money running the game.
Right. It's pretty. I mean, that's what I learned. Right. All these guys, like, if these guys can run the game, why can't anybody else run a game? Right?
I mean, DJF is running a poker reality show or whatever, but the reality show is that he just gets a bunch of money to dump money.
That's the reality. That's the reality show.
Who wants to dump money to me today?
That's a good reality show, isn't it? The reality show is he just wins a lot. That's a great show. I mean, you want to have the god of the game, right? It's always good to have the crusher of the game, who's dominating everybody else and can't be beat.
I think it's hilarious that Nick Vertucci wanted to play on Max Payne Monday, and like he's like. I had to tell Nick Vertucci, like, you're not good for the game. Like we're building a poker reality show here, and we can't have you in the game because you're not good for the game. And like, what he's really saying is like, you're not going to play 60% VPIP and dump your money to me. Mm-hmm. That's what he's saying. Like, I don't know.
I mean, it sounds great, and not how we came up, right? When we were playing on Stars, it wasn't. No, bro, it didn't work that way. Like I'm used to battling against all the good players in my stakes online. I never even knew this was a possible idea where you could be like, oh, instead of it being all 5 great players, you just bring in 5 of the worst players you can find and just keep doing that. And I'm like, oh, well, maybe that's a interesting idea. I've really never considered doing that, but when you take a look at how successful these guys are doing, and then they're building up their channel, everybody watching the game, all their friends are making money, like they seem like they got a pretty good setup here. So I'm not sure why more people aren't trying to kind of get a setup like that too. And I'm imagining that more people are going to see that, and it is going to be their setup. And I know that's the direction I'm looking forward to in the future, is to at least get more involved in that space.
I mean, it's a really good business model, because like you're just churning out content, right? Like you just have a show. Like, how many shows a week is Hustler running? Like
5 a week, yeah. It's a lot.
Yeah, so they have like 5 5-hour shows, which they can repost as like clips on there, and then like you're making money from the fish who just want to play in your game, and then you
Right.
get sponsors who want to pay you to advertise them. You know,
I mean, what are these guys really doing here? Like, they're playing a game. Is this money real? I don't fucking know if it's real, right? You can tell me anything. Do I think this game is real? I don't even think the game is real. Haralbob went there last night. I think that was rigged somehow. I don't know how the hell it happened, but it doesn't seem real. So it's like all you need is a table and 9 people and some fucking cards and chips and put some hands on there. And that's why you need to make content. It's not rocket science. Like, I feel like in the past people looked at it like it's got to be like Poker Go. It has to be this big giant studio, and really, like, it don't need to be any of that. It can be as basic as it is, but I feel like it's easier than ever to get quality production if you know how to do it. And with the way content is these days, it's easier than ever to get a message out there. So I just think that there's gonna be a lot more games coming on in the future, and there's gonna be, it's not just gonna be Hustler, it's not just gonna be Poker Go, it's not just gonna be Live at the Bike. Even though Live at the Bike, you know, they you know, whatever. But
do people really want to watch like absolute fish just like play like donkeys? Like,
absolutely.
I feel like there's a space for a live stream that is like 25-50 or 50-100 with some like really skilled players on there instead of, I don't know, whatever Hustler's doing.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I'm sure there's something for everybody, man. You know, there's a lot of potential, a lot of possibilities for what you can do with the stream these days. If you got good hands, then you know, you can have a lot of success with it. So I'm gonna bring in our next guest here, the hit girl. She can Russell. Listen, give people, let them know what you're doing. Give them a shout out for what you're doing.
What am I doing? I have a website named Floptimal. If you want to learn pre-flop, you can go there. Other than that, mostly just chilling, learning to code, playing some poker. That's pretty much it.
Cool. Well, listen, guys in the chat, please thank Russell for coming on. Appreciate you, Russell, for doing the research, doing the DD. We'll stay up to date with you. If you see anything else, let us know, and we'll be in touch with you, okay?
All right, peace.
All right, later. All right, guys, big shout out to Russell Thomas for coming on here. What'd you guys think? Okay. So he says DJ AF is, he went through the tapes. He didn't see anything in there. He didn't see any good research in his thing, so... Yeah, chat, what's going on out there, man? Who we got? See the chat on YouTube's fired up. We still got 5,300 people watching at 1 a.m. Yeah, I mean, listen. I think I'm going to try to work in some new things in my stream, not just always, you know, talk about the same topic. I'll probably start streaming more. It seems like people are really excited about me streaming for some reason, and they want to see more content. So, you know, this topic I think is great and interesting to do, but I'll probably start moving on and working in some other ideas and some other topics as well, too. Crush Light Poker said this guy has the takes. Yeah, I mean, yeah. What'd you guys think? But yeah, we didn't get the hit girl in here. He dropped the ball. I like the diversity of takes today. It's pretty nice. Joey, do you think that HCL might have to get rid of Nitucci to save the stream? I don't think so. I don't think they're gonna do that. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so.
Haralabos vocalized his thought process and said, I think you have 7 deuce, and that's exactly what DJF does. Great
DJF
mind
stacked him as well.
Great mind game. Fold. He folds. I love it though.
Oh, I guess he folded.
He thought he wanted to hero call. I get that.
Yeah, I would say with this kind of topic, like for what happens here, I think it's just kind of goes on to what's going to happen with Hustler next, and you know, what's going to happen with the state of the stream, what's going to happen with the security there. Like, are they really going to shut down? You know, are they going to actually do a investigation? Like, what the hell are they doing right now? So that's kind of the next thing to worry about. I should get a massage on the stream. What the hell are you talking about, dude?
It's been a while. I can't remember when the last time I saw you.
I should get a massage. I actually did that before, now that I think about it. And then she told me I should make it private, because it wasn't, in case someone sees it, it's not professional. we did a massage podcast. It was actually a pretty good one.
Anyways, nice to see you again. Hope you're well.
Queerdoc says, has the show caused me lack of sleep? Absolutely. Are you kidding me? I'm basically talking on the phone all day long to people involved in in this investigation.
Lack of sleep? Absolutely. Are you kidding
Hit
me?
Girl, you there?
All day.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you want to mute the background a little
I
bit,
can't
Hit
get my
Girl?
video working.
Okay.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Do you want to introduce yourself to the people and myself so we get to know a little bit more about you?
I've been dealing poker for a little over 10 years. I deal private and underground games. Right now I'm managing an underground room that runs 4 days a week. So I'm in Canada. But yeah, so I kind of really dove into this whole situation. I didn't mean to. We were watching the Hustler stream and the situation came up and we just kind of, all right, we had at my room, half the people thinking she cheated, half she didn't. But you almost touched on it with Russ. I think the motivation for why she did what she did. And I think more players that have come on the show that go on to these live stream games all talk about the same thing. You need to be, high VPIP. You need to be spewy. You need to do all this stuff to kind of continue to be on the show. And I think her motivation was fame and to, she wants to be a regular. She wants to be that girl. She, you're flooded with Instagram models and everything. Here's a space that's extremely male dominated that, there's an opening for someone like her to fit right in, have your boobs out, get lots of attention. And, in that instance, I think 135,000 is not much to make a bad call. If she's wrong, it's going to get everyone talking. It's going to get, the attention she wants to continue on the show, which I think is her big motivation.
Interesting. Yeah. So you think that was maybe like whatever, if she makes the call and even if she loses or it's just going to make a splash or get noticed or make a scene and maybe help get her name out there and then help her get her back on the show as well too. And if she can get staked to play in the show, which she said she's getting staked, so if she can keep selling action to people who get her in the game, then
100%. And I mean, it's not that hard to put him on some type of draw there where, I mean, he jams over the top. If you have it at that point, you probably try to, make a little more. So it's probably one of the hands she put him on. And I think she was a little embarrassed when, she did turn over a hand and then at the river, she kind of jumped back into character because she's playing a persona. She's, the rich, like I played you, I whatever. I think for a few seconds she was a little embarrassed and then kind of went back into like, I'm that bitch.
Yeah, makes sense.
And I think if you follow that along, everything just kind of makes sense. I know everyone's digging into everything, but, she's accused of cheating. They look into it. They find someone stealing, which in my opinion, yes, that's going to be the perfect time to steal when there's some type of distraction and commotion going on. Something that happens out of the ordinary creates an opportunity that isn't normally there. So, so then she finds out this person stole. She doesn't want to press charges. She goes on to your show, kind of get the third degree and like, you must be in on it if you're not going to press charges. So then she's talking maybe might press charges. So of course that guy's going to message her and appeal to her humanity. And, I know the guy before was talking about like Jeffrey Dahmer and what would a criminal do and da-da-da. But, criminals insert themselves in investigations like he kind of did. And they always kind of make it sound like, what they did wasn't that bad. They don't like to admit to everything they did. So the first line of what he wrote her is not like, I'm a man who stole $15,000 from you. He's like, I'm the kid who stole 3 chips off your stack. Very minimizing what the situation is. And that kind of says to me, like, probably it's legit. And I think, when he reads her messages, he can make it, he's going to appeal to her. So he's going to try to use your language. It's like all the poker bros that call into your show, they mimic you. They try to talk. They try to repeat your energy. It's the same thing. He's appealing to her.
Bro, this guy's such a. These
And yeah,
people
and
on
I
chat are
think
such
a lot of the
fucking
other stuff
losers.
is just everyone going nuts. Like, I mean, the bounty or the bounty that they had, you guys had on for people, really made everyone just digging into everything. I heard there was like a dealer in tears because, people are stopping the video at every 2 seconds. Like, what's this signal? What's that signal? It's a shame, really, and I think it is going to hurt overall live streams.
What's going to hurt live streams? What is? This game?
Just this whole investigation where, half the poker community is ripping apart what's being done on live streams.
As it should be. I mean, listen, as it should be. I think all this stuff should be ripped apart harder. I went so soft on this thing. I could have went way harder on this thing. I mean, come on, man. These guys got off easy. 2016 ACR me would have went fucking nuts on everybody involved and whatever the hell's going on with this Hustler Casino Live, right? 2022 me, but in poker ain't nobody else care. That is what it is, right? You got Berkey, he kind of care a little bit, but nobody really care to make like a real big shift out of whatever these companies are going to do anyway, for them to really get them off their path and really shake up the way maybe things are done, or shake up the way, I don't know. So I don't know.
I just think that, in my perspective, the cards have always been the stars of the show. So I know the personalities are there, and that's kind of I guess a different dynamic, but I always watched the hands and the cards. And I think that, just the way things are talking, how it might change, I don't think it's going to be as great as everyone might think it is.
Yeah. No, yeah. No, I agree with you, yeah. Yeah, we'll see what happens here. We'll see what happens. I'm kind of just processing all the thoughts, and obviously I read a lot of comments throughout these, and the comments are real easy to let them impact you sometimes. And I think about how, I feel like you do got to hold the operators accountable in the industry, because we're promoting people to go play on your games. So if your games are, this is my ACR take. This is my ACR thing all along, was I basically promoted ACR for a while, and I sent you there and I recommended you to go play there, and then it turns out they're fucking you. So it's like, if I'm gonna promote you to somewhere and I think that you're fucking the people, then like, that's just an issue a lot of people have. And if you're the biggest operator in the poker, if you're a big operator, if you're a famous operator, if you're the big game and people are going to go there and play and trust you and trust your casino and trust your brand, and we're promoting you to go there, then we got to hold you accountable to be putting on a fair game to the people. And then when you're, you know what I'm saying? So like, that's why I think in this situation, you could go a lot harder at Hustler Casino and really hold them accountable, because they do got a big responsibility to put on fair games and to be a leader of the industry. And if someone has an issue with it, then they should speak out about it. Once again, as I said, not many people care. So I was one of the only people I felt like did care. Matt's in the chat. He said, he seemed like he's caring about it too. And he's really always cared about this kind of stuff. One of the few people I actually has cared about this stuff too. So I think it's good to have people like that in the industry, and it's good to hear the different opinions. And I don't know what I'm saying right anymore, but yeah.
Sure. I'm not saying that, no one should look into anything ever. I'm just, based on this accusation alone,
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think there was cheating. I think that someone stole from Robbi 100%.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I just, I deal to a lot of players. I watch a lot of poker. I think that everyone kind of comes up with their own persona and who they want to be at the table and how they want to act at the table. And I just saw that right away with her. And I think that, everyone going in and debating GTO and how she could never make that call there and why, it's because it's not in their expertise to be like, the reason is kind of Kardashian-y. She wants to be famous. She wants to take a route that's going to get her noticed and recognized and make her a mainstay at the table. And she wants that to be her thing. And I don't think she wants to risk $135,000 cheating to take her off the show. And, I just don't think she was there to cheat. I think she was there to become, as famous and the mainstay, the face of Hustler.
All right. Well,
And I mean, look at when Poker Bunny was on. We watched those live streams. Poker Bunny stands up from the table, and the camera pans away from the action on the table just to watch her like take something out of her bag or, you know, put on a jacket. So it's not the worst take ever that, you know, you're gonna go in there, dress sexy and kind of be diva-ish, and you know, get on there all the time.
Right. Well, all right. Listen, tell me your Twitter if you got something you want to plug, and then I'm gonna call up this other guy in the chat. I got 2 more people to call. I got to call. So.
No, nothing to plug.
Nothing to plug. Nothing. You sure you don't got it? What do you do? What's your job? You a dealer? You said underground game, but
Hitman Poker.
You don't.
It's a game in Canada.
Hitman Poker.
Yep.
Okay. What? So it's a game. It's like a
It's
content
a poker
game.
We run a few nights a week.
Cool. Okay.
We're underground, so I don't want to say too much
Oh,
about
okay,
it.
yeah, all right, never mind. All right, yeah, okay, yeah. Thanks, Hit Girl, for coming on here. Appreciate you, and we'll see you in the chat. Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, see you later.
Bye.
All right, thanks, Hit Girl, for coming on here, guys, in the chat. Bubba Love, take it easy, Poppy. Nas says we got Joey. We got to sleep. Yeah, I might wrap it up in a little bit, guys. I mean, I know I want to go 12 hours, but you know, I could go 12 hours. I could definitely go 12 hours if I wanted to. But the chat giving me too weird energy, so I either got to start banning people or I just got to turn the chat off. So, the chat being cringe again. Cringe. Morris, you can't give me your fucking email, dude. You got to give me your email. You can't ask me to give me your email. How am I going to email you my link?
But he's here to play. He's 2%, but he doesn't let the percentages stop him.
Yeah. Christina said the way Joey didn't care about the comments. I do care about the comments. We know you're locked in. I've also just kind of talked about heard the same thing so much. I'm just like, you know, I'm trying to move the conversation forward a little bit and figure out where that path could be. You know, we kind of debated the motivations and desires and the meaning and things like that behind the actions, and I feel like we got 2 strong camps that have been out there and formed, and you know, now we sort of need to figure out how to move past it and what that means, and you know, if we stop paying attention to the story, you know. But I still think there's some interesting things to come out of it. As I said, Berkey talking about shutting the stream down, and I think that's a pretty interesting idea. All right, who am I gonna get on here? I see why people have someone like paid to do this. Where's this Morris Dweck guy? This guy's been talking so much shit in the fucking chat. I want to get this guy on. All he's been saying is get me on. I don't even know who this guy is. He's talking about get him on. He said 100 times. This guy better be a god. I mean, where's this guy at? Morris, show your face, buddy. Give me your Twitter. What is this guy's problem? I can't take it. This guy been talking nonsense in the chat for a while. I want to have him come on.
Man has no mercy. All right, let's let the man work.
Get Olivier Bousquet. He'll come on when he'll come on when he's go polygraph FaceTime the sister before. What are you talking about, dude? Is Sean Deeb not got a wrench shot? Sean Deeb in the chat. He working hard out there. Jersey Joe. But yeah, that interview with Robbi's pretty fun. She's fired up. Morris is whack. Where's he at? Yeah, I'm just so tired. I feel like I woke up kind of early today. And then I got streaming late. I was kind of deciding what I was going to say on the stream today because it was, let's see what Twitter's saying. Basically, yeah, I don't know. I just had to reevaluate my thoughts on this situation. You know, how deep do you want to get on it? Because you could go exploring all these ideas and all these theories about all these different people. But if you look at just this one case and you'd say, okay, well, if something happened here, like what else is going on? And then you start to explore all sorts of ideas, theories about players involved. I mean, I've heard every theory. I heard Phil Ivey theories, Eric Person theories, fucking every player in the game theories, Ryuski theories, like every person in the back of house, every person in the front of house, everything, stories about their past, like anything they ever did. So it's just like a lot of information you take in when you do these things, and And yeah, it's a lot of. Morris Dweck sounds like a dweeb, has no relevant information. Yeah, he probably doesn't. I'm gonna get my lawyer friend on. She's great. I think when I do these, I can't like just have people on when they debate. I gotta like, I can't. It's like not. It's kind of draining. You know, when the two people start yelling at each other, I'm just like, oh my god, like this is like tense. I'm like reading the chat. It's like kind of cringe. You know, it's a good debate, but it's also kind of, you know, a little bit just like so intense, and I'm just sitting there for like 30 minutes, like staring at this fucking light. So, did you hear about the bike tonight? They played a game where no one but the player knew their hand live. Nope, not one employee, camera crew. No, I ain't seen that. Is it worth watching? Isn't it draining? Like, I don't know how to explain. It's got 5,000 people watching. Holy shit! Well, you guys are cray. Okay. Let's see. Live at the bike. I mean, listen, I tuned in, guys. Honestly, they had 200 people watching. Like, I felt so bad. You know, like, what do we got to do? Like, do we got to go bring the Legion to the bike? You know what I'm saying? Like 200 people watching, guys. You know, I just like was like, damn, guys, like. I mean, look at that guy's fucking coat, right? Maybe it makes sense. I don't know, Barry. I think he like a regular. So nobody know the hands.
And what are you thinking about Tim?
We got a chat in the background. Can you fucking imagine playing the game with my chat? You make a bad play. This guy's with this, bro. Can you imagine? Oh my god. Can you imagine when one of my guests is on, if they had a chat right next to them in a big ass screen? Not my YouTube chat. You're kidding me. Oh my god, dude, that would be the most.
I put Tim on pocket 7.
That would be so ridiculous.
It's pretty bold.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with a bold claim on pocket 7.
Okay, so you can't see the cards. I mean, what's the difference here? What's the difference here, guys? You can't see the cards at all.
I think good. You good. You way good.
And I was completely wrong.
Sit down, Barry. Yeah, no, Jack.
And Tim James is gonna win with Justin.
Who are these people? I see my girl Colleen. Shout out Colleen. I see AK. I mean, that coat's another thing. That coat's something else. This looks like Jamie Gold over there.
I'm still standing.
Does he have to stand up?
Question is, what was Barry calling?
Who's this guy?
Is completed, you'll be able to see what the cards had that each player had. So
Look at the chat in the background.
on a live
Barack
stream.
Obama.
So thank you for joining us and interact with our players at the table.
Who's this guy?
Yeah, Matt is absolutely right. This is a
There's something missing, guys. I don't know what it is.
of having a
There's just something missing about Live at the Bike. I can't put my finger on it. I really can't put my finger on it. How much will can I feel like Live at the Bike, they need like a boost, or they need a boost. There's something missing about these guys.
Maybe we should ask the chat if that should be allowed.
You're not used to winning.
That's the winner right there. What do you want to do?
I can't even see these guys over here.
You should ask the chat.
Wow, queens and aces. Barry went all in with the ace 8.
So it looks like a bomb pot and these players play.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
King up.
You can look at your down card.
I've seen enough, honestly. All right, we got my girl coming in, my friend. I can hear you guys. Welcome Claudia to the chat. Claudia Salinas. She is a lawyer in San Diego for the Innocence Project, and she is a avid poker player and a hardcore member of the YouTube chat. And she's also been to Hustler Casino Live before. So, Claudia, welcome to the show. Obviously, you've been listening to a lot of content. You've been listening to a lot of things. You've got the expert law. So why don't you tell people a little bit about, who you are and kind of just,
Yeah, sure. So, yep, you pretty much said it all. I am a lawyer, but I will say I am a baby lawyer. So, I have only been practicing for a year, but have been in the field for like ever, worked in a police department for 4 years before that, politics 4 years before that. So, I do have some experience. Um, I do criminal defense mainly, and I think you said it earlier in the chat. I'm at the California Innocence Project. So we handle cases all throughout Southern California, working to get people who are currently in prison out of prison once we prove their case. So what's so fascinating about this show, I think I was telling you last time we chatted that I just wish more people dissected cases the way you guys are doing on this show, because I think I would put myself out of business if that was the case.
Yeah, guys, listen. Welcome, Claudia, to chat. Be nice to Claudia. Otherwise, they got to go Kim Jong. But yeah, baby lawyer. She basically at first she just started being a lawyer. She was in law school, got out of law school. Now she's still a newbie. It's her first call. When did you officially start with the job and not just intern in there?
Yeah, so it'll be a year. What month are we in? It'll be a year in November. So as a lawyer, I've been there for a year, but I was literally doing the work since like 2019. So it's just now my name can actually go on all of the motions that we write and a lot of the legal proceedings, and I can actually make appearances in court now.
Yeah, and you're an avid gala event thrower as well, too. You're expert at throwing a good event. You got a lot of experience with that. And you also play poker recreationally, too. You play some in home games, and you play some at the casino, sometimes in Vegas, sometimes tournament, cash game, right? Like a mixture of things, right?
Oh, for sure, yeah. So I've been playing for about maybe 9 years now. Mainly started in tournaments, mainly Texas Hold'em, do dabble into Omaha every once in a while. But then I started actually really liking the game, started reading about it, started watching podcasts, a lot like this, and studied it and got into cash game. And that is kind of where my passion is now. I realize that's two different games altogether, but I think it's like really fun. It's like a sport that gets me out of doing just like legal work all the time, but it's a great way to like meet people. I love meeting people all the time. I'm a big person who likes to like build connections. So you never know who you run into the poker table, and it has definitely helped me both in poker life and in just legal life and in just life in general. So
have you ever met Robbi before at a poker table before? You have any experience with the great Robbi?
I don't, but she has great taste in wine, inspired me to get some wine tonight too. So I'd love to be at the table with her if I'm ever given the opportunity. I did play at the Hustlers Casino quite a bit and a few of the ones around there. So I'm hoping that one day I can run into her, but I don't think we're nearly at the same stakes quite yet. So maybe if I find some stakers, anyone out there looking, I am definitely interested, and then I can play with her. That's not a bad idea.
You want to do the Robbi route, or maybe you find a guy, Cowboy Rip, to put you in a game, huh?
Hey, if that's what it takes, like I'm down. I'll put in the work. I'll read the books, and I'll get out there. I'm not mad about it.
You'll hire Faraz Jaka and bring the water bottle there.
What's up? Follow me. Let's go.
Okay, so how are you thinking about this case from a law perspective, right? Like when you see the idea of the guy being charged today, like Robbi came on here and said we're charging, what does that kind of stuff mean? Like what's the next step for this guy if he's going to get charged?
Yeah, well, I mean, for something like this, like the statute of limitations is like a year, so they definitely had time. There's nothing like, unless you have something in writing from like the DA that says I am not going to press charges against you, like you're pretty much fair game. I was actually quite surprised that the police were waiting to press charges. If they really thought that there was probable cause, even like that the casino could have turned over the video that they had or their statements or what they saw. Like they don't technically need Robbi to be like, I'm pressing charges. Like if they can have that probable cause and give it to a DA and then they can build a case around that, like that's possible too. It's always helpful if someone's willing to testify and that there is like a quote unquote like victim in the case too. So but it's very interesting to me. I sympathize with Robbi because it sounds like she's very kind-hearted and she was trying to, not put another person either behind bars or in a financial situation that they couldn't, handle, given that there's like 2 children involved. So with that, let's sue her civilly maybe, and kind of do a case that doesn't have to involve the penal system, especially, I mean, even if he does have priors, I don't know too much about the priors that he has, but having priors will definitely not help him in whatever future charges he might be facing.
Interesting. Okay, so if he ends up, I mean, maybe she mentioned he might have stole more money from other people in the game. So what happens to him then? Like, what if this guy took money from the casino or took money from other people's chip stacks? Then what's this guy's punishment?
So in California, if you steal anything over 900 or worth $950, it can be charged as a wobbler. So the prosecutor has the discretion to charge either as a misdemeanor or a felony. They usually take into consideration like what kind of force was involved, the circumstances, like the deception, priors, like I said. So if he has priors and they're similar, like that can be used against him. If it's a misdemeanor, then it's anywhere from like $1,000 fine to 6 months in jail. And then if it's a felony, then that will be anywhere from paying like up to what it's due. And then there's like 16 months, 2 years, or 3 years that you could face behind prison. And that's done in prison as opposed to just jail if it was like misdemeanor world.
Wow. So yeah, I mean, if this guy, you know, some suspicions, maybe the guy was taking more chips and this wasn't the first time thing. And you know, then that guy sounds like he would be, I guess so in her situation, right? So she decides to do it now. And then she mentioned she's going to go there and the cops are going to like pick up her phone or something like that. Or there's going to be like a presentation of it. So how important is like the PR stuff? Because I remember in the last thing with Mike Postle, it seemed like this wasn't what it seemed. Like they filed the lawsuit. It was almost like as a defense mechanism or something like that, right? It was like a way to attack the other side and capitalize on the PR and to get Postle to settle with them. And Postle, I guess I think there was some settlement. I don't remember the specifics of how that lawsuit ended, but it just didn't seem like none of it really made sense on the surface until I thought about, well, you know, they're not really they're playing like a PR game sort of thing like that. So, you know, how important is the PR in this kind of thing for either side here, for Robbi's side or for the Kid Brian side, or maybe even for Hustler's side?
Yeah, I mean, the media makes a big difference everywhere. Most of the cases that I handle, they are like serious felonies, so like murders and above. And anytime the media is involved, it plays a difference. It now kind of taints the potential jury that you have in front of you. It taints the way people, whether they do want to come forward with accurate information. It also tips out, like if they start putting in the news, kind of like what we did here, if they start putting in the news that, you know, we're looking for tips and here's like money, it encourages people to come in and either have good information or bad information, or leads people into what we call like tunnel vision all the time. And I think that speaks more towards like the law enforcement. So now if law enforcement already thinks that they're under scrutiny and they've already put it out into the world that they need to have some kind of like finality and conclusion, then they already are like, okay, this is the person who did it. Now we need to make sure that we find all the pieces that kind of fit the puzzle that they're trying to fit to be able to now have some kind of conclusion. And this doesn't have to do with like a murder or anything, but in like the murder world, if they don't like paint that perfect puzzle for someone, then the community is kind of at a hassle, or what do you call it? Like if they don't have that, they found the right person, that they're in a frenzy out in the background thinking that there might be someone like free. So here in our situation, we would have, they would have someone that's out here just willing to take money off the table anytime.
So can they subpoena for phone records for either side to figure out if there was like some sort, I guess, you know, in this situation, right, if the guy is stealing a bunch of money, then maybe they would also be willing to, I guess I sort of think about that as the same thing, and maybe that's just not the right way to think about it, because I'm saying, well, what if he was working with someone in the games, but really if he's just taking money off people's stacks, then they're probably not going to look through his like records or anything like that, or would they maybe do that?
I mean, if the casino, like, if they figure out that maybe he has stolen way much more money than they need to, and they want to try to investigate that case, like, they could technically subpoena stuff. It really just takes like probable cause. I think like even Robbi was saying it, if there's like two ways to do it. Here's the proof that I have now, and the cops have enough probable cause at that moment to make an arrest, or they have to be able to take all of the information that they have, the accusations from the people, even like the casino, take that to a judge, and they just basically, the judge has to determine whether there's probable cause enough to be able to basically invade someone's privacy in the way that it is. I will say like cell phone records specifically have like a lot more protections, and it's kind of growing every single day. But in serious crimes, I think that the burden to even, or just the hurdle to get to probable cause would probably be sufficient if the casino suspects like way more money is being done.
Yeah,
especially if like embezzlement's involved too, like that's gonna probably
what
open up.
does that mean?
Like embezzlement is kind of like if he was like a trusted person in the casino to have like money and you know, be able to have access to people's accounts, and then was using it in a way to like take possession of the chips and then profit from it personally, or for the benefit of whoever he may be working with.
Guys, listen, we're joined by my friend Claudia Salinas. She's a lawyer for Innocence Project, and she want to be a future one of the top judges, right? A top judge, right?
Yeah,
Supreme
one day
Supreme Court judge. Are you calling it now?
I'm calling it now. We're putting it into the existence, and one day I'll be like Miss Sotomayor over there, the second Latina on that board.
I told her I'd help you become a Supreme Court judge. So this is one of my reasons why I have you on here. I said you want to be Supreme Court judge? Like, I don't know what that means, but I think we can do it. So just sound like a matter of time and a lot of many years and many kissing ass and shaking hands with the Soros judge. Someone said, what's above murder cases? Because you said it's above murder cases for Innocence Project. Like, what is that? What's above murder that people do? Like, what is that? You get people out of serious crimes that were falsely accused, right?
Yeah, so above murder cases, I just really mean like death penalty cases. So it's I mean, that's probably the most capital offense that you can think of. But there's a bunch of like sexual assaults that people are accused of, that we also look into. I'll say this type of work, it's sadly so much easier to get convicted of a crime than it is to undo a crime. So my like law firm's been open since 1999, and we just walked our 37th like innocent person out of prison. So it takes like, it's a big undoing of our system. And I'm hoping the conversations that we're having, we're doing, you know, jumping on shows like this all over the place. We're hoping that it kind of changes the avenues to being able to reopen cases, but it is difficult.
Somebody in the chat said about if there's a place to donate, where could they go?
Yeah, definitely. So visit the California Innocence Project .org website. You can find my profile on there, but you'll also find like a donate button there. I really do appreciate that, because we do we offer all of our services pro bono to all of our clients, and we basically get funded through grants and through generous donors like you. And then like Joey was saying, we host a gala every single year. So I'm hoping to see all, 5,000 people who are watching, attending. It's beautiful. Open bar, and you get to meet all of our clients too. But I do appreciate that. Yes.
You got an open bar? You didn't tell me open bar.
You have to come next year. I'm flying you out. You're gonna come join us.
Is there a DJ? Is there a DJ there?
No, but we usually have a live band. I'm not saying no to a DJ. If there's like a cool DJ and they want to come donate their services to us, we will take it. But for the past few years, we had live bands. We had Michael Franti 2 years ago. That was really fun. It's a really great event. We all get to dress up super fancy, red carpet. We have the camera, caricatures, all the good stuff.
Great. Yeah, I mean, about this case, anything else stand out in your mind from a law perspective? Maybe a different angle you're seeing that you ain't heard anybody mention so far while we've been here?
I think a lot of people are definitely talking about all the angles. I love the scrutiny because if there wasn't scrutiny, like cases, cold cases just like wouldn't be solved all the time. So this is amazing. I think without going too far into it, because I think I've already put my thoughts like on Twitter and stuff, but I really do wish Robbi the best of luck on this lie detector tomorrow. Sadly, because we can never get 100%. I think whether she already said that whether she passes it or whether she fails it, it's not going to offer a lot of closure. But she says that she found one that I think has like 98% accuracy, and I think that's amazing. Even though they don't use lie detector tests in court, they do use them all the time, like for investigative purposes, because sometimes people, they feel like if they do this test, then they'll come out with much more open answers. They use them in plea bargains all the time, just because the results will come out, somebody doesn't really know, and they're like, okay, well, I can't really prove my case otherwise, so I'm going to take a plea. And then they use them all the time for just like sentencing and like motions for new trial. So there is some science behind them, but you cannot tell the truth. I always tell my clients not to take them. Most of them don't listen to me, but at this point, I wish her the best of luck. I want to see the results, and I'm hoping that it's more of a result of just like, that she was being deceptive, which is a lot of time what the results pretty much reads. Either she or he was being deceptive or not being deceptive. So I'm hoping when we get those results, if they're public, I would love to read them and then give you my thoughts on that.
Interesting. Okay, so yeah, I mean that's all lie detector thing. Like people are saying is that I've always just heard they're not very reliable. So if you can fake a lie detector test, then I'm sure a lot of people figure out how to do this, right? I don't know, but I'm not sure exactly what that entails. So what you're saying is that like even if she passes it tomorrow, you're saying that it could not be like a complete pass, or it's a right, like it could be a 90% or 95. Like, it's not necessarily have to be. And then even in that scenario, you wouldn't really know which part it's referring to. So who knows how much can really be gleaned? I mean, maybe something could be gleaned if it's really bad or if it's like really good, but if it's like an 85% or something like that, then it might not tell us what we really need to know.
And then for my knowledge, I know that they were hyping on whoever this, the person who's going to administer the test is, but
Area 51 guy, yeah.
I tried to look it up. If we get the name of this guy, I definitely was trying to get some more intel, but basically, I mean, whenever a test is administered, all of the people who administer their test have to follow like the same scientific standards, and that's so that if this person does this test, another person who's in the same field or whatever can interpret those results and just make sure that when it was being administered, at least it was done correctly. So I don't know if it even mattered who was administering the test, because there's still not a lot of accuracy there. But yeah, I've seen guilty people and innocent people both try to offer their cooperation with these tests, and it has failed some of my clients in the past who we have proven to be innocent. So that's all I can say.
Damn. Okay. Whew. All right. So lie detector's coming up tomorrow. I feel like we got everything out of the way with Robbi. What about if it turns out these guys don't find anything, Claudia, and then they got the position where now you got Garrett say you cheated, and then she can decide to file some type of like civil lawsuit, I believe, right? So
yeah.
What is that process like, or what's the outlook on something like that?
Yeah, I mean, the filing in the civil world is a lot easier, I would say, because in the criminal world, the burden is beyond a reasonable doubt. In the civil world, it's by preponderance of the evidence, which is more likely than not. And I think in terms of the Garrett v. Robbi, if you get a bunch of experts on the stand that play poker and that know, the odds of what you were supposed to do, and then get testimony from her and whether, he did kind of like extort her in the hallway or whatever, that is going just to be a matter of like whoever they believe more often. But the compensation for that will just be the full amount that she was outed, unless she's going to sue for like intentional infliction of emotional distress or something, which is much harder to prove. So that one's actually probably harder to try. But I think if the money is meant to be her and the standard in the poker world is that should have been hers, then then I think she has a good case civilly.
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
I say all that with me not being a civil lawyer at all, but
Not
you
law.
know.
Not law. Just your just your opinion. Just your
Yes.
opinion. Just your
Let
opinion.
me preface that.
Just what I was telling you, the TikTok videos you should make, where you just talk about the case just like this.
I really want to. I think I got the terabyte on my iPhone for the reason. So
You got all the
start
passion. You got all the passion for these things. You know, you got the positive energy. You like to break down a case like I like to break down a pot limit Omaha hand. You know what I mean? Like I'm breaking down this case right here. You like to break down a case.
Yes, absolutely. And I know you know all the tools to help kind of make things boom. So I'll probably be picking your brain on how to get that done. A TikTok will be in the works.
Yeah. Okay, guys in the chat, do you have any more questions for Claudia? Otherwise, I'll let her get out of here and let her get moving. Beffer Luger with the 499 on YouTube says civil breach of contract for not continuing to play.
I guess if it was in writing, if they were supposed to play for a certain amount of time, I think yeah, I mean we can look into that too. I don't know what the rules are, like if they had to play a certain amount of money to play or if they had to play a certain amount of hours, but we'd have to see what that contract looks like. Things with contracts, it's like you got to read the terms and how the other person interpreted it and whether there was like accurate consideration to be able to accept that. But I'm sure it's possible. That's the thing with the legal world. It's like we work a lot in the gray area. So you get the right lawyer and you kind of see how the elements fit with the facts that you have.
Mm-hmm. All right, perfect. Jim Marsh says defamation law details.
All right, defamation law details. Oh, was that gearing from the beginning? Okay, so defamation, there's different, there's writing defamation and like speaking defamation. And so if somebody says something about a third person that is knowingly, intentionally not to be true, and you did that with like trying to damage the credibility of another person, then that could be cause for getting some damages. There's a lot of exceptions when it comes to public figures. There's exceptions when it comes to, the intent behind the statements that were made, whether it can be seen as like satire. So there's a few different things that you got to kind of think about that.
Okay. Buffer said he took money on condition of play. They all say that's what happened.
Hang on, say that again.
So he took money on condition of playing, and they all say that's what happened.
He took money on condition of playing, and they all say that's what happened.
Right, exactly. Kind of an extension of what you just answered.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a question or not, but I'm not really familiar with the question or not. Okay. I think that's about it. So yeah, all right, Claudia. Anyone want to follow you? Plug your stuff. Give a shout out to yourself.
Okay.
The social, the IG for all your great IG content, and
I love it. So on Instagram, I'm pretty boring. It's just my full name. So Claudia Ines Salinas. Ines is INES, and then last name Salinas, SALINAS. And then on Twitter, I'm just at CI Salinas with 3 S's. So find me. I'm pretty active. If anybody wants to talk about law stuff, I'm always down. Or if anybody has a home game that I can go to, I'm always down for that too. Or looking for stakers. So hi, I'm here.
Perfect. All right, Claudia. Yeah, Claudia, hardworking lady. So oh yeah. All right, cool. All right, talk to you soon. And
good night. Good luck. Get some sleep tonight. Do some self-care.
You don't think I should stay up all night long and not sleep and then wake up tomorrow and do that? Wait, do that accent again. Yeah, I never heard you. You got like that. I never heard you that accent like that.
Pero español era mi primer idioma, so aquí estoy.
Oh, okay. All right, kid. I'll see you soon, okay?
I love it. See you soon. Have a good night.
All right, later.
Bye.
All right, guys. Welcome the great Claudia to the chat. Thank you for coming on, guys. What'd you guys think? That is my friend. She's a very, very sweet lady. Very great lady. And she working hard. She's going to be a judge one day. And we all going to need her, okay, when she's the Supreme Court judge. So listen, lock in. 6-page note article. Look at this tweet. Dude, look at this fucking tweet this guy said. He said, best things I say, lady, Garrett Adelstein, 6-page note article, allegedly, Robbi, out of line, lock in, listen, ay. The Legion accepts Claudia. Number one guess. What did the Legion think about Claudia? W or L? I think that was a pretty big W. She has your heart. Yeah, Claudia gonna find a boyfriend in here. She speaks Spanish. Cita. Yeah. W. Twitch loves her. Twitch loves her. Melissa loves her. Jackie Burhart loves her. Let's go. Thomas loves her. Okay. Perfect. W. Perfect. Where's the Legion then? Snowing here in the headquarters. Sean Deeb, guys. Sean Deeb want to come in. What do you think we should get this guy in here? Sean Deeb, yes or no, chat? 1 or 2? I can't breathe. My nose is all stuffy. Sean Deeb. Checking in, Sean Deeb. Two Sean Deebs. Yes. 1, yes. I can't breathe. 1, yes. All right. We'll get him in. Let's tap in. Let's tap in, Mr. Deeb. See what see what our CSO, Chief Security Officer, is thinking. Mr. Deeb, are you out there? He connecting still. Still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just keep trying to switch up my mic to go through my headset instead of my computer, but I can't get it.
Well, you're back. You sound good so far. Guys, listen, welcome back, Sean Deeb, to the chat. Sean, it's been a great day today. What have you been seeing? What have you been seeing? You heard Robbi talk earlier. You maybe saw some of the updates. What's captivating you, Sean? What's on your radar? Guys in the chat, also make sure you give a big welcome to Sean for hopping in here with us.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that, I hear then Robbi speaks, and I think that she's more intelligent than most people give her credit for. And I think she's lit some hints, and she's just toying with us. Like, she's dangling the carrot, and I think some people don't hear what she's saying. And it was a couple hours ago, and I'm under the weather, so I'm not in a great mental state right now. And obviously these hours are brutal for all of us. But there was some stuff she said, like when she was talking about Brian, she's like, well, I was smart enough not to call him on my phone. Well, does that mean that she's alluding that she called him on someone else's phone? I mean, there's some things that she said that I just really I don't know. They sound sketchy, and she seems pretty smart. And I think Charles will probably alert her, and they're going to check phone records at some point, possibly, if there was shenanigans going on. So maybe she approached him from a burner phone or her husband's phone or some other line or a friend's phone. I don't know. That just kind of, I have these weird feelings that there's more to this story every time she speaks. I think she gives little tidbits. And, one of the things that I really disagree with is she's bragging about taking this lie detector test tomorrow with her PR team. I mean, there's no one coming who's impartial and third party to that, polygraph. Mm-hmm. How do we know to believe those results if no one's there to talk to the person? She hired this person. Her PR team found this guy. She brags about his top secret, his clearance. There's over probably 2 million people in the U.S. right now with security clearance. I have a bunch of family members who are in the armed forces who still have their clearance. That it stays on for a while, and you can actually re-up it even when you're not actually in the armed forces anymore. So some of these points she's making and bragging about how this guy's the best, it doesn't mean that much to me. And maybe it means a lot, but personally, I don't really think that those results are going to show anything besides this amazing proving of her innocence. And don't forget, she has a twin sister. I mean, there's some crazy things that we know from Hollywood that can happen with twins. And I don't know, there's just a lot of stuff that I'm suspect of. I always take things with a grain of salt, and Robbi's poured a lot of salt on some wounds. So
You don't trust the polygraph. You don't trust the Area 51 guy, huh?
I mean, I would have.
Bro,
liked
you're
to
the
be
Area
set up-
51. You're kidding me. You don't trust this guy? You don't believe him?
I mean, well, then
You don't think this guy knows about poker? You're kidding me.
Why is no one going with her besides her team?
You want me to
the
go?
Results, I was hinting at you to possibly go, but I would have also liked someone to set it up. I would have liked an unbiased person to be found and not to be just hired by her team. Her team, like a PR team, knows how to coach anything. She's from LA. They're very sharp at this stuff. She's like, oh, I'm going on GMA. That's great. I hope this gets
Wait,
more
so
attention.
she's
I
really
hope-
going on Good Morning America? You're fucking kidding me. She's going to be on Good Morning America?
I hope she does. I hope she brings more attention to this story. I hope there's more investigations.
Kidding me.
I hope the casino gets pressure to actually, do an investigation with gaming and other stuff that's going on. I know Nick is doing all he can from where he is, but I think that, there are some avenues that have not been gone down yet, and maybe more media attention is the way to go.
Okay, so you think that if more media attention gets put on it, that means that Hustler Casino will be incentivized to do a real investigation?
Correct. I think they will get pressured, and they're, and I've known this issue from other heads and stuff that have gone on, that this, could affect their gaming license, and their lawyers are aware of that, and that's why they do not want gaming involved. That's why they're not making a thing official. They're probably so happy the stream continued and Ivy stayed there because they have all this plausible deniability, and they're going to, I think, stick with that story. Like, oh, Phil Ivey didn't think anything was wrong. And, I did like Russ's take that she changed in her head what her hand was, multiple streets. That does fit with her personality.
Mm-hmm.
There was some of the stuff the detective said that seems really weird for a detective to say to someone, oh, we think she's stolen from other people too. I mean, why, if he had that information, why did he not call her, approach her and say, hey, I just want to give you a heads up. This is the information I have. I think you should reconsider whether or not you're pressing charges.
Mm-hmm.
There's just so many sketchy things about this story and the timeline of events.
Right. So you think that what are you implying that took place maybe with that initial interaction? Didn't happen like that, or?
I have no idea what happened. I just want more third-party people involved. I want more unbiased people, and I want more experts involved. Like,
so how do we get them involved, right? How do we get those involved in an official status? Because obviously Robbi's gonna want to have to work with you in this scenario. He can't be like you know what I'm saying? Like, she's got to ultimately agree to it in the first place. So how do we set that up or set that process up and maybe have an actual impact on it?
I think personally the best thing to do is Garrett or someone else who was in the game to go to gaming and say, I think I was a part of possibly a cheated poker game. I want this investigated. I want, all these things looked at. There are a lot of coincidences. There's at least 3 or 4 people scamming each other at a minimum. I mean, yes, people get hustled for money all the time in poker. I'm one of the most vocal people about people who scam me. But, and I think, another thing that Robbi said that maybe was a hint at something. She's like, oh, I told Beans personally, like, don't worry about the $20K. You can get me when you can have it. That guy has no source of income. He's about to go to jail, where I'm pretty sure even if you get a job in jail, you make like 13 cents an hour. So I don't know why she's just dismissing this $20K debt. And, also, if I was Rip, and unfortunately Rip has me blocked on Twitter, but I would ask Rip, like, she loaned Beans $20K off your stake. Like, she just treats your money like it's water. She gave $135K to Garrett. She gave 20 to Beans. He's out of $155K. That is a ridiculous amount of money for anyone. You could say if Perkins or, Horowitz or someone else is like, they're just not going to let $150K go that easy and that quietly and not care unless it's for some other reason that they don't want the attention of those people to be against them.
Okay. So, I mean, I don't know if this guy would put her in the game for 100. Maybe he a little bit more lackadaisical with his management of his funds than maybe.
You could be lackadaisical, but he was clearly pissed when she just handed someone else's money, and when she gave to Beans, someone she just met. And this is like, I've been debating how to write this tweet, but here's a public service announcement for all these idiots who are lucky enough to come into money in poker. When someone who's into poker and gambling and is well known and they're super friendly with a lot of people, and they've met you 1 or 2 times, and then they borrow money from you, the reason they're fucking doing that is because they burned all the bridges with everyone else, and everyone else knows the reputation. They have to go to the most recent person they met to scam. And, Beans, I was early on in the show calling him out saying, what is your financial relationship with Robbi? I knew about that 20K on fucking day 1 of this investigation. And he knew that, and he wanted to keep it quiet, didn't want it public, and that's someone who has clearly been willing to air his dirty laundry at different times.
Right.
And a lot of people I see making the claim that the bounty was not collected. I think part of the reason the bounty was not collected is the people who are cheating or involved are one of 2 things. One, they're all super close friends and they don't want to turn on their friends, which is, the same thing, in some like gang culture. It's like snitches get stitches, or they're not going to turn on their boys. They don't want to be the one to take everyone down. And the second thing is the people who are involved are afraid. They don't know Haralbus and myself and Bill's, personality and our reputations that we would pay the money. I think if it was escrowed properly, I think we messed up not organizing this. If we escrowed it with a lawyer or some type of like toll-free 1-800 number where there could be someone call in, no questions asked, explain the information, and then a third-party judge, if that's enough to justify the bounty or partial bounty, I think someone would have came forward at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe that's a good point. I mean, how do they get in touch with us also? Like people can't get in touch with me to give me information about the bounty unless they send me a message on IG. So, and some people might not know that. So no one can get in touch with Haral Bob, or no one can get in touch with Bill Perkins. So we probably should have had a better email or like a hotline or a tip line or, something like that also set up where more people could reach out to you and they could actually reach you too.
Yeah, like I made the mistake. My DMs were private. People were like, follow me, I'm going to give you some info. And now I've opened up my DMs, which is unfortunate. I have some crazy guy who I'm sure is in your DMs, Joe. He's just hilarious. Max IQ. And all these people defending Robbi and saying these crazy things are almost all new accounts. Was this all bots hired by Robbi to spin the PR or to attack everyone? I see so few Robbi's innocent people being legitimate, like not, burner accounts. And that's sketchy to me. That's weird to me. And, maybe that's the influential world she lives in, where she is hiring, bots and PR people, and all these fake accounts are being run by a couple people who are just here to undermine the investigation in any way possible.
Right. So you think that there could be some fugaziness happening there on the Twitter streets?
I mean, when the only people supporting her and attacking every bit of evidence or every discussion of evidence, and they just like, I have one guy in my DMs fucking arguing that Julie is fucking shady and lying. And Julie came across so confident, so polite. I mean, I wish she had a Twitter and an Instagram, and she's probably asleep, but I want to reach out to her and say, we appreciate you staying that way. I need to learn from you how to fucking not get heated. I can never be as calm as she was while being attacked, while just speaking the truth, while having a story that's going to be corroborated by multiple people in the game, if not everyone in the game. But she respects people's privacy enough to not just out them. And Robbi just spews random fucking nonsense all the time. And it's like when you're trying to be the loudest in the room and saying nothing, usually you're preventing other people's words from being heard, because that's the truth and that's what you're trying to hide from the audience. It's like a complete magician's, look over here while something else is happening. And that just, most of these conversations with her is what I feel like is happening.
Okay, so I'm gonna disagree. I disagree strongly, but Matt Charbonneau says, dude, I hope your show keeps going after this scandal. You just tell stories and have poker people call in, talk different topics. Listen, people seem to love these streams, right, Sean? I don't know what's going on. There's still got thousands of people watching these things late at night, so I'm probably gonna take these things more seriously in the future. Obviously, I know a lot of people. I got a lot of friends. I love chatting with people. I love chatting with random people. Sean, apparently this guy's not fucking sleeping, and I don't think he's gonna be sleeping anytime soon in his life. It appears he's just gonna be having a crazy life for a long time. So you never really know who we're gonna be able to get to talk to. But I think with Robbi, what you're saying, right? Why I say disagree is that I think to me she just makes a lot of sense. Like, I don't know, she won't give you an answer. She'll give you like a story, and then like another story, and then the story kind of like tie in with a sort of a direction of the answer, but it like kind of gets close by, and like it's not really clear what the answer was, but you could sort of like maybe have some takeaways from it. Like, so when she's talking and telling stories, telling answers, like I feel like I understand her maybe a little better than other people do. That's what I've been noticing here is like yeah, I don't know.
I truly believe she believes a lot of things she's saying, but I don't know if that's because it's the truth or that's because of the public perception she wants to build up around herself. You know, she specifies he definitely sent the DM. I believe you, he sent the DM, but I also believe that you wrote the DM or helped coach him on writing the DM. I mean, the way he talked in all caps, why would he be that, polite to her? And another thing with Brian, now that we're hearing stories that he is robbed from multiple people, possibly a hustler, including people on the production team, that is a huge red flag to me. That guy is willing to cheat from and steal from his coworkers, his bosses, his friends, everyone. He is a desperate degenerate gambler. And desperate degenerate gamblers will try anything to do. And that also just proves some of the stuff he posts on 2+2, because he says this is the only time I ever did it. Well, now it's coming to light, something that I have and myself and others have known, is this is not the first time he's suspected of this, and now they're going to fucking go back and try to dissect more stuff and get him for more charges. Because when you do multiple crimes, the punishment, it's not just going to be, hopefully not just parole, it's not parole, whatever, house arrest type thing or community service. I think when you're showing you've done this multiple times, and maybe the number goes up to, 6 figures, maybe it goes higher. I don't fucking know how much this guy's done, but I know that Nick and Ryan are looking into it along with the other stuff, and I appreciate them because it sucks that they're distracted from the cheating scandal to have to look into this step because it divides their attention, and it's going to slow down the process of this investigation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so basically right now they got to run through all the tapes from all the older sessions, anytime the guy seems to be there in the casino for the most part, and obviously that's going to be a lot of time. I'm not sure what the process to be able to do that, if it could be automated, if there's some sort of machine learning program you could use that's going to run through and do some sort of like face tracking system.
I think I actually should reach out and tell them this, but I think if the guy swipes his player's card, I think that's totally reasonable to see when he played bigger than normal after a stream. When there was a big game on stream, all of a sudden he's playing, 5, 10, 20 or 10, 20, 40 or whatever. There should be some data available to them. And that brings up another point. I heard Raver Poker talk a lot in the last couple of days, and a lot of things he says I disagree with. And he talks about, Nick should be on the show and Nick's not part of production. Okay, I agree to that. I think Nick is 100% playing a fair game. I would be so sad if I'm wrong because I feel like I've gotten to know Nick really well during these last 2 weeks. He is a lot like me in a lot of ways. But an issue I do have is people like Ryan and Raver and other members of production have played on the stream. And that needs to be the focal point, not this attacks on Nick. They need to be on Ryan and Raver and other people who played on the show multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
I think commentators is fine. But I think, because they're going to see the whole card, it's the same thing on the stream. But these people in production who are working day to day with these guys that are all friends, they're too smart and they probably can see how some vulnerability of their system and they have too much access to it. And you just cannot allow your staff who is back there with the equipment all the time to play on the stream for tens of thousands of dollars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just too much, too easy. That's what I was saying, right? The guy and Brian, when he wrote the article or the Rowan 2+2, he talked about 10 monitors being open. And I said earlier, I remember being there. I see in monitors, like if you want to slip a hidden camera in there, if you want to, it wouldn't be that hard. And anyone up there can get access. And if you want to put something on a computer, if you want to put a program on something, who knows what's real possible. But if you got the equipment right there able to be manipulated, and you have a room able to be manipulated, and you really have no safeguard on that room outside. I mean, there is a safeguard to some extent, but there are a lot of people who can be able to access that and get up there and pass through there as well too. So to me, it just seems like a very vulnerable setup and situation. And I was saying earlier, like, let's put the stuff behind a door, put it behind at a minimum, right? Put a curtain up behind the cards. Whatever.
I think
but there's some like a lot of there's some like some other things, some other people know it more familiar than me what their setup is.
And another thing, one of the earlier guests, the first guy, the RFID guy.
Yeah, he was great.
Tables. I think he was great about his knowledge. But one question I have, has he invested in this company? like I always want to know any bias that anyone has. I agree with the guy saying it's very good, but the way Berkey's pushing this guy that hard and bragging about his company and the guy who's raising funds, I want to know if Berkey has a piece of that company now, because then you kind of have to take some of the stuff Berkey says as a grain of salt, and maybe that's why he's trying to tackle all these streams so hard. I don't think what he's saying is wrong, but I think some of his attacks have crossed the line, and I think, I don't know. I just want transparency in all things in poker. And just like, if you watch any investment show or anything on business, it's like, hey, here's my explanation. This is my waiver of that I actually have equity in this company, as he's making these points. So I don't know for a fact. I'm just guessing that Berkey's a smart guy. And I even thought about investing in this company. But I also thought, well, I probably shouldn't, because if I play on their tables ever, I don't want a conflict of interest. I don't want people to think I might have privileged information on how it works or seen an explanation of some of its security flaws. And I think you have to separate as much from security and players as possible. I know there's a lot of overlap in production and playing, because obviously if you poker production, usually you love poker or you become to love poker out of it. I just think there needs to be a massive degree of separation from staff and players.
Yeah, they in the chat, they said Saul for Y or Matt, they're not invested in that company. I personally when I heard what the company was, I then said, how much money do you need to raise? I'll fill that money for you. Not to say that I'll personally would invest in that, but I can definitely get them in touch with someone who probably book the action, depending on what the deal look like. The numbers, make sure they're fine. So
yeah, I mean, I like that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Though. Right.
For a subscription cost, and then being able to flip the tables down the road if someone doesn't keep up the subscription. That's a successful model. That's the same model the shufflers have done. One thing I think hasn't been noticed that people haven't talked about is, I believe Hustler Casino has removed the shuffler from the table. Again, something I'm happy about, because shufflers have been shown as a vulnerability in the past. So removing it from every stream show, yes, you get a few less hands per hour, but your dealers at your stream should be some of your best dealers, and the top dealers could be very close to as many hands per hour hand dealing than shufflers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of seems obvious. I don't know. I didn't know this was still a thing. We've seen all the ship shuffler. We've seen all the exploits, right? I mean, what are we doing, right? It just doesn't make sense with the millions of dollars in the game on the line. I saw one of my crypto friends the other day said about, we're basically passing alpha in real time for millions of dollars that you don't think people are going to try to step in and take advantage of that and exploit that. And I mean, why wouldn't they? What's to stop you running your game from deciding not to do something to it? I don't know. I don't know what stops that person. Right. I mean, do you think there needs to be something different for the overall poker streams security space in general? It almost feels like what we have in place now just isn't really that good. And the people who really want to take advantage of the system the most they can never be stopped. And maybe that just is the way it is, and maybe nothing else can be done. But maybe you got some ideas. And
I mean, I'm definitely talked to, I'm close to a couple of the stream teams. I'm very close with the Poker Night in America crew who plan on rebuilding a studio or restarting up their shows. And, I've talked to Todd, the head producer, and I've talked to Tony, their security guy. And, we're going to come up with ideas and work out what we think is the best possible stream. We know it's going to cost more money, but we care about integrity, and we care about honesty, and we care about protecting the safety of the game, because whether or not anything happened in this game, it is a bad look. I think it was Alex Jacob who said, how are these fish going to want to play on streams? And I think it's actually the fish are going to lose anyway. They don't even care. Some fish know they're getting cheated and just don't give a shit. And but pros are going to be the ones who really get hurt and are actually going to stop playing, and actually the streams are going to get softer. I think Hustler streams for the next couple of weeks or months are going to be some of the softest games that ever run. And, it really incentivizes players to go against their morals and their safety and maybe take a shot in a game that, could be cheated. I don't think there's active cheating going on in Hustler now, but I still think we need to look at the past. We need to look at, some of the accusations from the Live at the Bike days. It's a lot of fucking work. There's years and years of footage. And now, a can of worms has been opened that, nefarious person has been involved in the show for many, many years. And to defend Nick, there's been multiple people said that, this Brian guy was an unpaid intern who responded to a tweet saying, hey, does anyone want to come be our unpaid intern? And he worked his way up. It makes sense to not background check that guy because he's been around. It's a mistake to not have background a guy who's coming as an unpaid intern who's going to have access to all this privileged information and the equipment and whatever else. But I could see why Brian built up trust with the staff and why he was able to, pull one up on him.
Yeah, so what are your thoughts on the way, Vertucci and Feldman, they've been doing this? What are your thoughts on those two in general with a lot of, some stuff about their background's been coming out? I saw a post on Reddit about some of the stuff Ryan went through at Live at the Bike. And, that story, I feel like I already know the story for a long time, but I think maybe other people don't know the story. So that's kind of coming out, and people are raising questions about that. People are raising questions about, Nick Vertucci background before he got into poker. So, what are some of your thoughts on those guys? And, those guys are ultimately the guys running the operation. So, they're pretty pivotal in terms of their character and who they are and what they represent themselves to be.
So I have had limited interactions with Brian. I had, until these last 2 weeks, I had never talked to Nick or interacted with him. And Ryan I talked to maybe 2 or 3 times, a couple times through Twitter. We talked for like an hour during the World Series this year. We talked about doing a Sean Deep week. And, in these last 2 weeks, Nick has really impressed me with his fierceness and how loyal he is to his staff, even the staff who have not earned his loyalty yet. He cares a lot about the truth. He cares a lot about doing things the right way. He is extremely worried about poker and streams in general. And he has done a lot of great. I mean, we never had a stream do as good as Hustler has done. He is doing so many things right, from production, from players. They're in a great location, a great product. And we have to also give him credit for the positives he's done. I mean, the streamer show they did was amazing. And there's so much he's attempting to do, and there's so much he's going to do in the future, I believe, if given the opportunity. And whether or not other members of the staff were involved, or if there was just nothing, I think that I will feel very confident down the road that Hustler will be one of the safest streams, if not the safest. And I plan on, going on it eventually.
You think it'd be safer than Poker Go? I don't know about that.
I can't imagine they're going to do less than Poker Go. I'm sure whoever built out the Poker Go studio could be written a blank check to Hustler to update some of their stuff. And
Sure.
following, just because California has lax regulations does not mean that Hustler needs to meet the bare minimum. I think they're going to exceed even Nevada's regulation for, streams.
In the sake of transparency, you ain't getting paid by Hustler, right?
No, I am not.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I am not
okay.
getting paid by anyone.
Oh, okay.
I just-
They didn't pay you out. Beans keep wanting to come on. Beans, listen, buddy, come on, not tonight, Beans. I'm too tired. I'm too tired for Beans and you guys to go yell at each other and fucking. Oh, I'm too tired. I don't want to hear about Beans got the PPP. I don't want to hear about Beans today, buddy. I want to hear from Beans soon, but I just can't take Beans right now.
Are you gonna call him when he's in jail? You gonna accept his collect call?
I'll talk to the guy. Why not, man? Fuck.
Okay.
He really want to talk to me. I mean, he seemed like he know a lot of people, but I'll. Yeah. Matt said, I feel like we aren't acknowledging just how terrible the current setup is. I mean, listen, come on. I've been saying that for a while. That is what I mean. That just seemed obvious to me, right? Like it's obvious to them. They are naive about it. They didn't really. They got to open second floor. Everyone to see. You know what I'm saying? Like that tells you what you need to know there. So it's like. I guess in what do you feel like is your responsibility or people's responsibility to point it out to those people to be able to influence change or get them to make a change, or how important do you think that is privately and publicly, right? Because obviously we're talking to these guys privately, but from a public standpoint to actually get them to really make a difference if you feel like that they're not doing enough to increase what they have set up right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to do everything in their power. I think, some of those streams who shut down are very admirable. I think it's a good way to get positive PR for them. It's going to come back. And I think that you're seeing how big of an audience is available for 12 hours of public content a day. And yes, this is a more Hollywood-esque story than the average stream. but you also can build up characters and build up history and build up a following. And I think this shows that there is so much more demand and still so much more upside for these shows. I think anyone trying to pitch a poker stream show to their corporate guys who might be afraid of the consequences of this cheating scandal are also like, holy shit, the views we get, holy shit, the amount of people who want to come play, you know, you're going to be able to have a lot more control. And I think you're going to see a lot of, you know, more streams. I think this is not going to hurt streaming in poker. I think it's going to help it long term.
Yeah, I think so too, man. Beans is getting love in the YouTube chat right now. They love it. There's someone said, Beans, put your Venmo, we'll send you money.
Come on, Beans' Venmo's been shut off many times.
No, come on, man. Stop it. I don't think so. Did you see Bob went on Hustler Casino and got beat down?
Oh, it was embarrassing. I watched like 3 hours of it. I just laughed every time he was getting stacked. And I actually put out a tweet that he didn't have to give his bounty money to the Hustler community just because no one accepted it. And this was as this Queens vs. Aces hand flop comes out. I was like, I swear I tweeted this before this hand. Like, he's just fucked.
Yeah, I mean, come on. They set him up with that.
Hey, I see someone mentioning my orange shirt to match Rob's hoodie. We just have great, taste. He wears silk shirts and I just wear cotton.
You a Four Horsemen? Who's the Four Horsemen? What was the Four Horsemen comment earlier she made?
I don't know. I can't. I don't know. Like, I assume me, Tom, Bob, and then possibly you. I don't really know who's a fourth frequent guest. Who
the Four Horsemen? What? That'd be a funny podcast group. Me, you, Her Bob, and Tom Dwan.
I mean, Tom would literally be on each one for 2 minutes, say some super sketchy thing, and he happened to pass along more details of what he alluded to, and holy shit. But I'm gonna be just like Tom, and Tom's got some good info, man. Tom should be able to write a tell-all book. Like in his will, he should have a biography written up with all the shit he knows, and just posthumously fucking release that shit because I barely can read, but I'll find a way to read that book.
Yeah. All right. So what do you think happened moving forward here with Hustler? Do you think these guys are going to really, I mean, I said earlier, like it makes sense. Like maybe, I don't know what a proper investigation means or looks like, or why they need to stop the stream and then how they can focus more on that. And, I don't know what the benefit of shutting it down versus not shutting it down. Maybe there's vulnerabilities now that they need to shore up that could be taken advantage of. That could be an argument for that. I kind of go both ways on it, where I could see these guys shutting it down, fixing it up a little bit, coming back, take a couple weeks off, come back with a big storm. Everyone's going to be fired up. They got a big community. Their community is going to be excited. Obviously, they don't want to lose their viewers, and the viewers got to go somewhere. And then, Live at the Bike, they got 200 people watching their stream today. They probably need some viewers. So, maybe a few of them skirt over there. But I don't think it's like a big threat for Hustler to really just take time off, take a couple weeks off. I don't know if an investigation is going to take a couple weeks, an investigation is going to take 3 months. Then fuck that, right? I'm probably not going to shut my stream down. But if it's something you could do in a shorter time period, then maybe I might consider it. But
I can't imagine this investigation doesn't take multiple months. I mean, they have a lot of things to look into. Maybe some of the lawyers can speak of whether or not someone brought a civil case to get discovery and some phone records. There's always and bank statements. There's always gonna be a paper trail. There's always gonna be people who lackadaisically texted or called someone, or when a piece of news broke on the story, these people always called each other. Like there's always gonna be the cheaters in this scenario think they're smarter than the public because they've gotten away with it so far if they did cheat. And I'm sure there's been slip ups, but they also think they've covered their tracks in some ways.
Beans is really pushing hard. He says if he wants 5 minutes, he'll be civil. What do you think, Sean? You want to talk to this guy?
I mean, Joey, it's your stream. I am just a guest. I got called out for offering Julie some time with me because I wanted to compliment her so much. So it's your show. If you want to sit back or if you want us to not talk so much, you're in charge. You lead the fucking floor, buddy.
Leading the show, huh? Yeah. What a crazy show this is. Can you believe this? Like you do call-in shows till 2:30 a.m. You're up 5 a.m. and people are loving it. People are fired up. I got the chat on slow mode. It's still just going crazy in there. I never see anything like this. Beans, should we give this guy Beans 5 minutes? Chat, you decide. Chat. All right, let me see. Should we give Beans 5 minutes? Twitch say yes. Twitch is all fired up. Phil Ivy's the mastermind. All right, take it easy. Should we have Beans on? What a great name Beans is, by the way. I'm gonna miss this. Whenever this guy leave my life, I'm gonna miss this guy. All right, the poll is officially live. Should we get Beans on? Deeb's great today, the chat says. Poppy's fading. I mean, it's 7 hours in. I'm pretty tired anyway. PLP, Pussy 11, Pertouche, Badiga. What? Spill the beans. Yes, Beans, yes. 80%, 80%. Okay, 80% say we got to get Beans in here. Coming up next is Beans, one of the pivotal characters in the investigation. Let me get him a link. Hold on a second. What guy's in on it? Let me see. Sean D. All right, I'm gonna get Beans. Sean D, you do the talking. I gotta send him a message.
All right, guys, let me vote on this. Oh, I have to log in. Shit, never mind. So yeah, this has been a great day as always. These streams are awesome. I know you guys appreciate it. I think the random people are getting in. I know Claudia involved in Innocent Project. If she's still listening, I think one of my good friends, Linda Kenny Bowden, has also done some work with some of the people from there, and they got a few people out, and they were super excited. You know, it's awesome to see people work so hard for the less privileged, and yeah, I hope some people donate to her. There's been crazy couple weeks of poker. This story is still building national attention. Don't be surprised if, some bigger news shows cover this. And I just hope, everyone's side gets told. I hope Garrett goes in the spotlight sometime soon with some more information. Because, sounds like we got another voice.
Uh-oh. Beans, you in the house?
I am. I'm in my car, obviously. I don't want to be in my house with the kids and my girl. But can you hear me okay?
Yeah, listen, we got Beans back in the chat. Beans coming on here. Beans tapping in. Obviously, been a recurring guest here on the investigation. Beans, what's on your mind today? What do you? I know you talked to me earlier. You want to meet up or something.
And I'll try to be quick. I'll talk quick.
All good. All good.
Tired. So, I mean,
lock in, Beans. Let's go. Lock in.
All right, I'm in.
Okay.
So I felt like I deserve the opportunity at least to defend myself.
Agree.
There's two things that I omitted. I didn't explain about the PPP for obvious reasons. So I can talk as much as I can about that without actually going into the court case specific details. And you can understand why, because it is an ongoing case. It's no secret if you were to read up on it in depth. I am going to be changing my plea, so I can discuss a little bit about that. I just can't talk about the logistics of how I pulled it off or why I pulled it off or any of that type of stuff. I was advised by my attorney, and obviously that's an embarrassing thing. I don't want anybody to know that. That did happen in the year 2020 when the pandemic hit. I did, get charged with a loan, obtaining it falsely. But if you have any questions about that, I'd be happy to discuss that as well.
Yeah, so what have you done for that nonprofit you were director of?
What have I done for that nonprofit? So the reality is nothing. I didn't actually raise funds for it. It was sitting dormant. When I was living in Kansas, the intention was to go ahead to actually do something with it. But I moved to Las Vegas, and it was actually just sitting out there doing nothing. I didn't raise funds for it or anything like that. So I didn't do anything with it.
I got nothing, Sean. I don't even know what this stuff means. I don't know. I really don't know what the hell this means, right? Like, he's saying that he did the PPP. I saw a bunch of people got busted for that stuff. So.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm getting charged with taking out a loan by using that entity, the charity.
Why don't you just run the charity?
It was a nonprofit that I started.
Mm-hmm.
It was a legitimate charity, a 501c3. I just never did anything with it. I never raised funds or anything with it. But I did use that as a means to go ahead and try to apply for. In order to get a PPP loan, you have to own a business or a charity, and that's what I basically used that. Essentially, it wasn't planned that way from the beginning because I got the charity 3 years prior to the
What
pandemic.
scam were you planning with the charity?
Why don't you just give the money away? Why don't you just give some money away? Why don't you just run a charity?
Right, but there was no scam that was actually planned with the charity. So that when I got the charity, it was actually intended for a legitimate deal. But I moved to Las Vegas, and I just never did anything with it.
Got it. Okay. And you wanted to bring that up because it came out publicly, or why do you want to bring that up?
Well, yeah. I just wanted to be, if people are already putting it on my wall. I mean, you have like a cult-like following. I have like literally like 10,000 Sean Deebs and Matt Berkey's and Doug Polk's, followers that are like actively messaging me and reaching out to me and posting on my wall and this and that. I mean, obviously that's something I don't want to, share with anybody, but since it's out there, I mean, if you have questions about it, I'm happy to answer. But what my question though is this, Sean, what is your take on so that makes me look bad. I get it. But what does that have anything to do with me as far as Hustler Casino and any type of cheating allegation? And that question is to you, Sean. What does that mean for me? Like, why would you ever think just because I did that, why does that paint me as a potential cheater?
Desperate. Basically, monetary reasons are the reason a lot of people cheat. So when your back's up against the wall, you're about to go to jail, you have to take care of your family, you're not going to have any sorts of income, you get more desperate, and degenerates find other degenerates. That's just the nature of, all industries, especially poker. So, I wouldn't be surprised if you had interactions with Brian or someone else on the staff. You were a regular on the show. You're very vocal on social media on different things. You're a smooth talker, and you're able to get people to give you money when you possibly can't pay them back. And you're smart. You do the, borrow 1,000 and then get a bigger number. And then, you have leverage on those people, and some people aren't as good at outing people. So, when you owe a lot of money to people, then you are incentivized. And you also had some, kind of sketchy tweets like, I'm so bad at poker, even if I was cheating, I couldn't win. Like things like that.
Okay, so motive.
But
basically what you're saying is motive. It's an opportunity to try to create some kind of income to help my situation out because of financial motives is your answer.
Correct.
Okay. Well, just curious though, how come you wouldn't be coming down so hard on people like Nick Vertucci that has a checkered past? It doesn't always have to be motive why a person.
Who has more of a checkered past, you or him?
I don't know. I'm asking you. We know that he has had. I'm not trying to redivert it to him. No, I'm just asking you an honest question. And I promise to be civil. So I promise Joey. But why would all of a sudden you just think, okay, Darren, because I did something 2 years ago that I'm being charged with, that I'm planning on pleading guilty to, but I haven't been convicted of yet. So obviously it's kind of hard for me. There is motive for me not to want to bring that out public unless I actually got, it got put out there. But why wouldn't you come down hard on Nick Vertucci? He has a checkered past.
I don't know if his real estate scam was intended to be a scam or if he really believed he was helping people. People can have that opinion of the situation and not be the goal. Your goal with your thing was definitely a scam. You have other histories of scamming people and slow paying and borrowing money you can't afford and begging for stakes and taking free rolls and all this other shit.
Okay.
And
it seems like you're getting mad. It seems like you're getting mad at me. Maybe
no.
Okay.
No, it's 5:30 in the morning. I'm already sick, and I'm fired up because a lot of people, when accused of something, they deflect it. Hey, look at this little birdie over here. It's like
I'm not trying to deflect it, put it all on Nick Vertucci. No, I'm asking a simple question on why.
I had a lot of suspicion on Nick Vertucci on day one as well. And as I got to know him and as I communicated more with him, I liked the answer I give. I liked the way he was doing things. I liked the way he exposed the Brian thing. I've been very impressed, and I really believe that he has good intentions. You, on the other hand, I think are trying to, do a lot of things to just make money. That is your sole goal.
So if you have 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 complaints, that's okay. If you got 10 to 15 complaints, then it's starting to get worse. If you have 30 to 50 on more, then it's, what they say. I mean, it's like
how many total students did he have? Because I saw some numbers that he might have made $30 million doing that, charging $1,000 each. If he has 50 complaints and had 10,000 students, that's a reasonable rate where people just couldn't figure it out and people are too dumb to possibly fall through. So you're talking about strictly a number of complaints. We deal with percentages in poker. So
I understand. Okay. Let me answer the question though. So I get what you're saying. Okay, I do. financial motive. Okay, cool. I was just literally rebutting that. But here's another thing. I had no access to the control room. If you got to look at all the facts, if anybody had access to the control room, there's a whole bunch of potential cheats there. It could be, I could just name a million names, right?
Why don't you name them, because you'll probably name the right person.
Okay, well, I'm not saying Ryan Feldman had anything to do with it. Obviously, he's one of the owners of the show. I'm not saying DGF had anything to do with it, and I truly mean that. I'm not just throwing names out there because I think they did anything. I don't think that. But I'm just saying these are people that would have more actual evidential possibilities of doing something, pulling something off like this than me. It's easy
when you're the one who gets Robbi on the show, when you're the one who has
I admitted that.
Okay, but like, so you owe her money, you borrow money from her. I keep forgetting this. Who did you ask her to be on the show, or did she ask you to be on the show?
I asked her to be on the show.
Okay, and you said you'd only met her one time before, correct?
100%.
What was the one time you met her? What day was it?
September, whatever the date that I was out there to play that it's a Survivor tournament. Whatever date that was.
And you saw a girl playing a 2K tournament, and you thought she had the money to play massive games and whatever, and you're just like, and you were setting up to scam her, so you used your friendship for the show.
So look, listen, if you want to be fair here and be civil here, I mean, I'd appreciate. I'm not. You don't interject bad, calling me names and stuff like that. I mean, I understand sticks and stones, but you don't need to do that sort of thing. If we're gonna have an adult conversation, you don't need to slide that in and take the jabs at me. I'm trying to have.
You don't respect financial situation. You always have an ulterior motive. You didn't just say what advantage did you have of getting her on the show?
You asked me a question, then I rebut you, then you segue into a next question that had nothing. That I'm trying to answer the first question to begin with. So listen to me. When I met her that day, I didn't just automatically look at her and be like, oh, that's some financial mark that you're kind of playing it out to be. You didn't hear anything that I said on the previous shows. We met while playing. We got down to like the final two tables, and we're down to like 12 people. And I noticed she was trying to get. We're all supposed to get 20 grand. She was trying to get like 25 grand. She's trying to get 27,000. She was trying to get more than everybody else. Why is that relevant? Well, the reason why it's relevant is the fact that she thinks she's really good. That she deserves more money, and she played really, really terrible. Not saying that I played the greatest, but I noticed her play. And I was like, damn, that's crazy. So I looked her up on Twitter. I found out she's already following me on Twitter. I messaged her on Twitter, and I'm happy to share all the screenshots of that to you and Joey. And that way you can see. And I says, hey, we played the other day. She said, I would love to play with you. She don't even really remember. She didn't remember me at all. And I was like, well, yeah, we played. You don't remember me? I was the ball guy. I was coughing a lot. I was sick at the time. And she didn't even remember me. And I said, how would you like to play on Hustler Casino Live or Live at the Bike? I can get you on. And that's how that happened. That's exactly how that happened. It wasn't like I was looking at her. I didn't know what her finances were or anything like that. I looked at her. She was a crazy erratic player, and I'm always looking to get. You can ask DJAF this question.
So what day did you borrow 1,000 from her? Was it the tournament day?
I sent DJAF 4 or 5 players. Every single one, he shot me down. He says, no, they're not getting on the show. But I brought her. I said about her. He says, who is she? And then he passed that information on to Ryan Feldman, and she got on the show.
So she had mentioned that she loaned you $1,000 and you paid her back.
Correct.
Did you just DM her out of the blue and ask for $1,000?
I did.
Is that a common thing you do with people you just met?
Honestly, it is. Does that mean it's right? No. You might have a different opinion about it. Obviously, to me,
good point.
Loaning money, borrowing money, and I promise you this: find one person. I saw somebody in the chat earlier. It's hilarious. They come out of the woodworks. Oh, Beans owes me $100,000. I swear to God. Like, who are these people, right? I promise you, not one person can say I owe them money. The only person I owe money to is Robbi Lou. Period. I borrowed money from DJF. I borrowed money from Pooh Daddy. I played on the stream with him one time. I borrowed money from. I can name a whole list of people that I.
So why are you not going to those people if you've already paid them back and you have credit with them? Why are you going to Robbi, who you've never met, for $1,000?
I felt comfortable asking. I mean, and that's it. And another question that you should be asking is, why did I ask her for $20,000? Ask me that one.
Go ahead.
Okay, sure. So I felt that I got her on. I did ask her before she even played her second stream. I said, hey, I'd like to play Max Payne Monday. I'm not rolled for it right now, ups and downs. And I can send you the text messages and all that. So you can actually see that too. And I can show it to Joey out here in Las Vegas so he can see that these aren't just made up, edited bullshit text messages. He can go through my phone. I told him that. So I said, hey, how about you go ahead and loan me $20,000 so I can play Max Payne Monday. She told me, well, everything is contingent upon how I play on stream tonight. If I do good, let's have that conversation. If not, I'll have to get back. I'll have to use backers money. That's her information she gave to me. So yeah, I'm tuned in. She's down like I think 13 or 14K from the gate. I'm getting like, oh man, I'm not gonna play. Then all of a sudden she rebounds and wins like 6 figures. So as soon as the stream ends,
this is her second session, not her first
second session. Yes. As soon as that stream ends, I'm immediately on the horn, like, yo, congratulations. You can ask her this. In fact, the people at the table, Ryan Feldman, she says, Ryan Feldman, can I give you the money to give to Beans? She's like, I said, yeah, ask Ryan Feldman. I didn't know if that would work. Sure. I was like, yeah, let's do that. Ryan Feldman knew I was trying to get the money. He says, no, I can't do that. You have to give it to him on your own. So that's when I came down there. I played the Monday stream. I met her for the second time ever in life, and she gave me the money. We went to the cage. She had 150K on deposit there in chips. Walked me up to the cage, and this is all crazy as far as I'm concerned because I'm used to Vegas and all the red tape and compliance. And she's like, the cage was like, how do you want the money? I was like, you asking me or Robbi? And she was like, Robbi looked at me, how do you want it, Beans? I'm like, chips. I got 20K in chips, no problem, right there. I didn't have to sign, do nothing. I just got the 20K. I walked over, I played on stream. I lost, I think on stream, correct me if I'm wrong, the people can check on this. I think I lost 6 or 7K. And then afterwards, DJF, I played afterwards. We're playing like 5,100 PLO or something like that, half and half, and just playing crazy. And I lost the rest. So, and DJF was there, Sashimi was there. They can all vouch for that. So I did lose the rest. I did lose it all, is my whole point. So there wasn't like I was trying to be a snake or anything like that.
I think whenever you borrow money, you don't have to pay it back is scumming someone. I'm sure if she was on stream right now, she would say she believed you had that 20K and would pay her back the next day.
And I absolutely will pay her back. So,
but like when you borrow from someone and you're planning on slow paying them or making money and then paying them back, you need to tell that to people. That in itself is scamming.
No,
that is the definition of scamming.
I was very truthful with her. You don't know the context of our conversation when we had it.
I don't think Robin might understand the terminology you use. If someone's into poker, I'm not confident.
What I'm saying, Sean, is this. It's simply this. Yes, I did something that I got charged back in 2020. Yes. Okay. I'm going to court on it. Yes, I plan on changing my plea. Yes. That is what it is. Okay. But
what is your plea currently?
What's that?
What's your plea currently?
My plea currently is not guilty. Okay. That's how the system works. In fact, the prosecutor, we met with the prosecutor like my first visit. They already know that my intentions were to change my plea back to guilty. Without going too in depth into this, I didn't plead not guilty because I was trying to like evade anything. That's just how the process works, especially in the federal system. A lot of things. It's been a learning situation along the way. Do I regret the whole situation? 100%. Every single day. And I'm not trying to ask for any type of sympathy, and especially not from you, all right? But I do have 2 kids, love them to death, and the thought of going to jail scares the holy living shit out of me. Okay, so, but listen, that doesn't mean that I stole or cheated or did anything at Hustler Casino. I need that money probably worse than Brian. I don't know Brian like that. If there was any information that I had, 100%, I could proffer that shit up. You know what that even means?
I'm sure if you pay back the loan, you don't go to jail.
No, you don't know what that means. So what proffer means in the federal system, it would be applicable in this example here. Would be, okay, let's say I knew something that maybe I was a part of a cheat, or maybe I knew if Robbi Lou cheated. Okay, cool. The first person that gets to telling the truth or snitching, if you will, they get the deal. It could 100%, and I think you know this. If I had any part, or if I knew any part of this, 100%, I would almost be exonerated because the information that I would be bringing forward, 100%, you guys wouldn't have without me. Okay. Not only that, I'd be collecting all the fucking bounty money. That's a fact.
So if you didn't think you had anything of that proof, why were you trying so aggressively to get the bounty money if you believed you didn't have anything?
What do you mean trying so aggressively to get the bounty money? I mean, I gave what I had. I literally gave what
you literally tried to get the whole fucking bounty from Joey.
That was my talks with Tom Dwan, and Tom Dwan said something about 30,000. Nothing about the whole fucking bounty of 200,000.
Do you want to air your dirty laundry?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. You asked for the whole 30,000.
Okay, I can show you the text messages from Dwan, and when I get off here, I'll text it to Joey. I'll screenshot everything because I do want to air this out because it's fair. I don't need the viewers thinking.
Robbi thinks that you're trying to throw her under the bus for $30,000 while you owe her $20,000. Were you planning on giving her 20 of the 30?
I think the 2 and 2 are irrelevant. I think this first
one scam does not one.
No, let me explain something to you. $20,000 I borrowed. Yes, absolutely. I don't think she's guilty. Okay, but the more I listen to this, if there's any information that I could have gotten out of her, I could have possibly just had a conversation with her. She would have probably have told me, right? I don't think if she did do it that she would dare tell me anyways, to be honest.
Do you think she thinks you're a trustworthy person? Do you think when she met you, after she's met you, she's heard these things, she's gonna be like, I trust you, Beans, I'll tell you anything.
I do think
you seem like a totally honest person.
You're asking me a question, I'm trying to give you an answer. I do think that she thinks that I'm an honest person. Just because I borrowed money doesn't mean I'm scum. Okay, you know what? Just because I did the PPP thing doesn't mean that I'm just some low-life scum that's going to be a part of cheating or just not pay her back either, okay? I made a mistake. I screwed up. That's a fact, okay? I can't fix that right now. This has nothing to do with the Hustler Casino situation and Robbi Lou or the allegations. But I tell you what, when they came out, and I tell you what, I did not know that they're going to have a bounty for $200,000 or $300,000. I don't think nobody did. But that bounty, even if it was $400,000 or $500,000, $1 million, the reason why nobody would ever get that bounty is because nobody probably knows anything. Think about it.
Sorry, I'm just reading the Robbi J. Lou test, which you might want to read on stream, Joey.
Yeah, you got yourself in trouble.
No,
again.
she tweeted something that.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. You got yourself in trouble again.
Go ahead, read it.
No, let Joey read it.
I'll read it. I'll read it. Hold on. I'll read it. Hold on. Hold on. I don't want to troll you, Beans, but she said listening to Beans on his show and no, it's about Sean Deeb. It's actually not nice, but it says Sean Deeb, aka Hungry Hip Hop. Dog, what the fuck? You're kidding me. She said with the face in the oh my god, with the face in the hand in the face, Sean Deeb, aka Hungry Hippo, climbing up the troll ladder for attention. His new accusations. My twin sister is gonna take that. You did say these things, dude. My twin sister is gonna take.
They weren't accusations. I said they're possibilities.
Come on, stop it. My husband burner phone called Brian and/or wrote hit for him. My PR team is making fake accounts, and I'm potentially now a shapeshifter. I will let him run rampant with these new conspiracy theories. I thought I'd give in to the noise, but the poker community would no longer hear from me. Bro, we just want to chat with Robbi. Why y'all gotta go running Robbi away from the poker community?
She likes to just blame me, Maybe
I will reserve my time and
true.
energy on mental health and self-care instead of wasting it and making an effort to exonerate myself from those who won't believe me regardless of the results. I have so much love for those who do support me. What do you guys say, Sean?
So Sean, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So the fact is this. There's nothing I wouldn't say to Robbi in front of her face right now that she's listening to this right now, watching this. I don't think she did anything. I told Doug Polk that. I told everybody that. I've told Joey-Ingram that. I've told Tom Dwan on the phone that.
So why did you record her phone calls unless you thought she was guilty?
I record all my inbound phone calls that are anonymous.
She called you from an anonymous number?
She did call me from anonymous. You can ask her that.
That's a little weird. And that, is very interesting considering some other theories I have.
I asked her for that explanation as well, and she said something to do with I don't know. I'll have to listen to it again. I don't know. She gave something to where it wasn't significant. She kind of just played it off like it was not that big of a deal, and so did I.
I hope we can get Brian to answer if he got any anonymous phone calls.
Just ask her. I got an anonymous phone call, and then her and her husband was on it.
Interesting.
Massage. What do you got, Sean? That's what you got?
I mean, I think it's interesting when innocent people are making anonymous phone calls to people who owe them money. You know, I just, especially with some of the other stuff she said, I think maybe I was right on a couple things.
We totally, it's like this, man. It's be like, if I get pulled over because this cop thinks I have a warrant, and then he pulls me over, runs me over, I'm clean. Then he does an illegal search or something and says, "Oh, by the way, you're clean, but you got a broken tail light, so we're gonna go after this now. And go after that." You're reaching. You really are reaching.
I am reaching. I admit I'm reaching. I want to find out the truth, and we're tossing out possibilities and theories.
I hear you, but I'm a firm believer, Sean, in this. If you have been charged with something, okay, or if you are any bit of guilty, you should shut your mouth and lawyer the hell up. That's why Brian probably is lawyering up. I don't blame him. But if you're holding the nuts and the river card is already out and you've got the stone cold nuts, I'm happy to talk. I cannot hurt myself. I cannot incriminate myself. I just can't. My story, it's easy to remember the truth. You can make up a lot of lies, then you got to remember this lie and that lie. You're going to be inconsistent with your stories, okay? As for me, I can't speak for Robbi or anybody else, but for me, I have nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with allegation or anything. You're not going to catch me on anything, 100%. Mark my words. I promise you that. I'm holding the nuts on this.
I don't know, man. Anyone do you just do some things that
all you can go to and call me scum and this and that and other. You don't call Nick Bertucci scum because he had a lot of complaints, but you got a chance to meet him. He's a likable guy. He's respectful.
I have not met him. I have talked to both of you guys probably close to an equal amount. I've talked to you, like on these Zoom calls, way more than I talked to Nick. I might talk to Nick 10, 15 minutes on this.
But listen, though. I don't have a stream. I don't have a bunch of things, clout and this and that and another. Like, he's successful, but you got to look at the whole picture here. You can't just take just because I was charged with a PPP loan fraud, and you can't just take because, I'm a degenerate in the pits and that I borrow money and I have been proven to slow pay people back. You can't just automatically call me some scum. There's a lot of people, and you know this, Sean, that go out and borrow. But you know what? They don't care. They will not. They'll change their phone number. They'll tell people straight to the face, what are you going to do about it? Like, I'm not that guy. Like, you can ask anybody that I've ever borrowed money from. I always pay them back. I always stay in communication.
So then why don't you just have the same guy you always borrow from if you're so good at that? Why do you have to go to Robbi J. Blue, someone you've met once in a tournament?
Who's saying that I don't? Who's saying that I don't use that as part of my go-to? I'm not saying that I don't. So look at it from this perspective. I did get her on. She was successful on there. She told me that if she wins, and I got these in text message, she can, in fact, Robbi, if you're listening to this, you can send the text message logs to Joey. Okay, there you go. That way it's coming from her. And I'll send too. That way you'll see. I can meet up with anybody here in Vegas you want because anybody can make up text message logs. That's just a fact, okay? I'm willing to let somebody go through my phone, you or whoever, not just a random person, but somebody that you know, okay? They can go through and see the legitimacy.
Well, you can also delete text like that. Just having access to your phone.
Listen.
I don't know text. It's very easy to delete text.
Quit praying. Look, I'm talking about me asking her for the loan is what I'm saying. She didn't pay me, to get on the show, okay? But you can easily, from my perspective, it was very easy for me to ask her for the money because she just won 6 figures, and that she would, as far as I'm concerned, she would not have won if it wasn't for me getting her on the show.
You had asked her for the $20,000 before she even played on the show. You were taking a pure free roll spot, hoping she won, and then she'd have some fee for you.
But Sean, why are you saying free roll spot? Why are you?
Because free rolling is when you're borrowing money and you have no way of paying her back. That's free rolling.
How do you assume that I'm not going to pay her back in the next week or two? Why?
How is someone like you going to win $20K without scamming someone else?
Okay, so when I went out there at the bike casino, when I met her, we both won $20,000. I didn't scam anybody for that, or I won it. I mean, you know how much money I've touched? Okay, I don't even need to go there. I touched so much money just in the highs and lows of the pits that it's unreal. But I don't need to scam people. I don't rob Peter to pay Paul, sort of say. You're just assuming that.
I've heard multiple stories where everyone's like, all these stories of you in Vegas trying to set up all these games, and everyone's like, wait, I thought you knew. Wait, I just loaned him money. He's good for it, right? Like, I've heard multiple secondhand stories about you doing that over the years. This is not some big stretch.
We don't have to Sean, we don't have to secondhand story anything. You can call out names, and I'm okay with it. I 100% don't owe anybody back. You know who Brian Beard is? Do you know who Brian Beard is?
No.
He runs the Keating game. Not that Keating plays in it all the time. It's a private game. I won't say all the private players that are in it, but it's at the Aria. He loaned me $65,000. I immediately paid him back. There's people like that have loaned me money, whether it be $300 one day. Dude, here's how I live my life. Is it pathetic? Yes, but I'm going to be honest with you. There will be one day I'm trying to get into a cash game and play 1-2 no limit at the Golden Nugget. Okay? There'll be the next day I'm trying to get in the game because I done ran my money up at the Golden Nugget from $200 to $1,000 in the 1-2 game. I'm running up at the craps table from $1,000 to $10,000. Then I take it over to a different higher stakes poker game, run that up to fucking 30, 40, 50,000. Now I'm playing 100, 200, 400 no limit in Bobby's room or Aria. That's stupid. I get it. I understand that. I agree with you. Degenerative move. Sometimes I win, sometimes I lose. Okay, but I'm not just like, fucking people over and screwing people over for it. Am I guilty of being a degenerate? 100%. I'll play in any game that I can get my fucking hands on to play in that fucking game.
And you're willing to get that money in any way possible.
What's that?
You're willing to get that money any way possible, whether it's from the government or from the player.
Don't twist my words. Any way possible would be.
Where'd the PPP money go?
Listen, I did do the PPP loan, and you want to know what? Want to know what? That's already been proven. I gambled that. I've already put that out on my statement. That is the fact. I did do that. I'm not happy about that. I regret that shit. You want to know something else too? I believe in karma. You know what happened to me? Literally, and you can Google this shit too. Google my fucking name and it'll pull up. My son died of age 21, died of a fentanyl overdose, literally a month fucking later after I did that. Now, I'm not asking for sympathy. No, I did that shit, and maybe one doesn't affect the other, but I do believe in karma. That shit did happen. You can Google that. So I was like, fuck, man, here I am, did something fucking so stupid. And you know what? At the time, I wasn't even caught on the fucking PPP loan yet. I wasn't. But did I fucking think about that shit? Here I robbed the government for $100,000. I gambled that fucking shit. Didn't even have fucking money to go to my own fucking son's funeral. You want to know what else happened? The South Point Casino, man, gave me back $3,000 to go to my son's funeral. That's how pathetic and low life I am. I fucked up. I did do that. But that happened. Okay? That fucking happened. That shit's real. But I can't take that shit back. All I'm saying is this. I have nothing to do with any fucking Hustler Casino allegations. And I swear to God, on my fucking life, I'll take a lie detector test. I don't think Robbi had anything to do with it either. And that's just me thinking. I'd only met her twice. But if you get a chance to actually meet her, you'll see that you're getting the same fucking Robbi that you're getting on these fucking Zoom calls.
I don't doubt that this is the real Robbi. I am very impressed by Robbi in a lot of ways. I don't. You're giving her
too much credit though, because I keep hearing you guys talk though that she's plays to be smarter than she is. She's fucking never denied that. She's fucking brilliant. From everything that I heard about her and just meeting her, she was like, she's brilliant. I get it. I'm talking about in an adverse way. You're giving her too much credit to be able to pull off some kind of scheme like that. She didn't want to get on the fucking Hustler Casino show. I'm the one who said, hey, do you want to get on? It would be awesome. You would be great for TV. Ask Pat Lyons. Pat Lyons, I don't know if you know him, but he was there that night.
Unfortunately know him.
Okay, he was there that night. Okay, I'm not trying to segue into a conversation about him, but I'm just letting you know. He knows I just met her that night. I'm the one who said, man, she would be great for stream. And I reached out to her. I can share all these messages with you, bro. All I'm trying to do, man, is basically this. I'm getting ready to go for sentencing. Well, I'm getting ready to change my plea in a few months. 90 days after that, I go for sentencing. Yes, I'm scared. I don't need all these fucking people all of a sudden thinking one is tied to the next and one hurting my fucking case, and then the case is now hurting my fucking reputation when it comes to Hustler Casino. Both of them, they're two separate situations.
Do you think before the situation you had a pristine reputation in poker and gambling?
No. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you. No. Why is that?
I don't know. You
already
were
told
there.
you.
You lived it.
Mark, you know. I have slowed paid people back. I have slowed, and I've been known to hit and run. I've been known to hit and run. That's not good in politics, and you know that, the high stakes scene. But I mean, I have bills to pay, and if I do borrow money, let's say I borrowed money from somebody, $20,000, and I do play in Bobby's room, and I run that shit up to $45,000, but I did that within the first fucking 45 minutes. I'm gonna try to fucking find a way to fucking get the fuck out of there. I'm not gonna bullshit you. So, but my reputation, find one person. You know, I had a friend.
Well, I think the government would say that you owe them money.
What's that?
The government would say you owe them money.
I do. That's a fact.
One person.
Listen, I have paid every single person and entity back. I found out just the other day when, you know how I was like shocked when you knew about the $20,000? I thought what I thought was a friend was a friend. He was the guy that went out there with me trying to get his own fucking money on the side or whatever, saying that, hey, you know, Beans did this, Beans did that, trying to give any information he could to get some money, you know, on the side, and saying he borrowed the money from Robbi Lou. The only fucking people that knew that shit was me, Robbi, Ryan fucking Feldman, and fucking my so-called friend. So, process of elimination. Who did it? Doesn't even fucking matter. It's out in the open. It's embarrassing as hell, yeah, right? But I mean, what can I do other than face it now? You know what I mean? That's all I can do, is face it. I know you want to make this about me and how I have a bad reputation. I wouldn't even say I have a bad reputation, but there's going to be people, you haven't even met these people, that are reaching out to you just to claim that I have some bad reputation. The Kansas City scammer, come on. I've never even heard of that shit. Literally. In fact, my whole PPP shit, that's not even really fucking public until just fucking recently. Nobody knew about that shit. Only a few people knew about that. So
do you think people would have kept loaning you money if they knew about that?
Probably not. What do you think?
I agree. I just
right.
So guys,
hey
guys, let's guys, listen. I gave you guys your 5 minutes. I know you wanted 5 minutes in here. I know you guys are going to argue y'all going to argue for another 2 hours about the same stuff here. A lot of the same stuff. Yeah.
Let me get my time chip in real quick, Joey. So let me get my closing argument.
Sure, go ahead. Yeah. Let's make our closing battles here.
Okay, so I called up Joey-Ingram earlier today, and Joey will tell you. I said, look here, man, I got nothing to hide. Put me on with whoever wants to come at me, whether it's Harlaba, whatever his name is, Voldarius, or Sean. Put me on with even, what's her name, Veronica Brill. She hates my guts. Put me on with Matt Berkey. You know, I'm real soft about Matt Berkey, but Matt Berkey does bring up a valid point. I mean, he's not just like thinking something's up with me, you know, perhaps. He's being, you know, equal opportunity to everybody. That, you know, he's at least saying that Hustler Casinos should shut down. I'm not saying they should shut down, but he's at least implying that anywhere where there's a possibility of a cheat, that should be investigated. Robbi's being investigated. I'm being investigated. Fuck, I got like fucking 10,000 people that are investigating me. All your minions on your chat, they're all investigating me.
Minions.
Okay? I don't even want to go fucking play the Venetian or the Win Survivor tournament tomorrow because I'm embarrassed about that shit, man. You know what I mean? But anyway, I did that. I made my bed. I got to lie in it. You know what I'm saying? You know.
By the way, Beans, I will say one closing thing. When I thought about it, I do remember you coming up to the airport, so you were memorable then.
Okay. What's that got to do with anything? There always seems to be a hidden low blow with you, and I
was remembering. I'm like, we were by the slots, and I was going on my flight. You say,
That's
"Hey,
right.
Beans, I play live at the bike," so I do. I'm just letting you know when I have time to think about it.
Wrong. Because that was so long ago that there was no such thing as Beans, and I wasn't playing it live at the bike. But you got your memory somewhat correct. That was several years back. I did meet you at the airport, but I can understand how you can kind of logically put that together. I did introduce myself to you, so yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions?
No, never mind. I wanted to say it. All right. Thank you, Beans. Have a good night.
Actually, no. I got one more thing, right? So you said you were making a point actually, which I thought was interesting. You said that there was the minion. You pointed out the minions, and you said the minions were looking into something. What were you saying then? You said the minions were looking into you.
To everything. Yeah. So I had all these people saying PPP loan scammer. You know, it's just a bunch of negative stuff coming my way, and it's just like now I'm a cheater because of that. No.
Right. Okay.
No, not at all. That would
Right,
be just like if everybody was attacking, and I have seen some people bring it up, saying about the Nick Bertucci or just anybody who has done anything wrong in their life. One thing does not mean the next. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Were you saying that people should be focused on something else or something like that?
No, all I'm saying is this. There's been no proof, no evidence, other than, as Sean says, there's a possible, and I'll play the devil's advocate. Okay, motive, financial motive. I get that. But don't roast me and somehow fuck up before I even go to sentencing on that. I mean it's not fair. I mean, logically it's not fair. If I'm gonna go on there for fucking PPP loan shit and I'm gonna get sentenced and go to trial, or not trial, but go to sentencing on that, then that should be what it's about. It shouldn't be about anything else.
Right.
This should be completely separate. I know nothing about any kind of cheating. I don't think she cheated. That's just my opinion.
Right. Well, I mean, basically a lot of people on Twitter and social media are digging up information now. So,
Sure.
you could say it's not fair to put you in it, and we can agree or disagree, but a lot of people are putting you in it. So it's like, this is where
Sure.
you get to,
I believe
sort
since
of
they did
tell
do
your
that-
story, right? Prove your case or whatever. And this is like the forum to do it.
Since they
you know what I
did
mean?
do that, they did do that and it did surface, then it should be discussed. I believe it should be discussed.
Well, you wanted to discuss it. I really haven't discussed it much. I mean, I saw it. I didn't spend much time on it on my stream, the last stream, because, as you said, right? Is it relevant to this situation? I don't think so. Maybe at some point it may be, but as of now, I don't necessarily think it is. That's why I haven't really brought it up.
To a degree,
you wanted to draw attention to it.
To a degree, it is in the sense that financial motive, as Sean said. So I can understand and I can appreciate what he means by that. But that should be it, though. I mean, unless there's any kind of proof, which you're not gonna find. I'm holding the nuts. You're not gonna find any kind of proof or evidence of me ever remotely doing any cheating or becoming any part of some cheat at the Hustle Casino or any of these casinos. It's just, I don't do that. I've never even been known to do that. I don't do that shit. I did do that one fuck up when it comes to the PPP thing. That 100%, I without doubt regret that. I mean, that is what it is, though. I can't change that now.
Whew. All right, Beans. Listen, we appreciate you coming on here. I know you messaged me earlier and you said, "Can I come on there later? I want you to bring anyone on." I was like, maybe not. Maybe we save that for another time. But you're passionate about it, and obviously you are being attacked right now on social media.
I have been attacked a lot.
Right. I do want to give you that, and that's why I give you a chance to come on here, at least be able to defend yourself, right, and be able to stick up for the things that you feel passionate about, and
all right.
it's up for everyone else to do it.
I won't be seeking to come back out. Just to let you know, I think I've answered all the questions. There is nothing else. So I'm not going to be trying to be some attention getter. I promise you I'm not. I promise you that. So I did want to get everything out on the table, that maybe a lot of unanswered questions that people might have as to why these are two embarrassing things. No, I didn't want anybody to know I borrowed money, obviously. And the other thing is the PPP shit. For obvious reasons, I don't want people to know that shit either. That's a terrible thing.
All right, Beans. Well, listen, we thank you for coming on, man. Always good to get your viewpoint on here as well. Chat, let Beans know goodbye, and yeah, we'll talk to you later, okay?
All right. Shout out to the chat. All right, we'll see you.
See you, Beans. All right, guys, Beans joining us here in the chat. Everybody give him a big thank you. Once again, guys, we're here. We're live at GTO headquarters. Still in Las Vegas, Nevada. We're still here. Going strong, about 8 hours in right now. Shout out to the Legion marching through. One for all for one. Beans need to get in the Legion. Beans, you got to join the Legion, man. We got to get you in the Legion. We're gonna help Beans get reformed. What do you think, Sean?
It's sad that people water down what he did, and he thinks it's okay to keep borrowing money and without intending to have money to pay it back, because when you borrow money, you need to have that cash back up. It's supposed to be a short-term loan, not to, I'm going to run up a roll in some other way and take your money and hopefully win, when, he's probably not a winning player. I'm just going to guess. Most people who can't keep a roll usually aren't. And I don't know, man. It's sad that people like Robbi get taken advantage of by people like him, regardless of all this other stuff. I hope she gets paid back. I don't like her chances, and that's, people need to be more aware of these chronic, borrowers / scammers, or whatever you want to call it. There are so many of them in every poker room, and when someone's a regular and they hit you up, the new person, that's how you got scammed. Most of my big debts are from situations like that, where if I knew what I knew now 10, 15 years ago, I would have a lot less worse debt on my fucking, sheet.
Right. So you're saying you got taken advantage of by guys like that early in your day.
Yeah, and everyone in poker, everyone gets hustled at least 5 times, I would say. You're just gonna it might be a few $100, it might be this, it might be that, but I've rarely met a poker player who, I don't think I've ever met one who could say I've never been scammed by someone for any amount of money.
Yeah, I basically got scammed my first ever. I mean, listen, I got so lucky though, Sean, because once I started winning, I started playing the 10 cents 25 cent, then I basically went to 50 cent dollar, and then everyone was like, oh, the best way to do it now is to stake people. So I found a guy at 10 cent 25 cent to stake, and I think I gave him $700 or something like that to play 10 cent 25 cent, and then he ran up to $1,200 and then took it all my money. And I was like, oh my God, you're kidding me. This guy was a regular poster on 2+2, Brazilian guy. I didn't even consider that could happen to me, and that basically scarred me for life in doing that kind of stuff. But probably I overadjusted.
I wish
the other
I got
way.
off that cheap in my fucking
I know, right? That's what I'm saying. Like that, I feel
you're
I got
too sharp, Joey. That's why you're great for this role.
No, yeah, I mean that's. But you learn that along the way, right? Especially when you start, especially if you get well known. My mom always told me, really be careful who you trust. Really be careful who you let in your life. Like, you just never know. And you know what I'm saying with what you're talking about with the money stuff and people borrowing money from you, and most people that borrow money from you, they usually borrow money from you for a reason. So unless it's your good friend, if anyone asking you to borrow money, they probably, right? Who knows? It just I don't.
I had some great conversations with Nick Airball after this, and both Rob was one of the people who got me to be a lot better about loaning money to, and I thought everyone just had all this money, and I was one of the poorest guys, but I was always had chips because I was winning, and he pulled me aside and said, "Stop being such a fucking idiot. These people borrowing are borrowing for a reason. You're just gonna get fucked."
Mm-hmm.
And he was 100% right, and it takes that older generation to teach the up and comers, and I'm glad Nick Airball has learned at 24 now, and he'll be a lot smarter with his loaning. And yes, there are necessary spots to loan to get in games, keep fish around, and build up rapport. And yes, like Robbi says, everyone's good for it until they're not. It's one of the truest fucking things in gambling. And yeah, I wish I was a better writer, because I think there'd be a great gambling book, 20 things to know if you want to get into gambling, and it would just be all these simple scams that have been run for probably centuries on people. And you're like, oh, I watch this. I look at Beans. He posts a fucking photo in Ivy's room of playing 1-2-4, and he just said, oh, I forgot my fucking box key and I need to borrow 5,000. You're like, sure, I've seen you play massive games. I've seen you on these streams, and they just always get got for a small amount. And then so many times, they do what he did, they pay back the small amount quickly and then ask for the real number that actually, is the true scam. And that's what Robbi unfortunately fell for. It's I loaned him 1,000 and he paid me back. So what's 20? Someone like Robbi, who's had, a golden spoon her whole life and all this lifestyle, she gets trapped by these people and doesn't realize that they're degenerates. They're taking advantage of her. And, she's basically seen as a mark, which is unfortunate to say, but everyone, like we say, has been a mark at some point in their gambling career.
Yeah, that's a good point, Sean. You're right. Yeah, about the borrow 1,000, borrow 5,000, borrow 500, then next time you ask for more money, and because your credit's good from that first one, some people are willing to extend you that bigger loan, and then you're able to do the second loan fugazi to that one. So instead of paying it back, I guess, so what happens when people do this? They're just gambling the money away and they're not paying back even when they win. If it's just one person, then there'd probably be a lot of people that this is happening to. So, and it seems like you're saying those are pretty common people in poker that you've maybe encountered too.
Yeah, I think everyone in chat is recalling stories of shit that happened to them, or thinking about when they witnessed it. And then, sometimes they loan money to someone and someone will hit you on the shoulder you don't know his reputation. What the fuck are you doing?
Right,
and that's unfortunate. And that was, one of the issues I got with the old school guys who didn't want to out scammers and cheaters because they wanted them to be able to run it up. It's the same reason why I got so mad at Ken Callis when Ian O'Hara stuff got to me a couple of years ago. I put a tweet about Ian being a scammer, and Kane asked me to fucking take it down and to lay off the guy. He's like, oh, he's going to make it right. Everything's going to be better because we're watching him. And unfortunately, end up scamming other people. And, it's just, unfortunate that that continues to happen in poker, and so many smart, successful people still get scammed, and then they're not willing to go public as quickly as they did because they think that they can outsmart the scammer. But desperate people do crazy things, and that's, you know, what scares me about this situation and other situations in gambling and poker and streams is people have shit going on, they have expenses, they have bad habits, and they might see an angle and offer to someone else who's in a similar spot. And that's probably how a lot of the cheating starts. And then all of a sudden they get successful, they build a reputation, and you might not even realize that they got away with it for so long, or they might stop cheating, or they usually are too greedy and just keep going.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Wow. So listen, chat, what are you guys thinking about this stuff? What do you guys think about Bean stuff? If you guys are enjoying the show, make sure you hit the like button on YouTube if you're enjoying it. I think how are we doing over there? Let me see people watching. Yeah, people still tuned in. Listen, I don't know how, where you all come from? Where do you guys come from? Where are you guys at? Where are people at? Like, what's your time there? It's 3 a.m. right now. We're in Vegas. Sean Deeb is over in the East Coast. Sean, you're in what state are you in?
New York.
New York. All right, Sean in New York right now. It's about 6 a.m. over there. I don't know when this guy's sleep. I'm not quite sure. It seemed like he's on my sleep schedule, so it seemed like maybe we're all...
Joey, I'm locked in, buddy. I'm here for the team.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, yeah, that's what I mean. I'm glad we get you on here. Get you some energy in here. You're firing me up a little bit as well, too. I'm kind of getting tired, so I'll probably wrap up here maybe shorter than later. But we got New York City, okay. We got L.A., Ireland, West Virginia, Las Vegas, Sydney. 6 a.m. Karen Chess says. Shout out to Karen. I think Karen's with Ben, I believe. UK, Singapore, Korea, Syria, Atlanta, Georgia, BC, Canada. Okay. The Win Poker Room, Julia says. DGen status. LA Poppy. What up, my man? Darwin, what's up, brother? Nice to see you. You're awake very late. Atlanta, London, New Jersey, San Marcos, Texas. Scotland, Asgard. Stop it. I love Sean. LA and Houston, baby. Okay, Victoria. Okay. Nobody. Hey, puppy. Katana. What's up, Katana? London. Sweden. LA Chip Shuffle. Rikers Island. Texas, Detroit, Idaho, 3 a.m. Okay. Sean, you got a shout out to give? I know. You see my chat? My chat's global. You see what I'm saying? This chat's crazy.
Well, what do you expect at these hours you stream? I mean,
this chat crazy, Sean. It's a global community. We got every country. South Sudan in the chat. Shout out to Afghanistan in the chat. Listen, he's praying from there. It is what it is.
I'll bet the Afghanistan.
Montana, Iowa, Rhode Island, Indiana. Okay, Iceland. Shit. Okay. Ay. Sean, where do we go from here, kid? 8 hours in. We got the Keating game. You see that? You see this Keating game coming up this week? Keating with Helmut and the All-In Bros. You see that?
Yeah, I think, those are great streams that Hustler's going to put on. And it's, Helmut bragging he's going to buy in for so much. And I just wonder, how much of that is his money or if, Chamath is backing him for it. It'd be fun.
So let's think about it different, right? So for that, what's wrong if he get backed by somebody?
I don't fault him. I know he's more risk adverse in his bankroll. Listen, I needle Phil a lot, but I think very highly of him. I've been so impressed by his game. I've learned so many things playing with him. I consider him a good friend, and I can call him whenever for any advice or any favor, and he's always been there for me. But yeah, it's just. I don't like the backer playing situation. I hate that people think it's so commonplace and acceptable. And
it is commonplace. What do you mean? It is commonplace.
We saw that Robbi and Rip soft play each other, and Robbi even openly admit that. And it's unfortunate no one tells her, like, you may think that's okay, but that is not okay in gambling. That is not okay. Even in a home game, even when it's a friendly game, you can't be kicking someone on the table and colluding and giving them a signal that you have a strong hand or shared money and all these things, because it's just so fucking wrong. You're stealing from your opponents. You're giving them false information. Like, oh, they watch you play this hand super passive. Like, oh, I might be able to try to bluff you. It's like, no, that's actually their friend and they're checking it down or just betting super small at the nuts. And now versus you think you can bluff them off a hand because of the way you have this incomplete information. And it just causes so many problems. It needs to be stopped. And I think too many people aren't taking the stance of how bad that is to teach up and coming new players that is not kosher, that is not okay, that is not the way to play poker. Whenever I play against my friends, we try even harder to bluff each other, to show it in their face and outplay them. And that's what true gamblers do. And Geraldo's, kind of alluded that to Robbi, but I think he was a little soft there. And if I was on here, I definitely would have.
I'm sure you would have. Sure you would have been, buddy. I'm sure you would have been. Now tell us what you would really say if you were in. Now she's mad at you. She ended up gonna tweet about you or something like that. But basically, what you're saying is there needs to be more of an emphasis put on the rules and the ethics, and even if it's a fun player at the game who's working with two fun players, soft playing each other, you don't think that should slide? You think people should speak out? Because obviously, if I'm playing a game, right? If I'm playing a game too fun, they stop playing a hand. I'm probably not going to say much. You're saying that we should be saying things.
It's like if someone, they can call with a weaker hand knowing they're checking down. So they might call with a strong hand where they normally raise or support to protect, but they don't want to get heads up with their friend with the nuts and just check it down and get no money in. So like their whole ranges are skewed, and you end up getting fucking colluded against and trapped in a spot where if I was at player A and I bet and B would raise, I would think he has the nuts. But because player B and C are best friends and C bets and B calls with the nuts and now I'm A behind him, I have a differing opinion of his range because of that scenario. And I watch like friends do that so often, like, oh, I don't want to raise them out because we're going to check it down. So now they're changing the way they're playing their hands to affect your equity in a negative way. That's stealing equity. That's stealing from people. That is, shadiness. That is collusion. That is number one rule when I learned when I got to poker is no collusion, no talking about your fucking hand in a three-way pot. Something Helmuth has been a bad actor for multiple times. And he's trying to get better at it. But when you have people like him even want to do it, the public's like, oh, Helmuth did it. It's no big deal. It's like, no, we need more pros and more prominent figures to say, this is not okay. This is why it needs to stop. There's no reason for it. You guys can be friends. That's fine. But you're on a poker table gambling for a lot of money or even a small amount of money. Make it a fair game. Treat everyone as an individual person. Ignore your other outside biases or financial interests.
Cool. Well, listen, Sean, let's wrap it up here, Poppy. I'm going to get you out of here, and then we'll wind down over here on the stream, okay? Sound good?
I appreciate Joe.
We run it back soon, kid. Okay, guys,
everyone
listen.
Have fun. Hippo out.
Guys, we joined by my man, Sean Deeb. Give everybody a big thank you to everybody in the chat, guys. We always appreciate Sean tuning in, giving his opinion, giving his feedback. CSO, Chief Security Officer around here. And always a polarizing kind of guy. So, I always love hearing from him. He always brings a lot of passion, brings a lot of energy. I feel like I learned a lot talking with him as well, too, just to hear his perspective on things because he's been around poker and gambling for a real long time. So, always got to respect and appreciate the fire and the passion that comes from this side. And he makes a pretty good point, right? I mean, I guess I just been playing as much poker recently to really, especially live poker. I never played a lot of live poker anyway, more online. So online, a lot of issues don't ever happen versus live. Like you would never know if someone's colluding or soft playing oftentimes online, right? Like it's just maybe you see a hand, but normally I play a lot of games. I'm not going to see the individual hands or even realize that. Whereas at live poker, you obviously would realize that and see that at high stakes. And he's been grinding all the time nonstop for fucking years. So he's seen everything and done everything. So he got a unique experience about it, which is kind of where that passion comes from. Why does this guy care so much? Well, he's obviously seen this. He's seen this issue all the time. So, Neil B, peace out, Joey. Thanks for making stream. Peace out, Neil. Do I still got Manscaped in the description? Yeah, I do still got it there. I still love that product, though. My man Tuckman want to call in. Should we get Tuckman in here a little bit, guys? What do you guys think? 3 a.m. Somebody said they want to come in. I mean, we get him in. Is Garrett watching? He's probably out there. Garrett's out there. You guys know Garrett's out there. He's watching somewhere. But yeah, guys, 4 a.m. making progress tonight. Learned a lot about RFID security. Talked with Robbi as well, too. She went and said press charges and talked about there might be more things happening at the Hustler Casino. So we got to stay tuned for more updates on that. We're going to stay updated on what's going to happen with Hustler Casino Live, if they're going to shut down their show. I mean, I don't think so, but we're going to find out with that. Yeah, pretty much those are kind of the next things we're waiting up for. Waiting up for Brian and see what this guy Brian does. He's got his charges on him. But yeah, we're going to get Tuckman in here, and then I think I'm actually going to wrap it up. But yeah, he'd be a good guy to wrap it up. He's more chill. Get Durr back on. We'll get Durr another day. I'm so tired right now. Yeah, Durr was on here for 2 seconds. Or about a minute. That's a fake Dave Tuckman. We're going to find out. It might be. We're going to find out, though. Yeah, Garrett is taking a mental health month. He's taking a long break. Aaron Queskin just said he quit poker and Twitter. Where did he say that at? He said, poker is no longer fun. I no longer want any part of that BS, but we are cannibalizing each other. It was a fun run, but I'm out. Once the poker heroes started attacking the Rocks, it's over for me. An occasional WPT for the dream. Just a Nazi. Taking extended... Whoa, what happened? Dang. Dang, what happened? K1 Star said, been watching and outraged by Joey. Please talk about how politicized situation has become from tonight. Robbi and Alex comments. If you have me on, a pleasure to come on for 3 minutes to make my points in this social issue. Fuck. All right, whatever. Let's run it, dude. Whatever. Make your point, K1 Star. K1 Star wants to come make some points. He said he's outraged. Oh no. K1 Star, calm down. K1 Star's outraged, guys. Calm down. I'm with you, K1 Star. I'm outraged too. He want to come on here with social issues. You think we're gambling out here? This ain't CNN. So, I don't think that's actually Tuckman, guys. Because he ain't coming in if it's him. But I'm going to go through forum, see if anything in here or not. DJ and Danny, thanks, Joey. Great stream. About to hear from the Lou crew. Yeah, I think... yeah, I'm curious what they're going to do. I mean, they got to do that polygraph, so, you know. The polygraph tomorrow, or the lie detector test, whatever they're going to do. Mm-hmm. Poppy bang a line or two, bro. It's 3 a.m. Benjamin said this whole thing is becoming sad and depressing. I think you guys are getting a good chance to see what the poker world's like, my friends. You know, it's just a part of the poker world. It's one small section of the poker world, but, you know, there's a lot of these kind of characters in all different parts of the poker world. Robbi's appearance left my head spinning. She's not talking. About what? What do you mean? Yeah, I saw her tweet. This is the best tweet I've ever seen, honestly. Yeah, I feel like day 10. I feel like day 10's in the books. I mean, this is pretty normal. This is pretty normal kind of post Robbi thing. Robbi just probably felt some type of way. Sean D was saying some dumb shit, and she just wanted to respond, you know. I mean, you know, whatever, right? Like the twin sister, you know, he wasn't real been serious about that, but he was proposing the idea. He wasn't really being serious about that. He wasn't saying the twin sister. Obviously, Robbi's going to take the test, right? You know, I'm just taking her word for it. You know, she's going to take the test. Let's see her take the test. If the test don't go, then maybe we, you know, I'm giving her the assuming that that's what's going to happen. So if you want to nitpick and say your twin sister might do this, your twin sister might do that, you know, you could do that for days. The whole fake accounts. I mean, listen, there's so many fucking accounts in my comments. I don't know where these people are coming from. Okay. They're certainly not all for Robbi. Okay. So if there's fake accounts, they're on both sides. And then Shapeshifter, I mean, you know, that's a whole reptilian thing and alien thing in general. So What the fuck is this? You're kidding me. Dude, oh my god, what is going on? I can't take it no more. You're kidding me. What is this? What is this? What is going on? Man, I can't take this anymore. I had enough of you people. I had enough of you memes. What is this? What is this meme, bro? Let me find this video. I can't play the music. This video is so good. I can't play the music. It's like this is session music. That's probably copywriting. I don't want to play it on YouTube, but it does look like a movie. Garrett and Robbi, the main characters. We haven't even heard from Garrett yet. Brian Salks Basal. Jacob Chavez. Beans. Nick Airball. Nick Bertucci. He looks locked in. Feldman in the fucking sparkly jacket. Me. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's see it again. Okay, let's see. Damn, it looks serious there. Ay. Guys, what do you think? Should we wrap this up? I'm gonna check my phone. I don't think I got anything, but I feel like we got everything covered tonight. I feel like we figured it out, what we need to figure out. We saw Caitlin's video earlier. It was pretty good. DJ and Danny, of course you should go play. Joey's the fastest reader in the world. Beans is seriously sketch. I mean, Beans is like, he pretty straightforward about, I mean, I guess he is. I guess it could be considered sketch, yeah. I could see how his strategy would be considered sketch. I'll say it like I've said it again. I'm not playing nice in the sandbox anymore. What the fuck is going on? This is a fake Brian Salk account. Look at Charlie Carroll's video and get him instead of watching some meme videos and platforming the shit out of Robbi. What's wrong with platforming Robbi? Robbi's the main character in the story. What kind of terrible take is it to not have the Robbi? Robbi's a main character in the story. She's a vital part of this entire thing. To not have Robbi on the platform doesn't make any sense. In fact, I want to get this guy. I don't trust anything this guy says. Where is his comment at? So Alex Jacob interviews earlier. It's a little bit earlier, guys. I don't really have the timestamp. So, but yeah, Robbi is the, you know, pretty main part of the story. I think it's important here, which he's got to say. Just because you don't like it or agree with it. Where's Charlie Carroll video? Charlie Carroll got a video. What's he got? Where's the video? I see a picture of his girlfriend. I don't see a video, though.
I think I want my money back. You know, I think you got the wrong impression about me. I think in all fairness, I should explain to you exactly what it is that I do. For instance, tomorrow morning I'll get up nice and early, take a walk down over to the bank and walk in and see, and if you don't have my money for me, I'll crack your fucking head wide open in front of everybody in the bank. Yeah. I think I want my money back. You know, I think that you got the wrong impression about me. I think in all fairness, I should explain to you exactly what it is that I do. For instance, tomorrow morning I'll get up.
I can't get over this, dude. Look at this. It's the fucking massage lady with the guy with the nipples at the World Series of Poker. You're kidding me. Shout out Jersey Joe. Where's Jersey Joe at? Jersey Joe.
Get up nice and early, take a walk down over to the bank, and walk in and see, and if you don't have my money for me, I'll crack your fucking head wide open in front of everybody in the bank.
Oh my god, I can't take it anymore, guys. Phil fucking Ivey, I can't take it anymore. Oh. I think Alex Jacobs' wife, Jen, had a interesting take on Twitter prediction. I can't even keep my eyes open anymore. I'm too tired. You felt the way last video. She's playing it off as she met a Magic 8 Ball video. All right, I'm gonna leave you two. I'm so serious. I can't keep my eyes open anymore. Heather, shout out to Heather. Honest question: have you spoken to Garrett? I think I've spoken to Garrett. I spoke to Garrett. Yeah. Kelly Dawson. Focus. Charlie Carroll's video. Charlie Carroll didn't have a video. What are you talking about, dude? Where is Charlie Carroll's video? I just was on his page. I saw no video on Charlie Carroll's page. I see a half-naked photo of his girlfriend. I don't see a Charlie Carroll video anywhere. Shout Digital Fox. Charlie directly accused her of cheating on YouTube. Well, where did he get this? Where did he get? Does he got new info that we don't have? How does Charlie Carroll know? Did he fucking not tell us something? New evidence? What's the new evidence?
People. All right, before I throw some hard accusations and give you guys a lot more evidence that seems to be coming out, I want to just be clear, I'm extremely jet lagged right now. I'm in South Korea, about to compete on a game show tomorrow. I can't speak any more about it apart from there's some big names involved in it in the poker world. It's really, really exciting. So bear with me if I bungle my words a little bit, but I just got to say this because people have kind of stopped speaking about it over the last couple of days, especially whilst Joey's gone, taking some time to himself. Fucking salute to that warrior. He was spoken about on the Nick Fatucci show in such a negative light for what he's doing, and to me it's so fucking insane. Like it's absolutely bananas. Like given that there is basically no possibility of legal recourse, that we can look at the Mike Apostle case where he was so obviously cheating. We had fucking dozens or hundreds of hours of him cheating, and he still didn't get taken up. There wasn't any legal repercussions for him. We have to create our own public repercussions as a community, and Joey's doing that so well. He's allowing the information to come out. He's allowing people to give their piece like you would in court, and then he's allowing the court...
Shout out to Bob Garrett, $50. I honestly have no issue with Beans. He is what he is, and he is brutally honest. It's endearing and raw. I was just making light of the midnight 2-year-old birthday party. Amen. God bless.
Public opinion to be like, okay, this is what I think is true. And if somebody's reputation should be marred, then he's allowing them to mar it. So I think he's doing an incredible job. And I was genuinely a little bit offended. Not that being offended fucking means anything. But when people were speaking about, when Nick was speaking about Joey and the way that he's been handling things, I really think Joey's just been doing a fucking amazing job. So, some new evidence has been coming out.
Shout out Charlie Carroll.
There is a lot of signaling going on the table in Hustler Casino. Now, I don't have my editor with me, and I'm in Korea, so I can't add in the footage. But go look on my Twitter, and go look at the threads where I first started with the dealer. And I'm not throwing any hard accusations at the dealer, but I'm not doing it either. You have to. I'm not saying she's completely clear either, because you really have to look at this objectively and say, even if somebody has a really clear and pristine record, you really have to scrutinize what's going on. There was a situation where the hand was going down, the Jack 4 hand is going down, and Robbi says something along the lines of, I'm going to scratch my face again because that's the shit I got. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any sense. And I was thinking, well, if I were creating some kind of system of signals, that would be like the first one I think about. You know, you'd be like coughing and this or whatever it is. Obviously, by itself doesn't mean anything, but you know, something to pay attention to. Then it pans out to the dealer, and the dealer's hand is like this, and then it goes like this. And I've never seen a dealer's hand do that, and there were multiple dealers on the thread being like this. I've never seen anyone do that either. It could be something. It could be just like a tick. It could be. It was so purposeful.
What are they signaling exactly?
Tell me what you think. Again, don't want to throw the dealer. Her name's Lauren under the bus at all. It genuinely could be completely inconspicuous.
I just don't understand what they're signaling.
But then you look at Eric Pearson, and at some point in the hand, he's also on his arm doing this.
Now that's probably the weirdest
Robbie's
thing in the hand.
Looking at it, sees it, looks away, and then calls the most ludicrous call I've ever seen in the millions and millions of hands that I've ever played poker with. Just putting out there, that is evidence that you need to analyze. It's just maybe another coincidence, but when you pile it on top of the coincidence,
Yeah, she was counting that. Someone said she was counting the time chips when they threw the time chip in. She put the 2 fingers there to signify 2 time chips was in, and that Eric Person had the 2 there, and Bob Valgaris said he was started to count how many casinos he owned, and he only made it to 2, so he still had a long way to go to 27.
Coincidence after coincidence. This is where Bayesian probabilistic thinking comes into play. This is where something in science you call consilience. You know, if you're looking at a hypothesis or a theory, you'd have multiple different theories all combining and pointing in one direction. For instance, with the Big Bang Theory, you have, you know, A, B, C, D all saying the coincidence that Brian and Robbi were following each other on Twitter. Again, Brian's not a big name in the poker community. They said they didn't know each other, but she just happened to be following him. The coincidence that he apparently, ostensibly, wrote her a letter saying that Garrett's a crybaby, not that he would have any incentive to say that, and saying that she owned him, and saying that thank you so much for being my Lord and Savior, Robbi. And it happened to be in exactly the same grammatical style, and like writing style that Robbi speaks in, with some very, very specific tells that you just almost never come across. Again, another coincidence that Brian would happen to be sitting in a place that he could see the whole cards, and then happened to like move in something in front so the cameras couldn't see him so well just before it happened. Again, another fucking coincidence. Another coincidence that she said she was going to take a lie detector test, and apparently that's not happening at the moment. Or there's loads and loads and loads of things. I'm sure there's multiple more that I could list on top of that. Fucking jet lagged at the moment, bear with me. The point is that every single time one of these things comes out, it's higher and higher and higher probability that there's some nefarious things going on. And if there weren't nefarious things going on, what you would expect in that reality is that there are no more coincidences that pop up. Maybe like one more coincidence that's like, okay, that was like a 30-to-1 coincidence, but that can happen. But when it's like 6 30-to-1 coincidences in a row, and we have that mixed with somebody that's shown to just change their story all the fucking time, has shown to be a liar, like genuinely just outright lied about, oh, I thought I had that, or I didn't think I had that, or I'm going to do this, and now I'm not going to do this, I didn't know him, and there's so many things that are just changing and changing and changing and changing. I think we have a pattern of somebody that is a compulsive liar, and that is the type of person, again, it could be a coincidence, but that is the type of person that would cheat. She also happens to be not knowledgeable enough of poker to know that Jack 4 is such an insane hand that if you got signaled that you have the best hand or something like that, or that you're going to win the hand, or however it's done, it could be multiple different ways of cheating. Then if you're stupid enough, if not stupid enough, but if you're not knowledgeable enough of poker to be able to like discard that signal and say, okay, I'll wait for a better spot to cheat, definitely possible. So I think there needs to be a real investigation into whether there have been more signals in the past, whether there have been more times where people have been doing this, and there was another one where someone was doing this across their face. I think it was, is his name Rip? It's not. I keep forgetting that guy's name. So in general, I think that
Bro,
people
oh my god, do you guys see this thread? Are you kidding me? What the fuck is this thread?
a lot of you out there really did get it pretty quickly, so I don't mean everybody, but some pretty big names in the poker worlds are getting it, and I think it's just about time we call a spade and say this is fucking allegedly, so I don't get sued. I don't think we need to scrutinize and discard the good because it's not perfect, you know. So,
bro, I feel like we're getting close. I feel like we're getting close, guys. Something tells me that this investigation is gonna be wrapped up sometime soon. I just got a feeling. I feel like we're getting locked in. You know, some things are starting to become a little more clear to me.
Okay, so you can't be 100% certain about anything, but at some point you need to move past that debate and talk about, okay, how did this happen? Help prevent cheating in the future is, first of all, make sure that there is punishment for those that have cheated, and I think Joey's doing a great job. I think everybody speaking about it is doing a great job. And second of all, have love and compassion for the people that have done it. So if you look at like the Denmark prison system versus the American one.
All right, no Denmark prison system from our man Charlie, but we're gonna give him a thumbs up. I feel like we're getting close. This thread's a novel, bro. Lizard Breath. What the fuck kind of name is that? Liz Lizard Breath? You're kidding me. Liz Lizard Breath? That's one hell of a name, buddy. We couldn't wrap up Postle. I mean, stop it. Postle, come on. All right, so this is a thread from this guy. He says, I suppose I need to preface by saying that the following is speculation, yada, yada, yada. I don't want to get sued, yada, yada, yada. I have not played, like, yada, 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 whatever. I also want to mention I've always very much liked Eric Person and enjoyed seeing him play poker. I've occasionally seen him play. I viewed him as being someone good for the game. When I saw his appearance on Joey's Day 5 stream, I happened to notice some things that caused me to feel very suspicious. I chalked it to the effects of an attractive female on a man at first, but as time went on, the more and more I saw, it made it very clear to me that he was involved with the cheating that took place. What the fuck is this guy talking about, dude? Eric who? Person? How did this guy get included in this? What is he talking about? It wasn't about the money. Why would you choose the Ivy stream to cheat if your primary objective was stealing money? No criminal or cheat, even the dumbest ones, want the maximum number of eyes and attention. They could have chosen any stream with the same stakes. The money was objective. The only reason to choose the Ivy stream would be for maximum listening viewers. This is why Rip kept saying repeatedly on Joey's stream last Saturday morning when Tom Dwan was asking him questions that Robbi went there that night to make a name for herself. Why would you want to set up a hero call against Garrett with Jack High? There are two types of poker hands people love to see that can go viral and become legendary. Successfully bluffing an opponent off a huge hand like Garrett bluffing Andy off of King with King 5 the stream before the night before, and successfully hero calling a massive bet with a very weak hand. Robbi could know Garrett's exact hole cards at every hand for an entire stream, and her chance of successfully bluffing him off a big hand would still be slim to none. Her chance of doing it on the very first try without going broke a bunch of times first would even be smaller. So the hero call is the only play you can make if you want to create a famous hand that goes viral. Eric's arrived an hour early, and what he's seen walking around the casino. When the game started, he was sitting and acting in a way that he basically never has sat before. Watch his face. Oh my god. I cannot read all this. I can't read all this right now, guys. You guys got it. Here, I'll just send you a link. You guys want to read this. I can't read this all right now. It's too fucking much to read. I've already seen this theory before. I mean, I don't think SEAL Team 6 persons in it, but you know, if they're saying SEAL Team 6 person got with Robbi and Rip the cowboy, you know, then like what the fuck do all of us know, okay? You know, what do we all know? I don't see much new evidence here. The guy owns 27 casinos. I mean, I don't see it. This is too far. This is too much. The reason I first came to suspicion of Eric was due to the things he said on Joey's live stream. First of all, he was arguing that the best way to fix everything was for him to set up a lie detector test with his own people for Robbi to clear her name, LOL. Secondly, he steadfastly refuses to acknowledge any possibility that she might be guilty. Unless you're trying to bang the chick, which is certainly possible, this only happens if someone was involved in the cheating themselves. I mean, maybe not. I don't think that's true. Also, he constantly stumbles over his words, seemed to have rehearsed other answers, seems very uncomfortable at many times when Bob or others start talking about how they could have cheated and other suspicious things. And many of his answers do not make sense or can be verified as complete lies. I've already covered his explanations in the AK vs. Ace hand and his clothing change in the Jack 4 stream, but I recommend anyone who's interested in investigating the situation to watch the entire appearance on Joey's pod. The following link is the second part where the most interesting things are discussed. Another day for another time, guys. Listen, YouTube, I'm gonna wrap it up, right? I'll see you guys soon. Okay, I'll be back soon. I'll keep you updated on my Twitter. Keep letting me know if you guys want the streams. Let me know and just keep showing love on social media, because basically the only reason I would have done this again this week is because people are absolutely going fucking nuts on Twitter. So I'm going to keep you guys updated on what goes on here. I'll read this through this thread. I'll see what takes place with this thread. I can't read all this right now. I just literally am so tired. So if you guys want to read it, like I said, the link's in there. I'll be on Twitter at Joey-Ingram1. And yeah, guys, we'll do it then. So YouTube, make sure you smash that like button. I'll be back soon. Appreciate you guys very much. And if you want to follow me on Twitter, Joey-Ingram1. That's it. All right, see you guys soon. Flat Earth, Marco, Be Positive, Walex, CE, Kylie McDaniel. What's up, Kylie? BLC, Big Long, Two Donks, One Bluff, Boop, D Warner, GP, Adrian Perez, Dark Angel, Andrew Circus, Hanansky, Jersey Joe, Fred Withrow, Nuclear, Personality Boop, Gabriel, Felipe Ono, Daniel Opal, Adam Walker, Chubbs. I'll see you guys soon. Frappe, Ragnar, Monkey Magic, Camille, Happy Wednesday, Spill Murray. So many people. Ryan, Perp, Shane, Caleb. Yeah, I appreciate y'all. 4,000 tuning in strong all night long. I'll see you guys soon. Take care, guys. Much appreciated. Later, guys.